I found myself lost in a daydream once more. The room of Wei Li Han was suffused with an inexplicable and enchanting fragrance, perfectly mirroring his current state of mind. The aged wooden bed creaked ominously, as if it might collapse at any moment. Sunlight streamed through the mottled curtains, casting a pallid glow upon his slightly wan visage, rendering it even more haggard. He gazed vacantly at the ceaseless flow of traffic outside, his eyes devoid of focus, as if he were searching for something, or perhaps nothing at all. How delightful it would be if a lovely maiden were to suddenly appear before me, presenting a love letter, Wei Li Han mused, a bitter smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his lips. He envisioned a charming girl clad in an adorable JK uniform, her cheeks flushed, nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, her voice quivering as she addressed him. "Senpai, I have admired you for quite some time. Please grant me an opportunity to date you." However, this fantasy was swiftly shattered by the harshness of reality. Wei Li Han shook his head with a wry smile, self-deprecatingly muttering, "Ha! Who am I to entertain such fantasies? I should wash up and get some more sleep." Yet, no one responded to his musings. He rubbed his swollen eyes, a consequence of a night spent gaming, yawned, and slowly descended from his bed. His hair was a disheveled mess, and his face bore a sheen of oil. He shuffled towards the bathroom in his slippers. The sound of his slippers echoed in the room, mocking his despondency. "Damn it! Why is the faucet still dripping? That's money down the drain." Wei Li Han grumbled in annoyance, tightening the stubborn faucet that continued to leak. Yet, this was a futile effort, as he would soon turn on the faucet again. The cool water splashed against his face, droplets cascaded down his cheeks, momentarily clarifying his muddled thoughts. He lifted his gaze to the somewhat stained mirror, where a youthful face with well-defined features appeared, slightly handsome, yet currently displaying a lifeless demeanor. Staring at his reflection, he sighed inwardly. This version is still too dependent on modeling economics, but I possess neither of those qualities, which is rather disheartening. I have yet to hold hands with a girl my age in a serious manner. Wei Li Han murmured, his tone tinged with bitterness. He grabbed a towel to dry his face, still lamenting the current unfavorable circumstances. With a sigh, he trudged back to the living room, his slippers making their characteristic sound as he walked. Collapsing onto the sofa, Wei Li Han immediately retrieved his second-hand phone, which had served him for 3 years. He stared at the flickering screen, contemplating, sleeping until noon. Life seems to be getting more mundane. Well, I might as well order some takeout. He opened the food delivery app on his phone, his fingers instinctively navigating to the partition for meal sharing. He chuckled helplessly. Seriously, did someone set me up? Why am I being forced into this? Ultimately, he could only punish himself by ordering a meal that was both visually appealing and reasonably priced. After placing his order, he found himself with no other engagements, so he continued to idly scroll through his phone. He was uncertain whether other university students spent their holidays in such a manner, but Wei Li Han truly lay around all day. Just as he was waiting for his takeout while mindlessly watching an array of trending videos, his phone began to vibrate, indicating an incoming call. Lifting his gaze, he glanced at the caller ID displaying his father, Wei Gang. Wei Li Han felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't his father working in the land of the rising sun? Normally, he was indifferent to his affairs, so why was he calling out of the blue? With a hint of curiosity, Wei Li Han pressed the green button to answer. As soon as the call connected, his father's somewhat anxious voice came through. "Hello, son. What's up, Dad? What's so urgent that you're calling me?" Wei Li Han replied begrudgingly. "Son, I have something to discuss with you. I know you may be a bit reluctant and even frightened, but you must listen. Just get to the point. Do you have any idea how much an international call costs?" "We aren't a wealthy family," Wei Li Han retorted, exasperated by his father's seemingly unreliable demeanor. "To make a long story short, your sister is transferring to Long Country and, it seems, to your school. Her flight lands this afternoon, so hurry up and pick her up," Wei Gang stated succinctly, urgency evident in his tone. However, this brief announcement felt like a bolt from the blue for the apathetic university student, Wei Li Han. He stood there in a daze, incredulously repeating, "My sister is coming to my house. My sister is coming to that's all. If you need money, just let me know. Don't ask your mother for any." Wei Gang added hastily, reminding Wei Li Han to take care of his sister before abruptly ending the call. As the line went dead with a series of beeps, Wei Li Han remained frozen in place, unable to comprehend why his half-sister would be inexplicably coming to find him. Wei Lion's biological mother had tragically passed away from illness when he was young, and he had been raised solely by his father, Wei Gang. During this time, while working in the land of the rising sun, Wei Gang had somehow managed to find a mysterious stepmother for himself, a woman he had never met, only hearing vague descriptions from his father. This enigmatic stepmother also had a daughter, who was now Wei Lihan's sister, Kanai Ruri. After their parents announced their relationship, she had accompanied Wei Gang to Long Country and stayed with Wei Lihan for a while. As for his sister, Wei Lihan found himself at a loss for words, feeling a bitterness akin to eating bitter herbs in silence. After Wei Gang brought her back, she was promptly summoned back to the land of the rising sun by her mysterious mother. Wei Gang's demeanor during the phone call resembled that of a well-trained puppet, obediently bowing and scraping. Meanwhile, Wei Lihan was left to confront this cold, distant sister. Kanai Ruri's personality could be succinctly described in 2 words: aloof. According to Wei Gang, she had grown up in the land of the rising sun under strict upbringing, displaying elegance in her demeanor and propriety in her speech. Yet, she harbored no fondness for Wei Lihan, her foreign brother. She often regarded him with a condescending gaze, as if he were some inferior creature. She did not exhibit the typical charm of an ordinary girl, nor the affection of a typical sister. She rarely initiated conversations with Wei Lihan, and most of the time, he found himself approaching her, only to be met with a non-committal or "oh" in return. She preferred solitude, relishing in her own company while reading or listening to music. Yet perplexingly, during meals or outings, she insisted on staying uncomfortably close to him, so much so that he could detect the faint scent of cherry blossoms emanating from her. When Wei Lihan curiously inquired about this, he was met only with her impassive profile and a suffocating silence. Thus, he ceased to question her further, dutifully fulfilling the responsibilities of an older brother. On one occasion, he accidentally knocked her book to the floor. She merely cast a cold glance at the anxious Wei Lihan, bent down to retrieve the book, and uttered not a single word. That on another occasion, while cooking in the kitchen, he inadvertently burned the dish. She simply remarked, "Fool," her tone devoid of reproach or concern, embodying an indifference that bordered on apathy. Such a stark contrast between warmth and coldness can be unbearable, and even if she possesses an exquisite beauty, it matters little. Yet, this very individual has left an indelible mark in Wei Lihan's heart. Her aloof yet independent demeanor evokes a sense of unattainability, compelling him to draw near. She resembles a white plum blossom blooming amidst the snow, beautiful yet solitary, instilling a sense of hesitation in those who wish to approach her. Fortunately, she resided at home for merely 2 weeks before returning to the neon-lit country to take her examinations. Since then, she has not returned, nor have they crossed paths again. However, the news of this sister transferring to Long Country and attending the same school as him has undeniably complicated and confused Wei Lihan's emotions. He is torn between anticipation and trepidation, unsure whether to wish for her to treat him with the same icy demeanor as before or to hope for a fleeting glance in his direction. This dilemma leaves him perplexed, even to himself. Wei Lihan nervously raked his fingers through his tousled hair, which resembled a cat's plaything, utterly disheveled. He sat on the sofa, his gaze wandering, filled with impatience. This frustration stemmed not only from his sister's unexpected arrival, but also from his enigmatic father, who had failed to provide him with specific details about the time and place. All he had said was the afternoon flight. Which flight? From which airport? Was he expected to guess? With a sense of resignation, he retrieved his second-hand phone, its screen displaying a sparse list of contacts. His finger hovered hesitantly over the screen, caught between his father and a contact named Kanahui. He wrestled with the idea of calling his stepmother for clarification. After all, his father's vague communication left much to be desired, often clouded in ambiguity. Yet he recalled the last conversation with his stepmother, where her languid tone conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure, leaving him burdened. Thoughts churned within him. Why did his stepmother seem so intimidating? He had yet to meet her, yet felt an oppressive weight just considering it, compounded by the thought of his father, who had seemingly integrated himself into her family. Just then, a message notification from his father popped up. Wei Lihan raised an eyebrow and opened it, revealing the details of the pickup time and location. The flight was scheduled to land at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at the capital's international airport. To his surprise, there was also a transfer of 20,000 meters. He exhaled in relief, grateful that he was still his biological son and not left destitute. His living expenses were sporadically provided by Wei Gang, varying in amount. Whenever he inquired, Wei Gang would falter, mumbling something about, "It all depends on your mother." This cryptic statement left Wei Lihan bewildered, pondering how a robust man from Long Country could fear a woman from a mere speck of a nation. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it further. He was merely a student, with little control over such matters. After receiving the transfer, he calculated the timing based on the information Wei Gang had provided. If the flight lands at 2, let me think. He glanced at the clock, 12:18. That gives me nearly 2 hours. If I leave for the airport now, I should have ample time, perhaps I'll wait until after lunch. He mused internally. Before long, the food delivery arrived. Wei Lihan opened the door, placed his meal on the dining table, and began to indulge. He even queued up his favorite anime to accompany his meal, relishing these final moments of solitude. Time passed swiftly, and engrossed in the anime, he nearly forgot about the task of picking up his sister. As he watched, he commented on the plot. This protagonist is so indecisive he hesitates against the villain, allowing him to escape. If it were me, I would have unleashed a flurry of left jabs and right kicks, leaving him dazed. Suddenly, he sat back, burping contentedly. A realization struck him, and he hastily glanced at the wall clock, 12:50. Oh no, I almost forgot this significant event. Wei Lihan's pupils dilated, mentally chastising himself for nearly losing track of time while watching a silly anime. Why do I even exist? He lamented, contemplating a reset. Yet, picking up his sister took precedence over anything else. In a flurry, he leapt from the sofa, dashed to his room, donned a cooler outfit of short sleeves and shorts, quickly combed his hair, washed his hands, and grabbed his keys before heading out. As he descended the stairs, he remembered to book a rideshare, directing it to the capital's international airport. Fortunately, the old neighborhood he lived in was bustling with rideshare drivers, and, as he reached the entrance, his ride was conveniently parked nearby. He swiftly opened the door, hopped in, and relayed his destination while reminding the driver to hurry, stressing the importance of his task. "Please drive quickly, this is truly urgent," he implored from the back seat. The middle-aged driver, intrigued by Wei Lihan's frantic demeanor, inquired, "Young man, are you picking someone up from the airport? What's the rush? It's not like you'll miss anything significant." He took it upon himself to impart wisdom about staying calm. But Wei Lihan had no patience for such chatter. He was solely focused on reaching the airport. "All right, just drive faster, and I'll recommend a fantastic foot massage place with a generous tip and 5-star review." Wei Lihan resorted to a desperate plea. "Got it, young man. Buckle up, it'll show you the thrill of my 30 years of driving experience." With that, the driver slammed on the accelerator, launching into a high-speed escapade. In the back seat, Wei Lihan felt an intense rush, as if he were aboard a jet fighter being catapulted from an aircraft carrier. Upon arriving at the capital's international airport, the rideshare came to a smooth halt, and as soon as the car stopped, Wei Lihan flung open the door and sprinted away. "Hey, young man, at least tell me where to go for that massage," the driver called out, rolling down the window. "I have no idea," Wei Lihan shouted back, admitting his ignorance since he had never visited such a place, and even felt apprehensive about going to a KTV without a close friend for support. Kids these days have no sense of loyalty. The driver's voice faded as Wei Lihan reached the pickup area, panting heavily as he checked the time on his phone, relieved he had not arrived late. "Phew, I'm still within a reasonable time frame." Wei Lihan exhaled. He could already envision the disdainful gaze of Kanahui and the onslaught of derogatory remarks directed at him if he had arrived any later, leading to a prolonged Cold War. Between them, he couldn't afford to say much after all. He was the one who had created this situation. Taking a brief moment to gather himself, he stood up and began scanning the crowd for his sister's vaguely familiar silhouette. It had been so long since he had seen her that he could barely recall her appearance, relying solely on a sense of familiarity to guide him. Standing at a height of 1.80 meters, Wei Lihan was relatively tall, and, coupled with his clear vision, locating a girl in the crowd should not prove difficult. Wei Lihan squinted his eyes in meticulous search. A sudden spark of illumination caught his attention. He had just spotted a girl with long hair styled in a princess cut emerging from the throng. This girl, adorned with a cascade of lustrous black hair that cascaded to her shoulders, possessed ends that curled delicately inward, perfectly accentuating her exquisite jawline. Her tresses shimmered under the sunlight, each strand seemingly infused with the gentle glow of youth. Casually tucking a lock behind her ear, she revealed a smooth forehead, her eyes reflecting an air of serene coolness. Dressed in a striking black and crimson uniform, her collar featured a classic stand-up design, enhancing the elegance of her long, graceful neck. The garment was adorned with intricate silver embroidery, subtle yet commanding. The hem of her skirt fell just at the knee, swaying gently with her steps, gracefully outlining her youthful yet curvaceous figure. Her slender waist appeared as if it could be grasped effortlessly, yet beneath the hem, it revealed the perfect curves that embodied both the vivacity of youth and a hint of mature charm. She embodied the very essence of a beautiful, flawless protagonist from an animated tale that, my goodness, this girl is truly stunning. If only she were my girlfriend. As Wei Lihan gazed at the enchanting figure approaching him, his mind began to drift into daydreams. However, dreams aside, he had matters to attend to. Reluctantly, he withdrew his gaze, returning to his quest for the familiar silhouette amidst the crowd. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug at the corner of his garment, accompanied by the familiar, refreshing scent of cherry blossoms. Instantly, he turned to his side, his pupils dilating in surprise. The one pulling at his clothing was none other than the captivating girl he had just observed. Chapter 3. Shall we return home? Brother, what are you looking at? The princess, a charming young girl beside Wei Lihan, inquired with a melodious and innocent tone that echoed like a clear mountain spring, stirring tumultuous waves within Wei Lihan's heart. He was jolted, his mind momentarily blank. The familiar accent-laden Dragon Kingdom dialect, the chilling voice, it must be her. As he racked his brain for the perfect opening line to greet his sister, he was taken aback by her unexpected initiation. At that moment, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his breath hitching in his throat. Instinctively, he scanned the surroundings, only to find curious gazes from the crowd scrutinizing him and Kanazaki Ruri. Their admiration for Ruri shone through, as if they were beholding a rare work of art. In stark contrast, Wei Lihan felt woefully underwhelming. His hair was disheveled. He had hastily thrown on an oversized pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, and his feet were clad in casual sandals, exuding an air of utter relaxation. Others scarcely spared him a glance. In fact, some shot him incredulous looks, seemingly questioning why a figure resembling a vagabond was standing beside a girl whose beauty rivaled that of a celestial being. Wei Lihan's heart skipped a beat as it dawned on him that the exquisite girl tugging at his clothing was indeed his sister. "Ah, you've arrived?" Wei Lihan stammered, his voice tinged with a hint of fluster. He vaguely recalled that his sister had never possessed such breathtaking beauty. She had merely been cute and pleasant before. Now, however, the girl before him left him utterly astonished. Hum. Kanazaki Ruri replied with a nonchalant tone, as if uttering more words would be an inconvenience. Her piercing blue eyes fixed on him, concealing an indescribable emotion. The air between them thickened with an awkward tension, and Wei Lihan rubbed his nose, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Ruri once more. He longed to articulate something, yet found himself unable to utter even a single coherent sentence. "Come on, say something." Wei Lihan's inner voice urged in exasperation. He felt utterly at a loss on how to communicate with his frosty sister, especially since it was she who had spoken first. The silence between them grew curiously palpable, reminiscent of two familiar strangers meeting face to face. However, Wei Lihan suddenly noticed the large suitcase Ruri was pulling and the long black box strapped to her back. The black box appeared somewhat peculiar, as though it concealed a secret. "Let me help you with your luggage. It must be quite heavy, right?" Upon witnessing the multitude of luggage held by Kanai Ruri, Wei Lihan felt a spark of conversation ignite within him. He reached for the handle of the suitcase, inadvertently brushing against Ruri's delicate, pale hand resting there. The sensation was as smooth as silk, yet cool to the touch, causing him to instinctively retract his fingers. A barely audible sigh escaped Ruri's throat, as if something deep within her heart had been stirred. Almost as if jolted by an electric shock, she abruptly withdrew her hand, her demeanor stiffening slightly. Unperturbed, Wei Lihan continued to extend his hand, intending to take the black box from Ruri's back. However, just as his fingers were halfway there, she deftly maneuvered away. She turned her head slightly, concealing something beneath her expression. "Brother, let us return home," Kanai Ruri softly suggested, her tone imbued with an undeniable urgency, as though it were not a request but a command. With the enigmatic black box still on her back, she hastened towards the exit, leaving Wei Lihan momentarily frozen, his hands suspended in midair, uncertain of how to proceed. Embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to bend his arm at a right angle and touch his nose. Oh, this is truly perplexing, he sighed internally, trailing behind Ruri, pulling the suitcase along. Unbeknownst to Wei Lihan, Ruri's cheeks had already flushed a deep crimson. She pressed the hand that had been touched by him against her face, reveling in the sensation as though he were caressing her cheek. Ah, brother likes Kanai Ruri. Her previously unchanging calm demeanor transformed into a strange smile, unseen by others. Her eyes sparkled with an indescribable light, as if she were savoring an ineffable joy. Outside the airport, as Wei Lihan followed the swiftly moving Kanai Ruri, he inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall we grab something to eat outside?" Ruri paused momentarily, shaking her head slightly to indicate she did not wish to dine out. "Then I shall call for a taxi, and we shall return home at once," he declared, uprighting the suitcase and extracting his phone to summon a ride. "Oh no, why are there no available cars?" he exclaimed in frustration, scratching his face. He hadn't anticipated the lack of drivers in the vicinity. The heat was stifling, and his sister had traveled a long way without a meal. It felt utterly cruel to leave her standing there. Please wait a moment. I'll switch apps to book a car," he said. At his words, Ruri's expression darkened. "What do you mean by Sister-chan?" she replied, casting him a look of disdain. Faced with her disapproving gaze, Wei Lihan felt a wave of despair wash over him. On the very first day of picking up his sister, he had managed to upset her. Would every day henceforth be punctuated by her exasperated baka directed at him? "Forget it. I shall take a taxi for now. It is imperative to return home for my sister's sake, as I cannot afford to disappoint her any further." While Wei Lihan was engrossed in fiddling with his phone, Kanagawa Ruri quietly approached him. She delicately placed her slender fingers on his phone screen, gently pressing it down, conveying with her gaze that she was capable of managing everything. Subsequently, Kanagawa Ruri calmly took out her own phone and skillfully navigated the screen, promptly making a call. The call was swiftly answered, and she spoke a few concise sentences in fluent Japanese before gracefully ending the conversation. After adjusting her attire, she turned to Wei Lihan, beckoning him to follow her. Although slightly bewildered, Wei Lihan obediently dragged his heavy suitcase, maintaining a respectful distance behind Kanagawa Ruri, resembling a reluctant companion trailing his girlfriend on a shopping spree. Before long, the sibling duo arrived beside a sleek black luxury sedan. Kanagawa Ruri effortlessly opened the car door and elegantly entered the vehicle. The driver, intending to step out and open the door for her, was met with a piercing glance from her that compelled him to retreat. She turned her head, her azure eyes filled with anticipation, gazing at the somewhat awkward Wei Lihan standing outside, seemingly inquiring why he had not yet entered the car. Wei Lihan looked around, his mind swirling with confusion. He could not fathom how his sister had summoned such an expensive-looking vehicle. Observing his own disheveled appearance, he even felt that riding a shared bicycle would be a luxury. Chapter 4. Come closer. After struggling to stow Kanagawa Ruri's large suitcase into the spacious trunk of the car, Wei Lihan opened the passenger door, intending to sit inside. However, as he leaned into the vehicle, eager to relish the cool air from the air conditioning, a sudden tingle of alarm ran down his spine. His instincts warned him, causing him to glance toward the back seat, where he found his sister staring at him with an expressionless, unwavering gaze. The mysterious black long box she carried was now positioned upright beside the door, her pale hand resting on the empty seat beside her thigh. Though her fingers were visibly strained and pale from exertion, emitting a faint crackling sound if one listened closely. A shiver cascaded down Wei Lihan's back, not from the air conditioning, but from the terrifying intensity of his sister's gaze, making him acutely aware of the saying that when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. Though Kanagawa Ruri uttered not a single word, he felt as though he comprehended the message in her eyes and reluctantly succumbed to her unspoken demand. With a silent resignation, Wei Lihan leaned out from the passenger seat, closed the door, and begrudgingly opened the door to the back seat, sitting down. Only after he had settled inside and closed the door did Kanagawa Ruri retract her piercing gaze, redirecting her attention elsewhere. "Drive on." With a faint command from Kanagawa Ruri, the driver in front seemed startled, his entire body shuddering as he promptly shifted gears and pressed the accelerator to set the vehicle in motion. As the car began to drive, The interior was enveloped in a hushed ambience, marked only by the distant hum of the engine and the steady rhythm of breaths. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew awkward, with Wei Lihan pressing tightly against the car door, as if the aloof beauty beside him might devour him whole. "Brother." Kanagawa Ruri's voice floated delicately into Wei Lihan's ears. Instantly, he sat up straight, akin to a student caught off guard by a teacher calling his name during class. What's going on?" he stammered, unprepared for his sister's sudden engagement, his tone laced with a hint of fluster. He was utterly unfamiliar with the nuances of Japanese culture. But his dear friend Li Dainyu had once mentioned that it was customary for Japanese to add chan to names as an expression of affection and nostalgia. Considering his own perception of the distance in their relationship, Wei Lihan decided, after much contemplation, to address her as Sister Chan. "Come closer, lean against me," Kanagawa Ruri expressed succinctly, employing the fewest words to convey her desire. This might not be appropriate. I haven't showered and I smell of sweat," Wei Lihan murmured weakly. Casting a furtive glance at his sister's exquisite uniform and the delicate, fair legs revealed beneath her skirt, resembling a soft, fragrant strawberry cake. He was reluctant to let his own lackluster essence tarnish the perfection of Kanagawa Ruri, who seemed as divine as a celestial being. Kanagawa Ruri fell silent, narrowing her eyes slightly as she scrutinized Wei Lihan's every move. The intensity of her gaze sent a shiver down his spine. He knew all too well that this demeanor of hers, even after years apart, signified either indifference or a subtle disdain, often accompanied by a few scolding remarks. While such familiarity did little to faze his thick-skinned nature, it nonetheless felt somewhat irksome. Reflecting on his role as an older brother, it was his duty to care for his sister. Yet, he found himself engaged in a considerable internal struggle. Ultimately, he swallowed hard and, with a sense of resignation, shifted his body closer to Kanagawa Ruri, though a considerable distance still remained between them. Kanagawa Ruri remained silent, subtly placing her right hand over Wei Lihan's left hand, which was damp with nervous sweat, gently lifting it to rest above her exposed, delicate thigh. She smoothly leaned into him, her body fully pressed against his. Wei Lihan, now acutely aware of the intimacy of their proximity, strained to turn his head away, paralyzed by the fear of inadvertently provoking her displeasure. The air was suffused with the fragrance of cherry blossoms emanating from Kanagawa Ruri, her warmth radiating through her attire to Wei Lihan, who found himself engulfed in an overwhelming heat. His left hand, which rested nervously upon Ruri's thigh, was slick with perspiration, its softness akin to that of freshly made white tofu. However, Wei Lihan was in no mood to savor the sensation. He was consumed by discomfort and the torment he had to endure. "Brother, I am weary," Kanagawa Ruri murmured, delicately stifling a yawn with her left hand. Her movements graceful like a languorous Persian cat stretching. Yet, unbeknownst to Wei Lihan, a sly smile slowly curled at the corners of her mouth, reminiscent of a cunning little fox that had successfully executed its plan. "May I lean against you a moment?" Kanagawa Ruri gently rested her head upon Wei Lihan's shoulder, her steady breathing soon filling the air. Wei Lihan turned slightly to behold the sister who had once been so vibrant, now softened in slumber. He was taken aback by how much she had matured, finding her sleeping visage surprisingly endearing, far more pleasant than her usual icy demeanor. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, as if she were dreaming of something delightful or perhaps secretly inhaling the scent lingering upon Wei Lihan. With each breath, her chest rose and fell gently, exhaling warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the branches. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, quivering softly in the rhythm of her dreams. And beneath her closed eyelids, the faint shadows accentuated her gentle facial contours, leaving Wei Lihan somewhat entranced. To be candid, he was indeed captivated by the beauty of his now-grown sister. Her allure rivaled that of the two most stunning women in his heart. The driver up front, noticing this scene through the rearview mirror, hurriedly lowered the electronic curtains, isolating the sound and vision from the front and back rows. He was genuinely terrified that witnessing the private affair of the eldest daughter of the Kanagawa family, the most notorious crime syndicate in Neon Country, might lead him to an unfortunate fate beneath the waves, feeding small fish and crabs. Though they were in the Dragon Kingdom, he was still a Neon citizen. He feared a sudden accident could befall him without warning. Wei Lihan felt a slight flush creep across his face, aware that his attire was rather unrefined and not particularly formal. To avoid the embarrassment of being likened to flowers blooming amidst refuse, he endeavored to maintain distance from her, careful not to disturb her slumber. However, beneath her seemingly tranquil exterior, Kanagawa Ruri's thoughts were tumultuous, akin to a seismic upheaval. I adore the scent of my brother. Oh, how I wish to embrace him right here. But that would be inappropriate. He must think me a respectable young lady. I must present myself perfectly before him. As long as I can live happily alongside him, that is all that matters, right? If he were to willingly yield before me, I would unreservedly offer myself to him. However, I have been in this state, and I wonder if my brother will be frightened by me. Yet, I am at a loss as to how to articulate my feelings for him, fearing that I might startle him. Wei Lihan stared in bewilderment at his sister, whose lips curled upwards even in sleep, pondering what could have transpired. Could it be that this neon-haired girl was dreaming of fantasies, just as he did? In Chapter 5, Kanagawa Ruri found herself, for reasons unknown, lost in thoughts about how to win over her brother and pondering the ideal venue for their wedding. Perhaps it was the fatigue from the long flight that had lulled her into slumber. However, just as she was immersed in a blissful dream of post-marital happiness with her brother, a sudden discomfort jolted her awake. She felt a firm object gently prodding her waist, accompanied by a few sounds akin to a seal's mating call. The unexpected sensation abruptly pulled her from her dreams back to reality. With lightning speed, she opened her eyes and, in a swift motion, seized Wei Lihan's neck, pressing him firmly against the leather seat of the car. Simultaneously, her left hand instinctively rested on a sleek black box that stood quietly by the car door, clearly indicating her readiness for confrontation. Her gaze was fierce and vigilant, fixed intently on the unexpected assailant before her. However, once she discerned the face before her, her expression transformed instantly. She recognized that the person was none other than her brother, Wei Lihan. Wait, brother? Kanagawa Ruri's voice was tinged with confusion and surprise. Her previously fierce gaze softened, and panic washed over her features. She hurriedly released her grip, while Wei Lihan, caught in her tight hold, struggled to make a sound, nearly choking in the process. Though only a few seconds elapsed, he felt as if he had brushed against the gates of death, even exchanging greetings with the guardians of the underworld. Countless images flashed through his mind, lying on the cold ground amidst the wreckage of a burning helicopter, with Liabayan and KB not far off, their eyes filled with sorrow and resignation, while Kenny warmly beckoned him towards his convertible for a joyride. Coughing violently, Wei Lihan finally managed to sit up, gasping for fresh air as if he were trying to inhale every molecule of oxygen available. Brother, I didn't mean to, Kanagawa Ruri murmured, lowering her gaze. Her bangs obscured her eyes, causing her azure irises to lose their usual brilliance. She clutched the hem of her dress tightly, the soft fabric seeming particularly fragile in her grip, as if it could tear at any moment. Her lips were pressed together, as if she wished to bite them until they bled as a form of self-punishment. In that moment, Kanagawa Ruri's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity, regret, guilt, and fear intertwined within her, enveloping her in an unprecedented heaviness. She had, astonishingly, treated her beloved brother as an adversary, nearly precipitating irrevocable consequences. Though they now found themselves in one of the safest countries in the world, she remained acutely vigilant. This was a habit ingrained in her during her upbringing as the daughter of a crime family in Neon Country. Whenever she found herself in moments of relaxation, any slight disturbance or unfamiliar environment would instinctively trigger a defensive state, as she was perpetually prepared to confront any potential foe. It's all right, I understand, Wei Lihan expressed, exhibiting little anger or disappointment. He recognized that his sister's reaction stemmed from past traumatic experiences. Kanai Liuli bit her lip, at a loss for words. Even contemplating self-sacrifice as an apology for Wei Lihan represented the most significant presence in her life. We have arrived home, Liuli. Let us go inside, Wei Lihan said in a light-hearted tone, as if the previous incident had never transpired, striving to alleviate his sister's burden. After sharing a reassuring smile, he opened the car door and stepped out, with Kanai Liuli hesitating momentarily before following suit, carrying the long black box. Once outside, Wei Lihan, with the driver's assistance, retrieved their luggage from the trunk and placed it on the ground. During this process, he noted the driver's awkward movements and anxious demeanor, which did not escape Wei Lihan's keen observation. The driver fumbled repeatedly, nearly dropping Kanai Liuli's suitcase, leaving Wei Lihan curious about what could have unnerved this otherwise composed man. Clad in a suit and sunglasses. Meanwhile, Kanai Lioli stood silently to the side, her head bowed, reminiscent of a schoolchild who had erred. Wei Lihan shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, his sister had changed significantly over the years. Not only had she become extraordinarily beautiful, but her strength had also grown immensely. Yet, her personality had inexplicably transformed, departing from the familiar essence he once knew. He approached her, waving his hand before her face. Lioli, are you all right? Hearing her name, Kanai Lioli raised her gaze slightly, revealing her tear-filled eyes to Wei Lihan. Her lashes appeared adorned with unshed tears, glimmering under the light. Her nose was flushed, and as her eyes met his for a fleeting moment, she quickly averted her gaze. As if unable to withstand the intensity of his stare, she blinked rapidly, striving to suppress the tears threatening to spill over. Though their interactions had been few, this marked the first time Wei Lihan had witnessed his sister in tears. The stubborn demeanor, the unwillingness to let tears fall, bestows upon the otherwise aloof Kanazaki Ruri a unique sense of vulnerability that evokes pity. Wei Lihan felt a tightening in his chest, rendered somewhat helpless. Unsure of how to proceed, comforting a girl was not his forte. His childhood friend was treated like a brother, and any quarrels were easily resolved with a few light-hearted jokes. However, his sister's enigmatic character left him at a loss for how to approach her. After a moment of silence, it seemed he had resolved to take a certain course of action. He crouched down, gazing up at the downcast Kanazaki Ruri, who was attempting to evade his gaze. He wiped his hand on his clothing before gently using his thumb to brush away the tears that stained her cheeks. The tears left a trail on her snow-white face, reminiscent of the most exquisite cherry blossoms shedding their petals in the tempest. Then, with a tenderness he had never expressed before, Wei Lihan comforted his sister. It's all right. I've already forgotten what happened earlier. Even if it weighs on you, I will never hold it against you. As long as you still see me as your brother, you can command me as you wish. For I am determined to fulfill my responsibilities as an older sibling, just as we did during our initial time together. My greatest wish is for you to lead a joyful life under my care. For my sake, be strong and refrain from crying, all right? Haha, if you keep crying, you'll turn into a little kitten. Wei Lihan boldly cupped her face in his hands, gently lifting it to create a reluctant smile upon her visage. She offered no resistance, allowing him to manipulate her delicate, jade-like features. Afterward, he stood, inexplicably placing his large hand upon her head, relishing the silky texture of her long, smooth hair. Unable to resist, he affectionately ruffled her hair. It was simply irresistible. This was Wei Lihan's honest appraisal. Oh, how unfair. Kanazaki Ruri's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she mumbled softly, barely audible to herself. Ruri will grant a smile. Shall we return home? Realizing he had been somewhat forward, Wei Lihan quickly withdrew his hand, adopting a casual tone as he inquired of his sister. Chapter 6. Homeward bound Wei Lihan's residence is nestled in a somewhat obscure corner not far from the bustling heart of the city. It is an aging, somewhat dilapidated complex. Ever since he moved here with his father from Shandong, this place has become their sanctuary. However, it is precisely the affordable housing prices in this area that have allowed many families like theirs to establish their roots here. Despite the somewhat rudimentary environment and occasional disturbances from noise, for those harboring dreams and striving tirelessly in the capital, possessing such a strategically located abode is undoubtedly a rare and valuable opportunity. Alas, young Han, where have you been? You appear even more haggard than this old man. A voice, tinged with the weight of years, reached Wei Lihan's ears. Instinctively, he turned his head and discovered that the speaker was none other than Mr. Li, who resided in the apartment below his own. Mr. Li, unable to sit idle at home, enjoyed taking strolls, undeterred by the sweltering heat or biting cold. As long as the weather was not inclement, Wei Lihan would invariably encounter Mr. Li at a specific time and place, engaged in idle chatter during his walks. Haha. I went to the airport today to pick up my sister, Wei Lihan explained, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. I was in a bit of a rush and didn't have time to tidy myself up. Please excuse me. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's gaze shifted to the enchanting Kanazawa Ruri, who was closely following behind Wei Lihan. She offered a slight bow, but remained silent. Mr. Li's slightly clouded eyes widened involuntarily, captivated by Kanazawa Ruri's striking beauty, leading him to exclaim, "My goodness, this young lady is truly lovely. But, young Han, when did you acquire a sister? I don't recall having seen her before." Faced with Mr. Li's inquiry, Wei Lihan felt compelled to be forthright, knowing that they frequently crossed paths, and he wished to avoid any awkward encounters should Kanazawa Ruri meet Mr. Li on her own. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "My sister is the child of my father's second wife. She is not my biological sibling, so it is quite normal that you have not met her. She just arrived today from Neon, and I was merely bringing her home." Mr. Li seemed to grasp a crucial piece of information, his brow furrowing slightly. "Neon? Is she studying there?" "She is indeed from Neon," Wei Lihan succinctly clarified. "Your sister is from Neon?" Mr. Li inquired once more. "Yes," Wei Lihan affirmed, a sense of unease washing over him, as if anticipating an impending event. Mr. Li regarded Kanazawa Ruri with a complex expression before he sighed. "Very well. A guest is a guest. Welcome to the Dragon Country, young lady." "Thank you. I am delighted to be in the Dragon Country. I truly love it here." Kanazawa Ruri replied promptly to Mr. Li's greeting. Although her response bore a hint of rehearsed formality, it nonetheless astonished Wei Lihan. For his typically aloof sister was engaging a stranger in such a lengthy exchange. "Oh, young lady, your command of the Dragon Country's language is quite impressive," Mr. Li remarked, surprised by Kanazawa Ruri's fluency, which elevated his opinion of the young woman from Neon. She has adored the culture of the Dragon Country since childhood and has been self-studying the language for a long time, even earning several certificates. Wei Lihan interjected quickly, hoping to minimize his sister's speaking time. "Very well then, you two should head home quickly. And young Han, do take good care of your sister. We wouldn't want her to feel disappointed after traveling such a distance." Uncle Li said no more, and after reminding Wei Lihan, he slowly turned and walked away, leaving Wei Lihan with a slightly solitary silhouette. After watching Uncle Li depart, Wei Lihan beckoned Kanazawa Ruri to accompany him upstairs. Upon pushing open the heavy security door, Wei Lihan was the first to step into the house, dragging a large suitcase behind him. Throughout their journey, Kanazawa Ruri had attempted more than once to take the suitcase from Wei Lihan's hands, but he had firmly refused each time, believing that a brother ought to pamper his sister, and even if their encounters were infrequent, he must showcase the warm hospitality characteristic of their homeland. "Phew, I'm utterly exhausted," Wei Lihan gasped, bending over and resting his hands on his knees. Indeed, indulging in bravado before a beautiful girl often left him the most fatigued. "Brother, have some water," Kanazawa Ruri said as she entered right behind him, casually closing the door. Her tone bore a rare hint of concern, accompanied by a bottle of mineral water with its cap already twisted open. "Thank you, Ruri." Wei Lihan, without a second thought, accepted the half-consumed bottle and gulped it down. Meanwhile, a slight blush crept across Kanazawa Ruri's face, and her breath quickened, reminiscent of a child who had committed a minor misdeed, fearful of being discovered by a parent. "Ah, that feels refreshing." After replenishing his hydration, Wei Lihan felt invigorated, as if he had been miraculously revived. "Wait, are my lips chapped?" Wei Lihan wondered, observing a faint red hue at the rim of the water bottle. He reached out to touch it, only to swiftly wipe it away with his finger. Watching this unfold, Kanazawa Ruri nervously bit her lip. Her cherry-red lips, adorned with a subtle shade of lipstick, appeared even more enchanting under the sunlight. Whatever, drinking more water should suffice. Wei Lihan thought dismissively, casually returning the bottle to his sister. His immediate priority was to tidy up her room. "Apologies for the mess. The house is a bit disorganized. I usually maintain cleanliness, but today is an exception," Wei Lihan explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he turned to Kanazawa Ruri. She merely continued to bite her lip, observing him without further comment. Bypassing the somewhat cluttered living room visible upon entry, Wei Lihan led Kanazawa Ruri to the door of a bedroom. This room had been specifically designated by Wei Gang for Wei Lihan to clean, intended for Kanazawa Ruri's use. Although he was unsure why he was required to maintain the cleanliness of a room for a sister who had only stayed at home for 2 weeks, Wei Lihan dutifully followed Wei Gang's instructions, diligently tidying up whenever he had the opportunity. "I'm not sure if you remember, but this is the room you stayed in before. I cleaned it just yesterday, so it should be tidy," Wei Lihan said, turning back to Kanazawa Ruri, his tone infused with a hint of pride and satisfaction. Kanazawa Ruri casually glanced around the room, displaying no significant emotional fluctuation. The self-reproachful expression she had just moments ago, stemming from merely causing her brother harm, had vanished, replaced once again by her characteristic aloof demeanor. "Thank you, dear brother, but could you please step outside? I can tidy up the room by myself." She moved forward, bypassing Wei Lihan, and effortlessly took hold of a large suitcase, entering the room. Ah, indeed. I shall tidy up the living room first and prepare a meal for you shortly, Wei Lihan replied, awkwardly touching his nose. Since his sister had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to linger. He then proceeded to the living room, preparing to clear away the remnants of his meal, which he had neglected to discard, and took out a mop to clean the floor, organizing every disheveled corner he could see. What an embarrassing situation. It's entirely my fault for losing track of time while watching that anime, and now the house is a mess, tarnishing my first impression. As he cleaned, Wei Lihan lamented internally. Perhaps I should shower first before cooking. I suspect she will take her time tidying up. Should I offer my assistance? Ah, maybe not. He gazed at the tidy living room, contemplating as he walked toward the bathroom. Chapter 7. Kanagawa Ruri's past. Kanagawa Ruri's room was modest in size, exuding an aura of tranquility and warmth. Sunlight streamed in at an angle through the window, filtering through the light-colored sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor, as if draping the entire space in a soft filter. The walls were a gentle beige, devoid of excessive decoration, adorned only with a few minimalist sketches depicting serene natural landscapes, mountains, lakes, and trees, each seemingly whispering silent tales. The slightly worn floor gleamed with a gentle luster from years of polishing, offering a reassuring solidity underfoot. In one corner stood a wooden bed, topped with a thin summer quilt, amusingly adorned with a pattern of large monkey faces, lending a touch of childishness to the space. However, Kanagawa Ruri remained unfazed. She gently brushed her fingers over the monkey-printed bedsheet, a faint smile curving her lips as if reminiscing about a joyful memory. She gracefully perched upon the face of one of the monkeys, picking up a bottle of mineral water that Wei Lihan had just emptied. Only a few drops remaining at the bottom. Staring intently at the mouth of the bottle, where droplets still clung, her heart inexplicably raced, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Her breath quickened, and she found herself swallowing repeatedly. The water my brother has sipped. Kanagawa Ruri's azure eyes grew misty, a flush of warmth overtaking her face, as if she had entered an altered state of blissful oblivion. She slowly brought her still glistening lips to the mouth of the bottle, even closing her eyes in reverence. Her long lashes quivered, as if before her lay a sacred elixir bestowed by the divine. After thoroughly licking the droplets from the bottle's rim, she cupped the mineral water bottle in her hands and tilted her head back, consuming every last drop, leaving none behind. A few strands of dark hair, slightly disheveled, clung to her cheek, yet Kanai Riri paid no heed to such trivial outward details, savoring the lingering taste on her tongue, expressing her delight. Oniai-chan, your flavor is so sweet. I adore it, she exclaimed, flopping onto the soft bed, causing the plush monkey beneath her to contort slightly under her weight. Kanai Riri breathed somewhat awkwardly, already lost in the intoxicating scent of Wei Lihan. As the heiress of the Kanai family, the largest Yakuza clan in Neon Country, she had been instilled with the importance of family honor and responsibility from a young age. Being the sole heir, her upbringing involved rigorous education and various harsh training, shaping her into a capable successor. However, despite her outward appearance of strength and confidence, a hidden fragility lay deep within her. As she matured, she became increasingly aware of the burdens imposed by familial pressure and expectations. Each success was accompanied by heightened anticipation, while every failure invited severe criticism. This relentless pressure left her feeling suffocated, yet she had never confided her feelings to anyone. Consequently, her emotional expression became severely distorted, rendering her unable to articulate her true sentiments, forcing her to maintain a facade of aloofness in public. Only she knew that this was merely a veil to conceal her vulnerability. This continued until her mother, Kanai Kei, took an interest in a man from the Dragon Country who had come to work as a driver for the family, even going so far as to forcibly bring him into the Kanai household as a son-in-law. Her husband, Kanai Riri's biological father, had been gravely injured during a surprise attack by rival clan forces while attending to family matters. Although he did not die immediately, he sustained serious wounds from multiple stabbings and gunshots. During the journey back to the family estate, he succumbed to his injuries. Before his passing, he had urged Kanai Kei to find a new father for Riri, fearing the irreversible impact of paternal absence on her development. Well aware that he and Kanai Kei had already failed their daughter in many ways, after imparting his final wishes while enduring excruciating pain, he could no longer hold on and closed his eyes forever. Following the annihilation of those responsible for her husband's death, Kanai began to seriously contemplate his proposal. She, too, is human, endowed with emotions and desires. After considering various influences, especially the feelings of her daughter, she ultimately resolved to discreetly seek a stepfather for Kanai. However, the journey proved to be exceptionally arduous. After engaging with several candidates, she consistently sensed a depth of cunning in these individuals, as if their intentions were less than pure. Consequently, Kanai struggled to find a suitable match until she fortuitously encountered the driver, Wei Gang, en route to a banquet. She was astonished to discover that Wei Gang bore a striking resemblance to her former husband. Not only did his loquacious nature echo that of her husband, but his playful banter also provided a long-overdue respite for Kanai's taut nerves. Most importantly, she subconsciously perceived him as devoid of guile, entirely genuine in his disposition. During their subsequent conversations, she learned that Wei Gang was from the Dragon Kingdom. He had been misled into becoming a driver while wandering in Neon. The mention of the Dragon Kingdom conjured images of that enigmatic Eastern nation. It was said that the majority of men from that country were remarkably considerate and adept at providing emotional support, undoubtedly capable of showering her daughter with paternal affection, allowing her to immerse herself in familial affairs. Upon discovering that Wei Gang was divorced and currently raising a son alone, Kanai recognized the rarity of such a candidate for her daughter's stepfather and could not let the opportunity slip away. Without hesitation, she resolutely insisted on bringing Wei Gang into the Kanai family, forcibly integrating him into their lives. Regardless of his protests or actions, she employed both gentle persuasion and subtle tactics to suppress his reluctance. Thus, Kanai, being a year younger than Wei Lihan, officially became his sister. Initially, Kanai felt some resistance towards this unfamiliar stepfather from the Dragon Kingdom. However, his striking resemblance to her father evoked a long-lost sense of security. Shortly thereafter, her stepfather proposed a trip back to the Dragon Kingdom to meet her estranged brother. Instinctively, she yearned to decline. Yet, her mother, Kanai, swiftly discerned her apprehensions, and with a mere glance, dismissed her thoughts without mercy. Consequently, she had no choice but to accompany her newly arrived stepfather to the Dragon Kingdom. Along the way, she marveled at the rapid development of the country while successfully meeting Wei Lihan, who resided in conditions akin to a slum. Due to her own issues and familial circumstances, she did not grant her unfamiliar brother a warm reception upon their first encounter. Yet, this young man, far from feeling awkward, continually inquired about her well-being. Although somewhat bothersome and his words occasionally foolish, she inexplicably experienced what it meant to receive the care and affection of family, a sentiment that had eluded her, even from her biological parents. They were perpetually consumed by work, leaving her with only a card filled with money, servants tasked with her care, and an endless array of responsibilities and training. Beside him, she found herself liberated from the burdens of training and study, able to engage freely in her desires without the interference of others. During these fleeting 2 weeks, she discovered that her brother was even more diligent than the household servants, meticulously attending to everything from daily meals to routine cleaning, tasks she had intended to assist with but found herself utterly unable to penetrate. When they ventured out together, he was quick to take the lead in conversations with outsiders, deftly steering the dialogue away from himself. This stood in stark contrast to her experiences in the Neon Country, where she believed her identity drew strangers to her, with those around her invariably referring to her as young lady or identifying her as the scion of a prominent family. What followed were tedious and monotonous exchanges of commercial pleasantries and insincere flattery. She could see the desire and greed in their eyes all too clearly. Although navigating such interactions had become second nature to Kanagawa, she harbored a deep aversion to this rigid and stilted form of conversation, which was one of the primary reasons for her frosty demeanor toward strangers. After spending several days with him, she realized that merely being in Wei Lihan's presence brought her an inexplicable sense of comfort. Was it the change in environment or the presence of the person beside her? These questions were of little concern to her. She simply yearned to remain quietly by her brother's side, gradually developing affection for this gentle sibling. Yet, unable to articulate her emotions, she often wore a displeased countenance around him. She felt frustrated and troubled, compelled to bury the budding feelings deep within her heart. 2 weeks later, her mother summoned her back to the Neon Country to address certain pressing matters, prompting her reluctant departure from the Dragon Country and from her beloved brother. Even upon returning to the Neon Country, Kanagawa appeared distracted, with no one knowing what thoughts occupied her mind during her solitary moments of contemplation. Perhaps only she understood who had slowly unlocked her long-sealed heart. Chapter 8. Sulimo's Call. Some inconsistencies in this chapter are intended for plot development. Kanagawa Ruri finally regained her composure. In a moment of carelessness, she had lost her poise and engaged in the most absurd actions, something she could hardly fathom herself doing under normal circumstances. Yet, her longing for her brother was overwhelming. During her training within the family, she often envisioned him cheering her on from the sidelines. She imagined completing her training flawlessly only to have Wei Lihan step forward to gently wipe the sweat from her brow, his soft voice assuring her, "You have done wonderfully. Take a moment to rest." Beyond this scene, there were many others, such as her brother lovingly feeding her during meals. In those moments, she finally managed to express her emotions, savoring the food while casting glances at her brother, who smiled at her with unreserved joy. As night enveloped her, she often found herself imagining the tender moments spent with her brother, lying side by side in bed. His gentle voice would lull her into a serene slumber, his large hands softly patting her back, while she nestled against him like a child, drifting into sweet dreams. Kanagawa Ruri could not fathom why she yearned for her brother's affection and attention so fervently. Perhaps she had developed feelings that transcended mere sibling love for this brother from the Dragon Kingdom. The mere contemplation of these emotions ignited a tempest within her, and, unable to express her turmoil, she would roll restlessly on her bed, seeking solace in the soft embrace of the mattress to quell the burning flames of longing and desire. Upon rising from her bed, her cheeks still bore the remnants of a blush, leaving behind the once pristine but now wrinkled duvet adorned with the visage of a playful monkey. Its distorted features seemed to lament the cruel treatment inflicted by its mistress. Kanagawa Ruri placed the long black box that had been her companion across her pale thighs. The surface of the box glimmered with a gentle sheen, as if it had been polished by the passage of time, retaining an air of tranquility and mystery. Her slender fingers caressed the edges of the box, the rough texture of the wood providing a unique sensation. Her gaze sharpened, betraying an indescribable anticipation as she slowly pressed the clasp of the box. The soft sound of metal against wood resonated, akin to the prelude of an ancient rite. Drawing a deep breath, she applied gentle pressure with her fingertips, and with a soft click, the box slowly revealed its contents. In that instant, a cold light flickered within, reminiscent of a shooting star slicing through the quietude of the night sky. Kanagawa Ruri held her breath, captivated by the sight of the blade within. It was a magnificent and imposing katana, its scabbard a deep black, adorned with intricate dark golden patterns that resembled a flowing galaxy. At the end of the scabbard was a delicate brass tsuba, intricately engraved with elaborate cloud and floral motifs, its edges glinting with a metallic sheen that, despite the passage of millennia, remained as sharp as ever. As she carefully drew the blade, it emerged like a crescent moon, its entirety a chilling silver, the edge smooth as a mirror, reflecting her now impassive expression. Subtle dark red patterns danced along the blade, resembling congealed blood or perhaps ancient runes, sending shivers down her spine. Kanagawa Ruri gazed at the weapon, a torrent of unexplainable emotions welling within her. This was not merely a tool of war. It was a testament to the craftsmanship of the Kanagawa family's master blacksmith, a revered heirloom bestowed upon each future head of the family. The reason for her choice to keep such an important and perilous weapon close to her was a secret known only to her. She retrieved a specially designed stand for the katana from her suitcase and, after surveying the room, decided to place it against the wall on her desk. This arrangement would ensure that the desk remained functional while allowing for the dignified display of the weapon. Kanagawa Luli arranged the katana with the blade pointing upwards and the hilt downwards, placing the scabbard beneath the stand. The two complemented each other, exuding an indescribable air of solemnity. Meanwhile, Wei Lihan hastily finished his shower, his speed truly remarkable. He dried his hair, donned a fresh short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and slipped on his sandals as he exited the bathroom, humming a cheerful tune that reflected his elevated spirits post-bath. The refreshing feeling after a shower is simply delightful. However, business must still be attended to. He pondered what culinary delights his sister might enjoy, considering they had not seen each other for many years. Perhaps he could buy her 2 pounds of pig's head meat? After all, he had a craving for rich intestines himself. Yet, he reconsidered. How could he subject her to such coarse fare when she deserved the tender sweetness of delicate cakes? Perhaps it would be best to personally prepare a couple of dishes for her. After drying his hair, he casually hung the towel on the balcony and then prepared to head to the kitchen to assess the ingredients and decide what to cook. As he passed through the living room, his phone, which he had left on the coffee table, suddenly chimed with a message. What could it be? Surely not another call from that troublesome father of his. Frowning, Wei Lihan picked up the phone, anticipating yet another unreliable call from his father. To his surprise, he saw that it was Su Limo calling. Wasn't she abroad on vacation? Curiosity piqued, he pressed the green answer button. Hello, Xiaohan. The moment the call connected, a melodious voice flowed through the receiver. What's the matter? Even while traveling abroad, you can't resist calling to annoy me. Hee. Is it wrong for me to miss you? Su Limo's tone conveyed a buoyant spirit, her previous words more playful than serious to Wei Lihan. Get to the point. I still need to cook, and I'm starving, he urged with a hint of impatience. At least treat me a bit more gently. I am a girl after all. Su Limo's voice bore a touch of melancholy, seemingly reproaching Wei Lihan for his brusque demeanor. Hearing this, Wei Lihan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Having grown up with Su Limo, he understood her better than anyone. Despite her current playful demeanor over the phone, he had witnessed her formidable side firsthand. Back in middle school, during recess, while playing with classmates, they would engage in mock swordplay, armed with various makeshift weapons, sticks, branches, and even plastic pipes. Wei Lihan, however, was left empty-handed, and upon witnessing his predicament, Su Limo had swiftly leapt over the high wall at the edge of the playground, heading towards a nearby abandoned construction site. When Wei Lihan encountered her again, she approached him wielding a solid steel pipe, as thick as a fist. Upon noticing the straight weapons held by their classmates who were engaged in battle nearby, she, with her delicate hands, grasped both ends of the steel pipe and bent it with remarkable effort before presenting it to Wei Lihan. Throughout this display, her face radiated a relaxed and sweet smile exclusively for him. The subsequent events faded from Wei Lihan's memory. He only recalled that day. His weary hands embracing the straightened pipe, reminiscent of the legendary warrior El Bu, sweeping through his astonished classmates with the might of a halberd. Thus, he became a legendary figure from middle school, dubbed the King of Steel Pipes. All right, enough of the jokes, Su Limo stated earnestly. I shall be heading back tomorrow afternoon. Will you come to pick me up? Her tone carried a hint of anticipation and an ineffable allure. However, after years of familiarity, Wei Lihan responded in a nonchalant manner. I'll see if I'm free tomorrow. Why don't you have your family come to fetch you? Oh, don't concern yourself with that. Will you pick me up or not? Su Limo's voice turned even sweeter, evoking the sensation of her playfully pouting beside him. Fine, I'll come. Now, let us end this call. I need to prepare dinner. Wei Lihan ultimately succumbed, unable to resist the charms of the young girl. Even if she was a childhood friend he regarded as a sister. Make sure you come. I have some matters to attend to. Bye-bye. Su Limo's mischievous voice rang out, followed by the sound of the call disconnecting. Why has she suddenly become so busy? I just want to relax at home, Wei Lihan sighed, pressing his forehead, before settling into a more serious mood and heading to the kitchen to cook. Chapter 9. The Purple Demon. At this moment, on the other side of the blue star, the night had fallen, and the lights were just beginning to twinkle in a grand banquet hall, aglow with brilliance and opulence. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft halo, illuminating the lavish decor with an air of solemnity and luxury. Guests donned their finest attire, engaged in hushed conversations, or raised their glasses in merriment, as the fragrance of champagne and soft music enveloped the atmosphere. At that instant, a delicate sound of footsteps echoed, gentle as a spring breeze, causing the crowd to instinctively turn their heads. Su Limo glided in, adorned in a flowing lavender gown, its hem undulating like rippling water, rendering her a fairy under the moonlight. Her long hair was casually pinned up, with a few strands cascading gracefully onto her shoulders, adding an extra touch of gentleness and liveliness. She stepped with elegance, her movements light, as if each step resonated with the hearts of the onlookers. As she passed, the air itself seemed to soften, conversations halted, and all gazes followed her enchanting silhouette, as though they were witnessing a living masterpiece. Just moments after her phone conversation with Wei Lihan, a rosy hue still lingered on her fair face. If it weren't for the pressing time and weighty responsibilities, she would have relished the opportunity to converse with him until her phone ran out of battery. Before each mission, she would exhaust every means to secure a phone call with Wei Lihan, for after hearing his voice, she felt invigorated beyond measure, her prowess elevating to unprecedented heights. Regardless of what Wei Lihan uttered on the other end, the mere sound of his voice captivated her, as if it were the very wellspring of her strength. The explanation she provided to Wei Lihan for her overseas trip was, of course, a fabrication. This journey was solely to fulfill her mission. As the heiress of the illustrious Su family, she was not only a prominent figure, but also a top-tier assassin cultivated by her lineage. Her current target was the CEO of a significant American corporation. The rationale was straightforward. The CEO's misguided actions had incurred losses for the Su family, inciting a flicker of anger in the current head of the family, her father, Su Limo, who sought to impart a minor lesson to this executive. Considering the formidable security surrounding the CEO, who predominantly operated within the United States and would not set foot in the Dragon Country, Su Limo deliberated thoroughly before deciding to send his cherished daughter to undertake this task. He had not been devoid of concern for her safety, yet he held unwavering faith in her capabilities. Since her inaugural mission, she had never faltered, effortlessly eliminating high-ranking officials and notorious leaders of underground syndicates alike, retreating unscathed each time. Thus, Su Limo's daughter earned the moniker of the Purple Demon, as those who had glimpsed her from afar remarked upon her violet hair and attire predominantly in shades of purple, leading to the circulation of this chilling epithet in certain foreign circles. With her faintly crimson eyes scanning the crowd within the banquet hall, she failed to spot her target. Intelligence indicated that her assignment, David, would be present at this commercial gathering, and her most opportune moment for assassination would arise on his return journey after the event. For now, she needed only to locate him at the banquet, inch closer, and assess for any preemptive opportunity to strike. She casually selected a seat, feigning indifference as she savored the exquisite pastries on the table while surreptitiously observing for the appearance of her target. At long last, her keen gaze caught sight of David entering through the grand entrance of the banquet hall, clad in a well-tailored black suit. He engaged in jovial conversation with several esteemed business figures upon his arrival, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he were well accustomed to such settings. Surrounded by a cadre of bodyguards, his demeanor remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the presence of those around him. How frightfully cautious, she thought, narrowing her eyes as her gaze darkly swept over David and his stern-faced protectors. Given the throngs of people in the banquet hall, she could not act directly. Thus, she resolved to observe from a distance, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. This project might warrant my consideration. Meanwhile, David was engaged in lively conversation with other business magnates, his exuberance clearly indicating that he had just struck a lucrative deal. After concluding discussions with his fellow tycoons, David, accompanied by a few bodyguards, gradually made his way towards the center of the banquet hall, his astute gaze continuously scanning the other guests. Suddenly, he froze upon spotting a particular individual seated in the crowd. The moment his eyes fell upon Su Limo, he was captivated. He had never encountered such breathtaking beauty. She surpassed any model he had ever known, and her ethereal aura exuded an air of cool detachment that only heightened David's desire to conquer. Regardless of her identity, David resolved to approach her, convinced that a few exchanged words would pose no harm. Su Limo, of course, noticed David approaching her, and she felt no surprise. It would be disingenuous to think that her striking looks and figure would go unnoticed. She was not disguised in dark garb for a covert mission. At such a high-caliber business event, appearing too ordinary could prevent one from gaining entry altogether. "Excuse me, beautiful miss, allow me to introduce myself. I am David, head of a certain publicly listed company. I have several projects I would like to discuss with you. I wonder if you might have any interest?" David feigned a gentlemanly demeanor, cautiously broaching the subject of work to gauge Su Limo's reaction before deciding on how to steer the conversation further. Su Limo lifted her gaze to meet David's beaming face and felt a wave of revulsion. She had no desire to converse with any male, aside from Wei Lihan, especially not with a man harboring ulterior motives. "Certainly, but I am rather fatigued and wish to return to my room for some rest. If you don't mind the inconvenience, you may accompany me for a more detailed discussion," Su Limo replied slowly, her languid, magnetic voice invigorating David's spirit. "That would be splendid. I assure you, I will present you with the most premium investment opportunities and ample funding," David exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with greed as he scanned Su Limo's form like a famished wolf. Suppressing the urge to strike David, Su Limo rose without uttering another word and headed directly towards a door at the edge of the banquet hall, which led to a corridor connecting to the VIP lounge. "Ha ha ha, I like this," David remarked, admiring Su Limo's enchanting and graceful silhouette, licking his lips with a lewd anticipation as he hurried to follow her. Although Su Limo was clad in high heels, her pace remained unimpeded. She had already entered the corridor well before David approached her, having discreetly signaled to the support personnel from the Su family hidden within the banquet hall. The attendants had long since cleared the corridor under various pretexts, leaving no one to anticipate what might transpire. In the expansive hallway, a few lights flickered ominously, casting a mysterious and tense atmosphere. Adorning the walls were several decorative paintings, their gilded frames appearing somewhat tarnished in the dim light, further enhancing the eerie ambience. David trailed closely behind Su Limo, his mind consumed by fantasies of what might occur, a grotesque smile of a besotted fool spreading across his face. His gaze was rife with greed and desire, as if he could already envision an enchanting evening with Su Limo. However, one of the bodyguards accompanying him wore a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in troubling thoughts. In a tense whisper, he tapped David on the shoulder, leaning in to caution him. "Boss, this woman is perilous. Just look at her hair and her choice of attire." "Mind your business," David retorted, momentarily incensed by the interruption. Yet, he was abruptly reminded of something as he glanced towards Su Limo ahead. Her flowing purple hair cascaded down to her waist, and the resplendent lavender dress she wore triggered recollections of a warning he had received from a family patriarch just days prior. "Recently, there is a notorious assassin with Eastern features who is exceedingly dangerous. She favors purple attire and sports violet hair. Countless influential figures have perished at her hands, and no one has ever glimpsed her face. David, you have been rather reckless of late, easily attracting the attention of those with ill intent. You must exercise caution." Linking these words to the enchanting figure before him, David trembled involuntarily, feeling as though he was teetering on the brink of paradise. His heart raced, breaths quickened, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Without uttering a word, he nervously signaled two bodyguards to stealthily approach Su Limo, reasoning that even a failed ambush might afford him a moment to escape, while he slowly began to retreat, plotting his swift departure. However, a sudden, thunderous sound startled him into a seated position on the floor. Whirling around, he beheld Su Limo forcefully pinning one of the bodyguards he had dispatched against the wall. The guard's head had sunk deeply into the structure, leaving the fate of his condition unknown, perhaps only discernible by Su Limo herself. With a deft movement, she unleashed a powerful punch into the chest of another would-be assailant, the sound of flesh meeting flesh reverberating through the hollow corridor, instilling a profound sense of dread within David. The guard struck by Su Limo's fist let out a pained cry before gradually collapsing to the ground, seemingly devoid of life. "Ah, it seems you have stumbled upon something," Su Limo remarked with a faint smile as she approached the now trembling David, who sat paralyzed on the floor. The remaining two bodyguards, sensing imminent danger, adopted combative stances, their hands instinctively reaching for their waists. "Don't come any closer," David spoke in terror, as the enchanting figure that had once captivated him transformed into the embodiment of a cruel demon, capable of snuffing out his life with the utmost ease. "As long as you spare my life, I can offer you any amount of money you desire. I will pay double, even tenfold, whatever you were promised." David continued to plead for mercy, attempting to sway the legendary purple demon with the allure of wealth. This may not unfold as you wish," Su Limo began. But before she could finish her words, an unforeseen turn of events erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining two bodyguards suddenly drew their firearms and unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Su Limo, underestimating her. Believing that a mere assassin could not possibly react swiftly enough to evade their lethal weapons. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded dramatically before their eyes. In a heartbeat, upon hearing the gunfire, Su Limo crouched low, effortlessly lifting the body of the bodyguard she had just felled with a single punch, using him as a shield to absorb the incoming bullets. She then hurled the incapacitated body towards the two bewildered guards, who stood frozen in shock as they witnessed her astounding display of prowess. This sequence of actions was executed with such fluidity and grace that it seemed to occur in an instant. It was evident that Su Limo possessed not only remarkable physical strength, but also a terrifyingly superior reaction speed. The weighty body of the bodyguard, akin to that of a massive freight truck, crashed into the remaining guards, leaving them sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, clearly stripped of their combat effectiveness. David, resembling a near-vegetative state, sat dazed on the ground, his eyes vacant. Sulimo produced a handkerchief to wipe her hands. As if the preceding chaos were merely the trivial antics of children, she approached David, her high heels clicking against the floor with a crisp sound, akin to the tolling of a death knell. Drawing the handgun from the incapacitated bodyguard's waist, she pressed it against David's temple. Initially intending to dispatch him with her cold weapon, she reconsidered, recognizing the inconvenience of cleaning it afterward, and opted for a more civilized method of execution. To continue from where I left off, you recently infringed upon my family's interests. Do take heed in your next life, Sulimo uttered, her voice sweet and elegant, resonating in David's ears like a whisper from the Grim Reaper. You are from the Su family, David stammered, his face ashen, realizing he might be the first to uncover the true identity of the purple demon. However, before he could finish his thought, the sound of a gunshot rang out, the final sound David would ever hear. Sulimo slowly rose, carelessly discarding the gun onto the ground as she turned to leave, devoid of any lingering sentiment. It was as if this was merely a routine task she had performed countless times before. In such circumstances, she had no need to worry about leaving any traces or witnesses. Others from her family, stationed nearby, would take care of the cleanup and eliminate any evidence. Oh, how repulsive. Indeed, aside from my dear Han, all other men resemble clumsy boors. Only you are the one I cherish most dearly. As Sulimo hurriedly departed from the scene, she muttered incessantly, as if the energy she had just received from Wei Lihan had been entirely depleted. Anxiously, she yearned to return to Wei Lihan for a tender embrace. With one hand, she unconsciously tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear. The hair is too conspicuous. Had it been discovered earlier, it would have posed quite the trouble. A look of conflict crossed Sulimo's face. Yet, he had mentioned he admired my hair color. Never mind, it shall remain as it is. After all, as long as I am swift enough, no one will detect me prematurely. Suddenly, a new thought struck her. She was perilously close to missing her flight. Oh no, I must hurry to the airport. Otherwise, even a second's delay in seeing Han would feel like a punishment for failing my mission. Han, I miss you so much. Wait for my return, for I shall. A blush crept onto Sulimo's face. The once cold and ruthless entity had now transformed into a lovesick girl yearning for her beloved. Without hesitation, Sulimo exited the banquet hall, preparing to change into a new outfit at the hotel before rushing to the airport. Chapter 10. Dining Lioli, are you free? At that moment, Wei Lihan stood before Shun Nai Lioli's door, gently knocking on her room. He had prepared a meal and was merely waiting for his sister to grace him with her presence to savor a few bites. Although he had already indulged in some takeout, for reasons unknown, he felt a slight pang of hunger again, prompting him to plan for another snack shortly. Brother, wait a moment. Shun Nai Lioli's voice from within carried a hint of urgency, accompanied by the sounds of movement, as if she were shifting on her bed, along with the dull thuds of hard objects colliding. Such commotion piqued Wei Lihan's curiosity about what was transpiring inside. He instinctively placed his hand on the doorknob, but quickly dismissed the inappropriate thought upon recalling his current identity and status. Even if it were his dear friend Li Daniu inside, he could not intrude without permission. After all, what would be the difference between him and a lewd voyeur if he stumbled upon something inappropriate? Be quick, or the food will get cold, and it won't taste good. Wei Lihan shook his head, casting aside those thoughts, and once more reminded the seemingly preoccupied Shun Nai Lioli before turning to leave. Inside the room, a variety of beautiful clothes hung neatly in the wardrobe, and the items on the desk were meticulously arranged. However, the room's occupant was not seated at the desk nor tidying up. Instead, she lay on the soft bed, her hands tightly gripping a plastic water bottle. The bottle's opening was stained with a faint red hue, as if it had been carefully savored by someone. Shun Nai Lioli's breath was somewhat rapid, her cheeks flushed, and she trembled slightly from her recent actions. She cautiously concealed the bottle of mineral water and then slowly sat up, delicately wiping the corner of her mouth with the smooth back of her hand. Onaikin, why does your scent linger so sweetly? She murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness and reluctance. Just moments ago, she had tidied her room. Yet her gaze was drawn once more to the bottle on the table. The lingering aroma at the neck of the bottle seemed to beckon her. Under the weight of an uncontrollable desire, she inexplicably approached and grasped the now empty bottle. However, as she lifted it, she inadvertently brushed against the chair in front of the table, causing a soft clatter. Such a trivial misstep ought not to have occurred for someone as meticulously trained as Kanagawa Ruri from a young age. She had been instilled with the obligation to maintain grace and decorum at all times, a reflection of the esteemed upbringing of the Kanagawa family. This could only indicate one thing. Her mind was entirely consumed by a profound, ineffable emotion, far removed from the normalcy of everyday life. Just as she was savoring the remnants at the bottle's opening, a sudden knock at the door startled her. Kanagawa Ruri jumped, akin to a child caught sneaking a treat. In her fluster, she leaped from the bed, her feet accidentally colliding once more with the chair, producing a notably louder sound that seemed to echo the chaos of her panic throughout the room. After dismissing Wei Lihan, Kanagawa Ruri took a deep breath. Striving to calm the tumult within her heart, she composed her expression before slowly opening the door. At that moment, Wei Lihan was seated at the dining table, sampling the meal he had prepared himself while idly scrolling through his phone. The table was adorned with 2 dishes, stir-fried garlic shoots with meat and a light stir-fried vegetable medley, their enticing aromas whetting the appetite. Ruri, you finally emerged. We're running low on ingredients, so do have a bite. Don't be picky, Wei Lihan said, looking up from his phone, which he set aside. A gentle smile illuminating his features. Kanagawa Ruri had changed into a fitted white loungewear set. Even in such simplicity, her innate beauty could not be concealed. Perhaps it was true that if one possessed striking looks, even the most garish attire would appear fitting. She nodded slightly and naturally pulled out the chair beside Wei Lihan, taking a seat. Along with her, a refreshing scent reminiscent of cherry blossoms wafted through the air, stimulating Wei Lihan's olfactory senses. Close, indeed, too close. This was the genuine thought that coursed through Wei Lihan's mind. They were no longer the naive children of yesteryear, but adults now. Moreover, they did not see each other frequently, leaving little emotional foundation between them. While proximity was understandable, after all, his sister had a habit of such closeness. It was perplexing why. During a meal, she felt the need to press her thigh against his. Even Wei Lihan experienced a peculiar illusion, as he wore only his shorts, feeling as though his legs were being gently caressed by Kanai Ruri. The subtlety of the action left him with merely a sensation. With a furrowed brow, he glanced at the almost translucent thighs of Kanai Ruri beside him, struggling to resist the impulse to reach out and pinch them. Instead, he lightly nudged her with his elbow, voicing a somewhat helpless remark. Ruri, aren't you a bit too close? His tone revealed a sense of resignation. He truly could not do anything to her, and merely voicing a gentle reminder was the extent of his defiance. He understood that even if he were to distance himself, Kanai Ruri would swiftly close the gap once more, regarding him with a gaze that seemed to convey disdain, accompanied by incomprehensible words in her native tongue, which he suspected were insults directed at him. Dear brother, please do not reject my dependence. Kanai Ruri did not look at him, simply expressing her thoughts in a calm manner, devoid of the previous disdainful glances she used to cast upon him. Nor did she utter any inexplicable insults in her native language. However, the faint blush on her ears lent an air of ambiguity to her words. Wei Lihan was taken aback, halting his hand mid-motion with the chopsticks. He realized that his sister had indeed changed, and he wondered if that previous statement was a form of affection. You're not acting right. You are not my sister. Who are you really? Yet the distinctive scent of cherry blossoms emanating from Kanai Ruri compelled Wei Lihan to accept that this girl was indeed his sister from the land of the rising sun. Fine, if you don't mind my presence while you eat, I have no objections, Wei Lihan replied awkwardly, secretly finding amusement in the situation. After all, who wouldn't he want to be closely embraced by a sister who is both beautiful and fragrant? Kanai Ruri did not respond further, instead picking up the cup of water that Wei Lihan had prepared for her and taking a delicate sip. They then began their meal in silence, with Kanai Ruri using her chopsticks to elegantly savor a piece of garlic sprout. Observing her graceful dining manner, Wei Lihan felt a twinge of guilt. He always believed that a flawless and seemingly aristocratic beauty like Kanai Ruri should be enjoying exquisite dishes in a fine dining establishment, rather than partaking in such humble stir-fried dishes at home. Delicious. Kanai Ruri's brief praise jolted Wei Lihan back to reality as he was lost in his thoughts about her bright future. Really? You're not having trouble with it, are you? He asked cautiously, knowing that garlic sprouts carried a hint of spiciness, and that people from Japan typically did not consume such fare. However, with the pantry nearly bare and his own modest needs, he often resorted to preparing simple meals for himself. No, the texture is crunchy and quite unique. Kanagawa Ruri thoughtfully evaluated the dish, even taking another bite to savor it. Chapter 11. Watching the Divine Drama. Observing Kanagawa Ruri relish the meal she had prepared herself, Wei Lihan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride within. He gazed at his sister's slightly pale, yet exquisite visage, and a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Although she often maintained a cold demeanor, her focused enjoyment of the food at this moment filled him with warmth. Haha, as long as it suits your taste. Do you eat rice? I'll get you a bowl, Wei Lihan said, rising with delight to fetch 2 bowls of rice from the kitchen. Yet, a flicker of anxiety lingered in his heart. After all, these dishes were his first culinary attempts, and he wondered if they might be too oily or spicy for his sister's palate. To his surprise, she embraced the homely fare so readily, causing a weight to lift from his chest. He had initially worried that his clumsy cooking would be unpalatable to her, but watching her nod in approval as she ate gradually eased his unease. Since his sister claimed the flavors were delightful and appeared to enjoy the meal, the staple was undoubtedly essential. Ah, thank you, dear brother, Kanagawa Ruri said, gracefully picking up another bite of vegetables, her tone still flat, as though merely fulfilling a routine obligation. Finding her demeanor amusing yet gratifying, Wei Lihan proceeded to the kitchen and soon returned with a steaming bowl of rice. Kanagawa Ruri elegantly accepted it, her movements composed. Accompanied by her somewhat distant thank you, Wei Lihan settled back into his seat and casually inquired, by the way, does your school schedule align with mine? Have you taken care of all the necessary formalities? Naturally, Kanagawa Ruri leaned in closer to her brother, but she did not immediately respond to his question. Instead, she gracefully lifted a mound of rice with her chopsticks and began to chew, emitting no unnecessary sounds. After a gentle swallow, she finally spoke. Mother said I only need to accompany you to school. Everything has been arranged on that end. Wei Lihan, taken aback, marveled internally. A transfer student from another country required no formalities? This seemed too fortuitous. He couldn't help but wonder about this enigmatic stepmother. Had she wielded financial influence or authority? Yet, he chose not to dwell on it, especially since he had yet to meet her face to face. He even pondered what to call her when they eventually met. Aunt or mother? The thought left him both amused and perplexed. As Wei Lihan nodded in understanding, he realized that since Kanagawa Ruri's mother had taken care of all her school-related arrangements, he found himself devoid of topics to initiate. The atmosphere at the dining table fell into an eerie silence. Observing his sister, he was reminded of the first time she visited his home, when he exerted every effort to strike up a conversation while she remained aloof, focused solely on her meal, uttering not a single word. Back then, she seemed to be a stranger to this world, her demeanor cold and inscrutable. Yet now, she was capable of conversing with him at the table, which brought him a sense of comfort. Although she still enjoyed being close to him, at least she had begun to engage in dialogue. They silently finished their meal, and had it not been for their proximity, one might have mistaken them for unfamiliar roommates sharing lunch. After finishing, Wei Lihan casually grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth and disposed of it in the trash bin at the corner of the table. He then looked over at Kanagawa Ruri, who appeared lost in thought. Ruri, have you finished eating? I need to go wash the dishes. Upon hearing his voice, Ruri swiftly diverted her gaze from the trash bin, a hint of barely perceptible fluster evident in her tone. Yes, dear brother, I am finished. It was a delightful meal, she replied earnestly, her beautiful face betraying no hint of deceit. Wei Lihan felt somewhat uneasy under his sister's close scrutiny. A strange warmth crept across his face, and sensing something amiss, he hastily rose from his seat, quickly clearing away the empty plates and bowls before dashing to the kitchen. Phew, I think I've indulged in too much playtime with the wooden toys. Why do I keep feeling that Ruri has feelings for me? How foolish of me. After all, she is my nominal sister. How could I entertain such inconceivable thoughts? Shaking his head, he placed the dishes in the sink, squeezed some dish soap, and turned on the tap. The cold water not only washed the dishes, but seemed to cleanse his agitated heart as well. Once he finished his chores in the kitchen, he emerged only to find his sister's absence at the dining table. Where could she have gone? Perhaps she returned to her room? While Wei Lihan pondered Ruri's whereabouts, a commotion erupted from the living room. Following the noise, he entered to find Ruri sitting upright on the sofa, remote control in hand, diligently pressing buttons on the television. She had tuned into a channel broadcasting a war drama. Ah, Flower Girl, where do you think you're going? In the play, 2 male soldiers, grinning maliciously, approached a woman while fluently conversing in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Behind them, a considerable number of similarly attired soldiers were hastening towards the scene. The woman had been cornered at the precipice of a cliff, with no escape in sight. She was a lamb waiting for slaughter. Just as everyone anticipated that she would succumb to the merciless torment of the soldiers, the director intervened. The expression on the woman's face shifted from panic to a resolute determination as she shouted, "You brutes, I shall fight back." In an instant, she drew a dagger from one soldier's belt and thrust it into the side of another, swiftly retracting it before delivering a powerful blow to yet another soldier, sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. After dispatching the two soldiers, she discarded the dagger and leapt off the cliff. As spectators braced themselves for what seemed to be her demise, an astonishing event unfolded. She spread her arms wide, soaring gracefully to the opposite side of the precipice, as if performing a grand aerial feat at that moment. Wei Lihan decisively snatched the remote control from the captivated Kanalululi and changed the channel. "This drama is unsuitable for you. It defies all logic. I can find you some documentaries instead," he remarked. While Wei Lihan was still racking his brain to justify the fervently broadcasted anti-invasion drama, Kanalululi interrupted him, stating, "I think it's quite good." Her tone exhibited no fluctuation. "Huh." Wei Lihan was taken aback, as if he had misheard her. "They are the invaders. So I believe they are in the wrong regardless of the circumstances. Although I am from the Neon Nation, I have diligently studied history." Kanaluloli's few words conveyed her accurate understanding of that historical period, indicating that her knowledge was not derived from the textbooks of the Neon Kingdom, but rather through some profound means of exploration into that unforgettable past. Wei Lihan chuckled wryly, surprised that a young girl from the Neon Kingdom could possess such awareness. He initially felt flustered, unsure of how to explain himself. "But you cannot watch such absurd dramas. Don't you realize how unreasonable they are?" He insisted. "It's all right, my elder brother. I've heard that people from the Dragon Kingdom are skilled in martial arts. Surely this sister on the television has undergone rigorous training," Kanaluloli replied, her small face radiating admiration and curiosity for the Dragon Kingdom. Feeling awkward, Wei Lihan rubbed his nose, realizing that if he did not swiftly change the topic, he would end up spending an inordinate amount of time explaining to his sister why she should not watch such dramas. Chapter 12. Are you in dire need of money? Lioli, do you have WeChat? If not, would you like me to help you register an account? Wei Lihan hurriedly shifted the conversation, a hint of urgency in his tone. Kanaluloli pondered for a moment before producing a brand new, high-end black mobile phone from her pocket. The mobile phone appeared exquisite and sophisticated, as if it were custom-made just for her. She deftly unlocked the device, her index finger pointing at the verdant icon of the WeChat application on the table. The screen then faced Wei Lihan, who calmly inquired, "Is this the one, dear brother?" Indeed, it is," Wei Lihan replied. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that aside from the prominent WeChat icon on his sister's home screen, there were also music notes and a Slowfoot app, not to mention the lively barrage of comments from an online platform. A cursory glance at the applications revealed that Kanayuri had indeed done her homework, downloading all the essential software for every citizen of Longwa. Though it seemed a few national apps were still missing, he soon discovered that Kanayuri had already registered a WeChat account, with the chat history pristine and sparse, barely enough to count on one hand. Clearly, it had just been created, with few contacts. Suppressing his urge to snatch the phone and exploit her new user benefits on a shopping platform, he said, "Let me add you. I'll scan your QR code." Wei Lihan produced his somewhat worn phone and opened the WeChat scanner, aiming it at the QR code displayed on Kanayuri's screen. With a beep, he successfully entered the verification interface. Gazing at the friend verification screen, he noticed that the profile picture was a beautifully captured silhouette of Kanayuri, and without hesitation, he sent a friend request. In the blink of an eye, the request was accepted, leaving him somewhat astonished. He glanced up at Kanayuri, who was intently focused on typing. Kanayuri, surveying the remarks section of her brother's personal information page, hesitated over what to write. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike her, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Struggling with the pinyin input method of Longwa, she painstakingly typed out the letters, one by one, in the remarks section, "Beloved brother." Meanwhile, Wei Lihan, having altered Kanayuri's note to sister, glanced at her, questioning whether his eyes had deceived him, as he thought he might have seen her smile. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he found Kanayuri's icy profile unchanged, her lips a straight line, perhaps even slightly downturned, her demeanor as frigid as a block of ice. Internally, Wei Lihan scoffed, "I must have misjudged. Believing she smiled is akin to believing I am the immortal Qin Shi Huang. Just then, his phone vibrated with a new WeChat message. Opening it, he saw a notification from a contact named Shen Liqiu. Before he could fully comprehend the message, another notification arrived, indicating a money transfer. The chat box displayed, Shen Liqiu, this money is your weekly allowance for takeout. It carries no ulterior motive. Please do not overthink it. Transfer, 1,834 meters. Wei Lihan felt somewhat helpless. Once again, this lively treasure was pestering him. Reluctantly, he typed a response. Sister, I truly cannot accept this time. Please keep it for yourself. To his surprise, the reply came almost instantaneously. Shen Liqiu, you must accept it. Otherwise, I shall inform my father about that matter. Accompanied by a cute, angry emoji, it was clear that if she did not receive the money, she would linger and wear him down. Wei Lihan had no choice but to reluctantly press the payment button. Satisfied, Shen Liqiu replied, Good, now you are obedient. In a couple of days, I wish to see that newly released film. I accidentally bought an extra ticket. Would you accompany me? Do not overthink it. I simply do not wish to waste money. Upon seeing these words, Wei Lihan felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Even if he were foolish, he could not believe that this well-known rich girl in college would consider a movie ticket a waste of money. Just as he was about to reply, his phone suddenly vanished from view, his fingers still poised over the screen as if typing. Realizing what had occurred, he quickly glanced around, trying to fathom the situation. Was there an alien invasion confiscating electronic devices, or had he simply dropped it without noticing? Then he noticed his sister, Kanagawa Lioli, standing behind him, intently gazing at his phone screen. Wei Lihan was astonished at how she had managed to snatch his phone so swiftly and appear behind him without his noticing any movement or suspicious presence. Lioli, when did you take my phone? Please return it. I have matters to attend to, he urged, his tone tinged with anxiety. After all, he had been conversing with his treasure, and he dreaded provoking her displeasure, which might lead to further threats regarding that incident. However, Kanagawa Lioli remained unresponsive, her slender fingers gliding over the phone screen as if perusing their chat history. Growing increasingly impatient at her lack of reaction, Wei Lihan was prepared to reach out and forcibly reclaim his phone. This matter was indeed of great importance. Brother, are you in dire need of money? Kanagawa Lioli's cold inquiry reached his ears, causing his outstretched hand to hesitate midair. After a moment's reflection, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Ah well, I do need some, though I am unsure why you suddenly ask about my financial status, he chuckled, attempting to mask his embarrassment. I have money, dear brother, Kanagawa Lioli replied, and with that, she unlocked his phone and opened their chat window. After a few taps, her brow furrowed slightly, and after a moment's operation, the notification sound from Wei Lihan's phone chimed once more. Subsequently, Kanagawa Ruri returned the phone to Wei Lihan. Upon receiving the device and glancing down, Wei Lihan's pupils dilated in shock. On the screen was a staggering transfer of 50,000 units awaiting his acceptance. Please accept it, esteemed brother. Kanagawa Ruri's cold voice echoed once more, pulling the still-stunned Wei Lihan back to the present. This application has a limit on single transactions. If you find this amount insufficient, I can transfer more. With that, Kanagawa Ruri lowered her gaze again, seemingly intent on executing another transfer to Wei Lihan. Chapter 13. Clarification. Seeing Kanagawa Ruri's intention to continue transferring funds, Wei Lihan was immediately flustered. He had never anticipated that his sister, whom he had always regarded as someone from a modest background, would so readily offer him money, especially a sum of such magnitude. While for Kanagawa Ruri this amount was trivial, for Wei Lihan, 50,000 was enough to indulge himself for quite some time. Wait, there's no need for that. I'm not in dire straits, he hurriedly interjected, his urgency causing him to slip into the dialect he reserved for home. Why, esteemed brother? Kanagawa Ruri inquired, her delicate face adorned with a hint of confusion and an innocent tone. If you truly desire money, I can give you all of mine. She thoughtfully placed a finger against her moist lips, pondering for a moment before continuing. I currently possess 10 cards. If I were to give them all to you, I could also ask our mother to exchange some cash for me in Longhua. That should suffice for my expenses. Wei Lihan was left astounded by his sister's words. Although he understood each individual word, the overall meaning eluded him entirely. Someone capable of making such statements surely hailed from a background far from ordinary. His limited perspective and imagination failed to grasp that his sister was actually the heiress of the Kanagawa family, renowned in both the underworld and legitimate society of Neon Country. He merely believed that his stepmother had some business assets. Regaining his composure, Wei Lihan regarded Kanagawa Ruri earnestly. I do not wish to take your money. As a young lady, you likely have greater financial needs than I do. Unless the family is in such dire straits that we cannot afford to eat, I would never ask you for assistance. You need not worry. He smiled, attempting to shift the conversation to a lighter tone. Though, of course, such a situation is unlikely to arise, he added with a chuckle, trying to ease the atmosphere. However, before Wei Lihan could finish his thought, Kanagawa Ruri interjected once more. Then, esteemed brother, what is the relationship between you and this person named Shinlichio in your phone? Her azure eyes regarded Wei Lihan with an impassive gaze, as if attempting to see through him entirely. She is a university classmate, Wei Lihan replied candidly to his sister's inquiry. But he dared not speak a word about the events that transpired between them. Kanagawa Ruri remained silent, her tranquil gaze fixed intently upon Wei Lihan's face. He felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had committed some unmentionable act. The atmosphere between them grew once more heavy with silence and awkwardness. Brother, I am weary. I shall take my leave to rest, she stated, choosing not to pursue the matter further, before turning and striding towards her chamber. With the sound of the door slamming shut, Wei Lihan exhaled deeply, his entire being relaxing. He had no intention of accepting the 50,000 meters Ruri had transferred to him, nor did he plan to return it directly. The reason for his reluctance to accept was clear, and his hesitation to return it stemmed from a fear of causing her distress. Thus, Wei Lihan resolved to wait for the system to automatically refund it after 24 hours. Why do I feel like a thief in the night? She is merely my sister. After all, he muttered to himself. Oh no, I almost forgot to reply to the god of wealth. Wei Lihan exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he hurriedly opened WeChat to respond to Shinlichio's invitation to the movies. After unlocking his phone, he noticed a brief lag. And just as he pondered this, a barrage of messages from Shinlichio erupted from the top of his screen. Even now, new messages continued to pour in, and Wei Lihan thought to himself that he was in trouble. 2 minutes without a reply had resulted in a flood of notifications. Steeling himself, he entered the chat with Shinlichio and scrolled upward to see what frenzy she was unleashing. After expressing her desire not to waste money, she followed up with a question. I now present you with a choice. When the time comes, do you wish for me to dress more maturely or more innocently? Do not overthink it. Being able to choose my attire is a great privilege. Hey, are you there? She sent, accompanied by a small person emoji with a questioning expression. What are you doing? Why does it keep showing that you are typing but not replying? Hurry up. I give you 10 more seconds, or I shall tell my father. As the countdown expired, she added, but I can grant you another opportunity. Reply to me immediately. Where are you? Followed by a flurry of messages pleading for his attention, all consisting solely of the phrase, which could be interpreted as please respond to me. Wei Lihan quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Previously, he had responded to Shinlichio's messages almost instantaneously, but now, in those fleeting moments when his sister had snatched his phone from him, she had gone into a frenzy, inundating him with messages. Wei Lihan immediately typed, I apologize. My phone unexpectedly shut down due to a lack of battery, and I spent quite some time searching for a charger. The moment he hit send, the incessant stream of abruptly ceased. Shortly thereafter, he noticed her name changed to typing before reverting back again. Evidently, Shinlichio was struggling to articulate her thoughts, uncertain of how to respond. Did you witness that? Ultimately, Shinlichio sent a message that was rather enigmatic. Wei Lihan was momentarily taken aback upon reading her message, but his emotional intelligence quickly kicked in. He promptly replied, What did you see? Didn't you merely inquire whether to dress maturely or innocently? I believe you look more charming in an innocent outfit. Once he dispatched this message, he noticed an astonishing flurry of retractions from Shinlichio's end, as her messages vanished at an incredible pace. In the blink of an eye, a whole screen of her messages had been retracted. After a few moments, the screen was cleared of her numerous cryptic messages, leaving no trace behind. At that moment, Wei Lihan felt no confusion or mockery towards Shinlichio's previous outburst. Instead, he was filled with profound admiration for her extraordinary speed in retracting messages. Then, Shinlichio sent another message. Are you free? Would you accompany me to watch a movie? What is going on? The tone of this message felt all wrong. Coupled with her earlier barrage of bewildering messages, was it possible she had been hacked? Wei Lihan found himself puzzled, Typically, Shinlichio would never engage in conversation with him in such a meek manner. In both reality and online interactions, she would command him imperiously, leaving him no room for defiance, forcing him to comply with her whims. Yet, he merely entertained these thoughts. Even if her account had been compromised, it bore no relevance to him. He regretted not having captured screenshots of their earlier exchanges to use as leverage against her. Instead of being astonished by her inhuman speed in retracting messages, thus squandering a splendid opportunity for a triumphant reversal. Pondering this further, he realized that aside from the troublesome childhood friend returning, which required him to pick her up, he had little else to occupy his time. He sent a succinct reply to Shinlichio, affirming his availability. Chapter 14. I'm in. Meanwhile, within the expansive and opulent Shin family estate in the capital, sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window frames, casting a warm golden hue across the lavish bedroom. Shinlichio's chamber resembled a finely crafted palace, imbued with a soft scent of aromatherapy, while the walls adorned with masterpieces and exquisite ornaments highlighted her noble status. At this moment, Shinlichio reclined on the sumptuous bed at the center of her room, crafted from the finest velvet and ice silk, its softness akin to clouds that seemed to envelop one gently. She buried her face deep within the bedding, her long silvery hair cascading like a waterfall, merging seamlessly with the pristine sheets, creating a dreamlike tableau. Her features were breathtakingly exquisite, her skin as pale as snow with a delicate sheen, reminiscent of moonlight gracing her complexion. A pair of golden pupils sparkled with a lively brilliance under the morning light, a rare instance of heterochromia that captivated the beholder's gaze. At this moment, however, those golden irises were misted with a hint of tears, revealing a touch of grievance and shyness that rendered her even more enchanting. Shinlichio lifted her face, her silvery hair slightly tousled, with a few strands resting delicately against her cheeks, adding an element of bashfulness to her allure. Her cheeks bore a faint blush, as if tinted by a whisper of embarrassment and regret, embodying a beauty that was ineffably captivating, prompting an irresistible urge to draw near and protect her. What is happening? Why did I say those things? Shinlichio's lips trembled slightly, her voice tinged with a quiver, as though she were striving to suppress the tumult within her heart. Her slender fingers clutched the blanket tightly, the tips paling from exertion, yet exuding an exquisite delicacy. Oh, how embarrassing, how shameful. Her exposed legs were long and slender, as pale as jade, and with each rhythmic pad against the bed, they produced a series of soft, muffled sounds, seemingly narrating her inner turmoil and shame. Once more, Shinlichio reached for her phone, a sleek and elegant white device, its mirrored surface reflecting her slightly flushed visage. Her gaze grew distant as she read the succinct message from Wei Lihan. Okay. A complex and indescribable emotion stirred within her. She had never experienced such feelings for a male before. Unbeknownst to her, the corners of her mouth had begun to lift ever so slightly, as if she were attempting to conceal a burgeoning joy, yet a barely perceptible smile revealed her true sentiments. I certainly did not seek your assistance, she murmured to herself, her tone imbued with defiance and reluctance, as though she were trying to convince herself that the inexplicable thrill and shyness within her should be quelled by rationality. Indeed, how could I ever stoop to plead with someone of such humble status? It was already generous of me to grant him the honor of my presence. She repeatedly affirmed this in her mind, striving to persuade herself that her concern for Wei Lihan was not rooted in affection, but rather in an elevated sense of superiority. Yet, her expression betrayed her thoughts. The subtle smile and the unmistakable glimmer of anticipation in her eyes silently conveyed the inner turmoil she was experiencing. All right, which show do you want to see tomorrow or the day after? Never mind, I'll just remind you. You must come. After she composed and sent the message, she tossed her phone carelessly onto the bed, kneeling comfortably as she stretched luxuriously, showcasing her graceful figure to its fullest. Should I tell my father about that incident? I doubt he would hold Wei Lihan accountable, would he? Shinlichio pondered, furrowing her brow, contemplating an occurrence that had transpired between the two of them. A rather coincidental and absurd affair. Shortly after the commencement of their university, the institution organized a voluntary outdoor activity, in which Wei Lihan and Shinlichio both enrolled. Wei Lihan participated purely out of idleness, while Shinlichio's motives remained ambiguous. The format of the event required participants to form pairs of one male and one female, with pairings determined by random draw. Fortuitously, Wei Lihan and Shun Liqiu were matched together. At that moment, Wei Lihan pondered why he had been so fortunate to partner with the university's recognized beauty, as this could potentially invite a plethora of unnecessary complications. He inwardly lamented that now he would have to navigate the myriad envious and jealous gazes, while also meticulously avoiding any actions that might lead to misunderstandings. After all, no one wishes to become fodder for idle gossip. Moreover, Shun Liqiu's involvement in this activity had drawn numerous students eager to participate, all hoping for a chance to be paired with her. Upon first encountering Shun Liqiu, Wei Lihan was indeed captivated by her extraordinary beauty. While appreciating beauty is a universal inclination, he deliberately maintained a respectful distance. He was acutely aware of the disparity in their social standings and dared not overstep any boundaries. Shun Liqiu's allure extended beyond mere physicality. It was the innate elegance she exuded that compelled others to draw near. Yet it also instilled a sense of trepidation in those who wished to approach her. However, Shun Liqiu immediately adopted a commanding tone, insisting that Wei Lihan adhere to her directives, to which he readily acquiesced, recognizing her wealth and beauty. After all, Shun Liqiu was not only striking in appearance, but also came from a distinguished lineage, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary troubles stemming from a moment of folly. The subsequent days unfolded rather uneventfully. Aside from occasionally displaying her capricious temperament towards Wei Lihan, Shun Liqiu treated him quite well, inciting jealousy among her fervent admirers. They had initially believed that simply being paired with Shun Liqiu would win her favor, but to their dismay, they witnessed her particular attention towards Wei Lihan, which left them feeling disgruntled. Consequently, they began to conspire on how to make Wei Lihan embarrass himself in front of Shun Liqiu, thereby creating an opportunity for one of them to take his place. They gathered to devise a plan that would lead to Wei Lihan's humiliation, and once successful, they would emerge to further malign him before Shun Liqiu, ultimately showcasing their own merits. In their relentless quest, they devised what seemed to be a flawless scheme. Through careful observation, they noted that Shun Liqiu consistently wore a delicate bracelet on her wrist, which she would remove during meals or while washing her hands. Placing it in her pocket or nearby, the bracelet seemed to hold profound significance for Shun Liqiu. Consequently, they resolved to steal the bracelet and frame Wei Lihan, intending to incite feelings of aversion in Shun Liqiu towards him, ultimately leading to the dissolution of their team. To their astonishment, the plan unfolded seamlessly. Not only did they successfully implicate Wei Lihan, but Shun Liqiu also publicly berated him in front of everyone. The conspirators exchanged furtive glances, chuckling to themselves, convinced that their scheme was already half successful. However, as they prepared to approach Wei Lihan and deliver further blows, Shun Liqiu unexpectedly departed alone, leaving the schemers taken aback. They had not anticipated her swift exit. Shun Liqiu, clutching the bracelet she had just retrieved from Wei Lihan's pocket, ventured deep into the mountains, her intentions shrouded in mystery. Given her temperament, it seemed she sought a quiet refuge to collect her thoughts, for expressing her anger in such a public setting was, to someone of her refined upbringing, an affront to her dignity. She required time to regain her composure and contemplate her next steps. Moments later, Wei Lihan, who had felt humiliated in front of the crowd, glanced at his phone and promptly followed the path Shun Liqiu had taken. Subsequently, he successfully rescued her when she accidentally fell into a deep pit. Yet, as he pulled her out, Wei Lihan slipped, and their lips fortuitously met in a kiss. Although this kiss was an unforeseen event, it stirred ripples of emotion within both of them. After hastily separating, Wei Lihan quickly shifted the conversation, repeatedly asserting that he had not stolen the bracelet. He knew he had to clarify the situation swiftly, or the repercussions would be dire. Blushing, Shun Liqiu apologized, revealing her deep trust in Wei Lihan. Her outburst had stemmed from a moment of impulsiveness, as the bracelet held immense importance to her. She believed that the true culprits were the instigators who had fanned the flames of conflict. Deep down, she understood that Wei Lihan was incapable of such an act. After a brief silence, Shun Liqiu suddenly declared that Wei Lihan must be held accountable for stealing her first kiss. From that moment onward, he would be compelled to comply with her every request, or she would inform her father of his alleged transgression, leaving the consequences to his imagination. Though she spoke with bravado, she had no genuine intention of revealing this to her father. Wei Lihan instinctively rejected her proposition. While he feared the influence behind Shun Liqiu, he could not agree to such an unequal arrangement. He understood that conceding to her terms would amount to willingly selling himself to her. Then, in a bold move, Shen Liqiu transferred 100,000 yuan to him right before his eyes, shattering his resolve. With a salary like that, was it not akin to being a butler or bodyguard to a young lady? He accepted. Chapter 15. Where are you going? Wei Lihan raised an eyebrow at the message from Shen Liqiu on his phone, and without much thought, he simply sent a playful emoji to conclude their conversation. He turned his gaze toward the doorway of his sister, Kanazawa Ruri's room. She had mentioned that she was resting, so Wei Lihan decided against disturbing her. He resolved to take advantage of the remaining days of summer vacation to indulge in some leisure, as he felt somewhat constrained by his sister's presence at home. Now, the only place where Wei Lihan could freely express himself without any inhibitions was at his good friend Li Daniu's home. After tidying up his house one last time, he sent a brief message to his sister to inform her of his whereabouts. He then changed his clothes and stepped out of the door, setting off towards Li Daniu's residence. Where are you going, Oni-chan? Kanazawa Ruri, standing by her window, watched as Wei Lihan's figure gradually faded into the distance. Her expression dark and brooding. Her phone still displayed the message Wei Lihan had sent her. Why won't she accept my money? That woman is truly despicable. Kanazawa Ruri muttered through gritted teeth, bewildered by her brother's connection with another girl aside from herself, and it seemed as though he was being supported by her. Kanazawa Ruri wanted nothing more than to reclaim her brother, to ensure that he saw only the most perfect version of her, allowing no other females to exist in his eyes. With a grim expression, she picked up her phone and swiftly dialed a number. Miss, how may I assist you? Came the voice on the other end, speaking in Nihongo rather than Longwood dialect. Investigate Shen Liqiu, and do it swiftly, Kanazawa Ruri replied in the same language. Her tone frigid, hinting at an underlying menace. This Miss Shen Liqiu is quite well known in the capital. The voice on the other end hesitated, tinged with caution, indicating the formidable background associated with Shen Liqiu. Can she be eliminated? Kanazawa Ruri narrowed her eyes, gazing out at the scenery, though she had no time to appreciate it. Dangerous words slipped from her lips into the phone. Miss, I regret to inform you of my limitations. Shen Liqiu is the daughter of the Shen family, one of the 3 prominent families in the capital. Her father's enterprises extend across the globe. Recently, our master has secured a significant business deal with the Shen family. Undertaking actions that would displease them could result in substantial losses for both parties. Furthermore, executing anything rashly here in Longhua could lead to unforeseen consequences. So I implore you to reconsider. After conveying this urgent information, the voice on the other end fell silent, absorbing the unspoken wrath emanating from Kanazawa Ruri. Ultimately, rationality prevailed, and after a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, saying, "Understood," before hanging up the call. Kanagawa Ruri sat helplessly on her bed, her once beautiful azure eyes now devoid of their former luster, staring vacantly at the floor. Why, Oni-chan, why do you associate with such a person? She mused to herself, her voice barely above a whisper. What does she possess that I do not? If it is affection you seek, I am more than capable of providing that. Ruri remained motionless, her thoughts spiraling like a finely tuned automaton. Oni-chan, you are mine, wholly mine. Suddenly, she leapt to her feet, fingers entangled in her hair, nails digging into her scalp. Why? Why must you be with her? She is merely an outsider, a stranger, a person I do not even know. Her gaze grew frantic, her voice sharp and piercing. I will not allow any unfamiliar girl to come near you, never. Ruri's voice trembled, akin to a wild beast driven to madness. Yet, you engage in conversation with her, accepting her money without so much as asking if I am available or if I wish to join you for a movie. She erupted into a heart-wrenching scream. I am your sister. I am the only one you cherish. Why does she deserve this? Why? Ruri began to pace frantically around the room, her exquisite features contorted with rage and hatred, as if bound by invisible chains. Oni-chan, if you dare to have feelings for her, her voice dwindled to a whisper, almost a murmured confession. I will kill her, I must kill her. The madness glinted in her eyes, consumed entirely by hatred and possessiveness. She is unworthy of being with you, unworthy. Suddenly, she collapsed onto the bed, clutching herself tightly as if she were a deranged patient, trembling uncontrollably. Oni-chan, but I cannot harm her. She belongs to my social circle. I cannot forcibly reclaim you from her grasp. Her voice was laced with despair and anguish, reminiscent of a forsaken spirit. I can only possess you, only you. Ruri whispered softly, her gaze hollow, as though she had completely shattered. Somehow, she found herself inexplicably standing before Wei Lihan's door, staring at the closed portal. The spark in her eyes flickered back to life. Ruri placed a slightly trembling hand on the door, pushing down on the handle with determination, swinging it open. With a creak, the aged door yielded to her touch. As it swung ajar, an indescribable scent wafted from within Wei Lihan's room, filling Ruri's nostrils. Sniff, sniff. Upon catching the scent, her eyes widened in excitement. The scent of my brother was not overwhelmingly strong, yet it possessed an odd quality that I found oddly endearing. Kanai Ruri leapt onto Wei Lihan's bed, greedily inhaling the fragrance that lingered there. As she landed, the wontons that Wei Lihan had painstakingly prepared were jostled, rolling atop her head, which was nestled deep within the warmth of his blankets. "What is this?" Kanai Ruri inquired, lifting the wonton that had fallen upon her from her head, her tone laced with curiosity. Meanwhile, a shiver ran down Wei Lihan's spine as he approached Li Daniu's home. An unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if he sensed an intrusion upon his abode. "Why do I always have this ominous premonition?" he mused, involuntarily wrapping his arms around himself in an attempt to ward off the chill. Wait, I recall now. I seem to have forgotten to tidy my room. If Kanai Ruri were to stumble upon anything she shouldn't, how could I ever face her again? However, he soon reassured himself, recalling his sister's fastidious nature over the past fortnight. She would likely prefer to keep her distance from his untidy lair. Furthermore, apart from the wontons strewn across the bed, he had concealed everything else that required hiding, leaving little cause for alarm. With this thought, Wei Lihan continued on his way to Li Daniu's residence, a flicker of hope guiding him. Chapter 16. The aroma of intrigue, what a peculiar scent. It feels a bit crumpled, Kanai Ruri remarked, frowning slightly as she leaned closer to the wonton, offering her assessment. Could it be that my brother has caught a cold? These paper wads are surely his mucus. Slapping her forehead, realization dawned upon her as she stared at the wonton in her hand. But does mucus have a scent? Never mind, my brother, beset by illness, still managed to come to the airport to fetch me and even help carry my heavy suitcase. I must do something for him. A resolute determination gleamed in Kanai Ruri's eyes. She had cast aside thoughts of Shun Liqiu, firmly placing Wei Lihan at the forefront of her priorities. After discarding the wontons from Wei Lihan's bedside, she opened her phone to search. What should a sister do if her brother has a cold? Indeed, as the eldest daughter of the Kanai family, her daily life revolved solely around family obligations and various forms of training, leaving no room for friendships, let alone caring for others. Even at school, she traversed the halls alone. Her striking beauty and the illustrious reputation of the Kanai family in the neon-lit country rendering her an enigma that others hesitated to approach. After all, who would dare to engage with such a rare blossom? Yet, there was an unruly group from outside the school that cornered Kanai Ruri as she made her solitary journey home, not only taunting her with words, but also attempting to encroach upon her personal space. The consequences were all too predictable. A week later, those few miscreants were discovered in a shadowy alley. Instead of the 5 or 6 originally involved, only a haphazard collection of disjointed parts could barely form a semblance of a complete person. The police department, exhibiting remarkable discretion, publicly declared the incident to be the result of an attack by a wild Tibetan bear, leaving one to ponder the curious occurrence of such a creature in a bustling urban setting. As the page transitioned, Kanagawa Ruri fortuitously clicked into a rather dubious thread. The title boldly proclaiming, "Is your brother sick? Here's what a sister should do." Excitement sparkled in her eyes as she realized she had stumbled upon the very post she sought. The resources of the Dragon Kingdom's Qiandu were truly invaluable. Her slender fingers glided across the phone screen, her desire to heal her brother's cold rendering her oblivious to the conspicuous advisories in the subtitle. The content before her unfolded. One day, a diligent worker named Higashikawa Gensaka, having labored for an extended period, inadvertently caught a cold. He had intended to persist at work for the sake of providing for his family and caring for his sister, but alas, he found himself unable to endure and reluctantly took sick leave to rest at home. Upon learning of her brother's illness, his devoted stepsister promptly came to tend to him. With no school to attend during the holiday, she decided to uplift his spirits by purchasing a nurse's outfit, hoping it would expedite his recovery. Do I really need to wear a nurse's outfit to care for Onaikin? Kanagawa Ruri pondered, staring at her phone screen where a pixelated image obscured the pink fabric of the nurse's attire. It left her somewhat bewildered. The post suggested that donning the outfit could hasten recovery, perhaps akin to how a priestess wears ceremonial garb for a ritual. Ruri mused silently to herself as she continued to read. Under the attentive care of his stepsister, Gansaka successfully regained his health. Grateful for her nurturing, he resolved to treat her to a splendid meal. As a member of the working class without a vehicle, they were limited to traveling by train. His stepsister's striking beauty attracted the attention of several male passengers, who, with varying degrees of subtlety, sought to inch closer under the guise of the train's crowding and swaying, hoping to take advantage of the situation. As a protective older brother, Gansaka could not stand idly by. Though hesitant to confront the numbers directly, he decided to occupy a strategic position close to his sister. After all, it was better to secure his own advantage rather than allow others to benefit. As the saying goes, do not let the fertile waters flow to another's field. Thus, Gansaka positioned himself beside his stepsister, using his body to shield her from the unwelcome advances, resulting in the would-be predators merely shaking their heads in frustration, unable to derive any benefit. While their closeness was somewhat intimate, it posed little concern. Finally, after enduring numerous trials, the pair savored a delightful meal, truly a moment of joy and celebration. The end. Kanagawa Ruri gently covered Zhang Qingxing's small mouth, realizing that taking care of her ailing brother came with rewards. If any ill-intentioned individuals were to bully her, she believed that her beloved brother would protect her, even though she typically refrained from taking the train. However, this was long country, and such occurrences seemed unlikely. Regardless, her brother must use his body to shield her. Ruri pondered the scene from the story where Okazuka closely embraced his younger sister, preventing any unwelcome advances. With both hands cradling her phone, her eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Her thoughts had been profoundly captivated by that post. Those seemingly absurd, yet subtly suggestive words stirred a flutter within her heart. She gently pressed her lips together, envisioning a scene. Wei Lihan standing before her, shielding her with his body against all dangers. Meanwhile, Wei Lihan gazed at her intently, his voice firm yet tender as he assured, "Sister, I will protect you." This image quickened her heartbeat and brought a faint blush to her cheeks. So, caring for an ill brother came with such rewards, she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with shyness and anticipation. Memories of Wei Lihan's warm smile as he greeted her at the airport and his steadfast figure while helping her with her suitcase flooded her mind, igniting an unfamiliar sensation within her. Ruri immediately shook her head, momentarily casting aside these fantasies, as they nearly overwhelmed her. After a brief contemplation, she swiftly composed a message for a contact. "Please bring me cold medicine and a nurse's outfit." The reply came promptly. "Understood, young lady." The nurse's outfit was to be like this, accompanied by a mosaic image saved from the article she had just read. "Very well, young lady," the responder replied, despite a hint of hesitation in their tone, summoning the courage to comply. Chapter 17. Li Daniu's home. Wei Lihan, meanwhile, trudged under the sweltering sun for over 20 minutes until he reached the base of Li Daniu's building. The sun blazed down mercilessly, scorching the earth, and the air was thick with heat, as if even the atmosphere were ablaze. Wei Lihan's cheeks flushed crimson, and sweat trickled down his forehead and neck, soaking his already wrinkled shirt. He lifted a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow and glanced up at the still high sun, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and irritation. "This weather is truly unbearable," he muttered under his breath, his tone laden with complaint. At that moment, he even contemplated extending his tongue like a dog to cool off, seeking relief from the stifling heat. He couldn't help but reminisce about the luxurious car he had taken to pick up his sister from the airport. It had been quite a comfortable ride. The car appeared understated yet exuded luxury, its sleek exterior catching the sunlight, causing the taillights to glimmer as if whispering tales of its exceptional nature. Though Wei Lihan possessed little knowledge of automobiles, he could discern from its appearance that the vehicle was of considerable worth, likely priced in the range of 200,000 to 300,000. He silently estimated the cost, a tinge of envy coloring his thoughts. Having wealth at home was undoubtedly advantageous. Drawing a deep breath, he dismissed further contemplation and proceeded directly into the corridor leading to Li Daniu's residence. The corridor was desolate, with only the echo of his footsteps resonating within. He knocked forcefully on the door, producing a series of urgent thuds. Given that Li Daniu resided on the 6th floor and lived in an older complex akin to Wei Lihan's, which lacked an elevator, he was soon drenched in perspiration, the sweat saturating his garments. Standing in the corridor, He anxiously awaited the moment Li Daniu would open the door, envisioning the refreshing rush of air conditioning and the impending hours of unfettered freedom. Before long, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps, followed by the door creaking open. The person who appeared was a robust young man, his skin slightly tanned, yet his expression was unexpectedly gentle, radiating an aura of remarkable clarity and innocence, as if he embodied a natural sincerity. This brawny figure starkly contrasted with his honest visage, evoking thoughts of the name Li Daniu, reminiscent of a diligent ox laboring earnestly in the fields. "Ah, Hangge, what brings you here? Come in and cool off." Upon recognizing his dear friend Wei Lihan, Li Daniu's face broke into a warm smile, his tone brimming with anticipation and hospitality. "It's sweltering out here. Bring me a couple of little puddings to enjoy," Wei Lihan remarked, tugging at his collar as beads of sweat trickled down his neck. Li Daniu, stepping aside to allow Wei Lihan entry, promptly closed the door behind them. As soon as he entered, Wei Lihan was enveloped by the cool air, the refreshing sensation prompting him to close his eyes in pure enjoyment of the moment. He inhaled deeply, marveling, "Ah, what bliss!" Internally, he extolled the virtues of the magnificent air conditioning, which consistently provided the most comfortable temperatures, be it summer or winter. "Hangge, school is about to start. What brings you to me now? Just a few days ago, I invited you to watch a horror movie, and you were reluctant to come," Li Daniu said, retrieving 2 popsicles from the refrigerator in the kitchen, one held between his teeth as he approached the living room, offering one to the sprawled Wei Lihan, who was blissfully sinking into the sofa. "Enough of that. Today I just picked up my half-sister to stay with me," Wei Lihan stated, tearing open the popsicle wrapper and taking a bite, the icy sensation causing him to shiver. However, his statement successfully piqued Li Daniu's curiosity. "Sister? I thought you were an only child?" Li Daniu inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of astonishment. In response to Li Daniu's question, Wei Lihan could only briefly recount the circumstances of his family. Having played together since childhood and now attending the same university, they were indeed true friends, well acquainted with each other's familial situations, with no secrets between them. "Oh, is your sister pretty? Do you have a photo to show me? Does she have a boyfriend?" Li Daniu asked excitedly, rubbing his hands together, unleashing a flurry of questions. The popsicle in his hand had long since been devoured and discarded. "After all, if you look so much like the handsome Yanzu on screen, your sister must be quite attractive too, right?" Li Daniu grinned mischievously as he leaned closer to Wei Lihan, his tone slightly lewd. "Get lost," Wei Lihan retorted, elbowing Li Daniu aside while tossing the finished popsicle into the trash. "I don't have a photo, and even if I did, I wouldn't show you. As for what she looks like, I can only tell you this. She's on par with Shen Liqiu and Su Limo." Wei Lihan contemplated for a moment before delivering this statement to Li Daniu. "My goodness, Hangge, you truly are something else," Li Daniu exclaimed, his face displaying shock. "I have no complaints about Su Limo. She's had a crush on you since childhood. And as for being supported by Shen Liqiu, I can't argue with that, since you do have some good looks," Li Daniu continued, his tone laced with teasing and envy. "But if your sister is of the same caliber as those two, you're truly invincible. It's as if all the beauties in the world revolve around you." Suddenly, Li Daniu lamented, pounding his chest in despair, reminiscent of someone who had lost a lottery to another. Wei Lihan could not help but laugh at Li Daniu's exaggerated expression. "Haha, do you think I want this? Su Limo is always dragging me around, insisting I go here and there, and she won't let me talk to anyone else when I'm with her. Shen Liqiu is even more demanding, threatening me day and night to respond immediately to her messages, or else she'll send her family after me. Now, just hearing the notification sound makes me a bit anxious." After hearing this long lament from Wei Lihan, a glimmer of sympathy appeared in Li Daniu's eyes as he regarded him. "Hangge, you've been through a lot. How about we switch bodies? I'll take on your burdens." Wei Lihan, upon hearing Li Daniu's fanciful suggestion, rolled his eyes. "Enough of that. The more beautiful a girl is, the more perilous she can be. Even if she has an interest in you, do you really think someone like us stands a chance? If her family finds out, don't expect it to unfold like in the novels, where they treat you kindly. They might just have you vanish from this beautiful world." Li Daniu fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the implications of Wei Lihan's words. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and resolutely addressed Wei Lihan. "So what? Climb." Wei Lihan nearly choked in disbelief at Li Daniu's audacious declaration, swiftly delivering another elbow that sent the obstinate Li Daniu sprawling onto the sofa. Chapter 18. Aludic following yet another round of intimate camaraderie, Wei Lihan and Li Daniu found themselves sprawled on the sofa, absorbed in their phones. Much like they had been moments earlier, Wei Lihan's fingers danced across the screen as he exchanged messages with Shun Liqiu, occasionally glancing at Li Daniu. Meanwhile, Li Daniu was engrossed in outrageous videos, emitting a series of curious exclamations, as if he were utterly captivated by the bizarre tales of Sister Dongbayu that he had just encountered. "Hey, Brother Han," Li Daniu's voice suddenly pierced the silence. He glanced up from his phone, his eyes sparkling with barely contained excitement. "What is it?" Wei Lihan set his phone down, raising his gaze slightly, a hint of suspicion and wariness flickering in his eyes. He knew that whenever Li Daniu wore that mischievous grin, it was likely to herald trouble. "Isn't your sister in Nianjin?" Li Daniu's tone was laced with eagerness, his eyes gleaming with an almost fervent light. "Yes, why do you ask?" A sense of foreboding crept into Wei Lihan's heart, prompting him to furrow his brow. "Brother Han, we've known each other for so many years, and I've never asked you for anything. I must be direct now. I wish to request a favor from you." Li Daniu's tone turned unusually earnest, tinged with a hint of humility. Wei Lihan remained silent, fixated on Li Daniu as though he were observing a man on the brink of self-destruction. "Could you possibly ask your sister to teach me a bit of Japanese?" Li Daniu clasped his hands together, his tone intensely sincere, as if genuinely beseeching a deity. "Whenever she has free time will suffice. Just ask her for me. I beg you, Brother Han." He continued, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "If she declines, then so be it. But you must intercede on my behalf. I truly wish to learn some Japanese." Wei Lihan contemplated outright refusing Li Daniu. Yet upon witnessing his earnest demeanor and recalling their years of friendship, he felt a wave of sympathy wash over him, instinctively placing a hand on his forehead. All right. I will inquire upon my return. If she refuses, you must abandon all hope." Wei Lihan sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. "Why not ask her now?" Li Daniu seemed somewhat impatient, a note of reluctance in his tone. "She is currently asleep. Do you think that is appropriate?" Wei Lihan countered playfully. "Very well then." Li Daniu lowered his head, resembling a defeated rooster, his spirit visibly deflated. Wei Lihan gazed at his companion's expression and could not help but pat him on the shoulder, his tone imbued with a hint of consolation. "If you truly wish to learn, there are indeed avenues available. Perhaps immersing yourself in the films of our Japanese teachers might serve as an introduction, especially with the subtitles provided." Initially, Li Daniu failed to comprehend the implication of Wei Lihan's words, but upon noticing the mischievous grin on his friend's face, enlightenment dawned upon him. "Brother Han, you..." Li Daniu's cheeks flushed crimson as he promptly tackled Wei Lihan onto the sofa, commencing a playful bout of free wrestling. Stop! Brother Nyo, I was wrong. I shall make amends," Wei Lihan exclaimed, desperately guarding his underarms and waist while pleading for mercy. After all, he was at a distinct disadvantage against Li Daniu's imposing physique. "Brother Han, you better offer some meaningful compensation. Otherwise, I shall share that video of you performing Aludic during the New Year celebration with Su Limu," Li Daniu declared, gazing down at Wei Lihan with a hint of pride, as if he reveled in possessing such a scandalous secret. "What on earth? Are you out of your mind? I distinctly recall not performing for the class during the New Year." Wei Lihan's face was etched with disbelief and astonishment. "Oh, but I secretly recorded you while you rehearsed alone," Li Daniu replied with a wicked grin, uttering the very words that made Wei Lihan wish he could bury himself underground to escape hearing them. "You..." Wei Lihan nearly leaped in indignation, but managed to restrain himself. The mere thought of Su Limu witnessing him, clad in a black hoodie and mask, sliding back and forth on a whiteboard to the pulsating beats of Aludic, all while wearing a mocking smile and speaking to him in a teasing tone, sent chills down his spine. This was merely the most elementary reaction Wei Lihan could muster. Who knew what further exploits she might concoct from this? Perhaps she would, like Li Daniu, use the video to coerce him into giving her foot massages or back rubs, expecting him to act as her servant in all matters. There was no way he could allow Li Daniu to share the video with anyone. It was imperative that he persuaded him to delete it. With this thought in mind, Wei Lihan's perspective shifted instantaneously. He realized he must offer Li Daniu an irresistible enticement, one so grand that it would leave him utterly oblivious. Then, while Li Daniu was enraptured, he could gradually manipulate him into erasing the video. Wei Lihan closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and when he reopened them, his gaze was filled with resolve. "Daniu, There is something I have yet to disclose to you, and I am uncertain whether I should. If I share this with you, would you be willing to delete the video? Wei Lihan spoke earnestly, his tone tinged with cautious inquiry. What is it, Brother Han? Li Daniu's dark complexion paired with his innocent expression made him seem rather naive. I happen to possess 2 tickets to Lin Xinyue's concert. The extra ticket was initially intended for resale to a scalper. However, it seems that I can only offer it to you at a discounted price, Daniu. After Wei Lihan spoke, he discreetly glanced at Li Daniu beside him, eager to gauge his reaction. As anticipated, Li Daniu's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate an entire fist. Is it truly real, Brother Han? Li Daniu inquired, his voice trembling, clearly questioning whether he had misheard. Observing Daniu's astonished expression, Wei Lihan felt a surge of satisfaction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was aware that Li Daniu had already taken the bait. In truth, he had meticulously saved for days to acquire these tickets, hoping to have Li Daniu accompany him to Lin Xinyue's concert. Given Daniu's previous disdain, Wei Lihan decided to convey this information differently, seizing the opportunity to erase a past embarrassment. What a delightful turn of events. Is there any doubt? You know well the lengths I go to, Brother Han, Wei Lihan boasted, puffing out his chest with pride, his demeanor suggesting his nose was nearly touching the sky. Chapter 19. A contradictory character. You are truly unparalleled, Brother Han. You know how challenging it is to secure tickets for Lin Xinyue's concert. How did you manage to obtain them? Li Daniu exclaimed, his excitement evident as he pounded his thigh, gazing at Wei Lihan with admiration. His eyes sparkled as though Wei Lihan had plucked a star from the heavens. There was good reason for Li Daniu's exuberance. Lin Xinyue, having debuted just 6 months prior, swiftly rose to fame due to her pure beauty and melodious voice. Throughout this period, she had remained scandal-free, lacking any corporate backing, thereby eliminating the possibility of so-called unspoken rules. Her family's support had solely facilitated her singing career. Speculation abounded online regarding her family's influential connections, with whispers of the esteemed Lin family from the capital. Yet, within hours of the post's publication, it was mysteriously deleted along with the author's account, leaving everyone in silent understanding. Nevertheless, no one seemed to care about such matters. They were simply eager to enjoy Lin Xinyue's singing and marvel at her stunning beauty. The concert tickets were set at an accessible price of 200 yuan each, a figure that, while affordable for most, exacerbated the already dire ticket scarcity. Under such pricing, scalpers inflated the prices exorbitantly. Even a seat in the farthest row was listed for 50 yuan, leaving one to ponder just how outrageous the front row tickets had become. Despite this, many were eager to purchase, underscoring the challenge of attending Lin Xinyue's concert in person. It's merely a trivial matter, Wei Lihan remarked with a smirk, casually waving his hand as if it were a simple task. Cough, cough. Regarding the matter of Iludike, Wei Lihan suddenly lowered his voice, coughed a few times, and cast a meaningful glance at Li Daniu. Silence. This matter is within my control. Instantly, Li Daniu reined in his earlier fervor, his expression turning unusually calm, even subtly stroking an imaginary goatee, wearing a face that seemed to say, I intend to annoy you. Wei Lihan observed his scheming demeanor, nearly unable to resist the urge to strike him. If you continue like this, I might just sell your ticket to a scalper. Seeing Li Daniu steadfastly refusing to relent, Wei Lihan was left with no choice but to resort to this counter-threat, his tone laced with a hint of menace. Brother Han, wait a moment. Look at this. Li Daniu slowly opened his phone, the screen facing Wei Lihan's face, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Wei Lihan focused on the screen, his expression darkening at once. Displayed was a video thumbnail featuring a young man clad in a black hoodie, and Li Daniu's index finger hovered over the green send button, with the target's name boldly inscribed as Su Limu. What on earth? How could you be so despicable? Accursed Li Daniu. Wei Lihan's composure shattered, his face turning ashen as he erupted in anger. Forget it. He clenched his teeth, shooting a glare at Li Daniu, yet internally resigned. As the saying goes, a moment of patience can lead to peace. A step back opens the horizon. Furthermore, a true hero does not suffer immediate losses. He would certainly have the opportunity to personally erase his embarrassing past. Rest assured, Brother Han, I am not one to act unreasonably. Li Daniu feigned the demeanor of a loyal brother, thumping his chest earnestly. I assure you, once we finish watching Lin Xinyue's concert, I will delete your Iludike short video immediately, leaving no backup whatsoever. As he spoke, he gestured dramatically as if calling down thunder. If I keep even one backup, may I be struck by lightning. How does that sound? Li Danyu's expression was earnest, as though he genuinely sought to reassure Wei Lihan. Fine, fine, fine. Let us not dwell on this any longer. It is still early. Are you playing any games? Wei Lihan resolved to shift the topic. For his time for leisure was limited. He needed to return home around dinner to prepare a meal for his sister. Moreover, being watched by a sister who felt like a stranger was somewhat constraining, and he did not wish to curse in front of Kanazaki Lily. What shall we play? Brother Han, Li Danyu inquired. What else is there to play? You don't have a computer at home, so let's just log in. Wei Lihan replied curtly. That works perfectly. Brother Han, I just practiced a few rounds of Lodi yesterday. My skills are on fire. Li Danyu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The two immediately fell into battle mode, their spirits wholly immersed in the fierce competition of the canyon. Oh, how boring. A soft wail emanated from the luxurious bed of Shun Liqiu, imbued with a sense of grievance and dissatisfaction, as if lamenting some injustice. Listening intently, one can discern that a certain individual has interrupted their conversation to engage in gaming, leaving Miss Shin somewhat at a loss for activities. Shin Liqiu rose from her bed, casually grasping a comb from the bedside table, tilting her head to tame her somewhat disheveled, silvery locks. Her golden eyes meandered around the room, as if in search of something to occupy her time. Alas, how dreadfully dull, she murmured softly, her gaze appearing vacant. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike her. A slight smile graced her lips as she set down the comb, tossed her hair back, slipped on her slippers, and made her way towards her wardrobe. As she gently pulled open the wardrobe door, a magnificent sight unfolded before her. Inside, beyond the myriad of designer garments and handbags that Shun Liqiu could never hope to wear in a single day, lay an unexpected treasure. The interior of the wardrobe was adorned with a plethora of photographs, both large and small, with the largest measuring the size of a floor tile. This prominent photograph was positioned centrally within the wardrobe, immediately noticeable upon opening the door. The image depicted not a scenic view or a renowned painting, but rather a striking blue background close-up of Wei Lihan. Surrounding this centerpiece were various photographs capturing Wei Lihan from different angles. There was one of him bowing over his meal in the cafeteria, another of him resting his head on his desk during a water class, and even one of him blushing furiously while engrossed in a game. The distances of the shots varied, with most seemingly taken covertly, leaving the unknowing Wei Lihan blissfully unaware. Shin Liqiu crossed her arms, cradling a certain part of herself, and admired her treasure trove of photographs, nodding in satisfaction. It appears that the family-trained detective has demonstrated remarkable efficiency, having gathered all this so swiftly, she remarked, her tone imbued with admiration and approval, clearly indicating these images were procured through discreet means. After all, her noble demeanor prevented her from stooping to such embarrassing endeavors herself. Darling, you are so handsome, so very handsome. You are my absolute favorite, she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in delight as an unusual blush crept onto her cheeks. She tenderly caressed the cheek of Wei Lihan's visage in the largest photograph, as if truly touching him. In this moment, Shin Liqiu had transformed from the proud and aloof young lady she had been during their online chat into an ordinary girl in the throes of infatuation. Yearning for affection and closeness, she appeared to have entered a state of blissful oblivion, entirely unaware of her surroundings. Yet, her object of affection was merely a cold, lifeless photograph. Perhaps it was only in her solitude, when she was not in the presence of Wei Lihan, that she dared to voice such astonishing sentiments. Should anyone approach, she would undoubtedly revert to her usual persona. If one were to interact with Wei Lihan in reality, she would undoubtedly reveal her haughty and spoiled demeanor, commanding him with an imperious tone to abandon his tasks and follow her, carrying her shopping bags. Shin Liqiu's contradictory nature forbids anyone from discovering her other side. Chapter 20. Shun Liqiu's soliloquy. Just a few days ago I purchased this. I wonder if my darling will like it? Shin Liqiu muttered to herself, occasionally lifting her golden eyes to gaze at the large blue-themed photograph prominently displayed in the center of her wardrobe. If you like it, I could. You don't like it? She whispered, her voice laced with uncertainty. I understand. May I observe your daily life with these items? Just for a moment. She continued conversing with the photograph, her tone tinged with a hint of playful affection. Were the other members of the Shun family to witness this scene, they might assume she had been bewitched. At that moment, her face bore a bashful smile as she murmured to an open wardrobe, entirely devoid of the pride and composure expected of the Shun family's young lady. Soon, Shin Lichio's gaze fell upon a black box tucked away in the corner of the wardrobe. The box, entirely black, lay quietly in the shadowy recess, partially concealed by a black dress on the edge. Unless one looked closely, its presence would easily go unnoticed. Shin Lichio crouched down, cautiously retrieving the black box as if it were a treasured artifact, cradling it in her hands, seemingly unbothered by its considerable weight. With one hand, she gently pressed the clasp on the surface of the box. With a soft click, it began to open. The contents were immediately exposed to the air. Inside, a dense array of miniature surveillance devices lay stacked, ranging from basic models to high-end, high-definition micro-equipment, diverse in type and specification. If entrusted to professionals, these specialized devices could even capture what brand of cola someone was drinking in the Dark Palace. What, darling? You agree? That is wonderful. A look of surprise suddenly illuminated Shun Lichio's face. Finally, I can see you at all times, she whispered, her tone brimming with anticipation. But do you truly not like these? She resumed her soliloquy, her earlier joy swiftly morphing into disappointment. In truth, when I first spotted these online, I never imagined I would make a purchase, she murmured, seemingly lost in reminiscence. As she spoke, Shin Lichio closed the box, pressed down firmly in the center with one hand, and forcefully pried it open again, revealing a wealth of Doraemon's wondrous gadgets, leather-bound items, metallic tools, and an assortment of peculiar objects. She casually picked up a sturdy iron implement from the box, holding it in front of her and gesturing in the air as if selecting the perfect position. Alas, my dear, if you do not wish for it, I shall refrain from bringing it to you. A hint of disappointment tinged her voice, as if she could not comprehend why the imagined Wei Lihan in her mind would deny her this modest request. Gently returning the heavy iron object to its original place, she resumed her meticulous selection of other items within the box. Just as she was about to pick up a pet collar for inspection, a sudden knock echoed at her door. Knock, knock, knock. The slightly hurried sound jolted her back to reality, the dull thud instantly dispelling her reveries. Oh no. The once dreamy gaze of Shun Lichio sharpened as she instinctively glanced towards the door. However, no one entered, for she had a habit of locking her door. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly stowed away the pet collar, returning it to the black box. Subsequently, she hurriedly placed the box back in its spot and draped the black dress over it once more, swiftly shutting the wardrobe doors. Who is it? Who's there? Shin Lichio inquired, her tone laced with a hint of guilt, as if she were about to be caught in a clandestine act. Who am I? I am your mother. A mature female voice responded from outside, clearly tinged with displeasure. If you don't open the door, you might find yourself alone in there. Shin Lichio's mother scolded her from beyond the door, and judging by her tone, there was no doubt she was indeed her biological mother. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Shin Lichio hurried to her bedroom door, opening it without a moment's hesitation. Upon doing so, she was met with the sight of a tall, elegant woman, clad in a simple yet graceful home dress. She exuded the charm unique to a mature woman, yet her well-maintained visage bore a serious expression, her eyes reflecting a blend of concern and dissatisfaction. Mother, what brings you here? Shin Lichio asked, a touch of anxiety creeping into her voice. Why shouldn't I come? Xiao Lingyi frowned, her brows knitting together. Have you been up to some peculiar antics again? You've seemed so secretive lately, barely touching your meals. Shin Lichio lowered her gaze, unable to meet her mother's eyes, overwhelmed by fear. She knew that if her mother were to discover her recent behavior, she would surely regard her as some strange and unsettling anomaly. I'm fine, she murmured, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. In her mother's presence, Shin Lichio felt like just an ordinary child, terrified of incurring her wrath. Xiao Lingyi looked at her, a flicker of tenderness passing through her eyes. But it quickly returned to seriousness. I don't care what clandestine activities you are engaged in, as long as you find someone you genuinely like soon. I have nothing more to say. Mother, isn't it a bit too early to be thinking about finding a partner? Shin Lichio discreetly lifted her gaze to glance at Xiao Lingyi, her expression tinged with uncertainty and inquiry, as if she were cautiously probing her mother's sentiments. Is it still too early? At your age, I had already captured your father's heart. If you are reluctant to seek a partner, that is fine. but I receive daily calls from various families expressing admiration for you, with their young masters hoping to propose. The incessant phone calls are nearly driving me mad. For the sake of my peace of mind, you should hasten to find someone. If you are not inclined to spend your life with someone you cherish, then perhaps you should consider a marriage alliance like those depicted in dramas, for you certainly cannot remain single. Though Xiao Lingyi uttered these words, she could never truly acquiesce to her daughter spending a lifetime with someone she does not love. Her intent was merely to spur Shen Liqiu into action. Observing her daughter's lowered head in silence, Xiao Lingyi's inclination to speak further dissipated in an instant. As Shen Liqiu's mother, she understood her daughter all too well. To outsiders, Shen Liqiu might appear indifferent or confrontational, often adopting a lofty demeanor. Yet, within the confines of home or in the presence of familiar faces, her most authentic self emerged, fragile, tender, and sensitive, all hallmarks of Shen Liqiu. Oh, by the way, you have been in university for quite some time. Have you not encountered any young men who catch your interest? Xiao Lingyi casually inquired while brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen by her ear. Her tone carried a hint of playful teasing, yet was imbued with genuine concern. Due to the demands of the family business, she seldom inquired into Shen Liqiu's life, particularly her experiences at school. Indeed, it had been a while since she had engaged in a meaningful conversation with her daughter. In a state of anxious fidgeting with her fingernails, Shen Liqiu nearly jolted at the question, almost dislodging her nail. She raised her head, a hint of panic on her face, her eyes evasive as if a secret had been unveiled. "Ah, it seems there are none," she stammered, waving her hands in an attempt to mask her fluster. However, the faint blush on her cheeks and her fleeting gaze betrayed her true feelings. Xiao Lingyi narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing her daughter's every movement. A gentle smile graced her lips, her tone laced with a sense of triumph. "It appears there may be something to uncover?" Startled by her mother's perceptiveness, Shen Liqiu bit her lip and remained silent, her head bowed. "Well, is he handsome?" Xiao Lingyi casually inquired, as though making a mere passing comment. "He is quite handsome," Shen Liqiu blurted out instinctively, but as the words left her mouth, she realized too late that she had been ensnared in her mother's playful trap. She abruptly raised her head, her face a canvas of shock and indignation, as if an immense secret had been laid bare. "I have no desire to elaborate further, but please do not be as effeminate as your father. Back in school, he blushed even when he brought me a bottle of water, primarily because I had given him money to buy it." Xiao Lingyi spoke earnestly, her tone laced with a hint of teasing, yet tinged with concern. "Young people should not wait until they have lost something to feel regret. If you wish to pursue, do so boldly." Shen Liqiu's face reddened even more as she puffed out her cheeks and retorted loudly, "What are you talking about? We are merely ordinary friends." Shen Liqiu, puffing her cheeks, loudly reminded herself, as if this could serve as a self-administered anesthetic to her already tumultuous heart. "I won't tease you anymore. I've said enough, dear." Xiao Lingyi chuckled, gently patting her daughter's shoulder, her expression conveying understanding, and her tone lightened considerably. "What was I here to discuss with you again?" She tilted her head, a puzzled expression crossing her face, as if she truly could not recall. Xiao Lingyi had suddenly forgotten her purpose for visiting, but subconsciously felt it was likely something trivial. After all, hearing that her daughter had someone she liked was sweeter than any victory in familial business rivalries. It felt even more exhilarating than triumphing over the Su family. Unable to remember, Xiao Lingyi decided to take her daughter to the restaurant for a meal. Her husband, Shen Jun, was also due to return from a business trip, and she calculated that he would be arriving shortly. "Come on, my dear daughter, let us dine first." With a radiant smile adorning her face and an upbeat mood, Xiao Lingyi took Shen Liqiu's hand and gently pulled her toward the restaurant. Despite the embarrassment from earlier, Shen Liqiu soon relinquished her resistance and obediently followed her mother's lead. Meanwhile, at the home of Li Daniu, excitement bubbled over. "Wow, Han, you are truly invincible. In that last wave, you transformed into the master of stealth," Li Daniu exclaimed, leaping up from the sofa, his eyes wide with astonishment as he had just witnessed an epic display of cunning. "I'm in awe," he continued, holding his phone screen up to Wei Lihan, which prominently displayed the word victory, heralding the glorious triumph of their battle. While receiving Li Daniu's praise, Wei Lihan glanced at the screen, unable to suppress a proud smile. He set his phone down and waved dismissively at Li Daniu, his tone imbued with a touch of pride. "No big deal. Just basic skills." Seeing this, Li Daniu couldn't help but applaud. "Han, you are incredible. That maneuver was simply divine. With a friend like you to play games with, I would gladly ride in luxury cars and live in villas. At this compliment, Wei Lihan's expression radiated pride. He puffed out his chest and elongated his neck, as if he were floating in midair, his nose almost pointing toward the heavens. The two continued chatting in the room, with Wei Lihan responding to Li Daniu's accolades while occasionally glancing at the time on his phone. He calculated in his heart and realized that it was getting late. If he did not leave soon, Kanagawa Lioli would likely ignore him once more. "Danyo, I must take my leave now. Do not forget about me," Wei Lihan said, rising with decisive grace. "What time is it, Brother Han? Just give me a couple more rounds," Li Danyo replied, reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp Wei Lihan, his eyes brimming with reluctance. He understood that once Wei Lihan departed, his path to victory in the game tonight would likely descend into chaos. With a smile, Wei Lihan patted Li Danyo's shoulder and said, "Not today. I have some matters to attend to at home. I shall visit you another day." With that, he turned and walked towards the door. "All right, Brother Han. Take care on the road. And don't forget to ask your sister for me," Li Danyo blurted out just before Wei Lihan could exit, causing him to nearly trip over his own feet. Without uttering a word, Wei Lihan shut the door with a resounding thud, his expression darkening. Once outside Li Danyo's home, Wei Lihan meandered aimlessly down the street. His refrigerator was nearly empty. As he usually dined alone and had minimal expectations for cooking, sustenance was all that mattered. Most often, he simply ordered takeout. The two dishes he had prepared for lunch today were so unappealing that even he felt embarrassed. It was hardly fitting to serve only two meager dishes to his sister, who was visiting from afar. Thus, he resolved to visit the market to replenish his supply of ingredients, intending to prepare a splendid meal for his sister tonight as a form of compensation. As he walked, contemplating what simple yet elegant dishes to create, a commotion by the roadside interrupted his thoughts. "Oh darling, look, that's a Rolls-Royce. It's my first time seeing one," exclaimed a young couple not far from him, gazing admiringly at the impressive vehicle cruising down the road. "How extravagant! But this is such a small, neglected place. How could such a fine car emerge from that residential area?" The girl queried her boyfriend, perplexed. "Who knows? Perhaps it's just passing through. The lives of the wealthy are beyond our understanding," he replied nonchalantly. "Don't worry, sweetheart. I will work hard to earn money and marry you, striving to buy a car of our own," he assured her, thumping his chest confidently, while she leaned closer, playfully pecking his cheek. "Everything will be all right. As long as we face life together, we will have everything we desire." Watching the couple express their affection, Wei Lihan couldn't help but reflect on his own life. He possessed no extraordinary talents. His greatest wish perhaps was merely to lead a simple, honest life, much like that couple. He had often contemplated embarking on a profoundly memorable romance, yet he perpetually felt inadequate to provide his partner with a promising future. He feared that she might disdain his inability to earn substantial wealth, leading him to instinctively feign ignorance or simply avoid discussions about emotional matters altogether. Shenlichio was merely an unforeseen variable. Who could fathom her thoughts? It was said that the wealthy harbored distinct and elusive notions. Following a particular incident, she inexplicably began to allocate funds for herself and established various rules, relying on his somewhat handsome visage. He considered the prospect of living off a partner's financial support as a potential avenue, harboring a flicker of confidence. However, Wei Lihan pondered that while there may be merit in relying on another, it would inevitably place him in a subordinate position during their interactions, compounded by the challenges presented by her parents. Although there existed a possibility that she might genuinely cherish him and desire a lifelong union, he was reluctant to gamble on such an ethereal prospect. With a sigh, Wei Lihan resolved to cease his musings on the future. Perhaps his future partner was secretly nurturing feelings for him from the shadows. Suddenly, he envisioned a scenario where she would unexpectedly arrive, equipped with a luxurious vehicle, and both her parents would regard him favorably, completely indifferent to his unremarkable background. Chapter 22. The 50,000 mark bakery. After meticulously selecting ingredients at the market, Wei Lihan officially embarked on his journey home. He strolled leisurely down the street, burdened with an assortment of bags, and despite the hour being past 6, he appeared unhurried. This was largely due to the proximity of his home to the market. A mere few steps would suffice to return. As he passed by a bakery intriguingly named the German 50,000 mark bread, he found himself pausing at the entrance. What a peculiar name, Wei Lihan pondered, baffled as to when such a whimsically named bakery had opened. Driven by curiosity, he decided to venture inside and peruse the offerings. Certainly not drawn solely by the bakery's name. After all, he presumed that most young ladies had a penchant for sweet confections, and Kanagawa Luri would likely be no exception. Upon entering, a rich, sweet aroma enveloped Wei Lihan, instantly captivating his senses. How delightful, he murmured, feeling tempted to indulge in an entire buffet of baked goods. Inside the shop, apart from Wei Lihan, the only other presence was the bakery owner, a balding middle-aged gentleman who appeared somewhat listless. Reclining with his back to the entrance on a chair behind the counter, seemingly lost in contemplation, whether he was asleep or merely dozing. The owner remained oblivious even as the welcoming bell chimed upon Wei Lihan's arrival, leaving him with only a mysterious silhouette to behold. Approaching the counter, Wei Lihan called out several times, yet the owner remained unresponsive. He began to wonder whether the owner had passed out and contemplated whether to call for emergency assistance. Ultimately, Wei Lihan could no longer contain his impatience. He placed the items he was holding onto a nearby table and gently patted the owner's shoulder. That touch finally roused the bakery owner, who shivered and turned around, gazing at Wei Lihan with a look of bewilderment. "Are you asleep, sir?" Upon seeing the owner's face, Wei Lihan was momentarily taken aback, as if he had encountered an old acquaintance. The most striking feature, apart from the owner's dazed expression, was the small tuft of hair above his upper lip, complemented by a few disheveled strands on the right side of his forehead, dampened by sweat from his slumber. These characteristics coalesced perfectly in one individual, leaving Wei Lihan feeling somewhat unsettled. He had never seen anyone so reminiscent of that past figure. "What's wrong, young man? Here to buy bread? My apologies, I dozed off just now. How embarrassing." The owner responded with a sheepish smile, seemingly regretting his inexplicable nap. "It's quite all right. I just came to see what delicious bread you have." Wei Lihan suppressed a laugh, nearly blurting out a mysterious greeting, and said this instead. Sure, take your time. Everything here is freshly baked today." The owner wiped the sweat from his face and neck with a towel, enthusiastically promoting his wares. "Do your breads really cost 500,000 marks? Wei Lihan couldn't resist inquiring about the owner, as the situation was simply too amusing. He believed that if this bakery and its owner were featured online, it would undoubtedly become a viral sensation, attracting long queues of customers eager to purchase bread daily. The bakery owner paused in surprise, then waved his hand dismissively. The name of the shop was given to me by my son. He said it was derived from a master's auspicious calculations. I don't quite understand it, but I trust the younger generation knows how to market these things. He also claimed that I had become one with the shop name. I couldn't argue with him, so I had to go along with it. We must listen to the youth, after all. This era belongs to you young people." As the owner rambled on, he began to express his unwarranted nostalgia. "Your son sounds quite remarkable. Surely he is a commanding figure among the youth," Wei Lihan silently mused. Noticing that the owner was about to continue sharing his life story, Wei Lihan hastily shifted the conversation. Sir, do you have any sweet treats that young girls particularly enjoy? It doesn't matter if they are a bit pricey." "Oh, that. Let me show you," the owner replied, interrupted in his musings, as he began pointing at the various desserts and cakes displayed in the case. This, and that are all favorites among young ladies, and I use very little sugar in these cakes, so they won't contribute to weight gain." Suddenly, a mischievous glint appeared in the owner's eyes as he seemed to have an idea. With a playful smile, he asked Wei Lihan, "What's the occasion? Are you buying a cake for your girlfriend? His girlfriend is upset, or something of that sort." Wei Lihan was left speechless upon hearing this. As he anticipated such a misunderstanding, he calmly clarified, "I am unattached. The cake is for my younger sister." "Ah, what sister? A romantic sister, perhaps?" The shopkeeper continued to jest at Wei Lihan's expense, seemingly with an excess of leisure. "I want tea by anything. I'm leaving," Wei Lihan said, uninterested in further explanation. He simply gathered the items from the table and turned to depart. The shopkeeper, noticing this, hurriedly attempted to persuade him to stay. "Hey, don't go. It was merely a joke. I'll give you a discount on the bread. It's nearly closing time, and I'd rather sell it than toss it away." Wei Lihan, maintaining his composure, turned back with an impassive expression and pointed at several pastries in the display case, indicating that he wished to purchase them. Just as the shopkeeper bent down to retrieve the sweets, Wei Lihan's gaze fell upon some unremarkable cakes wrapped in plastic in the corner. Could it be? The familiar shape and appearance sparked a wave of nostalgia within him. He leaned in closer to inspect them, realizing these were the same inexpensive, generously portioned egg cakes he relished in his childhood. "Excuse me, do you sell these egg cakes?" Wei Lihan's desire to buy them surged forth as he unearthed his childhood memories. The shopkeeper glanced at the inconspicuous egg cakes and casually remarked, "My partner made these this morning. I hadn't intended to sell them. If you want them, I'll give them to you." "All right, that'll be 75. The shopkeeper said, handing over the packed pastries to Wei Lihan. After accepting them, he tentatively inquired, "So I can take them?" "Of course, go ahead. Here's the QR code." The shopkeeper waved his hand, signaling Wei Lihan to take the egg cakes and settle the payment. "Thank you, boss." After paying 75 yuan via WeChat, Wei Lihan exited the bakery. This time, he was genuinely heading home. Chapter 23. Freedom of Attire upon leaving the bakery. Wei Lihan's phone in his pocket vibrated unexpectedly. The subtle yet piercing vibration reminded him that he had received a message. Conditioned by Shen Liqiu to be alert to his phone's notifications, he quickly set down what he was holding and pulled out his device. Fearing that failure to respond promptly might lead to Shen Liqiu making a fuss and imposing demands upon him. Upon checking the message, he was surprised to find that it was not from Shen Liqiu, but rather from a contact saved as younger sister. Wei Lihan felt puzzled. Why was she reaching out to him? Could she be facing some difficulties at home? Regardless of his thoughts, he promptly opened the chat with Kamikawa Ruri. "Dear brother, please return home soon." The message was brief, yet it conveyed a hint of awkwardness and a lack of familiarity. Wei Lihan suddenly comprehended the meaning behind his sister's actions. He surmised that she must be feeling a bit peckish yet too shy to directly ask him for food, hence her subtle expression. He did not dwell on the matter, simply responding with a brief acknowledgement akin to that of an old father, accompanied by a hand gesture to convey his message. Their conversation felt somewhat awkward, reminiscent of exchanges between a father and daughter in the Dragon Kingdom, with the chat history consisting primarily of transfer records and messages limited to no more than 10 words, strangers in their familiarity. After placing his phone back into his pocket, Wei Lihan quickened his pace toward home, laden with bags. Soon enough, he unlocked the door to his home. However, the house was eerily quiet. Aside from the sound of the door closing behind him, there was no other noise, and the air faintly carried the delicate scent of cherry blossoms. Yet, he did not see Kanai Ruri in the living room. Perhaps she was still in her room? "Ruri, I'm back," Wei Lihan called out, raising his voice slightly as he set his belongings aside and bent down to untie his shoelaces in preparation for slipping into his slippers. At that moment, he heard the bedroom door creak open, followed by a melodious voice. "Welcome home, dear brother. Oh, I took a bit longer shopping for groceries today. Please wait a moment while I prepare something for you," he replied, lifting his head to glance at Kanai Ruri as she emerged from her room, only to be momentarily entranced by the sight before him. His gaze was first drawn to her slender legs, clad in white stockings that hugged her ankles and calves, their fair skin appearing almost ethereal. As he looked higher, he noticed a fitted, form-hugging skirt that accentuated her curves, the hem gently tapering to showcase her perfect silhouette, as if it were a bespoke work of art. The skirt, in a solid color, was adorned with a subtle, cool-toned embroidery that enhanced her alabaster complexion, bestowing upon her an air of mysterious allure. One corner of the skirt was playfully lifted, revealing a glimpse of her skin, seemingly beckoning his gaze. Completing her ensemble was a slightly audacious white nurse's uniform, whose neckline artfully exposed her collarbone and a hint of delicate curves. The buttons at her chest appeared slightly undone, hinting at her tender skin beneath. The hem of the uniform was not particularly long, revealing a slender waist that seamlessly transitioned into her long legs, perfectly merging with the fitted skirt. Kanai Ruri's visage resembled that of a girl stepped out from a painting, yet at that moment, she wore an outfit strikingly at odds with her usual aloof demeanor. Wei Lihan could never have dreamt that his sister would don something so daring. In that moment, Wei Lihan found himself momentarily speechless, his heart racing as if it had skipped a beat, utterly captivated by her appearance, his mind a swirling haze. In contrast, Shenai Lioli maintained her usual composure and tranquility, as if this spectacle were merely a mundane aspect of her daily life. Her attire, nothing more than a casual outfit donned at home. "Brother, you have returned," she softly remarked, her tone imbued with a hint of concern and subtle inquiry. Wei Lihan snapped back to reality, his gaze averted, his cheeks tinged with crimson as he hurriedly nodded. "Ah, yes, I'm back. I will prepare a meal for you shortly." "Brother, please hand the items to me," Shenai Lioli insisted, her steady gaze fixed upon the flustered Wei Lihan, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. She then stepped closer, taking the groceries from his hands, which had frozen like a robot deprived of power. During this exchange, Wei Lihan dared not lower his eyes, feeling a peculiar apprehension due to both his height advantage over Shun Nai Liuli and her unusually striking attire that day. As a sweet fragrance wafted closer, dissipating as the weight in his hands lessened, Wei Lihan quickly exchanged his half-worn shoes and dashed to the bathroom to wash his face. The icy water splashed against his skin, cooling the warmth that had enveloped him, and he gazed into the mirror, his reflection still dazed, murmuring, "What is happening? Surely, this isn't a dream." Wei Lihan attempted to escape the reality before him, wishing instead that he had mistakenly entered the wrong house or misidentified the person. He could not bear to accept that his perpetually aloof sister had chosen such an extraordinary outfit on her first day at his home. Yet, the array of neon-branded skincare products and a fresh set of toiletries in the bathroom incessantly reminded him of the truth. He had not entered the wrong house. Nor had he misidentified anyone. The girl outside was indeed his non-biological sister, Shun Nai Liuli. Taking a deep breath, Wei Lihan resolved to confront reality. Though they were ostensibly siblings, he was uncertain whether Shun Nai Liuli had a boyfriend. Regardless, they were now living together as a solitary man and woman. He pondered her perspective. While everyone had the right to dress as they pleased, he certainly had reservations about her wearing such attire at home, regardless of their familial ties. As her brother, he felt obligated to guide her towards a more modest fashion sense, despite secretly enjoying the view. How scandalous. Chapter 24. A bit inappropriate. Wei Lihan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, and when he reopened them, his gaze was resolute. He understood that he must assert the authority of an elder brother, compelling his sister to don more conservative clothing, lest he find himself unable to even glance in her direction. Thus, Wei Lihan dried the water from his face and strode out with firm steps. Upon exiting the restroom, he beheld Kanai Liuli standing in the living room, her back to him, head bowed, hands raised before her chest, as if engrossed in some task. Liuli, doesn't your attire seem a tad inappropriate?" Wei Lihan steadied his breath and approached his sister, speaking candidly, fearing that he might falter and be unable to voice his thoughts later. At his words, Kanai Liuli turned to face him, yet did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, she gazed at him with her cerulean eyes, her delicate lips parting as she said, "Dear brother, please take your medicine." With that, she presented her palms, offering the contents therein to Wei Lihan. Instinctively, he glanced down, discovering that Kanai Liuli held a tray of large green leaves along with a variety of other medications. However, most of the tablets had lost their original form, appearing as if they had been violently crushed before being placed in her hands. A few capsule-like pills had become flattened, their contents spilling out, while several tablets had fractured into pebble-sized pieces, and there were also irregularly shaped fragments of unidentified substances among them. The tray of large green leaves lay torn and fragmented within Kanai Liuli's gentle, pale hands, the distorted plastic packaging bearing testament to its mistreatment. "What is this?" Wei Lihan twitched his lips, perplexed by his sister's intentions. He raised his gaze to meet her eyes, which sparkled with a glimmer of hope and anticipation, as if she fervently wished for him to consume the mysterious medications. Does my elder brother, having fallen ill, not take his medicine?" Kanai Liuli inquired. Noticing Wei Lihan's contemplative stance, after receiving the medications, she had diligently analyzed how to proportion and administer them to expedite her brother's recovery. However, the minuscule and densely packed text on the numerous medication instructions proved too challenging for her to decipher, prompting her to resort to her own method of concoction. Yet, a new dilemma arose. As someone who had never been afflicted by illness due to her robust constitution, she was utterly unaware of how to extract the tablets. She attempted to use her nails to pierce the plastic film at the bottom to retrieve the pills, but the slippery material thwarted her efforts time and again. Determined, Kanai Liuli resolved to don her nurse's uniform before continuing her medicinal preparations, believing that the professional attire might somehow coax the medications to reveal themselves. However, shortly after she changed into her outfit, Wei Lihan returned home, seizing the opportunity while her brother occupied the restroom. She hurriedly set about forcefully dismantling the medications provided to her, emptying them into her hands. The process was straightforward. She simply used brute strength to tear the packaging into strips, allowing the contents to spill forth effortlessly. However, she did not anticipate that her exertion would result in the crushing of most of the medication. Yet, she reasoned that the fragmentation should pose no issue. For as long as the essence remained intact, it would ultimately retain its medicinal efficacy once ingested by her brother. Lioli, I appreciate your kindness, but I must earnestly inform you that I am not unwell, Wei Lihan stated with a hint of exasperation, gently pushing away the small hand of Kanai Lioli, which was almost pressed against his face, while rubbing his forehead. But dear brother, isn't that crumpled paper in your room indicative of a cold? Kanai Lioli tilted her head slightly, inquiring, her earnest demeanor inexplicably endearing. Nanny, Wei Lihan was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. If he had heard correctly, his sister had indeed entered his room today and had witnessed a rather embarrassing scene. The weight of this revelation felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. He had to conceal this knowledge at all costs. Ha ha ha. I truly do feel a bit under the weather. Oh dear. My nose seems to have suddenly clogged. Ha ha ha. Wei Lihan awkwardly chuckled, pulling Kanai Lioli's hand back and seizing all the medication from her grasp. He then symbolically consumed a few larger, distinguishable pieces of the medicine, casually reaching for a glass of water on the table to aid his swallowing. Meanwhile, the majority of the now pulverized remnants were gently released into the nearby trash bin, for after all, medicine can be toxic in excess, and consuming an indeterminate quantity could lead to dire consequences. Kanai Lioli watched intently as Wei Lihan took his medicine, her palm tingling where her brother had previously touched it, the warmth of his fingers lingering. Unconsciously, she bit her lip, her fingers intertwining nervously, her earlobes flushed with a deep crimson, slowly spreading. Oh, after taking the medicine that Lioli bought for me, I feel instantly better, haha. Wei Lihan wiped the moisture from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his hearty laughter masking his embarrassment and the near discovery of his little secret. Then, as his gaze inadvertently drifted across his sister's pure and lovely visage, he suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit. Ahem, on another note, Lioli, I believe you should dress more conservatively at home, Wei Lihan declared, closing his eyes and clearing his throat to muster his courage. Reopening one eye to gauge Kanai Lioli's reaction, Kanai Lioli, roused from her thoughts, looked at Wei Lihan with confusion. Brother, what do you mean? Her tone, devoid of emotional fluctuation from Wei Lihan's perspective, coupled with her slightly squinted eyes in perplexity, seemed to him a query laced with emotion. Wei Lihan felt an overwhelming sense of despair, realizing too late that he should not have assumed the role of an authoritative figure over his younger sister. Unfortunately, he had succumbed to the worst possible outcome he had anticipated. He could already envision that Kanai Ruri would regard him with disdain for some time, and when he faltered in his endeavors, she would scold him as a fool. Chapter 25. Reward. It's nothing really. I think you look splendid in that outfit. Wei Lihan ultimately relinquished his resistance, yearning to salvage some semblance of affection from his sister. His voice carried a hint of forced cheerfulness, while his gaze wandered elsewhere, as if he were evading something. The courage he had mustered moments ago evaporated under the weight of Kanai Ruri's piercing glance. That look seemed to harbor an innate pressure, a remnant of her prolonged position of authority, compelling him to retreat and causing him to question the wisdom of his earlier words. This was not an act of cowardice. Rather, he felt that it was preferable to soften their relationship rather than perpetuate the uncomfortable state they had found themselves in. After all, it was not that Wei Lihan feared his sister. Historically, it was the younger sibling who feared the elder's reprimands. While he found himself in a peculiar situation, conceding to his sister could ultimately be a win-win scenario, even if he had to take a step back. Indeed, I am not afraid of my sister, he reassured himself. Kanai Ruri, on the surface, merely acknowledged him with a simple response, but internally she was effervescent with joy, elated by her brother's praise. The exhilaration of being complimented by her beloved Oni-chan was intoxicating. With a secretive smile curling at her lips, she quickly masked her delight. She almost couldn't resist asking her brother for a reward. Yet, maintaining her composure, she suddenly reached out, pressing the back of her hand against Wei Lihan's face, seemingly to gauge his temperature. Brother, your temperature is quite high. Have you not yet recovered? She inquired, employing a phrase she had recently learned online, though her hand seemed to be misplaced, as one typically checks the forehead for fever. I'm fine. I suppose it's just the heat that has me feeling this way. Haha, I'll lower the air conditioning a bit, and I should feel better, Wei Lihan replied, forcing a smile as he maneuvered past Kanai Ruri towards the coffee table to retrieve the air conditioning remote. However, he was suddenly met with an immense pulling force that nearly sent him sprawling backward onto the floor. In that instant, he felt as though he were ensnared. unable to move an inch. Regaining his balance, he turned to find Kanai Ruri firmly grasping the hem of his shirt. The fabric stretched perilously between them, as if it might tear under the strain of their combined efforts. "Brother, please return to your room and rest. I will take good care of you today," Kanai Ruri asserted with an undeniable firmness in her tone, releasing his shirt and striding toward the kitchen. "I will handle the cooking, so please make yourself comfortable. But do not disturb me. I shall undoubtedly prepare nourishing dishes that will aid in your recovery." As Kanagawa Ruri passed by Wei Lihan, she assured him, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. "Wait, Ruri, you have only just arrived in Longhua and are still unfamiliar with everything. Allow me to cook instead," Wei Lihan hastily interjected. It is worth noting that his sister had never cooked before, as he had always been the one to procure meals for her. Moreover, even if she were capable of cooking, it would be inappropriate to expect her to do so on her very first day in Longhua, a country with a long-standing tradition of hospitality. Thus, Wei Lihan quickly dashed to the kitchen, intent on calling his sister out. At that moment, Kanagawa Ruri was holding a potato in one hand while contemplating a large green onion with the other, weighing her options as if pondering how to transform these ingredients into a delectable dish. She was acutely aware of Wei Lihan's approach and assumed he was there to prevent her from preparing a heartfelt dinner for him. So, she calmly stated, "Brother, please step outside." Yet, mid-sentence, she was startled to notice a hand grasping her delicate wrist. A broad palm was firmly holding her. "Ruri, it's fine. Let me cook. You should change and watch some television in the living room, all right?" Wei Lihan spoke softly, unconsciously compressing the space between them and cornering Kanagawa Ruri against the refrigerator door. To an observer, this might appear as a couple sharing an intimate moment in the kitchen, but this was merely Ruri's perception. She looked at Wei Lihan, somewhat flustered, her breath quickening and her heart racing, with a faint blush gracing her cheeks, an unmistakable sign of her shyness. However, externally, her expression remained largely unchanged, appearing only puzzled in Wei Lihan's eyes. Why is the reward coming so swiftly?" Kanagawa Ruri's heart was filled with a cacophony of excitement. The information she had gathered from her extensive research was indeed true. By taking care of her brother, she could earn rewards even without dining out together. Oni-chan's hand is so large and warm. This proximity brings such a sense of security. What is that scent? It seems to be from someone else. Perhaps a male. I wish to remain in this position with Oni-chan for eternity. If I allow those arranged individuals to disturb me again, will my brother still reward me? However, would this not be too greedy? My mother once said that overly greedy children end up with nothing. Amidst a flurry of chaotic thoughts, Kanai Ruri ultimately lost sight of her objective in the kitchen. Her mind now consumed by the intoxicating scent of hormones emanating from her brother and the gentle smile gracing his delicate features. I understand," Kanai Ruri murmured, her gaze fixed intently on her brother's eyes, her voice barely audible. His tone seemed somewhat off. Was it merely my illusion? Wei Lihan, upon hearing Kanai Ruri's reluctant concession, wondered if he had misheard her. "All right, you may step outside. I can handle things here." Although he was unsure why she acquiesced so readily, it certainly spared him the need for further persuasion, perhaps a consequence of his earlier firmness. Wei Lihan smiled as he released Kanai Ruri's wrist, retreating a couple of steps to grant her passage. The potato she had been holding, once constrained by Wei Lihan's grip, now drooped helplessly, nearly slipping from her grasp and crashing to the floor, achieving the dubious honor of a painful thud. Unbeknownst to her, the vigilance and attentiveness expected of the eldest daughter of the Kanai family had vanished entirely. After returning the potato and scallion to their rightful places, she hurriedly exited the kitchen, leaving behind the lingering, fresh scent of cherry blossoms. Wei Lihan sighed in resignation as he observed Kanai Ruri's flustered retreat to her room. Indeed, living alone is far more comfortable. Chapter 26. The first dinner after a prolonged endeavor in the kitchen, Wei Lihan successfully prepared 4 dishes and a soup, setting them on the dining table. Standing at the kitchen door, he gazed at the colorful and aromatic spread, a rare expression of satisfaction and pride illuminating his face. His back was damp with sweat, the collar of his shirt clinging to his skin, yet he remained unfazed, a swell of accomplishment surging within him. Never before had he prepared such an array of dishes at once, especially today, where not only timing mattered, but flavor and presentation were equally paramount. He felt a quiet pride, believing he had reached the pinnacle of his culinary skills. Of course, during his busy kitchen endeavor, His younger sister, Kanai Ruri, had approached him multiple times, offering to lend a hand. Initially, Wei Lihan declined her assistance, fearing she might become flustered in the unfamiliar environment and create a mishap, or worse, an accident. Yet, despite his verbal refusals, he found himself wavering. He saw the clarity in her eyes, as if she awaited his permission while testing his limits. He hesitated to speak too harshly, unable to deter her, and thus allowed her to remain by his side, assisting with minor tasks. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. He instructed Kanai Ruri to peel a few potatoes, and she promptly set about the task. However, Wei Lihan was taken aback when he realized that she had effortlessly peeled several potatoes in a mere few seconds, without him even witnessing the process. Just as he stretched lazily, she had already completed her task. He approached to inspect the potatoes she had peeled, each one boasting an extraordinarily smooth surface, devoid of any markings or textures, as if the thin skin had been expertly removed by a knife wielded with remarkable skill, leaving the edible portion entirely intact. Wei Lihan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was profoundly impressed. If he were to send Kanazawa Ruri to an old Western culinary school, she would undoubtedly emerge as an unrivaled master. Not only was her knife technique deft, but her precision bordered on the unbelievable. Yet, what struck Wei Lihan most about his sister was her strength. During the cooking process, Wei Lihan discovered that the yellow soybean paste used for coloring and seasoning had run out. Fortunately, there was an unopened jar in the refrigerator. While he busied himself by monitoring the pot, he instructed Kanazawa Ruri to retrieve the jar from the fridge and open it. He emphasized repeatedly that if she couldn't open it, she should simply place it beside him for him to assist. Then, he witnessed Kanazawa Ruri take the jar of soybean paste from the refrigerator and, after a few attempts, realize it was sealed tightly. It was likely due to the condensation on the jar from being chilled, which diminished the friction, compounded by the flat lid that made it difficult to unscrew. Just as Wei Lihan was about to remind her to leave it for him to open, he saw Kanazawa Ruri grasp the flat lid with her right hand, while her left hand delicately pinched the bottom of the jar, seemingly cautious not to apply too much force that might break the container. Then, with a light motion, she effortlessly lifted her right hand, and with a crisp sound, the protruding glass jar and the flat lid were dislodged together. Wei Lihan stood frozen, utterly astounded, even oblivious to the vegetables in the pan that were on the verge of burning. He could hardly believe his eyes as he watched her perform this action. Not only had she opened the lid with ease, but the manner in which she did so was entirely beyond the ability of an ordinary person. The rim of the jar was perfectly separated, as if it had been meticulously sliced with a knife, leaving no damage or residue of the sauce spilling out. She presented the jar to Wei Lihan, showcasing a container with flawlessly smooth edges, filled with fragrant yellow soybean paste. As he accepted the jar, his fingers trembled slightly, and a surge of complex emotions welled within him. Observing his sister's composed expression, it was as if her astonishing feat had been merely a trivial endeavor. "When did you become so incredible?" He finally spoke, his voice tinged with surprise and an ineffable sense of awe. Kanagawa Lioli wiped her hands with a towel and gazed at him with a hint of profundity, saying, "If my esteemed brother has any needs, I shall employ various means to achieve your objectives." She did not directly respond to Wei Lihan's inquiry, instead uttering this somewhat enigmatic phrase. Regrettably, Wei Lihan failed to grasp its underlying significance. Furthermore, he dared not inquire further or intervene, fearing that excessive involvement might displease his sister, leading to repercussions akin to having his head forcibly removed and used as a ball to kick around. "Lioli, it's time for dinner," Wei Lihan called out to Kanagawa Lioli, who was seated on the sofa, intently watching television. Due to her remarkably high efficiency in the kitchen, the only remaining task was to flip the food in the pan. He could not possibly ask her to assist with that, as it would mean his sister had effectively completed the majority of the chores. Moreover, he could not bear the thought of such a lovely young girl being engulfed by smoke and frowning in discomfort, so he gently persuaded her to watch television instead. At that moment, Kanagawa Lioli had changed into her home attire, her dark hair cascading casually over her shoulders. Compared to her earlier, almost ethereal allure, Wei Lihan preferred his sister in her normal clothes, as this better showcased her unique, cool demeanor, aligning more closely with her character. "Hello?" Wei Lihan attempted once more to engage Kanagawa Lioli, who was sitting upright on the sofa, fixated on the television screen. Noticing her lack of response, he curiously approached to see what captivating program held her attention day after day. Upon glancing at the screen, he was greeted by the iconic scene of the infamous tear, the Gizi apart. Confounded, he pondered why his sister, as a Japanese individual, was so enamored with the patriotic dramas of Longwa. Well, if she enjoyed it, so be it. One could argue it was a step towards her assimilation into the esteemed culture of Longwa. Ah, esteemed brother, Kanagawa Lioli, engrossed in her viewing. Only then noticed Wei Lihan had approached her. It's fine, there's no rush. We can eat after this segment, Wei Lihan replied with a smile, his voice brimming with affection. However, Kanagawa Lioli promptly rose from the sofa and made her way to the dining table, pulling out a chair and seating herself. She then drew another chair closely beside hers, her azure eyes fixed on Wei Lihan as she gestured for him to join her. Chapter 27. Nonsense. Wei Lihan walked from the living room to the dining table, making a circuitous route before arriving beside Kanagawa Lioli. He initially intended to pull out the chair opposite her, but upon raising his gaze, he encountered the emotionless depths of her eyes. Understanding the unspoken cue, Wei Lihan silently pushed the chair he had begun to pull out back into place. The soft illumination from the light above the dining table cast a warm glow upon his handsome features, inexplicably adding a touch of warmth amidst the sweltering summer heat. He discreetly pulled his chair, which had been previously moved away by his sister, a fraction further back, subtly distancing himself from the person beside him. The legs of the chair scraped against the floor, producing a gentle sound that seemed to whisper of a delicate shift in emotions. At that moment, a gap had formed between the two chairs, no longer in close proximity. This deliberately created distance was not only a sign of Wei Lihan's respect for Kanai Ruri, but also a precaution against any potential intimate contact in the future. After all, he understood the principle that a sister should maintain some distance from her brother, despite their limited interactions thus far. Observing Kanai Ruri as she meticulously examined the dishes on the table, oblivious to his subtle movements, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Her focus instilled in him an inexplicable sense of security. At that moment, it felt as if only the two of them existed within this small dining space. Indeed, this unconscious act of gradually distancing himself, as long as she remained unaware, signified his success in influencing his sister's perception. At the very least, he had managed to have her tacitly acknowledge that he was not sitting too close to her, for prolonged proximity would be quite improper. Let's eat, Ruri. This is the result of our efforts, Wei Lihan said with a smile, picking up a pair of chopsticks to lift a slice of potato towards his mouth. However, just as he placed the potato slice in his mouth without yet savoring its flavor, his chair was suddenly yanked back. With a sharp sound, their chairs collided once more. This unexpected event momentarily threw Wei Lihan off balance, nearly causing him to spray the food in his mouth onto Kanai Ruri's delicate face. The sudden pull left him momentarily flustered. Regaining his composure, he felt the soft touch of her thigh against his. He realized he had been inadvertently forced into close proximity with his sister once again. He turned to see the instigator beside him. Kanai Ruri, however, said nothing, elegantly using her right hand to grasp a piece of vegetable with her chopsticks, deftly shaking off excess oil above a bowl of rice held in her other hand before gently placing it in her mouth, savoring it with soft, contented sounds. Her demeanor was calm and collected, as if everything were well within her control. After a brief, awkward smile, Wei Lihan chose not to comment, instead quietly returning to his meal. His heart was conflicted, a mix of helplessness and an inappropriate sense of delight, as someone who had never experienced romance. He found it rather enjoyable to have a beautiful girl beside him who was neither sharp-tongued nor bothersome. Brother, why won't you accept my transfer? Is it because the amount is insufficient? Kanai Ruri's sudden inquiry broke the silence, her head tilting slightly as her indifferent eyes scrutinized the subtle expressions on Wei Lihan's face. Her tone was as tranquil as water, yet it concealed an undeniable firmness. Well, have you ever witnessed a brother spending his sister's money? You should keep this money for yourself. If I find myself utterly penniless in the future, I might just have to cling to your leg. And then I'll need you to bestow upon me some seed money, haha? Although Wei Lihan was taken aback by this sudden onslaught, he quickly regained his composure and responded with an air of ease, offering a seemingly peaceful rationale. His reply, though casual in appearance, was indeed the result of careful contemplation, a skill honed through his daily interactions with Su Limu. Why then must one collect money from other girls? Kanai Ruri pressed on, her determination evident. It was clear she would not relent until everything was clarified. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, targeting the heart of the matter that had arisen earlier that day. Wei Lihan scratched his face, straining to devise a flawless excuse to deceive his inquisitive sister, who seemed inexplicably fond of gossip. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his anxiety intensified. This was troublesome. She must have seen those transaction records, and I had accepted them all. Just after boasting that I wouldn't spend my sister's money. Was I now to be exposed? I certainly couldn't claim that I was being threatened by her, only to have her send me red envelopes every day like some simpleton from a wealthy family. Such a confession would be unbelievable, even to myself, let alone Kanai Ruri. Eureka! An idea sparked in Wei Lihan's mind, presenting itself as a rather dubious solution. While it bore some risk, it was certainly more favorable than maintaining a stony silence. Actually, I haven't dared to spend the money I received. I merely helped her save it. Wei Lihan earnestly fabricated this tale, his serious demeanor lending an air of authenticity to his words. Kanai Ruri remained unresponsive, silently awaiting his further elaboration. That Shen Liqiu is actually the daughter of a nouveau riche family. I've known her since our freshman year. She told me that her family was once extremely poor, to the point where she had to juggle 3 jobs just to barely sustain her university life. Then, on her birthday, her father revealed that he was the head of the Shen family in the capital, and all these years had merely been a test of her temperament and patience. In truth, Wei Lihan was unaware of Shen Liqiu's true identity. He had merely heard whispers of her mysterious background during his time at university and naturally associated her with the illustrious Shen family of Kyoto. Thus, he wove this elaborate tale for his dear sister, asserting that Shen Liqiu had successfully passed her family's trials and could now enjoy a normal life befitting a young lady, free to purchase whatever she desired. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth struggled to suppress a grin, for he was uncertain of the veracity of his own narrative. Casting a glance at the still silent Kanai Ruri, Wei Lihan cleared his throat and continued his fanciful fabrication. Then she indulged in a spree of retaliatory consumption, mindlessly acquiring various luxurious items, cosmetics, and jewelry, to the extent that even her father could no longer bear it. He sternly warned her that if she continued her lavish ways, she would be subjected to the hardships of her previous life. Consequently, he significantly reduced her monthly allowance. Yet, she remained unable to resist the urge to purchase this and that. Ultimately, she sought my assistance, setting a daily budget for her expenditures while transferring any excess pocket money to me for safekeeping, to prevent her father from discovering anything amiss. She even cleverly labeled the transfers with benign notes such as milk tea money or takeout expenses. After Wei Lihan finished speaking, she anxiously gazed at Kanai Ruri, seemingly awaiting her verdict on the tangled web of fabrications she had spun. Chapter 28. A Meeting Between You Two. Kanai Ruri cast a complex glance at Wei Lihan, who appeared somewhat guilty after spinning her elaborate tale, and she couldn't help but let out a faint sigh inwardly. As the eldest daughter of the Kanai family, she usually would not allow trivial matters to affect her state of mind. However, she was currently grappling with an unnameable frustration, a feeling that was undeniably vexing. Was it because the brother she adored was lying to protect another girl? Or was it due to his constant attempts to distance himself from her? It should be noted that had anyone in Neon dared to weave such transparent lies to deceive her, they would have long since found themselves at the bottom of the sea, feeding the fish. Yet now, the one lying before her was her immensely significant brother, which rendered her sensitive and fragile heart profoundly conflicted. It was neither a matter of violence nor of vengeance. She had never encountered such an infuriating yet helpless situation. Clearly, she wouldn't extract the truth from her brother's lips. Perhaps if she employed the family's method of interrogation to threaten him. She recalled the various instruments of torture and the harrowing cries she had often witnessed in the family's basement, though she felt no affinity for such scenes. The sounds implied considerable pain, didn't they? Moreover, she did not wish to see her beloved brother hurt or crying out in agony. So this perilous thought had to be abandoned. It seemed she would have to personally confront the so-called eldest daughter of the Shun family in a few days. She intended to compel that insufferable Shen Liqiu to vacate her brother's side, ensuring he had only her as his female companion. Ah, so that's it. Kanai Ruri responded affirmatively, albeit with a somewhat peculiar tone. Wei Lihan observed her sister's disinterested demeanor as she absent-mindedly twirled her chopsticks in her hands. Previously, she had been relishing the delectable dishes before her, yet now she had lost her appetite, staring blankly at the table, lost in thought. He no longer cared whether his earlier fabrications had any impact. From the current state of affairs, it appeared to be somewhat of a failure. though she was reluctant to admit it for his sake. Wei Lihan felt a deep sense of remorse as he apologized to Kanagawa Lioli. I sincerely regret this, Lioli. I truly did not wish to concoct such a foolish tale to deceive you. However, I also cannot bring myself to reveal the truth. Please, forgive me just this once. I promise to make it up to you later, and you can demand any form of compensation you wish. Just do not hold a grudge against me. Subsequently, the two fell once more into an excruciating silence, reminiscent of the awkwardness experienced during their midday meal. The dining table was devoid of any lively chatter. Only the clinking of utensils and the faint sound of chewing could be heard. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Wei Lihan, unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere any longer, resolved to lighten the mood. He instinctively lifted his cup to his lips, took a sip of water to clear his throat, and inquired of Kanagawa Lioli, Lioli, do you have any plans tomorrow afternoon? Startled to hear her name, while lost in her own thoughts about how to reclaim her brother, Kanagawa Lioli responded with a hint of confusion. What's the matter? I have a dear friend returning from abroad tomorrow afternoon, Wei Lihan explained. I thought it would be nice to take you out for a little excursion so that you two could meet, considering she may often come by to visit me. A preliminary acquaintance could foster a deeper bond between you. He smiled as he awaited her response. Tomorrow? Kanagawa Lioli murmured to herself, contemplating her schedule. It seemed she had no pressing engagements. Her mother had yet to assign her any tasks from Longhua. With ample free time on her hands, she lifted her gaze and accepted Wei Lihan's invitation. Yes, I can accompany you. Hearing his sister's affirmation filled Wei Lihan with joy, for at last, someone could temper the unpredictable tendencies of his childhood friend, who often disregarded him. He could already envision their meeting blossoming from polite greetings into a close-knit, sisterly bond. He had truly accomplished a commendable deed, providing his sister with her first friend of similar age, while simultaneously ensuring that Su Limo would think twice before treating him with disrespect in the presence of his sister. After all, she too was a woman and valued her dignity, who would act unruly in front of someone else's family. Having finalized their plans, Wei Lihan happily resumed his meal, inwardly congratulating himself for successfully diverting his sister's attention. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Are you full, Lioli? Wei Lihan asked, glancing at Kanagawa Lioli, who had placed her chopsticks across her empty bowl, hands clasped together in a prayer-like gesture, eyes closed. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity, aware that the Japanese had their peculiar customs, yet witnessing it firsthand struck him as somewhat odd. Yes, thank you for the meal, Kanagawa Lioli replied, opening her eyes to meet Wei Lihan's gaze. You may return to your room now. I can tidy up later. If you come to help, I might just become displeased. Wei Lihan threatened Kanai Ruri somewhat, like a parent scaring a child, and she obediently rose to return to her bedroom. Not forgetting to bow slightly to Wei Lihan, she expressed her gratitude. As she disappeared from the doorway, he began to tidy up the remnants of their meal. Aware that their portions were modest, he found that there was still a considerable amount left over. After placing the leftovers in the refrigerator, Wei Lihan immersed himself in cleaning the kitchen for a while and then swept the dining area. Once these tasks were completed, he felt sufficiently relaxed and decided to indulge in a refreshing bath before enjoying a well-deserved sleep, for the day had been rather tiring. But before sleeping, he must dispose of the wontons on the bedside table to prevent Kanai Ruri from mistakenly thinking he had caught a cold and concocting some strange remedy, even though it was indeed his own oversight. Lost in these thoughts, Wei Lihan donned a towel over his shoulders, humming a tune as he forcefully pulled open the bathroom door. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he was instantaneously rendered speechless. It was not for any other reason, but because he had caught sight of Kanai Ruri, her back turned to him, tugging at the zipper of her dress. In the bathroom, the two individuals held their breath, exchanging wide-eyed glances filled with surprise and bewilderment. Kanai Ruri, facing away from Wei Lihan, had one hand on the zipper at her back, which she was in the midst of pulling down. Only a small patch of her delicate, fair skin was revealed, and she turned her face slightly towards him, emitting a soft gasp of astonishment. The first to regain composure was Wei Lihan. He quickly slammed the door shut, turning his back against it while calling out in a flustered manner, "I'm sorry. I didn't see anything. I'm so sorry." He truly hadn't anticipated that his sister, who should have been resting in her room, would appear in the bathroom preparing for a bath. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Kanai Ruri collected her thoughts. As the realization of what had just transpired dawned on her, a rosy hue crept up her cheeks. Have I become too relaxed around my brother? On my very first night at his house, such an incident occurs. She unconsciously bit her fingernail in contemplation. Yet, judging by her brother's reaction, it seemed he did have some awareness of her presence. If he wished to see more, should she perhaps? No, that would be utterly inappropriate. What if he called her a pervert? A struggle flickered across her face, clearly indicating that this was her first encounter with such an awkward situation. Typically at home, she was accustomed to bathing in privacy, with arrangements made for her. All she needed to do was relish the pleasure of a long soak. Although the Wei Lihan family lacked a hot spring or a bathtub, such deficiencies held little significance for Kanai Ruri. For her, the essential aspect was the ability to cleanse her body and alleviate the weariness of the day, regardless of the means. After finishing her dinner and returning to her room, she found herself engulfed in anxiety, perhaps stemming from the subtle touches during the meal or the looming sense of her brother being potentially taken away. In an attempt to assuage this inexplicable unease, she eagerly retrieved various items imbued with her brother's essence that she had collected earlier that day while out with Wei Lihan. Examining them with great care, as she indulged in this reverie on a sultry summer night, beads of perspiration began to form, exacerbated by the delightful meal she had savored, crafted by her brother's own hands. The memory of those delectable dishes left her salivating uncontrollably, and as she imagined overindulging, she felt a slight constriction in her throat, her fair visage turning a deep shade of crimson. In her haste, she grabbed the bottle of mineral water she had provided for Wei Lihan earlier that day, pressing her lips to the bottle's mouth and gulping down the air within with fervor. Struggling against the discomfort of her imagined gluttony, Kanai Ruri intensified her drinking, her lungs working like a compressor as she drained the bottle, reducing it to a flimsy shell. All of this stemmed from her deep immersion in thoughts of the delicious food she had just enjoyed. While one hand clutched the treasure she had salvaged from Wei Lihan's room, her other hand was not idle. Sensing the bottle was empty, she resolved to fetch more water. Somehow, she found herself in a desert, where the oppressive heat became unbearable and thirst soon followed. Just as she felt trapped in this arid expanse, she glimpsed a mirage, a vision of Wei Lihan nearby, waving at her and encouraging her not to lose hope in escaping this barren land. Yet, he soon vanished into the desert's vastness. Perhaps his words resonated within her, for the once scorching desert was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, signaling an impending downpour. Before Kanai Ruri could fully comprehend the shift, rain began to pour, its refreshing droplets striking the ground and offering her a chance to quench her thirst. Yet, her skirt became unintentionally soaked by the rain, a detail she dismissed. Exhausted and parched from her desert ordeal, she decided to recline on the soft sand to rest for a moment. Nevertheless, her other hand remained tightly clasped around the precious item from Wei Lihan's room, a source of psychological solace for her. In summary, Kanai Ruri found herself drenched in fragrant sweat, feeling quite uncomfortable, and the accidental spilling of water on her skirt ignited the thought of taking a bath and changing into fresh attire. After all, the wardrobe of the esteemed Miss Kanagawa Ruri rivals that of Miss Shinlichio in terms of the vast array of garments it contains. Soon, she found herself confronted with the initial, mortifying scene that left her utterly humiliated. She bore some responsibility for this incident, as she had failed to inform her brother in advance of her intention to take a bath, which ultimately led to this predicament. Shaking her head, she resolved not to dwell on such trivial matters any longer and decided to step out of her room to apologize to Wei Lihan. She zipped up her dress once more and lifted her skirt to inspect it. Earlier, in her carelessness, she had splattered a bit of water on it, but now it was nearly dry and would not detract from her overall appearance. After tidying her slightly disheveled hair, Kanagawa Ruri opened the door and stepped outside. At that moment, she beheld Wei Lihan sitting cross-legged on the sofa, his hands clasped under his chin, gazing down at the floor as if lost in contemplation. "Brother, I apologize for what happened earlier. I should have informed you beforehand," she began, but was abruptly interrupted by Wei Lihan. "There's no need to elaborate, Ruri. This matter is entirely my fault," he interjected. "Rest assured, I have completely forgotten about the incident. If you require some form of compensation within my capabilities, I am willing to oblige. Of course, the best outcome would be to pretend that nothing occurred and let this minor issue pass." With that, Wei Lihan raised his gaze seriously to Kanagawa Ruri before lowering his head again to send a message on his phone. Ruri's lips moved slightly, given her brother's stance. She felt there was little left to say and turned back toward the bathroom. Chapter 30. drying hair listening to the gentle sound of water trickling from the bathroom. Wei Lihan finally exhaled in relief. He knew that the misunderstanding, though it had not truly escalated, had cast a veil of awkwardness between them. To prevent this unpleasantness from permeating their home, he unhesitatingly took the blame upon himself. Why didn't I just knock? The closed door should have alerted me to a problem, he murmured, his tone heavy with self-reproach. He understood that if such trivial matters were not handled with care, they could plunge their relationship back into silence and estrangement. Being a man is challenging, but being a brother is even more so, Wei Lihan sighed. Leaning back against the sofa and closing his eyes in an attempt to relax his taut nerves. However, the sound of a notification from his phone shattered the tranquility. The faint beeping echoed, and Wei Lihan resignedly straightened up, fatigue evident in his gaze. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Shen Liqiu, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. In the twilight hours, Shen Liqiu's conversation style remains an enigma, oscillating between whimsical flights of fancy and dialogues, as if with celestial beings. Wei Lihan can only adapt to her rhythm, responding sentence by sentence, from pondering whether the chicken or the egg came first, to questioning if he would still converse with her were she to transform into a cockroach, and then to recalling the incident of the currency crash instigated by Zhubeong's fateful elbow strike. Her eclectic inquiries render him perpetually perplexed. The most bewildering moments arise when she nears slumber, becoming oddly animated, as if compelled to divulge the entirety of her day's reflections. He musters his energy, contemplating how to reply, while fretting over whether his indifference might incite her ire. At last, after a session of mental gymnastics, Shen Liqiu quiets and sends her final message, "Good night." Wei Lihan exhales deeply, placing his phone aside, closing his eyes, and surrendering his thoughts as he reclines on the sofa. He begins to ponder how to recalibrate his life rhythm with the addition of a sister, adjusting to new familial dynamics. After all, his American lifestyle is rather haphazard, contrasting sharply with his sister's seemingly regimented schedule, necessitating a reorganization of his time. If I awaken at noon and find my sister has long since risen, casting me a disdainful glance, he muses, a wry smile creeping upon his lips. At that moment, the bathroom door gently swings open, releasing a warm mist fragrant with delicate aromas. Wei Lihan instinctively opens his eyes to behold Shen Liu wrapped in a white bathrobe, her damp black hair adorned with glistening droplets. She tilts her head, softly towel-drying her hair with a gentle focus. Her skin, kissed by the warmth of water, radiates a pristine delicacy, seemingly enveloped in a faint halo. The steam from the heat lends a rosy hue to her porcelain face, making her appear as if she has emerged from a dream, exuding an ethereal beauty. Wei Lihan is momentarily entranced, his gaze involuntarily drawn to her, only to quickly avert it, burdened by a recent pang of guilt. Clearing his throat, he strives to regain composure and inquires gently, "Liu, have you finished washing?" She replies softly, though a hint of dissatisfaction flickers in her eyes. As she continues to dry her hair, she murmurs, "My hair is so long. It never seems to dry." Noticing her struggle, Wei Lihan tentatively asks, "Liu, is it difficult to dry your hair?" Shen Liu lifts her gaze to meet his, a fleeting surprise illuminating her features, as if intrigued by his observation. She soon regains her composure, responding, "Yes, my hair is a bit long." With a warm smile, Wei Lihan offers, "Shall I help you dry it? I have no urgent matters at hand and can postpone my shower." Thank you, dear brother," she replies. As Kanagawa Liu's eyes brightened, she appeared to be quite intrigued by the suggestion. Wei Lihan nodded, rising to approach the cabinet in the living room to retrieve a hairdryer. He gently gestured for Kanagawa Liu to take a seat before the mirror. With a nod, she cautiously made her way to the mirror and sat down, while Wei Lihan stood behind her, picking up the hairdryer to commence drying her hair. The warm breeze caressed her long locks, producing a soft rustling sound. As he dried her hair, Wei Lihan softly remarked, "When hair is wet, it tends to tangle. Drying it will be much more comfortable." Kanagawa Liu closed her eyes, relishing the warmth from the hairdryer, a faint smile gracing her lips as she savored the tranquility of the moment. Observing her reflection in the mirror, Wei Lihan was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. He understood that from this moment onward, their relationship might blossom into something more intimate. Before long, her hair was thoroughly dried, and unable to resist the urge, Wei Lihan gently ran his fingers through her hair. So smooth. I wonder how you maintain it so well. All right, Lioli, your hair is dry now, Wei Lihan announced. Kanagawa Lioli opened her eyes and glanced in the mirror. Realizing her hair was indeed dry and appeared exceptionally sleek and straight, enhanced by the stylish look that made her seem even more pure and enchanting. Turning her head, she generously expressed her gratitude to Wei Lihan. Thank you, dear brother. Wei Lihan smiled, patting her shoulder. No need to thank me. We are family. After a brief pause, he added, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. Kanagawa Lioli nodded, a warm current flowing through her heart. By the way, Lioli, are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare a late-night snack? Wei Lihan instinctively inquired out of courtesy. Kanagawa Lioli shook her head. No, thank you, dear brother. Wei Lihan chuckled, not pressing the matter further. He moved to the window, drawing back the curtains to allow the moonlight to cascade into the room. Turning back to Kanagawa Lioli, he said, I shall take a shower now. You should rest early. All right, you too, Kanagawa Lioli replied, rising to head towards her bedroom. Wei Lihan watched her depart before turning to enter the bathroom. He turned on the shower head, and hot water gushed forth, enveloping the space in steam. He inhaled deeply, savoring the warmth and comfort that the steam provided. Stripping off his clothes, he stepped into the shower. The hot water washed over him, alleviating the fatigue and worries of the day. He closed his eyes, embracing the tranquility and relaxation of the moment. After his shower, Wei Lihan donned clean clothes and exited the bathroom. As he passed by his sister's room on his way back to his own, he noticed that both bedrooms lacked air conditioning, necessitating the doors to remain ajar to allow the cool air from the living room to circulate. Thus, it was natural for Wei Lihan to glance inside, where he seemed to catch sight of something large resting on the table in the darkness. However, due to his lack of contemplation in the shadows, he thought perhaps it was merely some decorative items favored by Kanai Ruri. He noticed that Kanai Ruri was already lying on the bed, seemingly in a peaceful slumber. Indeed, just as I suspected, her routine is remarkably regular. She lies down to sleep without indulging in her phone or any distractions, which is truly enviable. Shaking his head, Wei Lihan returned to his own room. Chapter 31. Supplementing supplies. Wei Lihan flopped onto his bed with a thud, the moment his body met the mattress, resonating with a dull sound, as if the entire room vibrated slightly in response. He stared silently at the bright light fixture on the ceiling, and after a prolonged gaze, his eyes began to ache. He rubbed his eyes in an attempt to alleviate the subtle fatigue, yet his thoughts became increasingly chaotic. He emptied his mind, allowing his thoughts to drift to everything that had transpired that day. Initially, today was supposed to be an utterly mundane day. He could have comfortably stayed in his room, playing games as usual. He might have indulged in niche games such as farming, boat, fire, triangle house, darkness, peaceful warmth, origin, echo, thunder, tile, kill, collapse, mountain pass ding, or even whoa shit. However, all of this was abruptly disrupted by an unexpected phone call from his thrifty father, who resided far away in Neon Country, informing him that a sister needed to be welcomed at the airport. Reluctant and taken aback, Wei Lihan steeled himself and went. Upon bringing his sister home, he realized that compared to the previous 2 weeks they had spent together, her demeanor seemed markedly more stable. This was rather fortunate for Wei Lihan, as it spared him from being viewed as a nuisance all day long. Yet, behind this newfound stability lurked unsettling details. Her gaze, her demeanor, and even her strength all conveyed a peculiar undertone. Particularly today, Wei Lihan felt that Kanai Ruri's gaze towards him was somewhat unsettling. Those eyes, which were once perpetually cold as ice, now seemed to harbor an elusive emotion, akin to the turbulent waves beneath a placid lake's surface. He could neither comprehend nor dismiss this change. What astonished him further was that after returning from Li Daniu's house in the afternoon, Kanai Ruri had the audacity to don an extravagant outfit to administer medicine to herself, claiming she was unwell. Wei Lihan could hardly fathom that the typically aloof and graceful Kanai Ruri would engage in such outrageous behavior, let alone wear clothing that starkly contrasted her usual demeanor. In that moment, he felt as though his entire worldview had been irrevocably shattered. Moreover, the most jarring incident was the moment he inadvertently stumbled upon Kanai Ruri preparing to bathe, her zipper being drawn down. At that instant, it felt as though his brain had been hit with a pause button, leaving him frozen in place, nearly overwhelmed by the situation. On just the first day of their cohabitation, so many breathless events had unfolded, and Wei Lihan couldn't help but feel a wave of powerlessness wash over him. He realized that in the days to come at home, he must exercise greater caution. He needed to maintain an appropriate distance and relationship between them, neither too estranged nor overly intimate. Otherwise, should they be seen together on the street, it could lead to misunderstandings, causing unnecessary troubles for Kanagawa Ruri. After contemplating these matters, he inexplicably found himself reminiscing about the past. He recalled his childhood, when Su Limo would always snatch his water bottle, drinking from it while he, unable to overpower her, could only seethe in impotent rage. His thoughts drifted to his university days, particularly the eccentric young lady, Shinlichio, whose expression of entitlement and expectation left an indelible mark on his memory. These recollections surged like a tidal wave, momentarily clouding his mind. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness enveloped Wei Lihan. He gently turned over, reached for the lamp on the bedside table, and turned it off. Then, he adjusted his position in bed and closed his eyes. His breathing became steady, and his consciousness slowly sank into the realm of dreams. Soon, with the gentle, cool breeze from the air conditioning in the living room, Wei Lihan completely relaxed and drifted off to sleep. Before long, the sound of his steady breathing filled the room, enveloping the house in silence, save for the distant honking of cars outside and the hum of the air conditioner in the living room. After an indeterminate period, a shadow appeared at the doorway of Wei Lihan's room. The figure was stealthy, cradling something in its hands, something that appeared to be neatly folded clothing. The small head of the figure kept adjusting its position, peering into the room, seemingly checking if the owner was asleep. After softly calling out Big Brother a couple of times, Kanagawa Ruri finally felt reassured. She tiptoed to the side of Wei Lihan's bed, her azure eyes fixated on his serene sleeping face, studying his features with great care. Hee, how adorable my brother looks while asleep. A blissful smile spread across Kanagawa Ruri's face, her eyes gleaming with a hint of covetous desire. Dressed in a sleep dress that accentuated her pure beauty, she now bore a gaze reminiscent of a lovesick maiden, which would surely lead others to think her stunning appearance was wasted. How wonderful it would be to lie beside my brother. Embracing him would surely be so comforting. Imagining burying her head in his embrace while sleeping filled her with happiness. Kanagawa Ruri licked her lips with her soft tongue, yet the last remnants of her reason reminded her that now was not the time to act. She had deliberately chosen to sneak into Wei Lihan's room while he was asleep for a reason. Upon arriving at Wei Lihan's residence, the heart of Shinai Liuli, which had always beat with a calm steadiness, raced countless times throughout that day. After repeatedly suppressing the unusual feelings within her, her gaze inevitably shifted to the sleeping form of Wei Lihan on the bed. With a tone tinged with a hint of melancholy, she murmured, "Oni-chan, truly, the clothes in the wardrobe are hardly sufficient for my needs. After just a few wears, they lose their charm." As she spoke, Shinai Liuli produced a vest that Wei Lihan had previously placed in the wardrobe, pressing it tightly against her nose, inhaling deeply. Yet, this too had lost its scent. Thus, she carefully folded the vest and cast an excited glance towards the wardrobe in Wei Lihan's room, the corners of her mouth lifting into a joyful smile. "Let me replenish my stock a little, Oni-chan." After utilizing the treasures she had discovered in Wei Lihan's room prior to taking her bath, she realized that she could hardly part with these possessions. She felt an insatiable need for the comforting energy of her Oni-chan before she could peacefully drift into slumber. This sensation, akin to a kitten's gentle scratching, gnawed at her restlessly, preventing her from finding sleep. Unable to endure the torment any longer, Shinai Liuli risked a midnight venture into Wei Lihan's room for a daring search for supplies. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Wei Lihan showed no signs of waking and was instead sleeping soundly. This provided ample time for Shinai Liuli to carry out her mission. With utmost care, she opened the wardrobe, and a wave of rich Oni-chan energy enveloped her. Feeling somewhat guilty, the usually upright and composed Lady Shinai had never engaged in such petty thievery. After returning the used garments to the wardrobe, she anxiously rummaged through the clothing within. "This won't do. This one's too large. Not suitable either," she frowned. Her hands sifting through Wei Lihan's wardrobe akin to a customer selecting desired items in a supermarket. Her fingers glided over the various garments as she murmured softly, her eyes reflecting a touch of scrutiny and dissatisfaction. "This one seems promising." A spark of interest lit up her eyes as she spotted a solitary pair of black shorts tucked away in the corner of the wardrobe. The shorts appeared somewhat flattened, seemingly pressed and worn only a few times, yet they exuded a subtle quality. Shanai Lioli delicately retrieved them, her fingertips brushing over the fabric's texture, savoring the silk-like smoothness. With slightly raised brows, she spoke in a tone of surprise. The material of this garment seems quite fine, she softly mused, then took out her phone to illuminate the shorts with its flashlight, scrutinizing them closely. Isn't this the brand from my family's enterprise? Her pupils contracted slightly. Her gaze fixated on the brand embroidery adorning the right leg of her shorts. It was a design both minimalistic and fashionable, with flowing lines, understated yet elegant, belonging to her family's high-end clothing brand, Liangzi. Impossible, she murmured, a hint of confusion and skepticism lacing her tone. I recall that this brand's products are rather expensive. I heard from my stepfather that Wani-chan seems to be quite impoverished. Was it possible that Wani-chan had purchased a counterfeit? Yet the texture of the fabric and the brand's embroidery appeared authentic. Kanagawa Ruri furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before a complex emotion flickered in her eyes. Could it be that Wani-chan, during her school days, gritted her teeth and made a purchase just to save face? She had some understanding of the concept of comparison. Although she had never truly experienced such behavior herself, she had witnessed students on the streets squandering their savings to flaunt low-end products from her family's brand. Such actions struck her as somewhat absurd, yet the thought of Wei Lihan potentially sacrificing everything for a pair of shorts tugged at her heartstrings. Silly Wani-chan. If you wish to buy clothes, you could simply tell me. I could arrange for all the suitable pieces from Liangzi's store to be gifted to you. As she spoke, she tucked the Liangzi shorts under her arm, as if they were a precious treasure, ready to take them back to her room for leisurely admiration. Then, she leaned in to continue her search, retrieving another recently washed short-sleeved shirt from the depths of the wardrobe, just as she prepared to unearth more treasures. Wei Lihan on the bed stirred suddenly, the noise drawing Kanagawa Ruri's attention. Ah, she exclaimed, hastily switching off her phone's flashlight, her body freezing in place as she leaned against the wardrobe, holding her breath as though she might be discovered at any moment. Meanwhile, Wei Lihan remained blissfully asleep, merely turning over and continuing his slumber, mumbling dreamily, I think spaghetti should be mixed with concrete number 42. Soon, his breathing steadied, as if nothing had transpired. Although Wei Lihan did not awaken, the scene was undeniably heart-pounding for Kanagawa Ruri, who was embarking on her first act of mischief. Her heart raced like a drum, fearing that even the slightest movement might reveal her presence. She had already resolved to flee. If her brother suddenly awoke to find her rummaging through his wardrobe like a sneaky thief, it would be a catastrophe. With utmost caution, Kanagawa Ruri gently closed the wardrobe door, careful to move her feet as silently as she had arrived. Approaching Wei Lihan's bedside, she confirmed once more that he was still in deep slumber, showing no signs of waking. She exhaled in relief, quickening her pace, clutching her two prized possessions, and hurriedly exited Wei Lihan's room. Yet within her heart lay an indescribable mix of tension and exhilaration, akin to a child who had stolen a piece of candy, both fearful of being caught and unable to resist the temptation for another taste. As night fell, she was finally able to enjoy a restful slumber. By the time dawn broke, the hour remained a mystery. With a groggy yet perplexing howl reminiscent of a wriggling maggot, Wei Lihan gradually opened his eyes. That sleep had been utterly delightful, yet an inexplicable sense of forgetting something lingered. As his consciousness began to awaken, he sat upright, instinctively reaching for his phone on the bedside table. Upon illuminating the screen, the remnants of his earlier clarity vanished, replaced by a sudden sharpness. His eyes widened as he beheld the time displayed on his phone, 12:55. Goodness gracious, I have never risen this late in my life. Who slipped me a sleeping potion last night? It then dawned on Wei Lihan that he had brought a sister home just the previous day. She might still be in need of him. In a flurry, he hastily donned his clothes, scrambling to get out of bed. Ironically, he had resolved only the night before not to sleep until noon. Yet here he was, having thoroughly contradicted himself, and to an even greater extent. Furthermore, this afternoon, he was scheduled to pick up his childhood companion, Su Limo, from the airport. Slipping on his slippers, Wei Lihan dashed out of the bedroom, casting a glance into the room of Shun-Nai Lily, only to find the bed empty, indicating she had already risen. Upon entering the living room, he noticed the television still broadcasting a historical drama, yet the sofa was devoid of Shun-Nai Lily's presence. Just as he pondered her whereabouts, a commotion emanated from the kitchen. Following the sound, he discovered his sister clad in a blue loungewear set, donned in an apron, diligently stirring something at the stove. Noticing the movement at the kitchen entrance, Shenai Lily turned to face Wei Lihan, removing a piece of egg cake from her mouth. "Good afternoon, brother." She greeted him in a nonchalant tone before returning her attention to her culinary endeavors. Good afternoon, Wei Lihan replied, scratching his head awkwardly with a sheepish chuckle. A simple greeting felt laced with irony in his ears, as if Shenai Lily were implying, "Lazy brother. Sleeping until the afternoon while I am left to nibble on snacks to stave off hunger." A brother devoid of any sense of responsibility should perhaps just vanish. Wei Lihan's imagination conjured vivid scenarios of how he might be chastised, leading him to wonder if he had a penchant for self-deprecation. Relishing thoughts of being scolded by his sister. Chapter 33. Tamagoyki. Yet the anticipated reprimand never materialized. The kitchen was filled only with the crisp sounds of spatulas clanging, reminiscent of a silent symphony. Unable to resist, he paced closer, peering curiously toward the stove. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, both familiar and foreign, reminiscent of a delicacy he had never tasted. "Ryuri, what delectable dish are you preparing?" Wei Lihan inquired as he stepped out of his room, the enticing aroma enveloping him. He searched for a topic to discuss while craning his neck to glimpse the contents of the pot. Kanagawa Ryuri offered no reply, merely turning her head slightly to cast him a sidelong glance before shifting her body to grant him a clearer view of the pot. Upon closer inspection, Wei Lihan observed that a yellow, soft substance was being sautéed in the pan, resembling either tofu or eggs. The pan sizzled under high heat, releasing tiny bubbles that seemed to whisper secrets. After staring for a while, he remained perplexed and scratched his head awkwardly, finally asking, what is this? Is it an egg custard?" He could not quite determine, but judging by its appearance, it looked like it contained eggs, and in his recollection, the only egg-like dish that resembled tofu was indeed an egg custard. "No, this is tamagoyki," Kanagawa Ryuri replied, taking a bite from the egg cake she had been holding in her mouth before setting it aside and turning off the stove. She lifted her gaze, her azure eyes calmly meeting Wei Lihan's, and asked in a nonchalant tone, "Would you like to taste it, dear brother?" Upon hearing this, Wei Lihan perked up immediately, nodding vigorously, Yes, I haven't tried it yet." At the dining table, he gingerly picked up a piece of tamagoyki and placed it in his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, the soft, delicate texture astonished him, as if some wondrous layers were unfolding on his tongue. Unable to resist, he took another piece, savoring it thoughtfully. "Oh my, this tamagoyki is truly delicious," he exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise as he continued to indulge. He devoured 2 pieces in quick succession, feeling a warm sense of satisfaction fill his stomach before he paused. It was only when he sensed a subtle movement beside him that he realized he had been feasting alone. Turning to Kanagawa Ryuri, he sheepishly asked, "Ryuri, aren't you going to eat?" At that moment, Kanagawa Ryuri was delicately enjoying some snacks that Wei Lihan had purchased the previous day. Although the homemade egg cakes appeared unremarkable, they seemed to bring her great joy. As she munched, she dabbed at the corners of her mouth with a napkin and retrieved another egg cake from the plastic bag on the table to continue her enjoyment. Wei Lihan watched in surprise. He had initially intended for these egg cakes to serve as a quick breakfast. Back in his hometown, his father often brought home traditional egg cakes from the old cake shop downstairs for him to relish. Although these cakes had an average texture and were prone to causing one to choke, they held a cherished part of his childhood memories. Ryuri, why aren't you eating those sweets?" He could not help but inquire, his tone tinged with perplexity. Observing the exquisite and costly confections, he was bewildered to see Kanazaki Ruri remain motionless, solely indulging in a large bag of traditional egg cakes beside her. I find these delicacies quite delectable." Kanazaki Ruri furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Wei Lihan. She was at a loss as to why her brother would pose such a question. After all, was she not in the midst of enjoying them? Moreover, the ostentatiously decorated pastries failed to pique her interest in the slightest. Yet, the large bag of golden egg cakes was unlike anything she had encountered before. After tentatively sampling a piece, she discovered that this cake possessed a unique texture and a natural flavor, devoid of any artificial enhancements, showcasing only the pure essence of eggs and flour. Furthermore, the somewhat dense nature of the food greatly aided her in cultivating the habit of savoring each bite. Consequently, she found herself developing an affection for this seemingly unremarkable cake with its modest appearance, having already consumed 4 or 5 pieces and yearning for more. "Well, if you enjoy them, that's what matters. I shall purchase some for you later," Wei Lihan said, his heart warming as he observed Kanazuki Ruri relishing her dessert. It was indeed gratifying to witness someone delighting in what he too appreciated. Swiftly, he polished off the plate of tamagoyaki, leaving it pristine as though it had never held food. He licked his lips, sighing contentedly. This tamagoyaki, prepared by his sister, was exceptional, with its soft and dense texture, imbued with a subtle egg aroma and a hint of sweetness that was utterly irresistible. He had initially thought Kanazaki Ruri was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, yet her culinary prowess today surpassed his expectations. However, he had little time to linger in the bliss of gastronomic pleasure, for he had pressing matters to attend to that afternoon. According to the message from Su Limo the previous day, she would be landing in 2 hours. If he departed now, he would likely arrive at the airport before her. As he contemplated this, he briskly made his way toward Kanazuki Ruri's room, softly stating, "Ruri, please prepare yourself. My friend is arriving, and we must go pick her up now." Upon hearing Wei Lihan's words, Kanazuki Ruri nodded, saying nothing further, silently rising to head to her room to change clothes. She was habitually quiet, yet Wei Lihan understood that she had grasped the situation. Upon returning to his own room, Wei Lihan began rummaging through his wardrobe. He recalled the short-sleeved shirt that Su Limo had gifted him, seemingly procured from a high-end boutique at a considerable price. He felt that, given their long-standing familiarity, it would suffice to wear the clothing gifted by one another in lieu of a present, thus conveying a semblance of regard for each other. Although their bond was exceedingly close, maintaining a respectable image remained essential. Wei Lihan, bare-chested, meticulously searched through his wardrobe, but soon found himself frowning in confusion. "Is this the place?" he murmured to himself while rummaging through the wardrobe, but soon his brow furrowed in confusion. "Odd. I don't recall wearing it recently. How could that short-sleeved shirt be missing?" He spoke aloud, his tone tinged with bewilderment and discontent. He carefully recollected that the shirt had been washed just a few days prior, and he distinctly remembered folding it neatly and placing it in the most prominent spot in the wardrobe. Yet now, it seemed to have vanished into thin air. That shirt, which Su Limo mentioned had cost quite a bit, how could it possibly be lost? Wei Lihan felt a surge of anxiety. He never expected to encounter a day when his clothes would mysteriously disappear. If only he had more garments, he wouldn't be troubled by this dilemma. However, he was acutely aware of the limited number of clothes in his wardrobe, even remembering the few pairs of underwear he had misplaced. Wait, what on earth? How could I have mixed my underwear with my tank top? Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a slightly elevated pile of clothes in the wardrobe, his expression filled with astonishment. "And it's resting on my jeans?" He frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. "Surely, I must have carelessly tossed it there after doing laundry. Let us hope that's the case, and that this isn't a haunting," he pondered, speaking to himself with a hint of resignation and apprehension. After considerable thought, he couldn't deduce the cause of the mishap and reluctantly attributed it to his laundry endeavors from a couple of days ago. Yet, despite his efforts, he still could not locate the short-sleeved shirt. In exasperation, Wei Lihan resolved to give up. He randomly pulled out a short-sleeved shirt purchased through a group buy on a shopping platform and awkwardly slipped it on. Although its quality was mediocre, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to be particular. "What the hell, my Liangzi shorts are also missing." He checked again, but the result only worsened his mood. The black shorts, which should have been neatly folded in the corner, had inexplicably vanished as well. Good grief. Could a little glutton have sneaked into my home? Those shorts were a prize from a bet I won against Su Limo, which I reluctantly purchased from the Liangzi specialty store. Frustrated, he tugged at his hair, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. How am I supposed to tease her about these clothes now? Wei Lihan was deeply vexed. He never imagined he would lose 2 expensive items overnight. In such circumstances, even if it were a ghost, it would undoubtedly be a money-hungry specter. "Just you wait. No matter what kind of ghost you are, I will personally catch you." He gritted his teeth, seething with indignation, while donning a pair of cool, fitted trousers. As he dressed, he silently vowed that once he found the thief of his clothing, he would ensure they would wish for neither life nor death. He would stuff them with chopsticks, roll them with a rolling pin, and finally use a kitchen knife to smoothen out the creases in their stolen garments. After adjusting his hair, crafting what he considered a rather stylish hairstyle, he nodded in satisfaction and then pushed open the door to step outside. As he opened the door across the hallway simultaneously swung open, revealing Kanai Ruri, who had just changed her attire. This unexpected occurrence instantly captured Wei Lihan's attention. Today, Ruri adorned herself in a pristine, understated white shirt the collar gently folded, accentuating her slender neck, reminiscent of morning sunlight pouring over white silk, soft and tranquil. The fabric clung gently to her form, subtly tracing her delicate waistline with her gentle movements. Unassuming, yet perfectly embodying the essence of youthful femininity. The cuffs of her shirt were meticulously rolled up, unveiling a slender, pale wrist. Her delicate fingers resting lightly on the hem of her skirt, exuding a natural charm tinged with an air of playful mischief that seemed almost out of character for her. She chose a refined, light beige knitted cardigan, its sleeves and hem adorned with exquisite lace trim, evoking the image of a princess stepping out from the pages of a fairy tale. Her lower half was clad in a black pleated mini-skirt, the length just right to reveal her fair, youthful calves, radiating vitality and exuberance. Most striking were her immaculate over-the-knee socks, snugly enveloping her slender legs, smooth as snow, exuding an aura of purity that made even the sunlight seem to linger a moment longer in her presence. Her raven locks cascaded gently over her shoulders, swaying softly with the cool breeze from the air conditioning, carrying a faint hint of cherry blossom fragrance that wafted into Wei Lihan's nostrils, fresh and natural. At this moment, her azure eyes regarded Wei Lihan with an impassive gaze, the subtle flutter of her pupils seemingly appraising him as he emerged from his own change of clothes. After a few moments of being stunned by Ruri's ethereal grace and flawless visage, Wei Lihan regained his composure, realizing that his sister's beauty was indeed astonishing. Always a delightful surprise. "Ruri, you look truly lovely today," he managed to compliment, feeling a touch bashful as his gaze avoided her eyes. "Thank you, dear brother. You look quite dashing yourself," Ruri replied, her voice soft and sincere. Though Wei Lihan suspected her words were mere pleasantries, only Ruri understood the genuine affection behind them. In her eyes, regardless of his appearance, her brother was always the most handsome and perfect, feeling shy and unable to meet the gaze of his sister, who resembled a celestial being. Wei Lihan inadvertently caught a glimpse of a few garments strewn across Ruri's bed through a gap beside her. Seemingly aware of his gaze, Ruri swiftly closed the door behind her. However, those fleeting moments were sufficient, if his eyes did not deceive him. The familiar color and style appeared to be a pair of men's shorts, seemingly the very ones he had misplaced. Doubting his own observations, yet compelled by curiosity, he decided to cautiously inquire. Ruri, is there a pair of shorts on your bed?" he asked tentatively, his heart racing with uncertainty. What shorts?" Ruri replied, her expression curious. Kanagawa Ruri tilted her head slightly, feigning ignorance. "How vexing. Why didn't I close the door faster? I actually let my brother see. It was merely a pair of black shorts, a product from the Ryoko brand, a name you might be familiar with, right?" Wei Lihan, however, remained undeterred, continuing to press for answers. "Oh, those are just my leggings that I changed out of. Did you perhaps mistake them for something else, dear brother?" Ruri maintained her composure, weaving a lie with a steady heart. Even if it meant losing face, she could not let her brother know that she had taken his clothes. Wei Lihan hesitated, unsure. After all, he had only caught a glimpse and was not entirely certain. Moreover, with so many products from Ryoko, it was quite possible for styles to overlap. Observing Wei Lihan's uncertainty, Ruri sensed a lingering doubt in his mind, and in a moment of inspiration, she devised a rather audacious plan. "Brother, are you planning to inspect my leggings in detail?" she blurted out, uttering such a shocking phrase, though she felt a twinge of embarrassment. She resorted to this risky tactic to dissuade him from pursuing the thought further. No. I was just asking. Ruri, please don't take it seriously." Wei Lihan quickly distanced himself from the implication. He certainly did not wish to be labeled as a perverted brother over a trivial matter. Chapter 34. The Great Labor. The two stepped out of the house, one following the other, their pace leisurely as if they feared disturbing a delicate atmosphere. Due to the sweltering heat, many opted to remain indoors, resulting in a sparsely populated exterior. Sunlight filtered through the shadows of the trees, casting a dappled pattern on the ground, yet it did little to dispel the subtle silence that lingered between them. Words escaped them, as if the very air had solidified, leaving only the rustling of wind through the treetops. Wei Lihan's mind was still burdened by the recent incident regarding the clothing. He would rather believe that his garments had been stolen by a specter than suspect his composed and responsible sister. He understood all too well how delicate such sensitive matters could be. Even a mere suspicion could render their relationship awkward. Yet, ironically, He had mistaken her leggings for his own shorts. This misunderstanding had not only rendered the atmosphere tenuous, but also made him curious about how Ruri perceived her brother, the one who wished to see her leggings. As he walked, he found himself inexplicably compelled to glance back at her expression. Casually, he turned his head, and indeed, he saw Ruri silently trailing behind him. Her face bore no excess emotion, yet in that fleeting moment, their eyes met. Her gaze was reminiscent of an unfathomable ancient well. Disturbingly serene, Wei Lihan felt a tightening in his chest, as if something intangible was watching him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He swiftly turned away, striving to conjure a topic that might shatter the suffocating silence. "Lioli, let us take a taxi to the airport," Wei Lihan suggested. A hint of discomfort evident in his voice regarding the prospect of navigating the crowded buses and subways. As he spoke, he deftly retrieved his phone, skillfully launching the ride-hailing app, deliberately selecting a slightly more expensive vehicle to ensure his sister's comfort. After all, she had arrived in a luxurious car just the day before, and he could hardly bear the thought of hailing a taxi that required manual window cranks, such a stark contrast to her recent experience. "No need for a taxi, dear brother," Kanagawa Lioli's voice interjected softly, imbued with an undeniable authority. With her porcelain-like hand, she gently grasped the hem of Wei Lihan's coat and pointed ahead. "That is the car I called." Wei Lihan paused, momentarily taken aback. So soon? He mused internally. Following her, he beheld a sleek silver automobile parked gracefully by the roadside, akin to an elegantly attired noble, exuding an aura of refinement amidst the bustling traffic. Even from a distance, the car's smooth contours resembled a masterpiece crafted by nature itself, each curve whispering of unparalleled sophistication and grandeur. For a fleeting moment, Wei Lihan felt as though his breath had caught in his throat, his steps instinctively slowing as he was captivated by the vehicle's presence. Yet, he was gently urged forward by Kanagawa Lioli, who effortlessly approached the magnificent Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Midway, she gestured for the driver not to open the door for her, instead gracefully circling to pull open the rear door herself. She settled into the plush interior with elegance, turning her head back to Wei Lihan, her tone slightly impatient as she beckoned, "Brother, do come inside." As she spoke, she tapped the soft seat beside her, as if inviting him to join her in this opulent realm. "Hurry, come sit with me, Oni-chan," she thought, though the words remained unvoiced. She found herself puzzled by her brother's hesitation. Despite having already taken her seat, he remained rooted outside, lost in contemplation. This left Kanagawa Lioli feeling a tinge of impatience, yearning for the closeness she so desired. Was it the car's striking appearance that left him awestruck? Surely, a cold machine could not compare to her allure, she mused, a frown of mild frustration crossing her brow. "If Oni-chan truly likes it, perhaps I could gift him one in a few days," she considered, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. "If he adjusts to riding in such luxury, I could soon be with him." Her thoughts were interrupted as Wei Lihan, jolted back to reality by her insistence, returned to himself, a bashful smile gracing his features. This vehicle, one he had only glimpsed online, left a lasting impression with its extravagant price and distinctive design. He had longed for the chance to experience such luxury, and while he was uncertain about the car he had ridden the previous day, this Cullinan was undeniably a symbol of true opulence. With a heart brimming with excitement and trepidation, he cautiously settled into the vehicle, his movements as gentle as if he were handling a fragile porcelain artifact, fearful of scuffing or soiling the opulent interior of the heavyweight taxi. It was only after he felt the plush, comforting embrace of the seat through the fabric that he slowly pulled the door shut, sitting upright with a certain restraint, his hands instinctively resting upon his knees as his gaze roamed over every intricate detail within the car. "Brother, place your hands here," Kanagawa Ruri's voice resonated once more, her fingers lightly tapping the central armrest, signaling Wei Lihan to rest his hands there. In truth, she was not particularly fond of sitting in a vehicle so heavily focused on personal comfort and privacy, as it hindered the deepening of her bond with her brother. Yet, the simple act of holding hands with him provided her with a measure of psychological solace. Wei Lihan understood all too well the consequences of not complying. Thus he nodded obediently and gently placed his hand on the central armrest. The moment he did, Ruri eagerly grasped his hand. A chill coursed through his hand, accompanied by the warmth of her touch, causing his heart to race involuntarily. He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet his gaze lingered on her for a few extra seconds. However, He quickly redirected his attention to the outside world, attempting to distract himself. "Let us depart," Ruri commanded the driver in a tone of authority, to which the driver nodded in silence and promptly started the vehicle. Wei Lihan felt a twinge of confusion. Why did the driver exhibit such a lackluster demeanor? Not only did he neglect to inquire about the last digits of the phone number, but he also remained utterly silent. Furthermore, Ruri seemed unaccustomed to ordinary vehicles. Demanding a grand ride, even for a mere taxi, undoubtedly spoiled at home. His father had always been cryptic about the nature of the stepmother he had chosen for him, and whenever he subtly probed Ruri, she remained tight-lipped. Wei Lihan could only assume that his father had struck an extraordinary fortune, having caught the eye of a wealthy widow. Regardless, he did not perceive this vehicle as an asset of the Kanagawa family. After all, how could one's family, no matter how affluent, procure a luxury car and a dedicated driver in a foreign land? Chapter 35. A meeting of two women. Ruri, please wait for me here for a moment. I need to use the restroom, Wei Lihan said, gesturing towards the restrooms not far away, his expression tinged with urgency. Having arrived at the Beijing International Airport, he was now compelled to relieve himself urgently. With a small interval remaining before Su Limo's flight arrival, he decided he could no longer endure. Ruri offered a slight nod, indicating her understanding. Her gaze, cool and detached, followed Wei Lihan's hasty departure, her mind adrift in contemplation. She had wholly disregarded the astonished and admiring gazes of the passers-by, having been enveloped in an atmosphere of adoration since childhood. The fleeting attention of others held no significance for her. Today, she had deliberately adorned herself to impress her beloved Oni-chan, ensuring he would hold her in high regard in front of his friends. This was particularly important, as she might one day require the presence of Oni-chan's friends as groomsmen at their wedding. But were Oni-chan's friends male or female? He had not mentioned it to her. This thought caused Kanai Ruri to slightly furrow her elegantly shaped brows. If they were boys, it would be manageable. But if they were girls, would they assert their claim over him right in front of her? How should she navigate that? Perhaps demonstrating affection towards Oni-chan in her presence, such as holding hands or sharing an embrace, would be acceptable. Having never experienced romance, Kanai Ruri's understanding of such intimate gestures remained superficial, limited to mere physical contact. If she sought solace in his presence, perhaps she could surreptitiously borrow some of Oni-chan's clothing to savor his essence. The memory of the delightful sensations she had yet to fully comprehend from the previous evening's dinner flickered in her mind, causing a faint blush to rise on her typically cold and delicate visage. Perhaps she would steal a few items tonight as well. Lost in contemplation, she remained oblivious to the tall figure approaching her. Suddenly, she felt someone lightly tapping her shoulder from behind. Instinctively assuming it was an ill-mannered man attempting to harass her, she reacted with the intent to incapacitate him. Yet, her finely honed combat skills faltered in that instant. She barely grazed the individual behind her, who effortlessly evaded her counterattack. This indicated that the opponent was of equal, if not superior, prowess. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kanai Ruri's pupils constricted sharply as she swiftly turned to retreat. Catching a glimpse of the person's face, Su Limo wore a curious smile, observing the exquisitely adorned girl before her. Fully aware that she was the esteemed heiress of the Kanai family from Neon Country. "Miss Kanai Ruri," she remarked softly, her tone laced with playful intrigue. As members of the world's elite families, they were bound to be acquainted, given the intricate web of relationships and mutual interests that necessitated interaction among their generation. They had crossed paths at a recent business gathering in Neon Country. However, whether Ruri remembered her was uncertain, as she had attended primarily to gather intelligence on her target, not engaging in lengthy conversation with Kanai Ruri. Noticing the vigilant expression on Ruri's face, Su Limo couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Miss Kanai, what brings you to the Dragon Country all of a sudden? Has your family assigned you a task?" Su Limo inquired tentatively. Although she was puzzled by why Kanai Lily had appeared in Longhua, given that her impression was that Kanai primarily operated in Neon Country and seldom ventured abroad, she considered it fortunate that fate had brought them together at the airport. If she could extract some intelligence from her, that would be advantageous. "Is it you?" Kanai Lily did not directly respond to Su Limo's question. Instead, she scrutinized Su Limo's visage as if searching her memory for this individual. "Are you from the Su family?" Kanai Lily asked, somewhat uncertain, as she seldom interacted with the families of Longhua and only sensed a vague familiarity. "Well, if you think so, then it must be true," Su Limo replied casually. tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her tone imbued with an undeniable confidence. "Oh, then please excuse me. I have nothing to discuss with you," Kanai Lily coldly retorted, her voice tinged with impatience. Upon confirming that the person before her was indeed the eldest daughter of the Su family, her reaction was rather muted, for she was not well acquainted with Su Limo. At that moment, Kanai Lily merely felt that Su Limo was somewhat obstructing her wait for her brother. Moreover, for reasons unknown, she sensed a profound threat emanating from Su Limo, not only psychologically, as she felt this person might disrupt her current life or even usurp those dear to her, but also physiologically. The latter was evident. Her failed counterattack earlier indicated that her opponent possessed remarkable skills, possibly surpassing her own, which struck a considerable blow to Kanai Lily's typically unwavering self-assurance in her abilities. "Miss Kanai, you are rather charming," Su Limo remarked lightly, her faintly crimson irises sparkling with mirth as she observed the expression on Kanai Lily's face. "But you are here waiting for someone, aren't you?" Kanai Lily cast a dispassionate glance at her before returning her gaze to the direction where Wei Lihan had departed. "It is none of your business, Miss Su. Please refrain from disturbing me." Upon hearing Kanai Lily's words and noting her refusal to budge, Su Limo became increasingly convinced that Kanai was indeed waiting for someone. "Oh dear, I too am here to wait for someone. Shall we wait together? I promise I will leave as soon as my companion arrives, and it will not hinder your enjoyment." "Miss Kanai?" Su Limo spoke nonchalantly, moving to lean against the wall, pulling out her phone to aimlessly scroll through it, signaling her intent to cease further conversation with Kanai Lily. As Su Limo glanced at the photo Wei Lihan had sent her, it depicted precisely the place where she stood. Wei Lihan had mentioned he would first use the restroom, advising her to wait at this spot if she arrived before him. She raised her eyes once more to observe Kanai Lily, who remained steadfastly gazing ahead, seemingly awaiting someone, and an overwhelming sense of crisis welled up within her. "What is happening? Previously, during high-risk missions, I never experienced such a sensation. How could a mere Kanazawa Yuli evoke such an overwhelming sense of crisis? This feeling, however, is not one of life and death peril. Rather, it is a deeper unease and anxiety, as if something intrinsically mine is about to be taken away." Chapter 36. An uneasy atmosphere. Su Limo leaned against the cold wall, her fingers unconsciously caressing the screen of her phone, while a faint, elusive smile graced her lips. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if she could hear the frantic beating of a fawn within her chest. Those few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity. Yet compared to her eager desire to see Wei Lihan, this brief moment seemed trivial. She paid no mind to the distant figure of Kanazawa Yuli, cold and sculptural, and instead lowered her gaze to the chat interface with Wei Lihan. Her fingertips danced swiftly across the screen, and soon her meticulously crafted message appeared in the input box. "Me. Have you finished, Xiaohan? I've been waiting here for quite a while." Upon pressing the send button, she promptly received a reply from Wei Lihan. "Dear husband, why the rush? I'm just pulling up my pants." "Me. Okay, I'll wait for you." As Su Limo read those cold electronic words from Wei Lihan, she couldn't help but smile. Although his messages were often devoid of decorum, who could blame her for adoring him? A person thoroughly enveloped in love does not concern themselves with the tone of their partner's messages. To Su Limo, every communication from Wei Lihan was a manifestation of his affection for her. "He is still responding to my messages. He must sense my feelings for him." She gazed at the message, his playful yet gentle visage surfacing in her mind, filling her heart with sweetness. In the unsent chat box, she had filled it with red hearts, her fingers hovering over the green send button, hesitating whether to press it. It had been far too long since she last saw Wei Lihan, and the feeling was akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. With an indescribable yearning permeating the air, the energy pack uniquely belonging to Wei Lihan had been completely depleted since her first day abroad, leaving her with no trace of his essence. She could only listen to his voice over the phone, as if such an act could somehow fill the void within her, while also boosting her own spirits. She needed to reunite with Wei Lihan swiftly, and when she visited his home later, she could replenish her energy pack, ensuring that she remained invigorated during missions and at home, preventing any lethargy from affecting her performance. Should I give Xiaohan a kiss when I see him? But would he think me unladylike? For now, however, the pressing matter is to buy him several more pairs of underwear. Otherwise, with his meager collection of clothing, he would surely notice even if I merely brought a single pair of socks. Su Limo continued to daydream about the beautiful life that awaited her with Wei Lihan, already beginning to devise a clever excuse or a sudden incident to convince him that she could not return home, thus necessitating a few nights' stay at his residence. She also pondered whether she might orchestrate some minor mishaps to foster their budding romance. Just then, she was suddenly captivated by a melodious and chilling voice, one that seemed to resonate from a nearby location yet felt profoundly familiar. Frowning slightly, she lifted her gaze, only to discover that the source of the voice was none other than the girl, Shun Naishua, with whom she had just had a brief and unpleasant exchange. However, the individual Shun Naishua was conversing with caused Su Limo's eyes to widen in astonishment. It was indeed Wei Lihan. Narrowing her eyes, Su Limo scrutinized the scene before her. Shun Naishua was engaged in conversation with Wei Lihan, and as she turned her head to glance at Su Limo, she gestured towards her position. Following her direction, Wei Lihan's expression transformed into one of delight as he swiftly approached her. I'm terribly sorry for keeping you waiting," he said, scratching his head with an apologetic demeanor. "I just had a bit of a stomach ache earlier because I didn't cover my belly button properly while sleeping last night." Su Limo regarded him, her once adoring gaze gradually morphing into one of cold scrutiny. She could not comprehend why Wei Lihan was so intimately acquainted with Shun Naishua, seemingly at ease with her. Why are you silent?" Wei Lihan noticed that Su Limo was not looking at him, but rather through him, her gaze focused behind him. "What are you looking at?" Curiously, he turned to see a pair of emotionless azure eyes staring back at him. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Naishua had silently positioned herself behind him, her gaze seemingly penetrating through him to fixate on Su Limo. Startled by Shun Naishua's sudden presence, Wei Lihan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He observed the electric tension between their gazes, feeling increasingly awkward caught between the two young women. What was happening? Why did it seem as though these two were on the verge of a confrontation upon their first meeting? Let me introduce you. This is my Xiaohan. Perhaps we should find a more secluded spot to continue our conversation, Su Limo interjected, her tone icy. Wei Lihan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that the atmosphere between the two girls was decidedly tense, as if they were about to engage in a rivalry fueled by jealousy. "Why? Isn't it fine here? We can all go home together later," he puzzled, bewildered that he wasn't even given the opportunity to introduce Shun Naishua. "Brother, you should heed what this elder sister says," Shun Naishua remarked, gently tugging at Wei Lihan's sleeve. Upon hearing Shun Naishua's address, Su Limo's brow furrowed slightly, a barely perceptible chill flickering in her gaze. After casting a sharp glance at Wei Lihan, she turned on her heel and strode towards the exit. Although somewhat perplexed by the unfolding situation, Wei Lihan steeled himself and followed in Su Limo's wake. Behind him, Kanagawa Liuli wore a sullen expression, lost in her own thoughts. Yet she silently followed. Outside the airport, in a secluded corner devoid of passers-by, three individuals, each harboring their own intentions, approached without uttering a single word. Wei Lihan cautiously glanced at the two girls flanking him, their presence casting an oppressive and frigid aura that left him gasping for breath. What should have been a joyful occasion, welcoming his long-absent childhood friend at the airport with his sister, had inexplicably morphed into a tense standoff, akin to adversaries poised for a confrontation. "Speak, Xiaohan, what is she to you?" Su Limo broke the silence, her tone as frigid as ice, seemingly intent on freezing Wei Lihan into a statue. With her arms crossed, she scrutinized the indifferent Kanagawa Liuli beside her, her gaze brimming with hostility and dissatisfaction, as if she were ready to tear apart this rival vying for her beloved. Wei Lihan, taken aback, sensed the atmosphere was decidedly off but endeavored to explain. "She is my sister, Kanagawa Liuli, a Neonian." "Sister?" Su Limo scoffed, a mocking tone lacing her voice. "You weave quite the tale, after all this time together. I had no inkling of your sister's existence." She deliberately emphasized the phrase together, arching an eyebrow at the coldly scrutinizing Kanagawa Liuli, her eyes radiating unabashed provocation. "You must allow me to speak. She truly is," Wei Lihan attempted to clarify, oblivious to the brewing conflict between the two girls. However, his words were swiftly interrupted by Kanagawa Liuli's icy retort. "I am indeed his sister. There is nothing more to explain." Her gaze pierced through Su Limo's, radiating an unyielding conviction. Her eyes were sharp as blades, as if she could discern every thought within Su Limo's mind. An invisible aura began to emanate from her, a palpable tension that rendered the air stifling, as if suffocating under the weight of her authority. As for this sister, Kanagawa Lioli's lips curled into a slight smirk. Her voice laced with sarcasm. You seem unaffected by my words, yet your immediate confrontation with my brother suggests that you are not so amiable. At her words, Sulimo's lips curled into a cold smile, her eyes ignited with fury. Unfazed by Kanagawa Lioli's imposing presence, she met her gaze with equal intensity, enmity simmering beneath the surface. Dear sister, your words do not sit well with me. Her voice was measured but dripped with an unsettling chill. After so many years with him, our bond cannot be severed by your petty tricks, and I have never heard of him having a little sister. She paused momentarily, a glimmer of danger flashing in her eyes. Then, lowering her voice, she leaned closer to Kanaruri's ear and whispered in a tone only they could hear. Is there a particular reason someone of your standing is approaching him? Kanaruri was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure. She gently lifted her gaze, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips, and replied nonchalantly, What does this have to do with you? Aren't you in the same position? Upon hearing this, Sulimo's expression turned icy, and she was prepared to continue clashing with Kanaruri. All right, enough of this bickering, Wei Lihan finally interjected. A hint of irritation in his tone, observing the scene before him, filled him with confusion. Initially, he had thought that introducing two strangers to one another would be a perfectly ordinary affair. Yet, the moment they met, the tension was palpable, as if they were on the brink of conflict. He simply could not fathom why their encounter had escalated so rapidly. Sulimo is the daughter of my stepmother. She is indeed my sister, Wei Lihan sighed, a note of helplessness in his voice. It's partly my fault for not informing you sooner. And my sister just arrived in Longwei yesterday, still unfamiliar with the surroundings. It wasn't right for you to speak so aggressively upon meeting her. He turned to look at Kanaruri, who had tilted her head aside, seemingly lost in thought, indifferent to the confrontation. In contrast, Sulimo remained fixated on Kanaruri, her eyes brimming with vigilance and hostility, as if perceiving her as a potential threat. Wei Lihan inwardly lamented that this meeting was proving far more tumultuous than he had anticipated. He found himself reluctantly cast in the role of a mediator in this invisible conflict. Xiaohan, are you blaming me? Sulimo suddenly turned her head, her soft pink eyes locking onto Wei Lihan's. Those eyes seemed to harbor an unspoken emotion, a blend of grievance and a hint of probing curiosity. There was an innocence in her gaze, accentuated by her long, fluttering lashes, reminiscent of a young creature emerging from the forest, evoking a sense of compassion. For a moment, Wei Lihan was momentarily entranced, as if her gaze had ensnared his very spirit. I merely worry that you might be deceived by those with ill intentions. Ever since childhood, I have feared you might be taken away, she murmured, her voice tinged with a touch of pain and a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. As she spoke, she discreetly cast a glance at Kanaruri, who remained unfazed, clearly unaffected by Sulimo's tactics. Sulimo did not expect any particular outcome. She merely wished to vex this newcomer, who undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives towards Wei Lihan. You are my only old friend, she bit her lip, her voice dropping to a whisper laced with a sense of injustice. Additionally, regarding the incident where you stole my socks, I have never blamed you for it, she continued, her tone laced with a hint of playful affection, reminiscent of a slighted wife seeking solace. Wei Lihan was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, his face turning crimson. He hastily clarified, Don't speak nonsense. It was you who inexplicably barged into my room, assaulted me, and tossed your smelly socks onto my bed before leaving. When I later found them and returned them to you, you accused me of theft. As he spoke, he cast furtive glances at Kanai Lioli, fearful that the absurdity of Sulimu's claims might leave her with an impression of him as some sort of perverse deviant. Noticing her expression remained impassive, her poker face intact, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Beneath Kanai Lioli's frigid exterior, however, her mind was elsewhere. Oh, it seems my dear brother has a fondness for socks. I took so many of his clothes yesterday. Perhaps I should reciprocate this evening? She mused, a spark of excitement flickering within her. But all I have are long socks. What if he prefers short ones? She pondered, tilting her head thoughtfully, a slight smile curling at her lips as if conjuring some delightful idea. After the commotion, the atmosphere among the three was no longer laden with tension. It had lightened considerably compared to before. Sulimu, how do you plan to return? Wei Lihan inquired tentatively, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Shall I call a cab for you? He added, concern evident in his tone. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Limu replied directly. My family is away on a business trip, and I don't have my keys with me. Would it be alright if I stayed at your place for a few days? Just until school starts. I promise it won't be an inconvenience. She patted her chest confidently, vowing her commitment. Well, it's permissible, but the remaining room in my house is rather small and cramped. You wouldn't mind, would you? Wei Lihan said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Currently, the only room available is quite compact, with just enough space for a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk, leaving little room to maneuver. This room had essentially become a storage space, but with a bit of tidying up, it could still serve as a sleeping area. That is fine. I can sleep in your room. Su Limu licked her lips, a mischievous smile dancing on her face as she spoke in a tone tinged with allure. Chapter 38. Fair competition, come on, we're both grown-ups. It's silly to think we can share a room as if we were children again. Wei Lihan rolled his eyes, clearly not viewing her as a typical female friend. His tone tinged with impatience. I'm not as childish as you. Su Limu tilted her head, a cunning smile spreading across her face. What's wrong? Are you scared? Or do you secretly wish to sleep with me? Wei Lihan covered his forehead in silence, accustomed to Su Limu's casual banter. For Wei Lihan, his childhood was marred by the relentless torment of a devilish presence. He vividly recalls the time he painstakingly begged his grandfather and grandmother to secure a meager allowance from his father, which he eagerly spent on a bottle of cola, yearning to savor the long-anticipated exhilarating taste. However, as he excitedly twisted off the cap and took his first sip, savoring the moment, Su Limuo, who emerged from nowhere, snatched it away and guzzled down a significant portion. By the time the bottle returned to him, it was tainted with a layer of transparent saliva, seemingly left as a cruel reminder by Su Limuo. Overwhelmed by disgust, Wei Lihan promptly relinquished the entire bottle to her, but instead of accepting his offering, she mischievously pushed it back into his hands, insisting he finish the remnants. Who would willingly drink a beverage marred by someone else's saliva? Naturally, Wei Lihan refused her demand. Upon hearing his resolute denial, Su Limuo's demeanor soured. With a frown, she forcefully thrust the saliva-laden bottle into his mouth, compelling him to drink the remainder. This petite girl possessed an unexpected strength, easily overpowering Wei Lihan, who felt utterly powerless against her. Humiliated by such an indignity, he decided to report the incident to his father, only to encounter his father's unwavering support for Su Limuo. Stop spouting nonsense. I've watched you grow up alongside little Amo. How could such a sweet, delicate girl bully you? I suggest you apologize to her at once. It seems you wish to play the victim and turn the tables. As they matured, what difference did it make? After all, as childhood companions, they were destined to share a bed. Unfazed by Wei Lihan's clear refusal, Su Limuo continued to pursue the opportunity to stay in his room. Suddenly, his younger sister, Shinai Liuli, piped up, Brother, I want to sleep in your room too. Huh? Wei Lihan turned in confusion to see his sister tugging at his sleeve, her usually calm eyes sparkling with anticipation. Before he could respond, Su Limuo, with a scowl, pulled Shinai Liuli aside and whispered, Miss Shinai, if you have any tasks for him, I can complete them for free. Could you please refrain from irritating me here? On what grounds? Shinai Liuli shot her a disdainful glance, clearly unimpressed. Firstly, I don't have any so-called tasks. I'm merely here in Longwood to attend university. Furthermore, he is my brother, and naturally, I want to be by his side. Lastly, Miss Su, it seems you, as an outsider, should not be in our home. Su Limuo's lips twitched. She was genuinely infuriated by this little girl, and the thought of dealing with Shinai Liuli was becoming increasingly intolerable. However, upon contemplating the formidable skills of her opponent and the influential family backing her, Su Limuo suppressed her murderous intent with great difficulty. Realizing that a gentle approach would yield no results, she resorted to a more forceful method. Lowering her voice to a near whisper, she threatened, I am well aware of your deeds in Neon Country. I possess certain reports about you. If you wish to keep your illustrious exploits from Shaohan, you would do well to heed my words. At these words, Kanai Ryuri's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of gravity. She had not anticipated that Su Limuo would use such matters to coerce her. The incidents Su Limuo referred to involved Ryuri publicly executing traitors of the Kanai family as part of her role as the family's heiress. What was intended to elevate Ryuri's status and bolster the Kanai family's influence in Neon Country had unexpectedly turned into a dagger thrust into her own side. Ryuri was not particularly concerned about her identity being revealed. After all, they were family now, and soon would be even closer. these matters would inevitably come to light. Yet, she could hardly bear to envision the expression on Wei Lihan's face upon learning of her actions. Would it be fear, disappointment, or perhaps disgust? Any of these emotions reflected in Wei Lihan's gaze would be utterly intolerable for her. Su Limo acknowledged that her actions were somewhat of a gamble, as she was wagering on the significance of Wei Lihan in Ryuri's heart, which would facilitate her taking him away from Ryuri. Presently, Su Limo squinted at Ryuri's slightly dazed eyes and the beads of sweat unnaturally glistening on her smooth forehead. She realized she had won her bet. A triumphant smile blossomed on Su Limo's face as she gently patted Ryuri's shoulder, soothingly advising, "Do not worry, as long as you keep your distance from him. Focus solely on playing the role of the good little sister. And please, do not disrupt the world between him and me." However, at that moment, Ryuri suddenly lifted her head, fixing Su Limo with a fierce gaze, akin to a beast that had lost everything, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. "You shall not take him away from me, purple demon." Su Limo's pupils constricted sharply, her previously smiling lips freezing in shock. She had never anticipated that Ryuri would see through her disguise. "I shall return your words to you verbatim. Dare to steal my brother from me, and I will kill you." Ryuri's typically pristine and delicate features now revealed an unusual display of anger, her face flushed from the intensity of her emotions. The composed facade she had maintained as an unflappable young lady crumbled easily for the sake of an ordinary boy from the Dragon Nation. Su Limo, too, was reluctant for Wei Lihan to discover her sordid, blood-stained past, for a person with blood on their hands is not one to be loved. Due to the overwhelming aura of menace she exuded, Su Limo found herself devoid of friends. The only individuals in her orbit were those with whom she engaged in business dealings. These acquaintances were solely focused on workplace gains, indifferent to the bloodlust she harbored within. Hence, the sole companion she had was Wei Lihan, a childhood friend who, upon sensing the latent danger surrounding her, remarked, "I always have this inexplicable feeling that you are quite intimidating. Is it your ethereal nature or the weight of your dark energy?" Su Limo meticulously concealed her true self in front of Wei Lihan, fearful of revealing her brutal and bloodthirsty side. She had initially intended to gradually disclose her identity to him only after successfully winning his affection, believing that revealing her assassin status could wait until they had children together. However, the unsettling reality that someone outside her closest family circle was aware of her true identity left Su Limo engulfed in confusion. With disbelief, she stared at the furious Kanai Ruri, retreating 2 steps, her legs trembling. A profound silence enveloped the air for several seconds. "In that case, let us compete fairly." Su Limo inhaled deeply, as if resigning herself to her fate, and spoke slowly. Chapter 39. I promise you. Kanai Ruri's gaze pierced through Su Limo like shards of ice, her exquisite features etched with resignation. She was acutely aware of the precariousness of the moment, akin to walking on thin ice, where every step could trigger a chain reaction. A peculiar dynamic existed between them, each holding certain secrets about the other, secrets that loomed like the sword of Damocles, preventing either from acting recklessly. This mutual restraint fostered a fragile equilibrium, where neither could truly dominate the other. After a moment of contemplation, Kanai Ruri mulled over Su Limo's proposal for fair competition. Ultimately, she resolved to accept the challenge, recognizing it as a gamble. "Very well, I accept your terms." Kanai Ruri's voice was calm as still waters, yet her tone shifted abruptly, sharp as a knife. "However, Miss Su, irrespective of what transpires, I shall not permit you to reside in my home." Her gaze was resolute, as though she had prepared for the worst. Not only would she deny Su Limo a place in her room, but even a single night's stay was out of the question. Each word fell like icicles, laden with a sense of unwavering determination. Su Limo was momentarily taken aback by her words, but then she chuckled lightly, covering her lips with one hand. Her graceful demeanor belied the composure and poise that characterized a lady of considerable means. Yet, it was evident to discerning eyes that her laughter was born from irritation. Her once beautiful light pink eyes now shimmered with a deep crimson hue, a clear indication of the anger surging within her, seeking an outlet. "Hee. You ought to express gratitude for your awareness of my identity." Su Limo's voice, sweet yet laced with palpable danger, suggested that otherwise. "You would never comprehend the taste of coercion." She stepped forward, shattering the already delicate distance between them. "Since you are inclined to negotiate terms, I shall reciprocate with a condition of my own. Nothing excessive, I trust." Kanaruri remained silent, her icy gaze fixated on the deep crimson glimmer that danced in Su Limo's eyes. Following the collision of blue and red, she tacitly acquiesced to her demand. Do refrain from engaging in excessively intimate acts behind his back. Su Limo's voice lowered slightly, imbued with an eerie sense of intimacy. I can detect your scent. I know you, and I belong to the same ilk. She paused, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Moreover, since you are aware of my identity, you surely understand that surveilling a family's mundane existence should pose little challenge. Yes? Should you wish to counterdetect, feel free to attempt it. After all, you will inevitably reveal some flaw. Kanaruri's teeth ground together, producing a faint clicking sound. She recognized that her options had dwindled. Very well, I concede to your terms. Her voice emerged almost as a whisper from clenched teeth. Then, allow you to establish the rules of engagement, for we, the people of Longwa, are known for our hospitality. Su Limo gracefully gestured for her to continue. The latter part of her statement, laden with implication, seemed to elude Kanaruri, who, as a citizen of Neon, had yet to decipher the nuanced meanings embedded in varied tones and contexts. All right, the rules are straightforward. We shall rely on our merits to win his affection. Success will be defined by either a successful confession or his initiative to declare his feelings, while the unsuccessful party will unconditionally withdraw. What do you think? Kanaruri raised an eyebrow, proposing this seemingly equitable yet intricately veiled rule. Now, let us reconcile in front of my brother, lest he grow upset. Certainly, Miss Canner. Su Limo smiled in agreement, yet the pride and confidence concealed within that smile nearly overflowed. This rule was perfectly tailored for her. Inside, Su Limo began to celebrate. After all, she possessed both beauty and physique, with suitors lining up from the capital to Germania since her youth. Furthermore, as the female friend who had spent the most time by Wei Lihan's side, her understanding of him was unparalleled. Pursuing an innocent young man devoid of any romantic experience was, indeed, a trivial endeavor. Though she too lacked romantic experience, she firmly believed that as long as the female party embodied beauty, allure, and wealth, coupled with a willingness to invest her affections, one must ponder which man could resist such allure. Initially, she had contemplated when to commence her pursuit of Wei Lihan, whether to be subtle or overt. However, with Kanaruri's declaration of war, her objective became strikingly clear. This seemingly fair competition was, from its inception, destined to be an unequal contest. Yet both parties believed themselves to be the architects of the game. Have you two finished your conversation? If there's anything, please discuss it later. It's quite warm here. Wei Lihan inquired cautiously, addressing the two lovely maidens who were engaged in a fervent whisper nearby. One hand tugged at his collar, while the other waved frantically beside his face, endeavoring to summon a breeze to alleviate his discomfort. Brother, I've already apologized to Sister Su. I just realized she is truly a wonderful person, Kanai Liuli remarked, turning her head with a frosty expression akin to that of a robot, reciting her words monotonously. Indeed, little Han, I too have expressed my apologies to my sister. She is quite adorable. Su Limuo chimed in cheerfully, playfully pinching Kanai Liuli's youthful, collagen-rich face. Liuli shot her a sidelong glare, yet refrained from any further reaction. Wei Lihan stood bewildered, observing the two young ladies who had moments ago been at odds, now transformed into inseparable allies merely because Su Limuo had pulled Kanai Liuli aside for a brief TT. Was it not said that girls take at least half a year to reconcile after a quarrel? Typically, they would exchange barbs even upon encountering one another. Yet here they were, effortlessly exchanging laughter and camaraderie as if they were brothers. Regardless, as long as they did not bicker, he felt a sense of gratitude. Was this not his initial intention? To see the sisters joyful and free of intrigue, while also providing his sister with a delightful companion. What a perfect resolution. But no more quarrels, or else Wei Lihan began, intending to issue a light-hearted threat regarding their sisterly bond, only to realize mid-sentence that he was in over his head, confronting two formidable figures, one the supreme authority at home, the other a revered presence beyond it. Understood, brother, came a cool voice affirming Wei Lihan's concern. All right, little Han, a voice with a hint of playful teasing also affirmed. Yes, that is settled. I've already summoned the car. Let us depart, he declared, although perplexed as to why both of them were so eager to indulge him. Steeling himself, he took the initiative to lead the way out of the corner, venturing ahead. Chapter 40. A stubborn pig fears not the boiling water on a summer afternoon. The sun poured down like molten gold, unreservedly drenching the asphalt outside the airport in its radiant embrace, generating visible waves of heat. Amidst this sweltering scene, an unusual trio moved at a snail's pace toward the waiting area for ride-hailing vehicles. From a distance, the three appeared as if bound by invisible threads, their closeness drawing curious glances. The young man at the center, tall and robust, should have embodied youthful vigor, yet he trudged heavily, each step seemingly burdened by an immense weight. Flanking him on either side were two exceptionally beautiful young ladies, their affectionate gestures firmly ensnaring him in their midst. Without witnessing it firsthand, one might easily mistake this scene for a tender tableau. Perhaps two caring attendants are assisting a patient with mobility issues in their arduous rehabilitation. The strength of their support, the unwavering dedication, is indeed profoundly touching. If only the distressed expression on the patient's face did not betray an inkling of despair. Wei Lihan felt as though he was slowly melting like butter beneath the scorching sun. His legs were already numb and sore, and each step he took was accompanied by the lament of strained muscles. He had never envisioned that one day he would endure such an excruciating, publicly humiliating ordeal, mingled with embarrassment and helplessness, in front of so many onlookers. The gazes directed at him felt like countless tiny needles, pricking at his discomfort. Some young men cast envious and jealous glances, silently accusing him. Did this fellow save the galaxy in his past life? An elderly woman passing by wore a benevolent, yet gossipy smile, seemingly marveling at how the youth of today know how to have fun. Most mortifying was a nearby mother and child, the mother pointing at them while whispering something to her child, who regarded this peculiar brother and the two beautiful sisters with wide, innocent eyes. I say too, Wei Lihan's voice trembled ever so slightly. Humble as a prisoner pleading for mercy, could you please ease your grip a little? At this rate, I fear I might collapse from exhaustion before we even reach the car. As his words faded, the pressure on his arm intensified abruptly. Kanai Ruri, with her exquisitely doll-like visage, exhibited little emotion, her gaze deep and inscrutable like a bottomless pool. She slightly tilted her head, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows on her fair cheeks, her tone as flat as the declaration of an undeniable truth. No, I feel a bit cold today. Your Highness's body heat is just what I need to ward off the chill. Instinctively, Wei Lihan raised his gaze to the blazing sun overhead, radiating enough heat to melt asphalt. The blinding light made him squint instantly. A profound sense of helplessness welled up from within. Cold. In weather hot enough to fry an egg, she claims to feel cold? In his desperation, he turned his pleading eyes to his right. Su Limuo, with whom he was entwined, smiled mischievously like a little fox that had stolen honey, her eyes sparkling with cunning delight. What's the matter, Xiaohan? She seemed oblivious to his silent plea, tightening her grip on his hand, her delicate fingers teasingly caressing his knuckles, her tone so intimate it could almost drip with sweetness. Don't you think this is rather nice? How warm and cozy. Warm and cozy? Upon learning that Wei Lihan had ordered a ride, these two young ladies appeared to share an unspoken understanding, simultaneously dismissing the family's designated car. Their intentions were transparent. Neither wished to monopolize the precious moments spent with Wei Lihan. This is not merely companionship, it is a silent contest, a game of who holds greater weight in his heart. Once ignited, the spirit of competition can consume all rationality and restraint. As Wei Lihan reluctantly took the lead, Su Limu seized the moment. She swiftly caught up, her movements both natural and affectionate as she clasped his hand. This unexpected intimacy was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Kanai Lioli's gaze turned icy. How could she tolerate such a preemptive move? Almost simultaneously, she followed suit, without uttering a word, stretching out her arms in an irresistible embrace around Wei Lihan's other arm, leaning her entire weight against him. Observing this, Su Limu's smile grew increasingly perilous. How could she, known for her flawless execution during missions, show weakness? Under Wei Lihan's astonished and bewildered gaze, she decisively pried open his naturally curled fingers, forcefully intertwining her delicate fingers with his, thus asserting her claim. Thus, a war devoid of gunpowder erupted around Wei Lihan. Bound by chains on either side, he found himself immobile, resembling a statue being dragged by two enchanting sirens, struggling to endure the weight of countless scrutinizing eyes as he navigated this treacherous march. When the white ride-hailing vehicle finally came into view, Wei Lihan felt as if he had been granted reprieve, mustering the last of his strength to dash toward the car with the two young women. Though they were not heavy, the oppressive heat combined with their burdens made it challenging to summon any energy. He dared not glance at the mother and child duo, yearning to escape the awkward tension that seemed to morph the scene into a battlefield, struggling free from their grasp like a beast breaking free from its cage. He flung open the car door, eager to dive into the sanctuary of the passenger seat. He craved space, tranquility, and solitude. However, a soft hand gently tugged at the hem of his shirt. "Xiaohan," Su Limu whispered, rising on her toes, her warm breath intentionally brushing against his ear. Her voice, sweet yet laced with an underlying edge, proposed, "Why don't we sit in the back, allowing Lioli to occupy the passenger seat alone? Wouldn't that be more spacious?" The term sister was articulated with pronounced clarity, brimming with unabashed provocation. This was not merely a dispute over seating. It was a declaration of identity. A proclamation to Kanai Lioli. "Dear sister, you still have much to learn. You are but a younger sibling." The warmth of her breath made Wei Lihan instinctively retract his neck, a shiver of electric sensation coursing through him. "No," Kanai Lioli retorted with unwavering conviction, releasing Wei Lihan's arm, yet seizing his other wrist with a grip so fierce it seemed intent on anchoring him in place. In her usually composed gaze, a rare stubbornness and unwillingness flickered. "I want to be with my brother." As the words fell, the air was instantly thick with the scent of gunpowder. Wei Lihan found himself frozen by the car door, caught in a dilemma, feeling as though he was not about to embark on a journey, but rather to be dismembered by these two formidable figures. In despair, he closed his eyes, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Why couldn't this cursed ride-hailing vehicle be a bus instead? Perhaps then, he might have glimpsed a faint glimmer of hope. Ultimately, Wei Lihan steeled himself, opening the door and settling into the passenger seat, smoothly announcing the last digits of his destination. His demeanor suggested a resolve of indifference. He was prepared to face whatever might unfold, determined to occupy the front seat alone. Kanagawa Lioli and Su Limo exchanged glances, their burgeoning competitive spirit dampened significantly. They recognized their impulsiveness could easily lead to unnecessary complications for Wei Lihan. Thus, each harbored their own thoughts as they took their places in the back seat. One after the other. Chapter 41. Whose room is this? The ride-hailing vehicle glided steadily through the afternoon traffic, the air imbued with the coolness of air conditioning and a subtle hint of leather. The driver, Old Wang, a middle-aged man in his 40s, bore the marks of time and toil upon his face. Habitually, he glanced into the rearview mirror to assess the situation of his passengers. However, that fleeting glance caused his fingers to tighten around the steering wheel involuntarily. In the mirror, two faces emerged, capable of rendering any adjective inadequate. The girl on the left possessed skin as white as snow, her long, raven-black hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders. She sat quietly, her eyelashes lowered, resembling a finely crafted classical doll, exuding an ethereal beauty devoid of any mundane essence. The girl on the right, in stark contrast, embodied a cold yet regal allure, reminiscent of a viper in beauty. Her slightly curled violet hair danced with an air of defiance, and her phoenix-like eyes, slightly upturned, exuded an aura of dominion even as she gazed serenely ahead. Having driven for most of his life, Old Wang prided himself on his worldly experience, yet in that moment, he felt as if he were a rustic bumpkin, unaccustomed to such splendor. He had only glimpsed the dazzling presence of the popular singer Lin Xinyue during a high-definition broadcast of her concert, a spectacle that had left him in awe. Yet now, these two living embodiments of beauty, mere inches away, rendered even the most illustrious stars on screen pale by comparison. One was the cold, solitary moon, and the other, the radiant, scorching sun. Together, they shone in harmonious brilliance within the confines of his unremarkable ride-hailing vehicle. However, this breathtaking moment was fleeting, as Old Wang soon sensed an unusual intensity. For what should have been enchanting gazes now resembled two invisible searchlights, cutting through the spaces between the seats, firmly locking onto the young man in the passenger seat. The attention he received was less of warmth and more akin to a fervent, almost covetous fixation. The gaze of the girl on the left was tranquil as water, yet unfathomably deep, seemingly capable of drawing in Wei Lihan's very soul. In contrast, the girl on the right bore a countenance akin to a blade tempered in fire, brimming with aggression and possessiveness. as if poised to pierce both him and his chair in the next heartbeat. Old Wang's eyes inadvertently met Wei Lihan's through the rearview mirror for a fleeting moment. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, with delicate features, but his face was marred by a rigid discomfort and a pallor that suggested utter fatigue. Why did this lad seem as though he were ensnared by these two individuals? With renewed curiosity, Old Wang cast another glance at the two girls in the back seat through the mirror. The girl with purple hair shot him a dangerously piercing look, as if to caution him against his unwarranted scrutiny. A chill silently coursed up Old Wang's spine. Having navigated the labyrinth of this city for most of his life, he had encountered all manner of people, rascals from the streets, tycoons from the markets, and ruthless figures from the underworld. At this moment, he unmistakably sensed an exceedingly perilous aura emanating from those two extraordinarily beautiful girls. It was not the typical flirtation or admiration one might expect from ordinary young women, but rather the oppressive presence of apex predators, quiet, yet lethal. They exuded an unsettling charisma that belied their age and beauty. Old Wang swiftly averted his gaze, focusing intently on the road ahead. He understood that he had unwittingly taken on a significant trouble with this ride. He was oblivious to the true identity of this seemingly ordinary young man, or how he had attracted the attention of such formidable characters. Yet, this was not his concern. His principles were simple: refrain from questions, avoid unnecessary glances, ensure a safe delivery, and collect the fare. He merely wished for this journey to conclude swiftly. The sooner the better. The interior of the car remained eerily silent, with no one daring to break the quietude. An outsider might have presumed it to be an empty vehicle. Finally, the car arrived at its destination. As soon as the door opened, Wei Lihan sprang out in a manner utterly uncharacteristic of his usual composure, his movements quick as if fleeing from a plague. He remarked to the back seat, "I'll head in to turn on the air conditioning. It's too hot," and without a backward glance, dashed towards the community entrance. At this moment, he yearned only to return home, for once he reached that sanctuary, he would no longer be burdened by the weight of two individuals clinging to him like a coat rack. Almost simultaneously, the doors in the back seat swung open. The two girls disembarked in graceful unison, their movements synchronized as though rehearsed 1,000 times. Without a moment's hesitation, they elegantly strode forward, their long legs propelling them at a leisurely pace. Yet their gait exuded an unmistakable sense of pursuit, like two enchanting shadows firmly attached to Wei Lihan's wake. At this hour, the community was teeming with elderly residents enjoying leisurely strolls and basking in the sun. The hurried silhouette of Wei Lihan, along with the two exceptionally attractive girls trailing behind him, instantly became the center of attention in the entire neighborhood. Oh, look at that young man. Who are those two stunning girls following him? Indeed, he runs faster than a rabbit. Perhaps he is terrified of being caught juggling two relationships. Such is the nature of today's youth, truly astonishing. The curious, disdainful, and critical gazes felt like countless tiny needles pricking at Wei Lihan's back. He could distinctly hear the whispers, each word rendering him acutely embarrassed. All he wished for was to find a crevice to hide in, escaping from the suffocating scrutiny. Just as he placed his hand on the handle of the security door, a familiar yet slightly petulant voice rang out from behind, accompanied by an irresistible warmth gripping his wrist. "Xiaohan, why are you running so fast?" Su Limu had stealthily caught up to him, her hand firmly seizing his arm. Her cheeks were slightly puffed, and her gaze held a hint of playful reproach. Her voice was soft yet felt like an invisible rope, tightening the nerves that Wei Lihan had just begun to relax. "We haven't seen each other in so long. Aren't you going to invite me to your home to reminisce?" she added, unconsciously leaning closer. The faint floral fragrance wafting from her hair instantly enveloping Wei Lihan's senses. His heart tightened, and he instinctively turned to look back. The corridor was empty, save for Shina Lily, who ambled toward them down the steps, stepping lightly amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Seeing only Shina Lily, Wei Lihan finally exhaled in relief. He patted his chest and, with a wry smile, explained to Su Limu, "I was just afraid you two might team up and haul me off on either side. This neighborhood is filled with uncles and aunties. If you escort me home like that, where would I hide my face? I wouldn't be able to hold my head up when I go out. And what of it?" Su Limu pouted in dissatisfaction, shaking his arm. "We've known each other for so long. Isn't it fine to be a bit closer? We're all friends here. Please, don't." Wei Lihan hastily withdrew his hand as if burned, deliberately creating a bit of distance, and joked seriously, "Our relationship is purely platonic. If your future boyfriend finds out you have such a close male friend, he might come after me with a knife. Su Limu's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head and murmured in a voice barely audible to herself, I don't want anyone else. I only want you. That phrase, light as a whisper, rippled through her heart like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring 1,000 waves of emotion. She began to rapidly devise a plan in her mind on how to make this oblivious Wei Lihan, who regarded her as just a friend, understand that her feelings had long transcended the boundaries of mere friendship. What she yearned for was a deeper embrace, a rightful place by his side. Yet the innate modesty of a young woman acted as an invisible shackle, rendering her unable to voice her desires. At that moment, Kanagawa Ruri approached them, standing quietly, her gaze flitting between Wei Lihan and Su Limo. Though she uttered not a word, her eyes remained fixed on Su Limo, wary of any impulsive actions from her. Just then, Ruri joined them, urging, let us hurry inside. It's sweltering out here. Wei Lihan seized this opportunity to escape the disconcerting gaze of Su Limo, turning to Ruri with a quick remark before hastily opening the door and stepping inside, as if the very air outside bore a scorched temperature. Wow, Xiaohan, how is your home so immaculate? Upon entering the foyer, Su Limo's astonished exclamation filled the space. In her memories, Wei Lihan's abode, while not chaotic, certainly embodied the quintessential bachelor style, items strewn about haphazardly, only occasionally gathered in a semblance of order. Yet, the scene before her was pristine, the windows gleamed. The floor shone brightly enough to reflect her silhouette, and even the remote on the coffee table was arranged with impeccable precision, as if attended to by a professional cleaning service. What are you talking about? Wei Lihan retorted, wiping the sweat from his neck with a tissue from the table, a frown forming on his brow. I've always been quite tidy, you know. With that, he appeared to exhaust all his energy, collapsing onto the soft sofa with a long sigh of relief. At that moment, Kanagawa Ruri leaned in close to Su Limo, her warm breath brushing her ear, whispering in a tone only they could hear, what do you think? My brother tidied up just for me. Her voice was gentle, yet laced with a chilling provocation. The corners of Su Limo's mouth twitched involuntarily, a surge of unnameable anger igniting within her. Though she did not turn around, she could distinctly sense Ruri's half-smiling gaze behind her. All she wished for was to stab this little show-off, flaunting her special treatment, right in front of her. Su Limo, you chat with Ruri for a bit. I'll go wash my face and clear my head, Wei Lihan said, struggling to rise from the sofa. He wiped his brow, filled with astonishment. Why was it that after just a few steps under the blazing sun, he was drenched in sweat? While these two beautiful girls behind him seemed to possess built-in air conditioning, neither flushed nor breathless, not a drop of perspiration in sight. Could this be the legendary law of the beautiful girl perpetual motion machine? They remained ever radiant, untouched by the laws of physics. Su Limo had no desire to engage in idle conversation with Kanagawa Ruri, as it would be akin to inviting trouble. Casting a disdainful glance at the girl radiating icy vibes behind her, she decisively turned and made her way toward the bedroom with familiarity. Xiaohan, I'm going to check out your bedroom first, she announced, deliberately elongating her tone with a hint of provocation meant for Ruri, licking her lips as she casually pushed open a bedroom door. Her movements were deft and natural, as if this place were her second home. However, the moment the door swung open, Su Limu's steps abruptly halted. What greeted her was not the cluttered room filled with figurines and adorned with various posters that lingered in her memory as Wei Lihan's space. Before her lay a soft, large bed draped in a pattern of the big-mouthed monkey, with a couple of men's garments casually strewn across it. Not far away, a meticulously placed black katana rested on a table, adding an air of solemnity to the otherwise vibrant room. The entire ambience was simple yet warm, yet it felt entirely alien. Su Limu's eyes widened slightly, a hint of confusion etching her features. Is this Xiaohan's room? Chapter 42. You truly are unhinged. Su Limu's gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, zeroed in on the slightly disheveled bed, particularly the two garments that lay upon the sheets. Those clothes were indeed gifts she had given him, no doubt about it. She murmured to herself, her voice as soft as a feather, yet imbued with undeniable certainty. Both the short-sleeved shirt and the shorts were vividly etched in her memory. However, her brows knitted together, and a flicker of confusion and wariness passed through her clear eyes. This room seemed not to belong to Xiaohan. What are you doing in my room? Leave at once. A cold, aloof voice, sharp as the clash of ice crystals, unexpectedly emanated from behind her. Before the words had fully escaped, a pale yet powerful hand seized her arm, pulling her back into the corridor with such force that she nearly stumbled. Su Limu steadied herself, spinning around to meet a pair of fathomless, frost-laden eyes. "What did you say? This is your room?" As she disdainfully shook off Kanai Lily's grasp, as if it bore some taint, she scrutinized her with an incredulous gaze. "Otherwise, could it possibly belong to you?" Kanai Lily elegantly tilted her head to one side, revealing her graceful swan-like neck, her eyes brimming with disdain and mockery, as if Su Limu's very presence was a defilement. Suddenly, Su Limu could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Initially restrained, her laughter grew unabashed, reverberating through the spacious room. Meeting Kanai Lily's slightly narrowed eyes, a reflection of her confusion, she fought to suppress her mirth, extending her slender finger towards the incongruous big-mouthed monkey bedsheet in the room. "So, this is the legendary eldest daughter of the Kanai family?" Truly, seeing is believing. Tears of laughter welled in the corners of her eyes as she continued. "I had imagined your room would be adorned with silk velvet and antique vases in a European style. Who would have thought it would embody such childlike whimsy?" She deliberately elongated her tone, laced with heavy sarcasm. "If this matter were to leak, I would wager that the fervent admirers from the Neon Nation would line up at your door, each bearing a complete set of bedding adorned with little pigs, just to match your childlike innocence." "Ha ha." Su Limuo's laughter was unabashed and sharp, akin to a dagger. She had anticipated that this would pierce through Kanai Lioli's facade of arrogance, provoking her into a fit of rage. However, Kanai Lioli merely shook her head indifferently. Her icy gaze, upon hearing the words big-mouthed monkey, inexplicably softened, revealing an understanding tenderness that others could not comprehend. She gazed past Su Limuo's shoulder, her eyes tenderly resting upon the bedspread, softly uttering, as if sharing a cherished secret, "Yes, my brother prepared it for me." Su Limuo's laughter abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had seized her throat. For the first time, she felt her attacks landing as ineffectually as a punch against cotton. Reluctantly averting her gaze, she was soon drawn to an inconspicuous plastic bag on the desk. It was a simple white bag containing some rather ordinary-looking golden cakes. Seizing this new opportunity, Su Limuo struck again, her tone laced with even sharper mockery. "Oh, young lady, can you still indulge in the cakes fit for us commoners? Aren't you afraid of ruining your precious stomach?" Kanai Lioli's gaze shifted from the bedspread to the bag of cakes, her expression devoid of embarrassment, instead blossoming into an almost sweet smile. She remained calm and composed, her voice unmistakably revealing her fondness for those humble cakes. "Yes, my brother bought them for me." Su Limuo's brow furrowed sharply. She felt like a jester, her carefully prepared lines effortlessly dismissed by the same nonchalant phrase, "My brother bought it for me," which struck her like an invisible slap, flooding her with a sense of inexplicable irritation and powerlessness. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to unleash her trump card. Her gaze, ultimately her sole focus, returned to the two garments on the bed. She inquired, each word punctuated with a sharp intensity. "Surely those two pieces of clothing were not also purchased by your brother? Do you perhaps have a penchant for donning male attire?" Pointing at the clothes on the bed, she shifted her feet, intending to approach for a closer inspection, to ascertain whether they still bore the scent of Wei Lihan. However, Kanai Lioli's reaction was swifter than she had anticipated. The moment Su Limuo took a step, Kanai Lioli moved like a gust of wind, swiftly positioning herself beside the bed, her slender form blocking the garments as fiercely as a mother hen protecting her chicks. "Those are my clothes." Kanai Lioli's voice tightened slightly, yet her expression remained composed. "I simply forgot to put them away." She fabricated excuses without a hint of blush or quickened heartbeat, but her small hand, hidden behind her, betrayed her. That hand was uncommonly mischievous, stealthily reaching for the clothes on the bed, attempting to hide them while Su Limuo was distracted. Every subtle movement was captured by Su Limuo's keen eyes. She narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes, her heart racing with alarm. Something was amiss. Almost instinctively, Su Limuo sprang into action. Her speed was astonishing, akin to a fleeting phantom, as she gracefully maneuvered around the figure of Kanai Ruri blocking the bed. Before Ruri could react, Su Limuo's right hand darted out, securely grasping the two articles of clothing. "Hey you!" Kanai Ruri's response was a beat too slow, allowing her to emit only a feeble protest, her face paling in an instant. With a triumphant lift of her spoils, Su Limuo brought the shorts to her delicate nose. Inhaling deeply, instantly, She was enveloped by a familiar warmth, a scent uniquely belonging to Wei Lihan, mingled with a hint of shower gel and sunlight. It was the comforting aroma she had often fantasized about while abroad. Yet, beneath this familiar fragrance lingered a subtle, alien scent of cherry blossoms, an unmistakable allure of a vixen. The thought struck her like a bolt of lightning, engulfing Su Limo in a wave of immense fury and jealousy. Before she could leave her mark, this woman had already beaten her to it. How will you explain this? Su Limo held the shorts aloft, casually slipping a finger through the waistband, twirling it in the air. With a gaze of scrutiny and disdain, she fixed her eyes on the tense Kanai Ruri before her, delivering her icy interrogation. Word by word, as the esteemed eldest daughter of the Kanai family, what business do you have stealing your brother's clothes? Do you have some peculiar fetish? Or are you simply a blatant pervert? Do you realize these clothes were a gift from me to him? I hadn't even had the chance to use them before you took the liberty to enjoy them. However, before Kanai Ruri could respond, Wei Lihan's voice resonated from behind Su Limo. What are you two doing? His voice abruptly halted. Astonishment etched across his face as he beheld the shorts spinning on Su Limo's finger, his own. Chapter 43. You can't win against me. Su Limo, you. Wei Lihan's voice was choked, laced with incredulity and hoarseness. His slightly weary visage was marked by shock and confusion, his eyes fixated on Su Limo's slender hand. That hand was holding the shorts he knew all too well. Ah, Xiaohan, what are you doing here? Su Limo's heart plummeted. As if she had fallen from a great height, she reacted like a startled rabbit, nearly leaping into the air. In her flustered state, she instinctively turned around, hastily concealing the incriminating evidence behind her, her movements swift enough to stir a gust of wind. A blush spread across her cheeks at an observable rate, creeping from her ears down to her neck. What do you hold in your hand? Wei Lihan's voice deepened as he took a step forward, his gaze relentlessly scanning Su Limo. He was certain he had not erred. The style of those shorts, even the inconspicuous brand, resembled precisely the item that had mysteriously vanished from his wardrobe. Yet, how did it end up in Su Limo's possession? This realization enveloped him in a surreal dizziness. What to do? What to do? Su Limo's mind was a chaotic tempest. She could distinctly hear her heart pounding like a war drum, each beat striking her nerves. It was undeniable that it was Kanai Lioli, that vixen, who had pilfered the garment, yet here she was, caught red-handed with the very evidence. Coupled with her earlier panicked demeanor, she felt as though there was no way to cleanse herself of this predicament. Her eyes began to redden with anxiety, darting around in a frenzied search before settling in the corner of the room. There stood Kanai Lioli, arms crossed, leaning against the wall with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. She appeared to be savoring a splendid performance of her own orchestration. Oh, you wretched vixen. Su Limo seethed internally, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Here she was, embroiled in turmoil, while Lioli reveled in her misfortune. For a moment, Su Limo forcibly suppressed her rising panic, mustering a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. This is the outfit Lioli showed me. I thought it looked quite nice and should be comfortable, so I merely took a glance. As she spoke, she cautiously raised her gaze to scrutinize Wei Lihan's expression. His brow was furrowed, his eyes still gravely fixed upon the hand she had concealed behind her back, as though his gaze could penetrate her very being and unveil the embarrassing evidence. I see, Wei Lihan replied, his look complex and inscrutable, ultimately opting to shrug nonchalantly. If there's nothing amiss, you can step out for now. He chose to believe her. This unwavering trust, cultivated over many years, allowed Su Limo's taut nerves to relax instantly, and she breathed a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she had managed to evade the crisis. However, just as she exhaled, a cold, calm voice, imbued with lethal precision, pierced through the air like an icicle. That is not my clothing, Su's sister. I believe you are mistaken. Kanai Lioli tilted her head slightly, her innocent demeanor contrasting starkly with her words. Moreover, isn't that a boy's outfit? What? Su Limo whirled around, casting a fiery glare at Kanai Lioli, her eyes almost ablaze with fury. Swiftly, she turned back, her expression morphing into one of sycophantic urgency as she smiled at Wei Lihan, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiaohan. Let me explain, this is all a misunderstanding." She understood that she must take the initiative, seizing control of the narrative. She took a deep breath, as if resolutely deciding upon something, and slowly revealed the clothes she had hidden behind her back, presenting them before Wei Lihan. When I visited your room earlier, I noticed it was quite messy. I thought I might help you tidy up, and unexpectedly, I found a few garments beneath your bed. These clothes looked familiar, so I thought to bring them to show Sister Lioli, to let her appraise the gifts I intended for you." Her words flowed rapidly, yet her reasoning was exceptionally clear. From Su Limo's understanding of Wei Lihan, she was indeed aware of the disarray in his room. She was banking on this fact. If Wei Lihan were to doubt her, she would have no choice but to take a leap of faith, dragging Kanai Liuli into the revelation, disclosing the woman's clandestine use of his clothing. Wei Lihan's gaze fixated on the garments in Su Limo's hands, and he fell silent for a moment, the air seemingly suspended. Just as Su Limo thought her deception was on the verge of unraveling, beads of cold sweat threatening to surface, Wei Lihan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. "My goodness, Su Limo, you are truly remarkable," he exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, eagerly snatching the shorts from her grasp, inspecting them fervently. "You are indeed my savior. Ah, brother, I simply adore you." Wei Lihan was overwhelmed with excitement, pulling the still-dazed Su Limo into a tight embrace. "You know, I had so few clothes to begin with, and losing these two pieces leaves me at a loss for what to wear outside." The unexpected embrace left Su Limo utterly petrified. Her mind went blank, the mingling scent of sunlight and laundry detergent from Wei Lihan enveloping her senses, while the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears. She could feel the warmth of his chest seeping through the thin fabric, making her cheeks flush even more. Ah. She could only manage to emit a few nonsensical sounds from her throat, her body stiff as a statue. Noticing Su Limo's unusual demeanor, he paid it no mind, as she had behaved this way before. The reason eluded him, perhaps a childhood incident where he had playfully kissed her just to annoy her? "Come find me in the living room later," Wei Lihan released her, observing her blushing face as she stared at him, seemingly lost in another realm. He smiled casually. "We need to discuss where you will stay. I wonder if you can accept that room." With that, he contentedly clutched his beloved shorts, humming a little tune as he returned to his room, leaving Su Limo standing there, lost in thought for an extended period. Slowly, Su Limo came to her senses. Wrapping her arms around herself gently, a look of enjoyment spreading across her face. Meanwhile, Kanai Lioli, who had witnessed the entire scene, regarded her with a mix of disdain, confusion, anger, and grievance. "Sister, you will never win against me," Su Limo taunted Kanai Lioli, her expression of triumph almost solidifying into a tangible form. The latter cast a shadowy glare at her, as if attempting to burn through the woman who dared to claim her brother's affections right before her eyes. "How can you, an outsider, possibly compare to the bond we have forged over so many years?" Su Limo mocked openly, feeling utterly confident in her superiority over Kanai Lioli. "Miss Su, is it not premature to make such assertions? Have you considered who shares a home with him? There's a saying in Longhua. The pavilion nearest the water gets the moonlight first," Kanai Lioli retorted slowly, hoping to leverage her cohabitation with Wei Lihan to overshadow Su Limo. To her surprise, Su Limo was unfazed, a smirk dancing on her lips. "Indeed, but it must be quite disheartening to be unable to accomplish anything, wouldn't it? I may not reside here, but that does not preclude me from living in the adjacent unit, perhaps even above you." After laying down the terms they had previously agreed upon, Su Limo pointed out the flaws in Kanai Lioli's argument. "If I cannot even be a guest in your home, then the notion of fair competition becomes moot, does it not? Well, if that's your stance, then while I may refrain from crossing boundaries with my brother, what about the reverse?" Kanai Lioli's words struck a nerve, causing Su Limo's expression to darken instantly. She regretted engaging in this futile contest with Kanai Lioli, knowing full well that neither could truly best the other. Akin to gum stuck in the crevices of one's shoe, utterly powerless. Choosing silence, she turned with a scowl and made her way toward the living room. Chapter 44. "I don't need your concern." A soft cough from Wei Lihan shattered the delicate silence in the living room. He regarded Su Limo, whose demeanor seemed somewhat off, as she appeared to be smiling foolishly at him. "Su Limo, if you wish to stay here," before he could finish. Su Limo's countenance returned to normal, and she forced a polite smile, decisively interrupting him. "No need, Xiaohan. I can simply rent a place for myself. I wouldn't want to trouble you." Her voice was bright, yet carried an unmistakable firmness, a reaction that took Wei Lihan completely by surprise. He was momentarily taken aback, his mind involuntarily conjuring memories of the past, when Su Limo had entwined herself around him like a vine, employing every tactic to manipulate him. The proud, assertive, and somewhat willful Su Limo had suddenly relinquished her desires and drawn a clear boundary. This unfamiliar and distant demeanor left an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. "Brother, Sister Su, please enjoy the tea." A gentle voice, as soothing as water, timely broke through Wei Lihan's astonishment. Kanai Liuli gracefully approached, carrying a tray, and delicately placed 2 jade green tea cups in front of Su Limo and Wei Lihan. The verdant tea swirled with wisps of steam, resembling 2 small clouds. Rather than returning to her seat, she elegantly nestled herself beside Wei Lihan on the sofa, her posture exuding both grace and ease. The distance between them was so slight that the faint scent of cherry blossoms wafted, almost imperceptibly, into Wei Lihan's nostrils. "Thank you, Liuli," he said, returning to his senses and instinctively offering her a gentle smile. Yet, this harmonious scene struck Su Limo like a sharp thorn, piercing instantly into her heart. Her gaze shifted from simple observation to that of 2 icy searchlights, firmly fixated on the girl, Kanai Liuli, seated beside Wei Lihan. Witnessing the girl's shoulder so closely nestled against his, far exceeding the bounds of ordinary interaction, Su Limo felt her fingertips unconsciously tighten on her knees, her pearly teeth grinding in silent fury behind her lips. "Is it truly all right for you to live on your own?" Wei Lihan seemed unaware of Su Limo's simmering anger as he took a sip of warm tea, the aroma unfurling in his mouth. While his gaze remained tenderly directed towards her, he appeared completely unfazed by the proximity of Kanai Liuli, having accepted the situation without reservation. "It's fine," Su Limo replied, retracting her gaze and forcibly suppressing the bitterness and rage swelling within her, donning once more a flawless smile. "My family sends me plenty of living expenses, and it's nice to take some time for myself, to be a bit more independent." She paused, her tone imbued with genuine sentiment. "Still, I feel that living abroad can't compare to being in Longhua. After all, it's my home." "Very well," Wei Lihan nodded, seemingly persuaded by her words. "Why don't you wait until after dinner to leave? I can help you find some affordable places nearby, which would save you the trouble of running around." Upon hearing the phrase "having dinner together," Su Limo's eyes sparkled momentarily, her heart brimming with joy. She was on the brink of enthusiastically agreeing, already plotting how to redirect Wei Lihan's attention from that clingy little fox back to herself. "If it weren't for that insufferable vixen, would I even consider living elsewhere?" She fumed internally. However, just as she was about to respond, a sharp ringtone suddenly pierced the air, slicing through all her thoughts and anticipations. "I need to take this call, Xiaohan. Please wait for me," Su Limo said, a touch of irritation in her voice as she picked up her phone. As she rose, she cast Wei Lihan a playful glance, her eyes imbued with a hint of mischief and unmistakable implication. She then strode gracefully towards the balcony in her high heels, her slender silhouette appearing particularly enchanting in the play of light and shadow, yet imbued with a sense of resolve. Wei Lihan's gaze involuntarily followed the graceful figure until she was entirely obscured by the glass door. After a moment of complex contemplation, he slowly turned his head, focusing on the girl, Kanai Liuli, who was now so close to him. The living room fell silent, leaving only the soft sound of their breathing. Wei Lihan inhaled deeply, resolutely choosing to seize this rare moment of solitude. He lowered his voice and, with a tentative tone, inquired, "Liuli, what is your impression of Sister Su?" He was acutely aware that, although the two appeared calm on the surface, even able to sit together at the same table for tea, the palpable tension from their initial encounter lingered in the air, alongside the sharp words exchanged. This was far from a mere misunderstanding. He had to discern the thoughts of these 2 immensely significant young women in his life. Kanagawa Liuli seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. She raised her head, her azure eyes, as clear as tranquil lakes, fixed intently on Wei Lihan, her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings. After a moment of contemplation, as if choosing her words with care, she softly spoke, her tone still detached. "Sister Su is quite a decent person. However, it seemed she had some reservations about me when we first met." A slight furrow creased her elegant brow, an expression of just the right amount of confusion and grievance gracing her features. I couldn't hold back and exchanged a few words with her. At this juncture, she leaned in closer, her gaze becoming extraordinarily sincere, as if making a solemn promise. "But, dear brother, rest assured," she articulated each word with clarity. "Sister Su and I have reconciled now. Truly." Her eyes sparkled with purity, reflecting the earnest contemplation etched upon Wei Lihan's face. Her words were impeccably woven, acknowledging the existence of the altercation while subtly shifting the blame onto Su Limu, culminating in a flawless reconciliation that portrayed her as both magnanimous and innocent. Liuli, you and Sister Su must cultivate a good relationship, for we are all in the same school and can look out for one another, Wei Lihan imparted earnestly. Yes, I understand, dear brother, she replied. Hello, father. Su Limu's faintly red-tinted eyes gazed into the distance, her tone flat and devoid of emotion. On the other end of the line, a deep male voice resonated. Xiaoma, why didn't anyone come to pick you up when you returned home today? My friend came to fetch me. I returned with him. Su Limu paused before adding, and I don't plan to take on any tasks for the time being. I intend to stay outside for a few days. There was a moment of silence on the other end, before the man probed cautiously. Is it that kid Wei Lihan? Su Limu's throat constricted slightly, yet she remained silent. Xiaoma, you are an elite nurtured by the Su family, the only child of Su Ao. You should not squander too much time on these commoners. You may rest for a few days, but I do not wish for you to have excessive contact with that commoner. Your future spouse must be someone of equal standing. Father, I am no longer someone to be manipulated. I have the right to make my own choices. After delivering her icy retort, Su Limu decisively ended the call, a sense of agitation swelling within her. Chapter 45. The traitor of the Shun family. The moment the call was abruptly disconnected, the busy tone echoed in Su Limu's ears, piercing her taut nerves like a series of fine needles. She carelessly tossed her phone onto the balcony railing, the metallic clash against the marble producing a crisp, cold sound, mirroring her current emotional state. She loathed. No, she was exceedingly repulsed by her father, Su Ao, who incessantly invoked Wei Lihan to establish an invisible boundary. Fragments of memories surged within her mind. In her childhood, Wei Lihan, the boy who always trailed behind her with a radiant smile, was the brightest hue in Su Limu's entire youth. Back then, Su Ao would sit in the black sedan by the roadside or stand atop the adjacent skyscraper, quietly observing his child frolicking with that common boy while holding a cup of hot tea, his gaze gentle and contemplative rather than obstructive. He resembled a silent gardener, allowing two entwined vines to flourish freely, only occasionally trimming the errant branches, never contemplating their complete separation. Yet as Su Limu matured, she transformed from the carefree little girl who once roamed freely into the sole female heir of the Su family, a unique symbol traversing the limelight. The Su family's commercial empire and various industrial chains expanded like a snowball, and as the scale grew, so did the repercussions of their prominence. At numerous soirees, banquets, and business forums, gossip regarding her companionship with a mere Su family playmate morphed from innocent childhood camaraderie into insinuations that the Su family heiress was infatuated with an inconsequential commoner. Would the future of the Su family truly rest in the hands of someone devoid of status or significance? These rumors, like countless invisible hands, ultimately tightened around Su Ao's heart. His attitude toward Wei Lihan shifted from quiet observation to a cold, disdainful glare, transforming him into the archetype of a father who would utter the phrase, "Stay away from my daughter." Ding dong. The phone screen illuminated, shattering the stillness. Su Limu withdrew her gaze from the distant horizon, where the sunset-drenched clouds appeared almost blinding. She lowered her head. The name on the screen was unmistakably her father's. The message was succinct and stark, devoid of any warmth. Daughter, put other matters aside for now. I have just received news that Shun Yi of the Shun family has stolen the core commercial secrets of one of our subsidiaries. After discussions with the head of the Shun family, the traitor has been expelled, but he is preparing to flee abroad. You must deal with him tonight, before he boards the plane to escape, without leaving a trace. Yet another task. Her temples throbbed, a familiar headache washing over her. Just moments ago, her father had earnestly urged her to take a few days off, but in the blink of an eye, the blade of family obligation was once again thrust into her hands. She forced a bitter smile. What else could she do? He was her father, the pillar of the Su family. She, Su Limu, was not merely the heir to her family. She was the most formidable and clandestine blade of the Su clan. Personal emotions seemed rather insignificant in the face of her family's honor and disgrace. It mattered little, for after all, she was just a naive little girl. What difference would it make to give this Kamiyuri a chance? Besides, I had a good best friend. Although the Su family and the Shun family appeared to be at odds, the eldest daughter of the Shun family was one of my rare confidants. My strategist, Shun Liqiu, would undoubtedly devise plans to assist me in pursuing the charming Han. The insignificant Kamiyuri was hardly worth my concern. I had recently heard that Shun Lichio had found a handsome boyfriend at school. When asked about his appearance or name, she hesitated and could barely articulate. How I wished I could have been at school those days to discover what sort of person could capture the heart of such a proud young lady. She took a deep breath, as if to inhale the very air of the balcony, and then slowly exhaled, attempting to dispel the vexation and discontent within her. Her beautiful phoenix eyes regained their cold and sharp demeanor, perfectly encapsulating all her emotions. Her fingertips lightly tapped the screen, replying with an emotionless word, "Understood." Pushing open the balcony door leading indoors, she immediately spotted Wei Lihan sitting rigidly on the sofa. He was seated at the dining table, his expression somewhat awkward as he watched the program on television, while Kamiyuri quietly nestled beside him, resembling a docile cat. At the sight of Wei Lihan, Su Limo's face instantly brightened with her signature, radiant yet slightly mischievous smile, as if the emotional turmoil she had just experienced on the balcony was merely an illusion. "Oh, Lihan," she said cheerfully, with just the right touch of apology, "I won't trouble you for a pair of chopsticks after all. I have a pressing matter to attend to." As she spoke, she gracefully glided to Wei Lihan's side, leaning down to draw closer to him. A faint, youthful fragrance mingled with her characteristic cool aura enveloped him in an instant. She extended her hand, reminiscent of their childhood, with a playful yet assertive gesture, gently pinching his well-defined cheek. The moment her fingertips brushed his skin, she seemed to inadvertently tilt her head slightly, secretly inhaling the familiar and comforting scent that resembled sun-warmed blankets. The action was so swift that even she almost deceived herself. "Ouch!" Wei Lihan winced, rubbing his cheek where she had pinched him, his tone laced with exaggerated grievance. "If you have something to do, then go do it. Why pinch my face? I'm not stopping you. Would you like me to pinch you back?" Su Limo teased, her delicate, fair cheek inching closer, her long eyelashes fluttering with a hint of seduction. "I promise I won't retaliate." A more intense fragrance penetrated Wei Lihan's nostrils, yet he recoiled as if scalded, disdainfully pushing her face away. Go away, go away. You're still here jesting with me when you have urgent matters? Clearly, your affairs are not pressing." Su Limo reluctantly straightened up, a fleeting trace of unobserved melancholy flickering in her eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. She strode toward the door, her high heels striking the floor with a crisp and resolute rhythm. As she passed by Camille Lioli, she paused, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of her lips, speaking in a tone only Camille could comprehend. "Lioli, do remember to behave at home, and do not provoke your brother's ire." This statement was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, seemingly gentle, yet concealing ripples beneath the surface. Camille Lioli lifted her crystalline eyes, casting a languid glance in her direction, replying indifferently, "I understand, Sister Su. Safe travels. Xiaohan, you need not see me off. My ride awaits downstairs," Su Limo added, refraining from further conversation with Camille Lioli, donning her radiant smile once more as she waved goodbye to Wei Lihan. Just as Wei Lihan prepared to rise and escort her out, he sank back into his seat, politely responding, "All right, Su Limo, take care on your journey. I shall not see you off." Su Limo nodded, exhibiting no hesitation as she decisively pushed the door open and stepped outside. With a click, the door shut behind her, severing the connection between the interior and the exterior. In the corridor, Su Limo's smile evaporated instantly, having replenished her energy only to be disturbed. She now felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through her, as if she intended to unleash all her pent-up fury upon her target, Shani. Her gaze then regained the icy determination characteristic of her mission. Producing her phone, she dialed an encrypted number, her voice low yet clear. "Target, traitor of the Shin family. Shin-E, send me the information and prepare vehicles to follow him." As the night deepened, a hunt was about to commence. Chapter 46. The death of Shun-E. The night was as dark as ink, spilling over the asphalt road known as Beijiao Avenue on the outskirts of the capital. The road was broad and straight, resembling a forgotten black python winding into the darkness under the sparse glow of streetlights. Silent fields and scattered trees flanked either side. The occasional glint of a road sign, the only sign of life in this desolate expanse. On this nearly deserted highway, two beams of headlights tore through the night, engaged in a desperate chase. Ahead lay a somewhat antiquated silver sedan, its engine roaring under duress, the speedometer needle wildly pinned in the red zone. Behind the wheel sat a man named Shen Yi, his knuckles turning white from the strain of gripping the steering wheel, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, mingling with the oily sheen, sliding along his taut jawline. In the rearview mirror, two xenon headlights, akin to the eyes of a beast, loomed closer at a steady and terrifying pace. No matter how hard he pressed the accelerator, he could not shake them off. Damn it! Which of the Su family or the Shun family possesses such madness that they could locate me so swiftly? Shen Yi's voice was hoarse, tinged with an imperceptible tremor, resembling a desperate affirmation of his own despair. Damned Shinjun, I have sacrificed so much for the Shin family, yet you betray me so easily. Am I truly your adversary, or is the Su family your kin? He felt as though he were not driving, but rather taming a ferocious beast of steel on the verge of losing control, while behind him lurked a more ruthless and inescapable hunter. Suddenly, the relentless black sedan began to change lanes, moving with a fluidity reminiscent of a blade unsheathed, silently aligning itself alongside Shun Yi's vehicle. Its surface was an obsidian hue, reflecting a cold and profound metallic sheen under the streetlights, as if it could absorb all surrounding light. The car's low profile and powerful lines indicated it had undergone professional modification. Its broad tires and understated rear wings signified a performance disparity akin to a chasm separating it from an ordinary family car. A chill surged from Shun Yi's tailbone to the crown of his head. He understood that if he were forced to a halt, a fate more dreadful than death awaited him. Rather than resigning himself to despair, he resolved to fight back. A mad thought erupted in his mind. Rather than succumb to the adversary's American-style ambush, he would seize the initiative. With determination sparking in his eyes, Shun Yi took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his arms. He violently wrenched the steering wheel to the right. Boom! A dull yet piercing metallic crash instantly shattered the tranquility of the night. Shun Yi felt his vehicle violently shudder, the sound of glass and steel twisting emitting a mournful wail. However, the anticipated scene of mutual destruction did not unfold. His silver sedan was propelled away like a ball struck by a mighty elephant, flung by an irresistible force. Its control lost as it left two panicked black tire marks on the pavement. The black sedan, however, appeared as if merely brushed by a mosquito. Its tires showed no sign of deviation, the car swaying slightly before regaining its stability, gliding forward like a specter. The posture was both elegant and cold, as if the earlier collision had been naught but a trivial farce. Impossible. Shun Yi's mind blanked, overwhelming fear and shock rendering him nearly breathless. He fixed his gaze on the immovable black car, a wave of absurd helplessness surging within him. He refused to succumb to fate, or rather, he found himself with no retreat. Again, he let out a primal growl, once more slamming the steering wheel, exerting all his strength to crash into the black fortress a second time. The result, predictably, was a repeat. Bang! His vehicle was once again effortlessly deflected, more disheveled than before, while the black car remained as steadfast as a rock. It was as if it were toying with a desperate prey, relishing in the final struggles before death. This cat-and-mouse mockery left Shun Yi feeling more suffocated than direct violence ever could. The black sedan seemed to have finally tired of this cruel game. It no longer granted Shun Yi a moment's respite. Suddenly accelerating, it pulled ahead by half a body length. Then, with a precise and ruthless demeanor, mimicked Shun Yi's earlier maneuver, forcefully swinging its rear to the left. This time, the collision was not a mere test, but a verdict. The sound of the impact resounded like thunderclaps. Shun Yi felt his vehicle struck by an invisible hammer, the world around him spinning and rolling. The car's crash beam crumpled like paper under the overwhelming force. The front end was instantly deformed, and the airbag exploded, pinning him firmly in his seat. The vehicle completely lost control, resembling a colossal beast with its spine severed, skidding and spinning wildly on the highway. Sparks from the friction creating haunting arcs in the darkness. Driven by inertia, it gradually diminished its furious momentum, ultimately crashing with a despairing roar into the roadside greenery. Dirt, grass clippings, and broken branches flew into the air. Shun Yi's consciousness blurred amidst the violent tremors. His final sensation was the ominous hissing emanating from beneath the hood and a thick plume of black smoke rising from the crumbling front, soon transforming into a raging inferno that consumed this steel coffin along with all his hopes in flames and smoke. Meanwhile, the black sedan came to a slow stop not far away. The driver's side door swung open, and a pair of high-heeled shoes were placed on the ground. followed by a pair of delicate feet stepping into them. Emerging next was a cascade of glossy, wavy purple hair shimmering under the streetlight. With indifferent, pale red eyes, she surveyed the roadside masterpiece she had wrought, disdainfully scoffing before striding towards Shun Yi's vehicle. She yanked off the severely deformed door and tossed it aside. Su Limo regarded Shun Yi, who appeared bruised and somewhat dazed in the driver's seat, and coldly inquired, "Where is it?" "Huh. Why would I give you what I've acquired?" The instinct for survival and a resolve for mutual destruction compelled his left hand, only partially freed from the airbag's grasp, to move with the last vestiges of a dying man's strength, painstakingly and imperceptibly sliding toward his pocket. Upon his fingertips brushing against the cold metallic surface, a morbid thrill surged within him. He had investigated. The confidential documents belonging to the Su family had no backups. He had severed all escape routes himself. If he could destroy them, the Su family would suffer a devastating blow. He wanted to inflict a final act of revulsion upon them in the last moments of his life. However, just as he had firmly grasped the disc with his fingertips, an irresistible, terrifying force seized his entire arm. It was not a physical restraint, but rather akin to being ensnared by an invisible iron clamp forged from sheer force. His hands, along with his arms, could no longer move an inch. Su Limo's face bore no expression, exquisite as an ice sculpture. Yet her gaze was colder than the deepest abyss of hell. She had undoubtedly noticed Shun Yi's subtle movements. In the next moment, a sound that sent shivers down the spine, the brutal tearing of fabric and flesh, pierced through Shun Yi's ears with chilling clarity. The sound was so close, so deafening. It seemed to resonate from the depths of his very soul. He barely had time to register the pain, staring in bewilderment at the sight of a severed arm in his field of vision. At the cut, muscle fibers and blood vessels resembled a tangle of severed wires, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The end of the severed arm, with two fingers still tightly gripping a small plate, was casually waved before him by Su Limo. A fragmented syllable barely escaped his throat when the excruciating pain, suppressed for half a second, crashed over him like a tsunami, overwhelming his senses. He emitted a shrill, inhuman wail, the sound echoing amidst the ruins, filled with unending terror and disbelief. Su Limo had indeed wrenched his arm off with sheer brute force. It seemed she had not heard his cries. She removed the plate from his rigid fingers and tossed it aside like refuse to a subordinate standing by. Head bowed like a statue. Having completed this act, her gaze returned to Shun Yi, fixating on the solitary intact arm he had left. "Shun Yi, is it?" she inquired, pressing down on his shoulder while grasping his arm, her tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "You wouldn't dare to speak, would you?" With renewed strength, another hair-raising tearing sound erupted. Shun Yi's other arm was wrenched from his body, the agony rendering him incapable of even a scream, reduced to gasping breaths. Playing the hero, are we? Each of Su Limo's rhetorical questions pierced through him like a cold command, accompanied by the merciless detachment of yet another part from Shun Yi's body. She appeared to regard this living being as a mere toy to be dismantled at will, perhaps perceiving him as a stand-in for the divine Nali Li, or merely as a punching bag for her pin-up frustrations and rage. Her movements were precise and efficient, devoid of any superfluous emotion, yet her cruelty reached its zenith. This was no longer a simple execution but a ritualistic venting of anger, with life itself as the sacrificial offering. In the end, Shun Yi was left with nothing but a solitary head, connected to a body bereft of limbs, slumped against the blood-soaked driver's seat. Blood continuously oozed from the corners of his mouth, his eyes wide with terror, the light in his pupils extinguished, clearly beyond any hope of revival. Su Limo finally ceased her movements, elegantly extracting a silk handkerchief to meticulously wipe away the splattered blood on her face, her demeanor exuding a calmness that starkly contrasted with the hellish scene around her. Once cleansed, she took a gleaming machete from the hands of another subordinate. The blade, illuminated by the streetlight, glimmered with a lethal arc. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised the machete high, exerting all her strength to deliver a brutal strike to Shun Yi's neck. The sound of a dull, crisp crack echoed through the air. The immense force even cleaved the cushion of the chair in two, rendering the halves to fall helplessly. Holding the bloodied machete, Su Limo gazed at the severed head that rolled onto the passenger seat, a sickly yet satisfied smile finally gracing her face. The night breeze swept by, dissipating the scent of blood, yet failing to disperse the thick, suffocating aura of death that lingered. The onlooking subordinates of the Su family were utterly astounded. Their eyes cast down at the blood gradually flowing towards their feet, fearful that the next swing of the blade might be aimed at them. They were bewildered by Su Limo's unusual volatility that day, as she had personally removed her high heels to drive and intercept Shani, and upon capturing him, had subjected him to a merciless torment without further interrogation. This was a rare state for Su Limo. They had seldom witnessed the typically graceful and composed young lady display such brutality. Shani, until his last breath, remained oblivious to the fact that the secrets he pilfered from the Su family, purportedly for the greater good of the Shin clan, pertained merely to a minuscule industry secret of the Su family, one that would evoke no ripples even if it fell into the wrong hands. Su Ao's urgent dispatch of Su Limo to claim his life stemmed solely from a desire to preserve the family's reputation, preventing the perception that the Su clan was inept enough for their secrets to be so easily stolen. Meanwhile, Wei Lihan, having dined with Shinai Liuli and taken a shower, lay on his bed in his room, engaging in casual conversation with Shun Liqiu. "Commoner, you must accompany me to the movies tomorrow." The authoritative message from Shun Liqiu arrived. Wei Lihan furrowed his brows, recalling that the film had been pulled from the schedule for some reason. How could it possibly be showing tomorrow? Naturally, Shun Liqiu would not disclose that her restlessness stemmed from an overwhelming desire to meet Wei Lihan in person, having grown weary of merely rewarding herself with his photographs, hence resorting to manipulating the cinema through the Shun family's influence. Wasn't there still time before the film's release? With confusion, Wei Lihan sent a response. "You need not concern yourself with that. I want you. Tomorrow. Accompany me. To the movies." A barrage of exclamation marks struck his heart like a rapid drumbeat. Shun Liqiu unmistakably resembled a petulant child, her every word imbued with a reckless urgency, as if the world would collapse if she were to wait even a second longer. He helplessly rubbed his brow, his fingertips hovering momentarily over the cold screen before ultimately typing a reluctant reply. "All right, fine, I'll go, just be normal." Once he hit send, he could almost hear a smug huff emanating from the other end of the phone. What followed was a swift confirmation of the time and place. Shun Liqiu seemed to have orchestrated everything in advance, allowing him no room for dissent, and promptly sent over a screenshot of a movie ticket. Scheduled for tomorrow morning at the newly opened cinema in the city center, renowned for its optimal audiovisual experience. That's settled. No tardiness. The final 4 words rang out like an undeniable decree. And don't overthink it. Watching a movie with me is an honor for someone of your ordinary status. Understood. Wei Lihan replied wearily, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he slapped his phone face down on the bedside table. He reclined backward, sinking into the soft mattress, covering his eyes with his arm as he exhaled deeply and languidly. These past few days have felt like navigating a ridiculously challenging game of Gal Game, one with a convoluted storyline and an ensemble cast of high-energy characters. He felt akin to the beleaguered protagonist, perpetually caught in a whirlwind of various leading ladies. Just this afternoon, Kanagawa Liuli and Su Limo had inexplicably quarreled upon their first meeting, leaving him utterly drained. "And now I have to go out again tomorrow," Wei Lihan silently lamented, a hint of fatigue creeping into his voice, one he and T even realized was present. As his consciousness began to fade, he soon slipped into slumber, hoping to temporarily escape the intricate narrative. Meanwhile, in the Shun family estate, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with Wei Lihan's room. In Shun Liqiu's bedroom, the soft pink-purple ambient lights enveloped the space in a dreamlike warmth. Clutching her phone tightly to her chest, she beamed at the screen displaying the words understood, her lips curving upwards uncontrollably, ultimately blossoming into a radiant smile that seemed capable of illuminating the entire room. A suppressed giggle, brimming with a mix of pride and sweetness, escaped her lips. She suddenly flopped onto her plush bed, hugging a cartoon-patterned pillow, excitedly rolling twice over the pristine white sheets. Her silvery hair, tousled from the commotion, framed her blushing cheeks, which glowed with a delightful flush, rendering her typically cool and exquisite face extraordinarily adorable, akin to a cat that had stolen a taste of honey. Halting her antics, she buried her face into the pillow, inhaling deeply, as if she could catch the scent of Wei Lihan's cleanliness, reminiscent of sun-dried linens. "Baby," she whispered to the pillow in a voice only she could hear, "do you know how long I've awaited this day? Tomorrow, the entire day will belong to us, with no one else to intrude." Although ostensibly merely attending a film, in Shun Liqiu's imagination, It has transformed into a grand ceremony that surpasses the nature of a mere date. She envisions herself donning a meticulously chosen dress, arriving several hours in advance. Casually seating herself beside him, discreetly observing his expressions in the darkness, and feigning fear to gently grasp the hem of his clothing whenever the plot thickens. The mere thought sends a flush of warmth to Shun Lichio's cheeks, painting her ears with a delicate hue of crimson. Clutching a cushion, she curls up blissfully on her bed, murmuring soft, tender musings. Chapter 47. Is Shun Lichio treating? Wei Lihan awoke early today. Perhaps due to a restful night, or perhaps subconsciously fearing tardiness once more. However, what truly roused him from his slumber was likely the tantalizing aroma wafting through the crack of the kitchen door, filling the air with its allure. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Wei Lihan threw off the blankets and arose. As he opened his bedroom door, the fragrance intensified, almost taking on a corporeal form. He beheld Kanaruri, gracefully emerging from the kitchen with a white porcelain tray, upon which lay several neatly sliced sandwiches. The golden edges of the toast curled slightly, encasing vibrant green lettuce and sunny-side-up eggs, a feast for the eyes. Dressed in elegant home attire, her long, dark hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders, she exuded an unexpectedly gentle aura reminiscent of a devoted spouse when viewed from behind. Upon hearing the door creak, she lifted her clear, glass-like eyes, meeting Wei Lihan's gaze, and a stiff smile curled at the corners of her lips. This zombie-like grin instantly shattered all of Wei Lihan's fanciful illusions. She longed to smile as effortlessly as Su Limo did, yet could not manage to appear natural. "Good morning, brother," she greeted coolly. "Breakfast is ready. Let us dine together." "Good morning. Thank you for your hard work, Lioli," Wei Lihan replied with a smile, taking a seat at the dining table. Although he felt a twinge of guilt for indulging in his sister's cooking over the past couple of days, it was illogical to refuse the meal now that it had been prepared. He picked up a sandwich and took a bite. The crust was crisp, the interior soft, and the perfect warmth and rich flavors blossomed on his palate. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction and genuinely praised, "Lioli, your culinary skills are unexpectedly excellent. When I return tonight, I shall prepare my signature dish for you." "Brother, where are you off to?" Kanaruri seized upon the ambiguity in Wei Lihan's words, asking directly. "I need to step out again today. I may return later than usual," he replied, clearly intending to share his plans with her, articulating his thoughts with fluidity. Her sky-blue eyes remained fixed on Wei Lihan, unblinking. "What shall you be doing?" she inquired softly, her tone devoid of discernible emotion, merely a pure inquiry. "Just accompanying a friend to the movies. I shan't be late," Wei Lihan answered candidly. He keenly perceived the fleeting inquisitiveness in Lu Li's glassy eyes, and his heart understood. In an effort to assuage her worries, he even half-jokingly assured her, "Rest assured, it is merely a gathering of ordinary friends, and I shall guarantee your safe return home before nightfall." Kanagawa Lu Li fell silent for a moment, lowering her eyelids, the long lashes casting a delicate shadow upon her fair cheeks. She refrained from further inquiries, merely responding with a soft mm. It was not that she lacked the desire to ask, but rather because she herself had an important engagement scheduled for the day. Earlier that morning, she received a call from her mother at the Kanagawa family headquarters, informing her that she was to represent the Kanagawa family in a crucial business meeting with one of the titans of the Dragon Kingdom's commercial sector, the Lin family. Should this collaboration be successfully negotiated, it would bring substantial advantages to the Kanagawa family's market presence in the Dragon Kingdom, the strategic implications of which were self-evident. Thus, she found herself somewhat relieved. She had been pondering how to concoct an excuse that would neither raise her brother's suspicions nor appear unreasonable for her to be out. And now her brother's unsolicited desire to leave presented a fortuitous opportunity. She need only wait for him to depart before she could set out leisurely. The two of them remaining unencumbered by each other, truly a perfect arrangement. Perhaps sensing that her previous exertion of pressure on Su Limo had yielded results, she felt assured that no other female would easily approach her brother for the time being, and her vigilance decreased correspondingly. She thought it prudent to occasionally grant her brother a measure of freedom, as it was a necessary strategy for maintaining their sibling bond. Thus, she lifted her head and adopted a lighter tone. "Very well, dear brother, do take care." On Wei Lihan's phone screen, as he observed the persistent location updates from Shun Lichio, a look of confusion crossed his face. The address, coupled with the dazzling giant electronic billboard, was unmistakable. "Here it is," But why is such a vast street devoid of any people? He murmured to himself, his voice sounding particularly thin in the desolate street, even provoking a faint echo. The usually bustling commercial avenue, teeming with crowds and traffic, stood eerily empty save for Wei Lihan. A chill crept silently from his core, ascending his spine and creeping up the nape of his neck. He felt as though he had unwittingly stumbled onto the set of a post-apocalyptic film or intruded upon a forgotten dream. This extreme, illogical emptiness sent a shiver down his spine that eclipsed any ghost story. "Ah, you fool. Turn around." In the midst of this suffocating silence, a voice as crisp as silver bells, tinged with playful reproach, sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, piercing Wei Lihan's ears. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned around as if jolted by electricity. At the end of his gaze, a sleek, mirror-finished black Maybach sat quietly by the roadside, resembling an elegant gentleman patiently waiting. The car window descended slowly, revealing the exquisite visage of Shun Liqiu, who leaned out with fervent gestures, her face alight with an uncontainable smile and a hint of triumph at having finally found him. Yet, she seemed unable to contain her excitement. Perhaps the weight of longing had become too much to bear, or perhaps her heart ached at the sight of him in solitary desolation. Shun Liqiu boldly pushed the car door open. Clad in a delicate moon-white dress, the hem swayed gently with her movements. She hastily lifted the skirt, donned elegant little leather shoes, and sprinted towards him. In a fleeting moment, she halted before him, slightly breathless, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance. "What is the matter with you?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips, her body leaning slightly forward, her chest rising and falling from her run. Her clear golden eyes tinted with a subtle anger. "I circled this area several times in my car, and I thought you had stood me up." Her tone was reproachful, yet the slight upward curl of her lips and the twinkle in her eyes betrayed all her worries and longings. In the face of her proximity and inquiry, Wei Lihan felt an unexpected wave of relief. He scratched his head, somewhat shyly explaining, "Well, I initially intended to take the bus here, but the driver informed me that the road ahead was closed due to a sudden event, so I had to disembark several stops early. I feared you might be anxious waiting, so I took a shortcut, which may have led me astray." His gaze involuntarily drifted back to Shun Liqiu, momentarily entranced. She had evidently prepared meticulously for their encounter. The moon-white dress, soft in texture, perfectly accentuated her graceful figure and alluring curves. The hem rested just above her knees, revealing her long, slender legs that shimmered like pearls in the sunlight. Strands of silvery hair playfully grazed her smooth cheeks, adding an enchanting allure to her presence. Wei Lihan felt a blush rise as he averted his gaze. The title of campus belle for Shun was indeed well-deserved. Even in her everyday attire, she was strikingly beautiful. And now, having dressed with care, she resembled a divine maiden from a sacred realm. Noticing Wei Lihan's averted eyes, a mischievous ripple stirred within Shun Liqiu's heart. She smirked slyly, that smile akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, breaking the facade of her feigned annoyance. "So what do you think?" she drawled, her voice laced with a subtle sweetness of triumph. "Do I look lovely today?" Before he could reply, she leaned closer, bringing her flawless face nearer. So close, Wei Lihan could see each distinct eyelash, could catch a whiff of the sweet floral scent from her hair, and even felt her warm breath caress his cheek. This sudden, intimate proximity made his already racing heart skip a beat. "You look absolutely stunning," Wei Lihan almost blurted out, his voice tinged with a barely discernible rasp. He understood Shun Liqiu's temperament all too well. In moments like this, any hesitation or indirectness was taboo. The only correct response was the most sincere and straightforward compliment. Naturally, Shun Liqiu straightened up, placing her hands on her hips, her chin slightly raised, restoring that regal demeanor of a queen. Since she had decided to make an appearance, it was unquestionable that she would be the most dazzling girl present. Her gaze swept over Wei Lihan like a searchlight, and soon, that proud expression was laced with a hint of undisguised disdain. "Look at you," she said, extending her long fingers to gesture at his plain shirt and jeans. "Do you not possess anything of slightly higher quality? Everything you wear is rather pedestrian." She carefully chose her words, yet her disdain was clearly evident. Wei Lihan felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny and helplessly lowered his gaze to examine his attire. Indeed, this outfit was the most polished and expensive in his wardrobe. "Miss, this is honestly my best outfit," he explained candidly. "That simply will not do," Shun Liqiu immediately countered, her brow furrowing as if contemplating an exceedingly serious strategic matter. She glanced at her pristine wristwatch, which looked quite costly, then turned her gaze towards the luxurious flagship store at the street corner. A plan swiftly took shape in her mind. With time to spare before the movie commenced, she decisively declared, "I shall first take you to purchase a few respectable outfits. Listen, Wei Lihan, you cannot embarrass me, Shun Liqiu, in public." She paused, as if realizing the magnitude of her decision necessitated an immediate disclaimer. Thus, she resumed her haughty demeanor, emphasizing her tone as she reminded him, "And remember, my buying you clothes is purely to prevent you from appearing too shabby beside me, lest others mock you and, in turn, affect my mood. Do not mistake this for me caring about you." With that, she turned and walked toward the upscale store, beckoning for the still-dazed Wei Lihan to follow. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." Chapter 48. Just the two of us as Shun Liqiu gently pushed open the heavy glass door, a wave of air infused with the scent of premium leather, crisp fragrances, and the essence of wealth enveloped Wei Lihan. Following her, he felt as though he had stepped into an entirely different realm. The store exuded utmost luxury and tranquility. The cream-colored carpet was thick enough to swallow all footfalls, and soft spotlights illuminated each displayed item with precision, allowing the exquisitely tailored suits and exceptionally textured cashmere sweaters to radiate an artistic brilliance. Soothing classical music flowed through the air, and every impeccably dressed, professionally smiling sales associate operated like a cog in a finely tuned machine, quiet yet efficient. Wei Lihan felt as though he were a fisherman who had inadvertently wandered into a crystal palace. The dazzling sights overwhelmed him, compelling him to instinctively hold his breath. In stark contrast to his unease was Shun Liqiu. The moment she stepped inside, she exuded an effortless ease, as if returning to her familial abode. Her gaze lingered not on the resplendent garments for ladies, but rather traversed the spacious hall with purposeful intent, heading straight for the men's clothing section. That singular focus suggested that this area was indeed her true battlefield for the day. Miss Shun, a poised store manager, appearing to be in her 40s and radiating a composed demeanor, approached swiftly, adorned with an impeccable smile. She offered a slight bow to Shun Liqiu, her posture imbued with utmost respect. "Please, treat me as a regular customer," Shun Liqiu remarked nonchalantly, without even lifting her eyelids. Her tone as casual as if discussing the weather. "Of course, Miss Shun," the manager replied, straightening up yet failing to diminish the ingratiating expression on her face, her tone remaining courteous. "How may I assist you today?" It was only then that Shun Liqiu directed her gaze towards the flustered Wei Lihan, subtly nodding her chin in his direction and succinctly commanding, "Select several suitable outfits for my companion. Remember, they must be stylish and well-fitted." She paused, her gaze returning to the manager's face, her tone calm as if stating an established fact. "If I am the slightest bit dissatisfied, or if he declines, you may find yourself replaced by tomorrow." This seemingly innocuous threat bore the weight of a mountain. The manager's smile faltered for a brief moment, a sheen of cold sweat appearing on her brow. She had received word earlier that the entirety of Xinglan Avenue was to be cleared, with all shops on standby, under the impression that there was a high-level inspection or business collaboration involving the Shin family. To her astonishment, it turned out the grand commotion was merely to facilitate this reputedly spoiled and imperious young lady's shopping excursion. Understanding dawned upon her, and her attitude grew increasingly deferential. Yes, I understand. Rest assured," the manager responded repeatedly before turning her attention to Wei Lihan, her smile re-establishing itself as standard and warm, albeit shadowed by a hint of curiosity regarding his identity. "Sir, please follow me." Wei Lihan, bewildered by the spectacle, felt like a marionette being led by the manager to the very heart of the men's section. She carefully retrieved a deep blue silk cotton shirt from a mannequin, the fabric shimmering with a subdued yet luxurious luster under the lights. "Sir, what do you think of this piece?" "It perfectly complements your aura," the manager said, unfolding the shirt and presenting it to Wei Lihan, indicating that he should try it on. Instinctively, Wei Lihan cast a glance at the small but painfully glaring price tag beneath the collar. A string of zeros made his heart feel as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, chilling him to the core. He awkwardly murmured, "The shirt is indeed appealing, but I cannot afford it." "What did you say?" Observing the store manager's every move with a watchful eye, Shun Liqiu suddenly broke the silence, her voice ringing clear and melodious, shattering the awkwardness that enveloped the space. She approached Wei Lihan, adopting a more gentle expression, even infused with a playful hint of urgency. Am I not simply paying the bill? Go ahead and try. Do not dawdle. The store manager seized the opportunity, his professional smile widening as he interjected, Indeed, sir. This beautiful and generous lady has spoken. You need not worry. Furthermore, as our esteemed guest today, I am pleased to present you with a complimentary lifetime platinum membership card, granting you the highest level of service whenever you visit. In his desperate bid to secure his position, he wielded his persuasive skills to perfection. Wei Lihan, confronted with Shun Liqiu's unwavering gaze and the manager's nearly beaming expression, realized that further refusal would be ungracious. Taking a deep breath, akin to a soldier bracing for battle, he reluctantly nodded, Very well then. The manager, as if released from a great burden, eagerly selected several suits and casual outfits of varying styles, thrusting them into Wei Lihan's arms. Clutching the bundle of expensive fabrics, Wei Lihan felt as though he were cradling a hot potato. Ultimately, under the scrutinizing eyes of Shun Liqiu and the store manager, he steeled himself and turned to enter the absurdly spacious fitting room. The moment the door closed, he exhaled deeply, as if he had just emerged from a silent battle. A few minutes later, clad in high-end luxury attire, Wei Lihan emerged from the fitting room. The blue silk shirt accentuated his tall, slender frame, complemented by a matching suit that added a touch of sharpness. The tailored black trousers and polished shoes elongated his figure, presenting him as both refined and spirited. Though he fidgeted slightly with his collar, the youthful charm radiating from him was undeniable. This remarkable transformation caused Shun Liqiu's eyes to widen with delight. Indeed, she had not misjudged him. Yes, I will take this outfit, she declared, suppressing her fluttering heart, as she handed the manager a card between her fingers. Subsequently, Wei Lihan tried on several more outfits of different styles, while Shun Liqiu indulged in a private celebration within her heart. Oh my, how handsome he is. I wish I could just pounce on you right now and shower you with affection. Ultimately, Wei Lihan exited the clothing store in the more casual attire Shun Liqiu had selected for him, while the other outfits were arranged for delivery to his home. Miss Shun, Wei Lihan timidly called out, trailing behind her. What is it? Shun Liqiu, still lost in the moment, was momentarily taken aback by his sudden address. Are you truly all right with purchasing such expensive clothing for me? Shun Liqiu initially believed he was about to say something significant. However, upon hearing his words, she let out a derisive laugh. Commoners are indeed commoners. A mere token of kindness sends them into a frenzy of apprehension. I purchased this for you to wear. Consider it an honor. What relevance does it hold? Wei Lihan, upon hearing this, chose to remain silent, tears welling in his heart. Alas, I fear I am following in my father's footsteps. He was kept, and I find myself on the verge of the same fate. Although I am uncertain when this young lady will tire of me and unceremoniously dismiss me, I must admit that enjoying the luxuries afforded by Shun Liqiu is rather delightful. Yet, the sensation of being beholden to another is profoundly uncomfortable. What am I thinking? The film is about to begin. Should we not hurry? Shun Liqiu, dissatisfied, poked Wei Lihan's arm with her finger, urging him to move faster. The cinema was already under the firm control of the Shin family. They could commence the film whenever they arrived. Shun Liqiu's insistence was merely an attempt to seize every opportunity to converse with Wei Lihan. In a lavish private room on the top floor of the newly opened luxury cinema in the capital, designed to accommodate 10, only 2 individuals occupied the space. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows shielded them from the clamor outside, while the plush leather sofas enveloped them in a warm embrace. The lighting was dimmed to its lowest setting, with only the immense screen ahead flickering silently, casting shifting shadows across their faces. Shun Liqiu and Wei Lihan sat side by side in the prime position. The air was infused with the faint, sweet aroma of popcorn mingling with the subtle fragrance of Shun Liqiu's perfume, creating an atmosphere that was both intimate and ambiguous. On the screen, the long-awaited romantic epic had reached its climax. The male lead professed his love passionately amidst the rain, droplets cascading down his chiseled features, his gaze brimming with fervor and sincerity. Shun Liqiu was utterly captivated, fully immersing herself in the role of the female protagonist. In her mind, the ardent male lead had been seamlessly replaced by the quiet boy seated beside her. She could almost envision how he would clumsily yet earnestly articulate those lines. With this thought, a subtle smile crept upon her lips, and her heart skipped a beat. Just as she was lost in her rosy reverie, an unexpected voice intruded. "Miss Shun, may I inquire about something?" Wei Lihan's voice was soft, yet resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the romantic world Shen Liqiu had constructed. Her smile faltered, her brow furrowed slightly, and she withdrew from the cinematic narrative, her tone somewhat brusque. "Speak." Wei Lihan appeared oblivious to her mood, or perhaps the weight of his own question overshadowed all else. The flickering light from the screen danced across his face, rendering his deep-set eyes even more earnest. He slightly turned, shifting his gaze from the flashing screen to Shen Liqiu's face, infused with a sense of inquiry and incredulity. "Have you not noticed?" He lowered his voice, as if sharing a monumental secret. "Today, on the Starry Wave Avenue, apart from the staff in the various shops, it was just the two of us." His question was akin to a stone cast into a deep pond, instantly sending ripples through Shen Liqiu's realm of imagination. She detached herself from the film, her initial displeasure replaced by a hint of astonishment. Turning her head, she met Wei Lihan's earnest gaze, illuminated by the interplay of light and shadow. Those eyes held no jest, only a pure, inquisitive yearning for answers. Chapter 49, Emotional Queries? In the cinema, a heart-wrenching farewell unfolded on the grand silver screen, the heroine's tears glistening in close-up. Of course, I cleared the scene. She lazily stirred her straw in her cup, the ice clinking against the glass in a crisp, indifferent sound, perfectly mirroring her tone. "I do not wish for the trivialities of others to affect my mood." Her voice, though soft, bore an undeniable certainty, as if she were stating the most mundane of facts. "Ah." Wei Lihan's mouth fell slightly agape, struggling to close. He had heard of Shen Liqiu's family background. Yet to hear her casually mention a scene reminiscent of those found only in films and novels struck him with an impact far beyond his imagination. Countless images from gangster films flashed through his mind, followed by a sudden jolt. It appeared that Shen Liqiu's family was wealthier and more powerful than he had assumed, an awareness that sent a chill down his spine. With this realization, how could he possibly dare to provoke her? If he were to offend her, he might find himself in dire straits upon leaving. Wei Lihan awkwardly nodded, forcing a chuckle, and returned to the melodrama unfolding on the screen with a disheartened gaze. Only the film's score and the protagonist's lamentations filled the cinema, alongside the subtle silence between the two. Time passed unmeasured, until the moment arrived when the screen's couple finally reconciled, weeping in each other's embrace. Suddenly, Shen Liqiu turned her head, her focus shifting from the flickering light to Wei Lihan's somewhat tense profile. "Hey!" Her voice shattered the silence, laced with a tension she herself had not recognized. "Do you think I can find my other half?" This question fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, leaving Wei Lihan utterly bewildered. He swiftly turned to meet Shen Liqiu's eyes, which appeared remarkably clear in the dim light. Gone was the usual arrogance. Instead, there was a rare, almost fragile sense of inquiry and shyness. "Miss Shen, are you jesting?" Wei Lihan instinctively retorted, his tone rife with disbelief. "You're so beautiful, with such a distinguished family. Why would you even worry about such matters? Shouldn't those so-called wealthy heirs be vying for your attention? For you, dating should be as effortless as drinking water." He spoke nothing but the stark truth. In his eyes, Shen Liqiu resembled an entity perched atop a pyramid, for whom the realm of emotions should be a mere game, effortlessly navigated. "Mind your own business." Shen Liqiu seemed to be struck by an arrow of truth, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. Angrily, she turned her face away, her voice dwindling into a near inaudible murmur, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. I have never been in a relationship." He questioned whether he had misheard her. Yet, upon reflection, he realized this was indeed the reality. Throughout the entire school, not a single rumor had ever circulated regarding Shen Liqiu. She was akin to a proud and solitary swan, unyieldingly rejecting any and all advances or declarations of affection. That unexpected first kiss, clumsy and youthful, silently validated her claims. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to soothe her with the most casual demeanor, even going so far as to pat his chest, as if speaking to a friend, assuring her, "Rest easy. A girl of your caliber need not take the initiative. A mere flick of your finger would summon a multitude of ardent admirers, ready to traverse fire and water for you. You need not worry at all." However, Shen Liqiu's voice emerged once more, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, her petite face reddening like a ripened apple, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Wei Lihan's eyes. I have someone I like. What should I do? Ah, that's simple. At the mention of such gossip, Wei Lihan's spirits soared, as if he had found his stage. Though he had zero romantic experience himself, his theoretical knowledge was undoubtedly vast, rendering him a master of armchair advice. Simply pursue him relentlessly, observe his interests, and gift him what he desires: limited edition sneakers, the latest graphics cards, rare collectibles. Money can solve it all. Also, create more opportunities for chance encounters and show genuine interest in his daily life. He rambled on, sharing secrets gleaned from countless dramas and dating guides, speaking with such fervor that he failed to notice the subtle shift in Shun Liqiu's expression. Oh, by the way, Wei Lihan finally paused, taking a breath before curiously inquiring of the still-dazed Shun Liqiu. Does the person you like have other girls interested in him? Someone of your stature must have an exceptional taste. He must be quite the figure, with a considerable female following, right? This question seemed to flip a dangerous switch. Upon hearing there were other girls, Shun Liqiu's tone abruptly turned icy, as if she had plunged from a warm spring into a frigid winter. Slowly, she turned her head, her once bashful and bewildered golden eyes now deep and hollow, tinged with a shade of crimson, fixating fiercely on the enormous screen as if piercing through the light and shadows to confront an imaginary foe. I shall eliminate them. Her voice was eerily calm, devoid of any emotion, as if she were merely stating that the weather was pleasant today, uttering a chilling proclamation. Then, she paused for a moment, a strange and satisfied smile curling at the corners of her mouth, as if she were sketching a beautiful blueprint. I will lock him in my room, allowing him to awaken each day to find only me in his sight, and in his world, there shall be only me from this moment forth. At this instant, Shun Liqiu seemed to have transformed entirely. The girl who blushed and felt shy had vanished, replaced by a cold machine, activated by the essence of other girls. One that could only candidly express the most profound desires of her heart. She sat upon a soft chair, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Wei Lihan's smile froze on his face. He felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, as if his heart were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making even the act of breathing a challenge. Suddenly, Shun Liqiu appeared to awaken, her eyes regaining their clarity. She hurriedly explained to the trembling Wei Lihan seated beside her. Ah, what I just said was merely in jest. I became so engrossed in the movie that I unconsciously projected myself into it. Please do not think too much of it. Wei Lihan, filled with trepidation, nodded cautiously and then discreetly distanced himself from Shun Liqiu. The two fell into silence, watching the remainder of the film without uttering another word. Can you forget what just happened? As Shun Liqiu and Wei Lihan strolled along the street, it seemed that the restrictions had either ended or they had stepped beyond their bounds, as the thoroughfare was now bustling with a number of people. What? What just happened? Wei Lihan adeptly picked up the conversation. Oh, it's nothing. Hurry up. I want to play that. Shun Liqiu blushed as she gently nudged Wei Lihan's back, extending a delicate finger towards a claw machine booth. Though puzzled by the presence of such machines on the roadside, the charming dolls within had captivated Shun Liqiu's attention. As they approached, the vendor, who had been on the verge of closing his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, visibly admiring the youthful couple before him. What a lovely pair. Are you here to try your luck at the claw machine? He inquired with a broad smile, recognizing that these two were not ordinary, as the quality of their clothing was evident even without touching it, certainly affluent clientele. Shun Liqiu did not respond to the vendor, her gaze fixated on a singular limited edition 537 doll within the machine, her eyes nearly spelling out her desire. She thought to herself that she must seize this opportunity to interact with Wei Lihan to deepen their connection, rather than merely wishing for the doll. The vendor noticed Shun Liqiu's eager expression and understood well. These young ladies often brought their boyfriends to help them win dolls. However, his machine had been specially modified, and those limited edition dolls were nearly impossible to grasp without meeting specific minimum attempts. Beautiful lady, 20 yuan for 25 tokens, 50 yuan for 70. The vendor was detailing his promotional offers, but Shun Liqiu simply slapped a thick stack of cash onto the table. With a sharp crack, the boss's cunning smile was shattered, and his gaze transformed into one of clarity. No longer did he exhibit caution towards extracting wealth from the unsuspecting. Instead, he revered the fortune god with unceasing devotion. Miss, these 2 barrels are all your game tokens. May you enjoy your play, he said, as he laboriously dragged the 2 overflowing barrels of tokens beside the claw machine. In Chapter 50, The grand drama of the affluent lady's claw machine escapades unfolds. Wei Lihan and the forlorn claw machine vendor sat side by side on small stools, resembling anxious family members awaiting news of loved ones in an emergency room. "I say, Miss Shun, have you yet to secure a prize?" Before them, the claw machine had become Shun Lichio's personal coin-devouring beast. The ground was strewn with 5 empty barrels of game tokens, standing like monumental tributes to a fierce war of attrition. Unfazed, Shun Lichio pulled out a stack of crisp bills from her bag and slapped them on the table with a resounding thud that made the vendor's heart leap. "Boss, bring me 3 more barrels." The vendor accepted the money, his hands trembling. This cash felt like fire. He had likely earned more today than in the past 6 months combined, yet he felt no joy. The so-called guarantee mechanism of the claw machine had long been triggered by Shun Lichio countless times. Each time, the claw seemingly grasped the coveted $537 with precision, only for miraculous mishaps to occur mid-ascent. Sometimes, the claw would bizarrely release its grip just enough for the doll to plummet back to its origin in a perfect arc. In summary, it was a dismal display of failure. The vendor was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. One might wonder, having earned so much in a single day, why the anxiety? Was it a case of being ungrateful after gaining such fortune? The crux of the matter lay here. An overwhelming crowd had gathered around the stall, encircling it in layers. Initially, people were captivated by Shun Lichio's breathtaking beauty and her aura of luxury, lingering to admire the ethereal figure. However, as time passed, half an hour and a half, the spectators gradually transitioned from admiration to the engrossing spectacle of a grand drama. "Look, she's got another one. It's coming out this time. Oh, it fell again. I knew it." Waves of regretful sighs and muffled laughter began to ripple through the crowd. Their expressions shifted from awe to curiosity, and ultimately to a knowing amusement. It became clear to all that something was amiss with the claw machine. This revelation was nothing short of a commercial catastrophe for the vendor. No matter how much he earned today, his reputation was tarnished. Who would dare to play at his stall in the future? In business, the essence lies in steady profits and unwavering trust. He felt as though he was destined to become the headline of the local and scrupulous merchants tomorrow, seated at a table with the concert stars Mingyo Daqiao, Fang Zhang, and Principal Nanshan, enduring the scorn of thousands. The vendor had approached him multiple times, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "How about this? I'll pack up all the toys in this machine and give them to you. Just please be merciful and stop contending with it, all right?" However, Shun Lichio's response was succinct and resolute, leaving no room for debate. "No, I must personally retrieve it." The determination in her gaze suggested that what she sought was not merely a toy worth a few dozen dollars, but a sacred object tied to her family's honor. No amount of persuasion could sway her. Even the mightiest of deities would be ineffective. Wei Lihan, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached in an attempt to reason with Shun Lichio, but his fate was even worse than the vendor's, as he was met with a few scathing remarks from her. As time passed, nearly half an hour slipped by, and the afternoon sun began to adopt a languid demeanor. Wei Lihan and the vendor had transformed from their initial state of despair into a near zen-like void. Just then, a spark ignited in Wei Lihan's mind. From the gaps in the crowd, a rather handsome young man emerged, evidently drawn to the prolonged struggle, finally mustering the courage to approach Shun Lichio with what he believed to be a charming smile. "Beautiful lady, may I assist you? This claw machine requires a bit of skill." Before he could finish, he locked eyes with Shun Lichio's cold golden gaze. There was no warmth in her expression, as if she were regarding an uninvited insect. The young man's smile froze instantly, and he hurriedly retreated, disappearing into the throng more swiftly than he had arrived. A thought stirred within Wei Lihan. It wasn't he that assistance was impossible. It depended on who was offering it. As her designated companion for the day, surely he deserved some privilege. An idea began to form in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he rose once more, this time with a decisive resolve rather than hesitant trepidation, striding directly toward the unwavering Shun Lichio still engaged in her relentless pursuit. Almost there, Shun Lichio furrowed her brow, her golden eyes seeming to penetrate the glass, fixated on the claw that had captured the head of the 537 toy. Internally, she screamed silently, "Please, let it come out this time." Yet, fate appeared to revel in its jest. Just as the claw was about to be dragged to the opening, the toy seemed to summon every ounce of its strength to struggle, skillfully dislodging itself and falling back into the vibrant pile of toys. Shin Lichio's expression remained inscrutable, as if she had anticipated this very outcome. Numbly, mechanically, she reached into the bucket for another cold coin, inserting it into the slot, bracing herself for the next onslaught. At the very moment the coin clinked down, a warm, powerful hand enveloped her left hand that controlled the joystick from behind. Who? Shin Lichio's anger ignited in an instant as she abruptly turned around, her wrist charged with power, ready to topple the rogue who dared to lay hands on her. However, a familiar, fresh scent wafted into her nostrils, unmistakably belonging to Wei Lihan. In that moment, she comprehended everything. The fury that had been poised to erupt dissipated like mist. Her raised wrist, deprived of its strength, fell limply to her side. Miss Shun, Wei Lihan's slightly deep and steady voice resonated from behind her, imbued with a gentle insistence. Perhaps I should guide you? He continued. If we linger any longer, night will fall. His voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment, causing a flutter in Shun Lichio's heart, akin to a pebble cast upon a serene lake, creating ripples of emotion. Who asked you to teach me? I can manage on my own, she retorted stubbornly, making a token struggle. Yet, the wrist he held felt as if it had been welded in place, refusing to budge. With a light chuckle, Wei Lihan disregarded her defiance. When it comes to claw machines, brute force alone will not suffice. As he spoke, he guided her chilly little hand to move steadily on the joystick. See, you must first find the center of balance and stabilize. His voice, patient and composed, transmitted warmth through his palm, flowing into her very being. Shin Lichio gazed in a daze at the large, warm hand enveloping her own, her mind momentarily overwhelmed, as if it had crashed. The moving claw, the surrounding clamor, and even the beloved yet loathed 537 doll faded from her consciousness. Her entire universe narrowed down to the presence behind her and the comforting warmth in her hand. All right here, now you can press the button, quickly. Wei Lihan's voice suddenly pierced her reverie, serving as a command that forcibly rebooted Shun Lichio's dazed state. Huh, what? She stammered, still bewildered, unable to grasp his words. Noticing her continued lack of response, Wei Lihan abandoned subtlety. He deftly threaded his right hand through the gap of her hand, intertwining their fingers in a near clasp, and together they pressed down on the fateful button. With a series of crisp metallic clinks, accompanied by the whir of the delivery chute, the coveted 537 doll, which Shin Lichio had tirelessly pursued, finally tumbled out. Wei Lihan bent down to retrieve it, presenting it to the still-dazed Shin Lichio with a radiant smile, declaring earnestly, "Congratulations, Miss Shun, you have successfully captured the 537 prize." As his words echoed, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. The onlookers, having witnessed the grand finale of the affluent young lady's claw machine saga, joined in a raucous celebration, as if commemorating a momentous festival. "Young man, treat your girlfriend better," an elderly lady called out with a cheerful laugh. "Behold this charming couple, a perfect match of talent and beauty, still clasping hands with unwavering affection." An elderly gentleman joins in the revelry. "Alas, I had hoped to inquire about the wee chat of that enchanting young lady. In light of this, I shall retreat home to watch the recorded concert of Lin Xinyue." Lamenting like a despondent young man, it is only then that Wei Lihan, belatedly aware, realizes he has been holding onto the lady's hand rather possessively. No wonder it felt so soft and delightful. He abruptly releases her hand, his ears tinged with embarrassment as he scratches his head awkwardly. "Miss Shun, shall we meander through the nearby snack street? Allow me to treat you to some delectable delights, a celebration of our triumph?" With her gaze lowered, Shin Lichio clutches the hard-earned toy, her heart racing like a rabbit in her chest. She mumbles softly to herself, akin to a bashful bride. "I never said you couldn't hold my hand, you stingy fool." Noticing her continued fixation on the ground, seemingly lost in thought, Wei Lihan waves his hand in front of her eyes. "Hey, are we leaving? If we linger much longer, passers-by might just conspire to wed us right here." With a jest to underscore the gravity of the situation, he seeks to awaken Shin Lichio from her reverie. "I know, you silly, foolish neurotic." She suddenly lifts her head, her cheeks flushed, puffing out her cheeks like an aggrieved pufferfish, brandishing the 537 toy as she hastily strides towards the snack street ahead. Her retreating figure exudes a blend of urgency and undeniable sweetness. Chapter 51. The snack street and barbecue stalls. Owing to a certain someone's relentless pursuit of the claw machine, Wei Lihan missed out on a timely and delicious lunch. As fate would have it, they stumbled upon a vibrant snack street, prompting him to suggest a leisurely stroll with Shinlichio. From a distance, the scene lacks towering glass facades and exquisite display windows, replaced instead by a series of charmingly arranged food stalls. The air is filled with the lively calls of vendors, the sizzling sounds of food frying in hot oil, and a unique aroma blending cumin, chili, and sweetness, collectively painting a vivid tableau of bustling street life. Miss Shun, Wei Lihan glances at her with a hint of curiosity and apology. If you're not inclined to explore such places, I noticed a nearby upscale restaurant on my phone, which should still be open and offers a more tranquil ambience. As he speaks, his eyes inadvertently wander over Shinlichio's attire. The white dress she wears remains impeccably fitted and beautiful, her long hair casually styled, revealing her slender neck and delicate collarbones. She seems to radiate a gentle glow, elegant as a swan that has strayed into the mundane world. In stark contrast to the noisy, greasy snack street, she appears somewhat out of place. Upon hearing his words, Shinlichio tilts her head slightly, casting a disapproving glance in his direction. Perhaps it was the exhilaration from earlier, or perhaps the oppressive heat of the day. But her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink, reminiscent of a ripe peach, imbued with a hint of charming indignation. "What is the matter?" she retorted, her tone tinged with irritation. "Do you perceive me as one of those pretentious young ladies who would only dine at 3-star Michelin restaurants, unable to swallow a bite without the accompaniment of cutlery and candlelight?" "No, that's not what I meant," Wei Lihan quickly interjected, gesturing with urgency. Fearful that he might inadvertently strike a nerve, he meticulously pondered his words, his voice imbued with sincerity. "I merely thought you looked exceptionally radiant today, exuding such poise. Bringing you to a place like this feels, well, a tad inadequate." The first half of his statement warmed Shinlichio's heart, akin to being bathed in sweet, gentle nectar. Yet the latter half pricked at her, shattering the bubble of delight. Abruptly halting, she pivoted with hands on hips, her beautiful eyes glinting with feigned ire as she fixed her gaze upon him. Raising her voice, yet unable to suppress a playful lilt, she retorted, "There are no pretensions when it comes to enjoying time with me. Just don't provoke my temper. However, if you continue to speak like that, I might genuinely become displeased." Inside her, a small voice was stomping in frustration. "I invited you out to share in every experience, whether it be the intimacy of watching a film together or relishing the vibrant atmosphere of street vendors. Why does it seem that, to you, I am a delicate being requiring constant indulgence and careful attention? All I desire is to be with you. Does it truly matter where we go or what we eat?" Understanding her sentiment, Wei Lihan wisely withheld any further explanations, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, Miss Shun, I apologize for my thoughtlessness. Please do not take offense." He refrained from further words, instinctively slowing his pace, allowing himself to trail half a step behind her, quietly accompanying her side by side. This distance was neither too far nor too close, granting her the freedom to explore the fascinating world before her, while ensuring he could swiftly shield her when needed. As the pair ventured deeper into the alley, the unique, steaming aroma of the snack street grew ever more pronounced. It was a complex, assertive scent, intertwining the charred fragrance of grilled skewers, the savory aroma of takoyaki, the pungent allure of stinky tofu, and the sweet scent of candied chestnuts, coalescing into an irresistible olfactory symphony. A soft gasp broke the tranquility between them. Shinlichio's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to two polished amber gems, radiating pure excitement. She completely forgot her earlier displeasure, resembling a child who had wandered into a candy store, gazing left and right, utterly captivated by the myriad of snack stalls lining the street. "Wei Lihan, look at that. The squid skewered on those 2 sticks is enormous. And what about that? Is that a mound of potatoes?" she exclaimed, pointing animatedly towards a nearby stall, her voice brimming with curiosity and joy. "Everything here looks so delicious, and it smells divine." Observing her naive excitement, as if she had never encountered the world outside her sheltered existence, Wei Lihan could not help but chuckle. "My lady," he teased, "surely this is not your inaugural visit to such a locale?" "What do you mean by first time?" Shinlichio inquired, her attention wholly fixated on the array of delicacies before her, not bothering to turn her head. "To the snack street," he replied. Her expression of delight and curiosity dissipated as swiftly as the ebbing tide, replaced by a veneer of coldness and bewilderment. She had been raised in a gilded cage of opulence, indulging in the finest selections life had to offer. each time she passed such lively streets in a vehicle. She was far from indifferent. On the contrary, the vibrant, bustling scenes had often compelled her to steal a glance. Yet, each time, a loyal yet rigid voice echoed in her ears. My lady, your esteemed status renders such places unsuitable, rife with chaos and unsavory scents, unworthy of your dignity and grace. Over time, that curiosity became firmly sealed beneath the weight of her identity. It was a deep-seated pride intertwined with a hidden regret. Nevertheless, she could not afford to show any sign of weakness in front of this insufferable Wei Lihan. Of course, this is not my first time. Shinlichio abruptly turned her face away, offering him a beautifully sculpted profile and slightly flushed ears. She deliberately raised her voice, adopting a nonchalant tone as if discussing the weather. I am not merely one to frequent luxury boutiques. I have certainly visited such intriguing places. A playful smirk danced upon Wei Lihan's lips as he decided to pose a question easily answered by any reasonable person. Leisurely, he pointed to a nearby stall displaying a sign, and, with an amused expression, posed a query. Miss Shin, may I ask you a question? If chicken wings cost 15 yuan per pound, and there is a promotion allowing you to buy for 15 yuan, how many pounds can you acquire? The question seemed so simple that it bordered on insulting. At the mention of it, Shinlichio finally turned to him, casting him a glance as if to say, You dare ask me such a question? With a dismissive huff, tinged with a hint of impatience and superiority, she confidently replied, Are you a fool? If 1 pound costs 15 yuan, then with 15 yuan, you can of course buy 1 pound. Even a 3-year-old knows that. Incorrect, Wei Lihan declared leisurely, a grin threatening to break free from his face. The correct answer is 1.5 pounds. Shinlichio's pupils dilated in disbelief, her delicate features betraying her incredulity. Her mind raced, struggling to comprehend how such a straightforward equation could yield such an absurd result. She stood frozen, a portrait of confusion and a bruised confidence. Seeing her flummoxed state, Wei Lihan decided to reveal the truth, kindly elucidating. It is common knowledge in this street that for every pound of chicken wings purchased, an additional half pound is given for free. The term common knowledge struck her like a hammer, shattering the defenses she had built with her haughty demeanor. Oh my, you deceitful rascal. Have you been toying with me all along? At last, she shattered her fade, and in that moment, all her pretenses and dignity were obliterated. Like an irate Persian cat, she stomped her foot, her hands clenched into innocuous little fists, lightly tapping against Wei Lihan's chest, all the while defiantly exclaiming, So what if I haven't been here? Is it a crime not to have visited? What do you, a mere commoner, understand? Her strikes, rather than being fueled by fury, resembled the petulant antics of a disgruntled child, lacking even the strength to tickle Wei Lihan. He stifled a laugh, completely immune to her feeble assaults. All right, my fault. I acknowledge my error. Please calm down, Miss Shun. He feigned surrender, raising his hands. To make amends, allow me to treat you to some delicacies. How does that sound? With his other hand solemnly patting his chest, he vowed, I shall ensure that the esteemed Miss Shun experiences the most delectable and delightful snacks. Shinlichio halted her playful punches, withdrawing her hands, yet she refused to meet his gaze, turning her head aside, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible huff through her nose. Yet, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her true sentiments. Wei Lihan felt that at this moment. His role was less that of a companion for Shinlichio's outing and more akin to a mobile food cart or a human refuse bin. In his left hand, he held a steaming plate of octopus balls, while his right grasped a substantial piece of crispy chicken. With a cup of milk tea featuring double pearls nestled in the crook of his arm. Beside him, the instigator, Shinlichio, held a sizzling, sauce-laden grilled squid in her left hand, while her right cradled a box of freshly tossed cold noodles, eagerly savoring her feast. This Miss Shun appeared as if she were a wealthy heiress experiencing the delights of the mundane world for the first time, resembling a glutton liberated from restraint. Whenever she caught a whiff of enticing aromas wafting from a nearby stall, she offered him no opportunity to treat her. Moving with astonishing swiftness, either effortlessly scanning to pay or extracting several large bills from her exquisite wallet, as if spending money were merely an act of joy. However, her happiness was invariably fleeting. Typically, after just a few bites, having satiated her initial curiosity, the remaining morsels would naturally and rightfully be thrust into Wei Lihan's hands. While she swiftly darted off to her next target, Wei Lihan, observing the mountain of food accumulating in his hands and glancing at Shinlichio, who was blissfully engrossed in her culinary delights, could not help but sigh deeply. He felt less like her shopping companion and more like a child on a spring outing, boundless in energy and with a full pocket. "Look over there, Wei Lihan." Shinlichio suddenly halted, extending a finger smeared with sauce towards a nearby barbecue stall enveloped in swirling smoke. "It's just a barbecue stand selling skewers," he replied vaguely, adhering to the principle of appreciating every morsel, as he endeavored to finish the enormous spiral potato she had abandoned after just 2 bites. Meanwhile, with great difficulty, she extracted a tissue and delicately wiped the fingers of Shinlichio, which were smeared with sauce. "Oh, do you take me for a fool?" Shinlichio shot him a disdainful glance, elbowing him without reservation. "I'm referring to that sign. What does roasted sheep whip mean?" She furrowed her exquisitely shaped brows, lost in serious contemplation. Is the sheep whip a whip belonging to the sheep? Can sheep wield whips? Could it possibly refer to its tail? As she mumbled thoughtfully, her innocent yet earnest demeanor sent a shiver of ominous premonition through Wei Lihan. Ahem, the premonition proved true. Upon hearing her naive inquiry, a mouthful of fries nearly sent him into a fit, and he began to cough violently, his cheeks flushing crimson as he struggled to regain his breath. Meeting Shinlichio's gaze, which was filled with pure curiosity and an unspoken demand for an answer, Wei Lihan found his tongue tied. He stammered, "The roasted sheep whip is, a rather unique part of the sheep. The taste, well, it's a bit gamey, something that generally doesn't appeal to girls." Wei Lihan endeavored to quell Shinlichio's curiosity. "Part? What part?" Her inquisitiveness was ignited by his hesitant demeanor, driven by an innate spirit of inquiry. She believed that seeking knowledge firsthand was the essence of truth. "Forget it. I won't waste time with someone so evasive. I'll simply buy a skewer and find out for myself." "Hey, wait," Wei Lihan exclaimed, attempting to reach out to her, but grasped only at thin air. Shinlichio had already dashed towards the barbecue stall like a gust of wind. "Beautiful lady, what would you like?" The stall owner, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, beamed at the sight of such an exquisite and distinguished customer, his smile stretching almost to the heavens. "Sir, I would like a skewer of roasted sheep whip," Shinlichio stated succinctly. "Certainly." The owner responded promptly, but his hands hesitated. He scrutinized Shinlichio, baffled as to why such a fairy-like figure would choose this dish. However, a businessman knows that being amiable brings profit, so he suppressed his curiosity. As long as the sale was made, that was what mattered. He cast a complex glance at Shinlichio before lowering his head to prepare the skewers. "Excuse me." Shinlichio interjected unexpectedly. "What exactly is a sheep whip? Which part of the sheep is it?" The owner, engrossed in his grilling, instinctively began to explain upon being asked. Just then, Wei Lihan arrived, panting, and immediately spotted this disastrous scene. He frantically gestured to the owner from behind Shinlichio, mouthing words and shaking his head desperately. Unfortunately, the owner was too engrossed in his work to notice the silent plea for help. The proprietor presented the exquisitely roasted lamb testicles, perfectly charred on the outside yet tender within, sprinkled with cumin and chili powder, to Shinlichio. After a moment of hesitation, adhering to the principle of answering any inquiries, she lowered her voice and articulated clearly, "Lamb testicles," referring to the male reproductive organs of sheep. As her words echoed, the world seemed to mute around them. Just as Shinlichio took a bite, her expression of contemplation regarding the peculiar taste abruptly froze. Her distinguished ears, as if struck by a thunderbolt, buzzed intensely. Gradually, she turned her head, her gaze shifting from confusion to shock and culminating in disbelief. "What did you say?" she repeated uncertainly, her voice trembling, desperately wishing to dismiss her misinterpretation. "Lamb testicles," referring to the male reproductive organs of sheep. The proprietor, noticing her lack of reaction, mistakenly assumed she had not heard him clearly and reiterated his statement with greater confidence. With a soft clatter, the bamboo skewer nearly slipped from Shinlichio's grasp. Her captivating golden eyes widened, as if encountering the skewers for the first time. Abruptly, she pivoted to face Wei Lihan, who stood behind her with an expression of helplessness. A whirlwind of embarrassment, anger, and shame erupted within her. In the next moment, devoid of a scream or a tantrum, she forcefully and accurately thrust the skewers, which she had barely tasted, into Wei Lihan's slightly parted mouth. Having completed this act, she did not glance at anyone, instead turning on her heel, lifting her skirt like a cat whose tail had been set ablaze, and fled toward the exit of the snack street without looking back. Excuse me, proprietor. How much is it? I will pay you, Wei Lihan stammered, realizing the situation while still holding the scalding skewers. He quickly consumed them and then hastily pulled out his phone to make the payment. No worries, young man, the proprietor chuckled, observing Shun Lichio's hasty retreat. Your girlfriend seems a bit daft. Such a beautiful girl. You must hold on to her tightly, lest someone else steals her away. Not my girlfriend. It's complicated. Wei Lihan smiled wryly after completing the transaction, hoisting 2 large bags in each hand before swiftly pursuing her. The payment is settled. Farewell, proprietor. The proprietor shook his head, amused, watching their receding figures, feeling that life was indeed quite flavorful. Chapter 52. Human or Ghost? Shun Lichio. Shun Lichio? Where are you? Wei Lihan's voice echoed in the increasingly desolate street, laced with an urgency he was scarcely aware of. Just moments ago, at the Snack Street exit, her hurried silhouette was within sight. Yet after only a few steps into the crowd, it morphed into a vast labyrinth, swallowing her entirely in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to him, as he searched and walked, he had inadvertently returned to the bustling street where they first met that afternoon. Night had fallen, and the city lights began to twinkle. The neon signs of the street shops shimmered with vibrant hues, while the streetlights illuminated the asphalt road as brightly as day. Yet, this dazzling radiance only accentuated the eerie desolation of the empty sidewalk. Wei Lihan felt a weight settle in his heart. An uncontrollable thought wormed its way into his mind. What if this esteemed young lady, unaccustomed to the world, had strayed from him while they were out enjoying themselves? And something truly unfortunate happened? Then he, Wei Lihan, would find himself irrevocably at fault, in a state of distress. He awkwardly clamped a paper bag between his chin and shoulder, freeing one hand to retrieve his phone from his pocket and prepare to make a call. Wei Lihan, why have you searched for so long without finding me? A voice, tinged with grievance, suddenly emerged from behind him, catching him off guard. Startled, he leapt forward and quickly turned to face the newcomer with a wary gaze. There stood Shun Lichio, having seemingly emerged from nowhere, head bowed. With her hands tightly clutching the hem of her dress, her large, watery eyes gazing at him with a look of betrayal, as though he were a heartless scoundrel. Caught between laughter and tears at her demeanor, Wei Lihan felt an inexplicable softness in his heart. It's not that I didn't look for you. I truly couldn't find you, he explained candidly, fearing further misunderstanding. Humph. Shun Lichio immediately turned her head away, presenting him with a defiant profile. I didn't ask you to find me anyway. Wasn't it you just now who condemned me with your gaze? Wei Lihan thought to himself, bemused by the convoluted logic of this young lady. Disinclined to engage in further debate, he raised the large bag of goodies he was carrying, offering it to her like a treasure. My lady, do you wish to partake? Of course. Shun Lichio almost instantly turned back, her eyes sparkling with delight, but then, as if recalling something, she straightened her posture and proclaimed with feigned aloofness, I bought these. Why wouldn't I eat them? But don't you dare think I'm greedy. She paused, adding a note of grandeur to her claims. I merely wish to take them home and savor them properly. Observing her stubborn facade, Wei Lihan could no longer suppress a soft chuckle. The tension and grievance that had filled the air dissipated in that moment. Shun Lichio seemed to sense the fragility of her excuse, her cheeks flushing slightly. Turning her face away, her voice dropped, tinged with a subtle shyness and fatigue. I'm tired. Please take me home. Weren't you driven here by a private car? He blurted out instinctively, his straightforward mind still tangled in logistical concerns. Mind your own business. Shun Lichio's cheeks reddened instantly as she interrupted his blunt inquiry, lightly kicking the ground with her toes, urging, if I ask you to take me, then hurry up. Stunned into silence by her retort, Wei Lihan resigned himself to his fate. He cast a glance around, and on this brilliantly illuminated street, shrouded in the invisible grasp of the Shen family, hailing a ride seemed an insurmountable challenge. It appeared that he had no choice but to acquiesce to the demands of this young lady. His gaze eventually settled upon a neatly aligned row of shared electric scooters at the roadside. He approached, scanned the code, and unlocked it, executing the actions seamlessly. After placing his belongings in the front basket, he mounted the scooter, patting the narrow seat behind him. Turning his head, a playful smile gracing his lips, he called out to Shun Lichio, Princess, please take a seat. A startled expression crossed Shun Lichio's face for a moment before she was overtaken by laughter at his amusing antics. All her previous awkwardness and embarrassment melting away into a melodious giggle. What on earth is this? How hilarious. she exclaimed, her laughter echoing in the air. Observing Wei Lihan's visibly strained demeanor, Shen Liqiu quickly stifled her amusement, striving to maintain her noble poise. She elegantly lifted her skirt, adopting a perfectly poised ladylike posture, and cautiously settled onto Wei Lihan's rear seat. Once she was steady, she hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately reached out, her hands trembling slightly as they encircled Wei Lihan's waist. Through the thin fabric, she could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from him and the steady beat of his heart. The evening breeze tousled her hair, stirring the tranquil waters of her heart. Inside, a tempest of excitement and exhilaration surged forth. Hee, the baby smells so good. I just want to bury my face in him and inhale deeply, hee. Perhaps I shall reward myself later for drawing so close to the baby today. With Shen Liqiu securely settled, the harmonious journey was about to commence. After uttering his words, Wei Lihan twisted the throttle and rode in the direction indicated by Shen Liqiu. The hum of the electric scooter abruptly ceased, and Wei Lihan felt as if he had stepped into a painting that belonged to a realm beyond this world. Before him stood a colossal beast awakening in the night. Resplendent and illuminated, it cast a warm orange hue across the sky. Towering classical walls stretched endlessly, adorned with intricately carved lanterns, each radiating a soft yet commanding glow. The grand, ornately designed iron gate, wide enough for 3 cars to pass side by side, glimmered under the lights, its metallic sheen heavy with gravitas. Golden lion heads, glaring with fierce intensity, adorned the knocker, silently proclaiming the owner's power and status. Wei Lihan's neck turned stiffly, and he could even hear the faint crack of his cervical vertebrae. He swallowed hard, his voice dry as he inquired, "Miss Shen, is this palace your home?" Shen Liqiu seemed to have just emerged from the sweet atmosphere they had shared. Reluctantly, she released her embrace around Wei Lihan's waist, the warmth lingering at her fingertips. With a graceful leap, she dismounted the scooter, her movements still as elegant as a swan. She cast a fleeting glance at the resplendent golden lion heads, basking in the spotlight. Her tone as casual as if she were commenting on a potted plant on her balcony. "Oh, this is the smallest unit in our home. We simply never moved because it was the first we purchased, and the family has grown accustomed to it." The phrase "the smallest unit" struck Wei Lihan with a force that felt as though his worldview was being ruthlessly reshaped, crushed, and reduced to dust. As Shen Liqiu lifted the container filled with food, she took a couple of steps towards the door that seemed to lead to another realm. Suddenly, however, she halted, as if resolutely making a significant decision. She turned, placed the bag back into the basket of the little electric scooter, and then, lifting her skirt, hurried towards him. Just as Wei Lihan was still admiring the palace-like home before him, a soft body, imbued with a faint fragrance, gently and cautiously collided with his embrace. It was a fleeting hug, scarcely lasting a second, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within Wei Lihan's heart, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Simultaneously, a voice as clear as crystal resonated in his ear. "Wei Lihan, I'm very happy today. Thank you for accompanying me." No sooner had the words left her lips than Shen Liqiu, like a startled fawn, abruptly pushed him away, snatched up the bag, and dashed towards the door without a backward glance. In her flustered haste, she stumbled on the steps at the entrance, tripping her left foot over her right, nearly losing her balance. This scene sent shockwaves through the stoic bodyguards at the door and the approaching butler, who were almost propelled into action to offer assistance. Wei Lihan remained frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. The air still lingered with the fleeting sweetness that was Shen Liqiu, intermingled with the bustling aroma of the snack street, creating a complex bouquet of sensations. Was she truly interested in me, or was this merely a game? An absurd and perilous thought began to take root in his mind. Soon after, a more alarming notion followed. If she were to genuinely pursue a relationship with me, would her father turn me into minced meat for dumplings? Yet, in the face of this sudden and potentially intoxicating situation that could incite impulsive actions in any fervent young man, Wei Lihan, after a brief moment of distraction, exhibited an almost chilling composure. He understood all too well that the opulent door was not merely a physical barrier, but also an insurmountable chasm that lay between them. Though he could share the vibrant atmosphere of the snack street or engage in playful pursuits with her today, he would eternally be barred from stepping into her magnificent, yet smallest abode. Taking a deep breath, he buried the lingering sweetness and all the fluttering emotions deep within his heart. Finally, He gazed at the enormous iron gate, which was now slowly closing, severing the connection between their two worlds. His expression was complex, tinged with loss, self-mockery, yet predominantly marked by a sense of sobering acceptance. Silently, he turned the handlebars of the shared scooter and, under the cloak of night, began his solitary journey back along the path he had come. As Wei Lihan distanced himself from the resplendent realm of the Shun family manor, he felt as though he had been abruptly yanked from a splendid dream back into the frigid embrace of reality. The faint hum of the shared electric scooter was the sole sound accompanying him along this secluded path, akin to a homeless insect crawling alone in the night. In a bid to save a few coins and to awaken his senses in the evening breeze, he opted for a shortcut through the back alleys. This route lacked the dazzling neon lights of the main street, illuminated only by sporadic dim street lamps, casting his shadow on the mottled walls, stretching and contracting like a specter. As he passed a towering green dumpster, at least the height of a person, a voice suddenly pierced the stillness of the night with alarming clarity. Ouch! The sound bore a hint of pain, resembling a muffled groan as if something were caught in its throat, brief yet jarring. Wei Lihan's heart lurched, and a chill ran down his spine, his body instinctively bracing as he slammed the brakes. The electric scooter let out a harsh screech, echoing ominously in the deserted alley. He froze, even his breath instinctively quieted. Slowly and stiffly, he turned his head, fixating his gaze on the enormous dumpster. Its lid was completely thrown open, resembling a gaping, dark maw. The interior was swallowed by shadows, yet within that unfathomable darkness, he discerned a vague figure, rummaging about like some unknown creature. A soft, disconcerting rustling emanated from the dumpster, as though something was sifting through the refuse. Cold sweat trickled down Wei Lihan's forehead. He dared not make a sound, his mind racing. Was it a stray kitten? A homeless person? Or the fabled zero-patient zombie? His right hand instinctively clutched the throttle tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, muscles taut and poised to flee this eerie locale at a moment's notice. Yet, his left hand remained unervingly composed. Silently, he slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieving his phone, fingers gliding rapidly across the cold screen. Unlocking it, he located the flashlight icon and pressed it. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any superfluous noise. Taking a deep breath, he raised the phone high, directing it towards the monstrous dumpster, akin to a beast's maw. His thumb hovered over the switch. A gentle press would unleash a beam of light, unveiling the secrets cloaked in shadow. Whether it be human, ghost, or a zombified aberration, the truth was about to be revealed. With a delicate tap of his fingertip on the screen, a stark beam of light pierced the darkness, slicing towards the formidable green dumpster at the end of the alley. Wei Lihan squinted, his body leaning slightly forward, fearful that the shadows at the fringe of the flashlight's glow might obscure any detail. In the realm illuminated by light, a distinctly outlined figure stood with its back turned, deeply bent over, almost entirely immersing its upper body into a barrel exuding a complex aroma. The individual wore an excessively oversized black trench coat, its hem nearly grazing the ground, and atop their head rested a low-brimmed black cap that shrouded both visage and form in shadow, leaving behind only a focused yet peculiar silhouette. Observing the immaculate appearance of the figure and the absence of any bloodstains on the ground, one could dismiss the possibility of a zombie, alien, or Sharkman fanatic. There was no repulsive stench of decay, and the movements were far too precise. The ground bore no viscous bodily fluids, nor did it carry the acrid scent of torn flesh. The figure lacked the visceral intensity of bulging muscles, instead exuding an inexplicable delicacy. With the most perilous options eliminated, Wei Lihan's anxious heart eased slightly, yet curiosity surged like an unbridled vine, entwining his reason. "Hey," he called tentatively, his voice echoing faintly in the empty alley, creating an oddly jarring sound. "Are you all right?" The figure remained utterly still, as if Wei Lihan's voice was merely background noise consumed by the darkness. Immersed in its own world, the individual deftly rummaged through the trash can, the clattering noise reminiscent of excavating a long-lost tomb brimming with invaluable treasures. Intrigued, Wei Lihan's curiosity piqued. He yearned to investigate further, yet feared the potential repercussions. Thus, he decided to twist the throttle and ride closer, ready to swiftly kick the bike into gear should danger arise. The vehicle halted at a respectful distance from the figure. Wei Lihan held his breath, his left hand raised with his phone, the flashlight's beam flickering slightly. He contemplated approaching to tap the individual on the shoulder and inquire further. However, just as the beam swept across the figure's back, an unusual detail froze him in place. From the gap in the hem of the trench coat, at the location of the coccyx, something seemed to protrude. This object was slender and flexible, curving upwards like an elegant question mark, its tip gently swaying from side to side in the air, almost unconsciously. The darkness obscured the exact nature of the anomaly. Was it a thread left untrimmed from the garment? Yet, where could one find a thread so long that it could move autonomously? Or perhaps it was an extraordinarily lengthy hair that had not been plucked? The length of this thread was beyond imagination, even if it were curled. Wei Lihan believed he could reach out and grasp it from a safe distance. A daring thought emerged. Frowning, he found that the remnants of reason could not suppress his reckless curiosity. Leaning forward, as if attempting to pluck a thorny rose, he cautiously extended his hand and grasped the end of the mysterious thread. The texture was rather peculiar, not resembling fabric or hair, but rather exuding a biological warmth and elasticity. Its end bore a triangular shape, akin to the spade in a deck of cards, with a somewhat soft texture. However, Wei Lihan was entirely oblivious to the fact that the moment he grasped this object, the figure ahead, engrossed in searching, suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. From neck to spine, every muscle tensed instantaneously, like a bow drawn taut. A sharp, crisp exclamation escaped the other's lips, imbued with an unexpected innocence, reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yet, Wei Lihan's response lagged slightly. His hand, instinctively and with a hint of mischief, gently tugged at the object. The startled cry immediately escalated into a shrill scream, mingling embarrassment and pain. The mysterious figure clad in black whirled around with such swiftness that it stirred a gust of wind, forcibly yanking the thread that Wei Lihan had grasped from his hand. With a soft tearing sound, the edge of the spade-shaped end, remarkably sharp, cruelly sliced open his palm at the moment of withdrawal. Blood instantly oozed from the wound, starkly vivid under the harsh, pale beam of the flashlight. Hissing in pain, Wei Lihan inhaled sharply, grimacing as he blew gently on the injury, attempting to alleviate the searing sensation. "What the hell are you insane?" he cursed, his voice slightly distorted by pain. "I was trying to help you pull that thread, and you had a blade attached to it to thwart me?" As he grumbled, he raised his head, directing the flashlight's beam straight at the now-turned figure facing him. In that fleeting moment, all the profanities he had prepared to unleash became lodged in his throat. His mouth opened and closed futilely, unable to produce any sound, as if an invisible hand had clasped his neck. The visage revealed in the light was undeniably chilling. It resembled the face of a young girl, her skin so pale it approached translucence. A pair of oversized black sunglasses obscured nearly half of her face, resting upon that smooth skin, the lenses reflecting the flashlight's blinding light like two cold obsidian stones, sealing off any potential glimpse into her inner thoughts. The shadow of a duckbill cap loomed low, adding an indescribable air of mystery to the blurred contours of her eyebrows beneath the sunglasses. Yet, what truly sent shivers down Wei Lihan's spine was not merely this. His gaze, drawn as if by a magnet, fixated on her lips. They were strikingly vibrant, an almost supernatural red, as if they might bleed at any moment. Amidst the breathtaking crimson surroundings, a viscous and slippery stream of vivid red liquid trickled down her smooth jawline, cascading onto the collar of her black trench coat, blooming into dark, somber petals. It was likely blood, a thought that struck Wei Lihan's mind like a bolt of lightning, shattering his capacity for rational thought in an instant. He stood frozen, his mind incapacitated for several seconds. Yet, the instinct for survival ultimately triumphed over the paralyzing fear. Almost instinctively, he launched a defensive counterattack, his right leg thrusting fiercely to deliver a solid kick to his assailant's abdomen. "Get away from me!" he roared internally, his body acting before consciousness could catch up. After delivering the kick, he intended to immediately twist the throttle and flee. However, the anticipated scene of his opponent stumbling backward did not materialize. The impact felt akin to kicking a massive, waterlogged sponge or a robust rubber tire. A soft, resilient sensation reverberated through his foot. His adversary remained as steadfast as a rock. The realization that his attack had been ineffective plunged Wei Lihan's heart into despair. He had no time to analyze this surreal occurrence. His sole thought was to escape. He abruptly twisted the throttle. The electric motor of his bike emitted a sharp wail, and the rear wheel spun wildly, yet remained motionless. Confounded, he glanced back, a chill racing up his spine. The thread that had slipped from his grasp now resembled a living black serpent, tightly coiling around the iron tube of his bike's rear seat. No matter how fiercely his electric scooter roared and struggled, it could not break free. What was happening? His exclamation abruptly ceased. The thread yanked back suddenly with astonishing force. The entire electric scooter felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible giant hand, effortlessly flung aside. Crashing heavily against the wall with a dull thud, Wei Lihan himself was hurled through the air like a bowling ball, landing awkwardly on the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Struggling to sit up, he propped himself up with one hand while the other clutched his phone tightly. The beam of the flashlight trembling violently, casting erratic halos of light on the ground. His face turned pale, terror-stricken as he directed the beam at the enigmatic figure in black, gradually advancing towards him. "Don't come any closer," Wei Lihan shouted, his voice trembling yet fierce. "This is a society governed by law. Even if you kill me, the authorities will never let you go. You cannot escape the grasp of justice. It may be delayed, but it will never be absent." He summoned every legal term and slogan he knew, attempting to intimidate this clearly inhuman entity with the rules of human society. However, his words fell on deaf ears, as if they were mere nonsensical noise. The figure approached Wei Lihan unhurriedly, halting before him. Then, under Wei Lihan's terrified gaze, she unexpectedly crouched down slowly, lowering herself to his eye level. As her blood-red lips parted and closed, a clear, soft, yet slightly seductive phrase escaped her mouth. "Human, you smell delightful." Upon hearing this, Wei Lihan felt as if the entire world had crumbled around him. It turned out that this creature was not driven by greed or lust, but by an instinctual, primal craving for his very essence. Regret coursed through him like poison. Why had he chosen this eerie shortcut home? Why had he succumbed to curiosity and halted his vehicle at the slightest sound? And after stopping, why had he foolishly meddled in matters that were not his own? Fear, or rather, the instinct for survival when cornered, overwhelmed him once more. Wei Lihan bellowed, clenching his injured right hand into a fist, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed, and hurled it toward that enigmatic face. Even if he could not prevail, he wished to demonstrate before his demise that he, Wei, was not easily trifled with. A resounding crack echoed, not the dull thud of a fist meeting a hard skull, but the sound of a delicate, pale hand effortlessly catching his blow. The hand appeared as swiftly as a specter, perfectly grasping his determined fist, though it exerted little force. It rendered him immobile. Wei Lihan was utterly dumbfounded. He could neither flee nor fight. Having initiated the attack, he had most likely provoked her ire irreparably. Observing the blood upon her visage, all his courage and fury deflated in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of despair that penetrated to his very marrow. He swallowed hard, his throat parched, rendering him voiceless. After a moment of silence, he tentatively, with a hint of humble hope, whispered, "Can we reconcile?" Chapter 54. What succubus? Reconcile? The mysterious figure tilted her head, her voice like silk steeped in honey, sweet and soft enough to drip with sugar. Yet imbued with an innate innocence and confusion, why would one seek reconciliation? The voice belonged to a young girl. However, this saccharine inquiry offered no comfort to Wei Lihan. Instead, it pierced his taut nerves like a cold needle. Instinctively, he clenched his fist tighter, a sharp pain emanating from his palm. The girl's attention seemed wholly captivated by his wound. She slowly turned her head, her gaze, concealed beneath the shadow of a duckbill cap, locking onto Wei Lihan's right hand, which was firmly ensnared by her grip. The gruesome injury oozed bright red blood, one drop, then two, stunningly vivid in the dim light. She stared at it, as though it were not merely a wound, but a rare and precious treasure. In a barely perceptible movement, she unconsciously and swiftly licked her full lips, a gesture imbued with primal, unmasked desire. Concealed behind oversized sunglasses, her eyes appeared to harbor swirling purple nebulae, emanating an otherworldly glow. "What a delightful fragrance," she murmured, her voice as soft as a whisper in dreams. "How is it that your scent is so distinct, unlike those mundane humans?" Her breath quickened, and the gaze beneath her sunglasses grew increasingly entranced, as if governed by an irresistible instinct. The dam of reason began to crumble, yielding to the most primal hunger. "I simply must taste it," she thought, and before the words could fully form, she executed an action that sent shivers down Wei Lihan's spine. Slowly, almost reverently, She parted her lips, extending a delicate, pink tongue that precisely licked the blood from his palm. In an instant, Wei Lihan's mind went blank. What was this? A new form of torment? Or had he, by some twist of fate, encountered a mythical creature? Just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, a glimmer of light caught his eye. Due to their proximity, he inadvertently glimpsed her open mouth. Deep within those crimson lips, two of her upper teeth were strikingly elongated, sharp, and as white as fine porcelain, reflecting a chilling sheen in the dim light. A bizarre and terrifying notion struck him like lightning. A vampire? Did such entities truly exist in this world? Yet, before he could fully articulate his disbelief, an unusual sensation coursed through his palm, disrupting his thoughts. It was neither the agonizing bite of a beast nor the sticky sensation of a lick. Instead, it was an indescribable, tingling comfort. Like a faint electric current, it flowed with a peculiar warmth along the wound, rapidly spreading throughout his entire arm. That sensation was, astonishingly, more pleasurable than the most expert massage. Dumbfounded, he looked down to see the girl in black meticulously licking his palm. Her movements were gentle and meticulous, as if handling a fragile work of art. Each flick of her tongue drew in the oozing blood along with that strange comfort, which she swallowed with satisfaction. Her expression was one of focus and rapture, as if she were savoring the most exquisite and precious candy in existence. It's truly delightful, she mumbled, her voice muffled by her indulgence, imbued with a languid tone, as she basked in an unparalleled bliss. She paid no heed to the fact that Wei Lihan's palm had become slick with her saliva. Glistening under the light, her demeanor resembled that of a gluttonous child who had just acquired their favorite treat rather than that of a ferocious predator. Fear, confusion, absurdity, and that strange comfort intertwined, nearly overwhelming Wei Lihan's mind. He felt as though he were an odd delicacy laid out upon a cutting board, destined to be not only devoured but humiliated first. Oh heavens! The voice of Wei Lihan was tinged with a dissonant tremor, laced with a hint of desperation. Please, grant me a swift end. Do not toy with me like this. It is a torment far worse than death itself. His pleas seemed to fade into the background, disregarded by the girl, who remained entranced in her own realm. To his astonishment, he discerned that her saliva possessed a peculiar catalytic effect. The wound, which had been bleeding profusely, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace under her tender ministrations. Flesh writhed and contracted, and that ghastly gash ceased to bleed within mere moments, even starting to mend itself. Soon, only a faint pink scar remained, as if it had never existed. The delectable essence vanished. The girl, keenly attuned to this change, languidly licked her moist lips, savoring the last vestiges of flavor before swallowing, emitting a soft, satisfied sigh from her throat. Gradually, she straightened, releasing Wei Lihan's right hand. Her movements regained their former mystique, as if the gluttonous, enraptured maiden had been but a figment of his imagination. She delicately lifted her chin and retrieved a handkerchief from the pocket of her trench coat, wiping away the blood from her mouth and face. Beneath the brim of her cap, wisps of pink hair cascaded down, accentuating the exquisite contour of her jawline that was revealed. Yet, this beauty could not obscure the palpable aura of danger that surrounded her. Her violet eyes, concealed behind dark sunglasses, pierced through the lenses like tangible chains, locking onto Wei Lihan's throat with unwavering precision. The gaze had transformed from its previous haze of intoxication to one of clarity and sharpness, now brimming with evaluation and a renewed, intensified desire. It was as if to declare, the appetizer is over, now, it is time for the main course. What exactly are you? Wei Lihan nearly stumbled backward, scrambling a few meters until his back pressed against a cold wall, his heart racing. He fixated on the girl before him, instinctively shielding his chest with his right hand. The freshly healed skin still tingling with an eerie warmth, a reminder of the absurdity of what had just transpired. Even if death were imminent, he yearned for clarity. Me? The girl tilted her head slightly, her sunglasses seemingly trained upon him. She did not respond immediately. Instead, she rested a slender finger against her lower lip, appearing lost in an adorably contemplative state. That brief silence felt like a countdown to judgment in Wei Lihan's ears, each second striking at his frayed nerves. Ultimately, she seemed to reach a decision, a smile blossoming on her lips that blended innocence with a hint of pride, and in a tone that was both sweet and declarative. She slowly began to speak. Human, I am a noble, purebred succubus. Succubus? Wei Lihan was utterly bewildered. The term seemed vaguely familiar to him, as if he had encountered it in a game or movie, leaving behind a hazy impression associated with temptation and demons. His understanding of the mythological and legendary realm was nearly non-existent. Observing the bewilderment etched on his face, as if he were listening to an outlandish tale. The girl who claimed to be a succubus shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Alas, could it be that my family's information blockade is so effective? It is astonishing that someone remains unaware of the grandeur of the succubus race, she muttered softly, her tone tinged with a blend of pride and complaint. She stepped closer, and the peculiar scent, a captivating blend of allure and a sweet metallic aroma, enveloped Wei Lihan, causing his heart to skip a beat. Listen closely, human, she declared, clearing her throat and adopting the demeanor of a teacher instructing a student. A succubus is a supernatural being that sustains itself by consuming human bodily fluids. Blood is our primary sustenance, akin to how you humans require rice and bread. Pausing deliberately, her purple eyes behind the sunglasses seemed to glimmer with mischievous light as her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, laced with a hint of contemplative curiosity. Of course, there must be a more efficient means to replenish our core energy, enhancing our sense of satiety. We, as a race, possess two remarkable characteristics beyond our unique dietary habits. She extended two slender, pale fingers as if enumerating key points. Firstly, we do not age and enjoy a lifespan that is unimaginable to you mortals. Secondly, we inherently possess extraordinary strength and charm. She proudly puffed out her chest, as if flaunting her noble lineage. As for me, my family enjoys a modicum of wealth and a touch of influence within human society. Thus, with the tacit approval of the elite, I am able to live freely among you. She circled around Wei Lihan, her black trench coat trailing gracefully behind her, revealing a glimpse of her fair calf. Moreover, we are exemplary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, always abiding by the law and never engaging in illicit activities. Naturally, no one can impose restrictions upon me, huh? Finally, she halted, tilting her head, her gaze from beneath the sunglasses landing precisely on Wei Lihan's face, which was a canvas of shock, absurdity, and a hint of absurdity, an expression reminiscent of the elderly engrossed in their phones on the subway. The girl beamed with pride, elegantly wiping her lips with her fingertips, as if savoring the lingering taste of something delightful. Then, she flashed a radiant smile, brimming with mischief. So human, does my identity frighten you? Wei Lihan pondered for a moment, his tone suddenly turning serious. What happens to those whose blood you have consumed? Will they be assimilated into your kind? In his mind, a terrifying image had already formed. The pink-haired succubus wore a cruel smile, voraciously drinking the blood of the living, while those who had been drained would become mindless corpses, reduced to mere puppets at her command. No, the pink-haired succubus snapped, clearly irritated. She despised being misunderstood, particularly by a male who had just tugged at her tail, a blow to her pride. I am not like those base creatures who feed endlessly, she added, her tone suddenly faltering, as if she were hesitating. Besides, you are the first living being whose blood I have consumed. I usually feast on blood bags procured from the hospital. Does that mean you are not a normal person? Wei Lihan's voice was slightly hoarse. He remained seated, leaning against the cold wall, yet his tense shoulders had unconsciously relaxed a bit. Since the other party had no intention of treating him as a late-night snack and was still willing to engage in a friendly exchange, the string of survival instinct within him had finally begun to slacken. Not exactly. The girl tilted her head, a finger as pale as jade gently resting against her soft lips. Her eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, sparkled as if they held the cosmos, seemingly deliberating on the most appropriate response. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, akin to wind chimes softly stirred in the tranquil night. Curiosity triumphed over fear. Wei Lihan's gaze involuntarily drifted once more toward the object behind her. That thing, resembling a steel whip that had caused both her and the small electric scooter to tumble to the ground, but possessed an astonishing flexibility, now lay quietly on the ground like a slumbering serpent. What is that thing behind your clothes? He summoned his courage and inquired in as calm a tone as possible. It can't be a loose thread, can it? He even attempted to use this clumsy jest to lighten the atmosphere. At the sound of his question, a faint blush suddenly blossomed on the girl's face. In the dim light, that flush spread like ink in water, indistinct yet revealing her sudden shyness, akin to a stone cast into a serene lake, stirring a wave of perplexity within Wei Lihan. Was she embarrassed? She slightly turned, cautiously handling the tail behind her. The tip of her peculiar pale pink tail curled up with an almost lifelike agility and gently fell into her slender hand. She caressed it with the same tenderness one might show a beloved cat, her fingertips gliding from the tip to the midpoint with utmost delicacy and focus. Her movements were imbued with affection and reverence, as if she were cherishing an extraordinary treasure, each touch resonating with an indescribable intimacy. "This is my tail," she spoke softly, her voice tinged with a shy tremor. The words "my tail" struck Wei Lihan's mind like two small pebbles, creating ripples of thought. Who among normal people possesses a tail? This notion flashed through his mind, only to be promptly dismissed by himself. No. She just explicitly stated that she does not consider herself a normal human, but rather a succubus, a being that is evidently of a different kind. In an instant, all absurdities transformed into a semblance of reason. She is no longer human. What does it matter if she possesses a tail? Even if she were to sprout a pair of bat wings or develop horns atop her head, he would find it entirely unremarkable. The tail is of paramount importance to our kind. The girl continued to caress her tail, her voice imbued with an innate reverence. It serves not only as a vital medium for our binding contract, but also, as her voice diminished to a near whisper that seemed to dissolve into the air, a flush blossomed on her cheeks. The tip of her tail, only the future master is permitted to touch. The latter part of her statement clung to her throat, stifled by her profound sense of embarrassment, akin to a mosquito trapped in a web. Wei Lihan could only grasp the key term contract from her earlier utterance. A contract? One akin to a blood pact from novels? Or perhaps a wu-wei contract? This concept ignited his curiosity as an ordinary person. Encountering a physically present, living non-human being was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To not inquire further would betray the trepidation of his own experiences. What do you mean by contract? Wei Lihan tentatively probed, instinctively leaning forward, his eyes alight with an earnest thirst for knowledge. However, his inquiry seemed to serve as the final straw that broke the camel's back. The girl before him tensed as if her tail had been stepped on, her entire being coiled with tension. She abruptly lifted her head, her gaze a tumultuous blend of shame, anger, helplessness, and a hint of reckless determination. It appeared that after a brief internal struggle, she could no longer endure the torturous questioning. Taking a deep breath, as if resolved to bare her soul, she raised her voice several decibels. "The contract is a master-servant contract. We succubi must find a master upon reaching maturity, or else I will starve." Her clear and somewhat frantic voice echoed through the empty alley, carrying an astonishing candor and an undeniable declaration. Once she finished, it seemed she had expended all her strength. Bowing her head low, clutching her tail as if it were her sole shield, revealing only her flushed ears, quivering softly in the moonlight. "So, I am your servant?" Wei Lihan's mind struggled to comprehend. He instinctively associated the girl before him with the lofty supernatural beings often depicted in films and novels. Such formidable creatures, with their mysterious identities, typically sought a blood servant to command or feed upon, a logical progression in his mind. "No," the girl replied succinctly, cutting off his fanciful associations. Her tone regained a certain calmness, even adopting a somewhat textbook-like rigidity, as if the earlier shameful declaration had drained her of all emotional fluctuations. The succubus could only actively seek out a master whom she deemed worthy, a law inscribed in her very bloodline, unyielding and immutable. She elucidated this as if proclaiming an undeniable natural law. "And you, just moments ago, had touched my tail. According to the customs of our kind, should you complete this final step, you would become my master." "What master? Me?" Wei Lihan was utterly bewildered. He instinctively glanced around, as if searching the slightly cramped and shadowy alley for another unfortunate soul, finally pointing incredulously at his own nose. "Who else could it be but you?" The girl's tone shifted abruptly, transforming from a mechanical explanation to one filled with fierce intensity. Hidden beneath her sunglasses, her pale violet eyes ignited with two flickering flames of resentment. "You have touched my tail. This is a privilege reserved solely for future masters." Furthermore, she hesitated, as if the next words were difficult to utter, yet she gritted her teeth and added, "There's a delightful fragrance about you. Thus, I must forge a contract with you." She fixed her gaze upon Wei Lihan, as if he were not an innocent bystander, but rather a nefarious scoundrel who trifled with emotions and sought to escape unscathed. Before Wei Lihan could recover from the absurdity of her reasoning, the girl made her move. Her form was as swift as a wraith. leaving behind merely an afterimage in Wei Lihan's vision. A captivating fragrance, seemingly emanating from her very being, enveloped him instantaneously. Before he could react, a cold yet supple hand had firmly grasped his right wrist. "Hey, what are you doing?" His protest was abruptly silenced. The girl offered him no chance to struggle, forcibly spreading his palm open, facing upward. Immediately thereafter, her tail, which had been quietly hanging behind her, rose gracefully, as if possessing a life of its own. The spade-shaped tip glimmered with a tantalizing pink sheen under the moonlight, resembling a ripened fruit infused with a peculiar vitality. It descended lightly, yet with an irresistible intent, resting upon Wei Lihan's palm. Hiss! Wei Lihan inhaled sharply. The anticipated softness did not greet him. Instead, he felt a faint prick, akin to being gently pierced by a heated needle. The sensation was not one of fiery heat, but rather a strange warmth that seemed capable of penetrating to the marrow of his bones. This warmth swiftly spread through the network of veins in his palm, coursing through him like a delicate electric current. Even more strangely, in the dim night, the point of contact began to emit gentle, indescribable glimmers of light. Wei Lihan struggled to withdraw his hand, yet he found that the warmth had an adhesive quality, rendering his palm immobile. The girl appeared to enter a state of peculiar ritual, her expression focused as if she were engaged in the creation of an unparalleled masterpiece. Oblivious to everything around her, including Wei Lihan's panic, she gently retracted her tail, and the strange warmth dissipated along with it. Wei Lihan instinctively lowered his gaze to his palm, where he beheld a flawless mark, resembling the spade from a deck of cards, distinctly imprinted upon his skin, its lines sharp and edges still glimmering faintly. However, this mark did not linger. It faded rapidly, blurring as though being gently erased by an eraser. Within moments, it had vanished entirely, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. He murmured to himself, still grappling with the bewildering phenomenon. At that moment, a powerful tug jolted him. The girl grasped his wrist tightly, abruptly pulling him closer. Wei Lihan stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. His gaze, drawn in by the sudden proximity, almost collided with the concealed, soft territory beneath the voluminous trench coat. His mother had mentioned that the next step would involve placing the master's hand upon the girl, who, with her head bowed, murmured softly, her voice delicate as if reciting an ancient incantation. She appeared to be striving to recall the next phase of the contract, her brow furrowed, her expression serious as if solving a complex mathematical equation. Wei Lihan's heart raced. He was on the verge of questioning her intentions when the scene before him froze him in place. The pink-haired succubus, with her other hand, reached for the hem of her coat. Without hesitation, she unfastened the lowest button, and the oversized coat slid apart, revealing the curves tightly wrapped beneath. Bathed in moonlight, a slender, exquisite waist was exposed to the cool air, her skin as pale as the finest mutton-fat jade. She wore low-rise denim shorts that accentuated her alluring figure. Yet Wei Lihan's gaze could not stray from her abdomen. He watched as her delicate fingers hooked into the waistband of her shorts, tugging downwards with a boldness that bordered on the brusque. As the fabric shifted downward, a smooth, flawless expanse of stomach was fully unveiled. At the center of that abdomen, a peculiar pinkish-purple tattoo caught Wei Lihan's eye. It was no mere design, but rather a complex structure akin to a sigil. It resembled an ancient totem, yet also resembled an intricate magical circle. Wei Lihan's breath hitched. His mind faltered, all logic and reason shattered in that instant. He gazed at the enigmatic tattoo, then at his own empty palm. An absurd yet undeniable thought erupted uncontrollably in his mind. Could this possibly be the seal of the contract? Chapter 56: The Ultimate Delectable Delicacy. A soft sigh escaped her lips, like a feather brushing against the heartstrings, akin to the purr of a contented cat. The voice was intertwined with an indescribable complexity of emotions, embodying both a sense of relief and a peculiar shiver that penetrated the soul. Wei Lihan's breath momentarily halted, as he found himself utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Just a moment prior, the enigmatic girl with pink hair had asserted her dominance by grasping his hand and unhesitatingly pressing it against her flat, taut abdomen. Yet now, she seemed to have been stripped of all her strength, softly leaning against him, emitting a series of evocative moans that stirred the imagination. His gaze was fixated on the juncture where his palm met the delicate skin of the girl. The sight was enough to upend any conventional understanding. Strands of deep purple light emanated from the contact point, not blinding, but rather possessing an enigmatic and profound beauty. Even more astonishing was the wispy, almost transparent white smoke that curled upwards, reminiscent of steam rising from boiling water. Time became an abstraction, and when the last trace of purple light faded like a receding tide, the fingers that had tightly clutched Wei Lihan's wrist finally relinquished their grip, slipping away silently. With a soft thud, the girl appeared to be severed from an invisible thread, collapsing to the ground. She raised her slender arm and carelessly pressed it against her smooth forehead, causing her sunglasses to slide down to the bridge of her nose, revealing a pair of slightly squinted violet eyes. Her chest heaved violently, and the sounds escaping her throat transformed from muffled groans to a series of fragmented, unintelligible gasps. Wei Lihan beheld the partially revealed purple irises, coupled with the unmistakably pink hair that peeked from beneath her cap, and he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. The sound that escaped her lips carried an essence of profound exhaustion and depletion, yet it concluded with a lingering resonance that was utterly blush-inducing. It was akin to a melody that had just reached its zenith, only to be abruptly silenced, leaving behind an echo of endless reverberations and fantasies. Wei Lihan's ears burned with heat, and he instinctively averted his gaze. Yet the corner of his eye was irresistibly drawn to her slumped figure. Due to her posture, her coat had not fully covered her, revealing a breathtaking waistline that showcased her fragility intertwined with an alluring tautness. The fluid lines resembled those of ancient Greek sculptures, delineating a flawless waist that glimmered with a sheen of sweat in the dim light, exuding a deadly temptation. "Are you all right?" Wei Lihan's voice was somewhat hoarse as he abruptly turned his head, forcing himself not to gaze upon the incendiary sight, while his heart raced uncontrollably. "Do you want me to call someone from your family to take you home?" He endeavored to anchor his spiraling sanity with the most mundane and commonplace inquiries. Since moments ago, he had been able to detect an intoxicating fragrance emanating from the young girl, a scent that perpetually stirred his most primal desires. Fortuitously, his self-control proved formidable. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to this enchantment. Simultaneously, his words seemed to probe her intentions. Yet, the girl remained unresponsive to his queries. The breathy sounds that had previously ignited his imagination gradually subsided, giving way to a disquieting silence. Wei Lihan felt a gaze fixated upon him, a penetrating stare infused with scrutiny, possession, and a fervent yearning. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly turned his head. Unbeknownst to him, she had adjusted her fallen sunglasses. Behind the obsidian lenses, it appeared as though twin violet flames flickered, locking onto him with an intensity that seemed capable of piercing his very soul. Then, unexpectedly, a term of address emerged softly from her lips. "Master." This word detonated in Wei Lihan's mind like a thunderclap. He froze, every drop of blood rushing to his head, only to be instantaneously drained away, leaving him engulfed in utter bewilderment. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, the girl with the pink hair spoke once more. She showed no concern for her previous lapse in decorum, entirely disregarding Wei Lihan's flustered state. In his presence, she leisurely extended her delicate tongue, savoring her full, red lips as if indulging in the most exquisite delicacies the world had to offer. "I'm hungry," she declared, her voice still sweet but now tinged with an undeniable predatory instinct, compelling him to acquiesce. As her words lingered in the air, she slightly parted her lips. In the dim light, two glimmering fangs gleamed menacingly between her pristine white teeth, resembling a dagger forged in ice, radiating a dangerous allure. Wei Lihan instantly became alert. It seemed that this creature intended to drain him dry. However, since she could comprehend human speech, he deemed it prudent to engage in further verbal sparring to buy himself some time to escape. "Did you not just eat?" His voice trembled imperceptibly as he endeavored to mask the tumult within with an air of bravado. "If not, you can always rummage through your favorite trash bin. I assure you, I will not disturb you again." Yet, the pink-haired girl merely tilted her head, her eyes beneath the sunglasses curving into adorable crescent moons, as if mocking his naive thoughts. "Master," she elongated the word, her tone laced with feigned grievance and just the right touch of accusation. "I was rummaging through the trash because my blood bag was discarded by someone sent by my esteemed mother." She paused, leaning slightly forward, adopting an almost solemn tone as she proclaimed, "However, since I have entered into a contract with you, I am no longer a free being. From this moment forth, I am your possession, your exclusive property. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, each word dancing upon Wei Lihan's heart. I can do anything for you. Now that you provide me with sustenance, I no longer require those dull and unpalatable blood bags. She extended her finger, lightly tapping her lips, her gaze shimmering with a pure, almost juvenile dependence. As long as you can satiate me, I shall remain by your side, the most obedient and docile little creature. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she drew closer to Wei Lihan like a curious kitten drawn to its master. This time, her target was not his palm, but rather his exposed, elegantly contoured neck. The air around them thickened with an intoxicating fragrance, and Wei Lihan could even feel her warm breath cascading over his skin, a sensation that sent shivers down his spine. Wait! His adrenaline surged, counteracting the aroma that threatened to erode his senses. Instinctively, he pressed his palm against the girl's mouth, forcefully pushing her head away just enough to create a space barely sufficient for breath. His mind raced, akin to an overloaded computer processing information at lightning speed. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his thoughts like a lifeline. Didn't you just mention? He gasped, striving to maintain an air of calm. Is it true that you succubi can consume other things besides blood? Can't you change your palate? Seizing upon this seemingly trivial loophole, he began to stall for time. Sweat. Yes, can sweat be an option? He pointed to his forehead and back, drenched in cold perspiration, speaking at a pace akin to a machine gun. Look, I'm already sweating profusely from your fright, and now I'm positively drenched. Does that count as food? How about this? I'll fetch a couple of bottles for you. Pure, natural, no additives, ample supply. What do you say? Wei Lihan felt a swell of pride in his cleverness. It was a flawless, irrefutable alternative. The pink-haired girl was momentarily taken aback by a series of bewildering suggestions. She closed her slightly parted lips, blinking behind her sunglasses as she pondered the feasibility of sweat. Indeed, she had heard her mother mention that sustenance from a male master was not only exceptionally delicious, but also incredibly filling, rich in vitamins, with just a morsel equating to dozens of blood bags. However, when she had curiously pressed for details, her mother had merely smirked, cryptically refusing to divulge more, stating that once she reached maturity and found her master, she would naturally explore and discover. The sweat option echoed softly in her mind, seeming somewhat sensible. Yet something felt amiss. In her mother-esque descriptions, that sustenance seemed far more sacred, more elusive, and infinitely more alluring. Her gaze, obscured by sunglasses, began to wander uncontrollably over Wei Lihan, resembling a precise scanner in its quest to uncover the mysterious part deemed the ultimate delicacy by her mother. From his broad shoulders, dampened by cold sweat, to the slight rise and fall of his chest due to anxiety, and finally to his flat, firm abdomen. Her eyes ultimately fixated on a certain area of Wei Lihan. This spot, concealed by loose trousers, emanated an inexplicable, vibrant essence of life. The girl involuntarily swallowed hard, her sharp, glistening canine glimmering at the edge of her lips, akin to a young dragon that had just discovered treasure. An instinct, primal and deeply rooted in her very being, clamored fiercely within her, delivering an unequivocal command. It is there. It cannot be mistaken. There lies the ultimate food, the exceptionally delectable and satiating treat her mother had spoken of. Chapter 57. Lin Xingyue herself. Wei Lihan felt a sudden tightness around his waist, as if an irresistible force had ensnared him, akin to being clamped by iron pincers. The movements of the enigmatic girl with pink hair surpassed the limits of human reaction. Her delicate, pale fingers grasped his belt with a precision and dominance reminiscent of steel claws. Her actions bore a fervent urgency, as if that belt were not merely an accessory, but a gateway to a new world, a Pandora's box containing the ultimate secrets of the universe. Leaning slightly forward, she resembled a young beast that had caught sight of its prey, exuding an exhilarating yet perilous aura. Her laughter, sweet yet laced with an unsettling madness, echoed. If you behave and allow me to feast, I shall grant you any wish, dear master. Behind those ever-present sunglasses, her pale lavender eyes had, unbeknownst to her, transformed, now sparkling with pink hearts, filled with an insatiable desire for possession and hunger. In the dim shadows, her fair cheeks flushed with a sickly hue, her breath becoming fervent and rapid. In her world, all her senses were fixated solely upon her master before her, consumed by a singular thought: to explore this fragrant master and savor the delectable food her mother had described. "Are you out of your mind?" Wei Lihan's shout shattered the stillness of the alley, his voice tinged with terror and the humiliation of disbelief. One hand clutched the front of his belt tightly, straining with every ounce of strength to pull back, the veins in his arm visibly protruding. The other hand flailed like a headless fly, groping frantically along the cold, rough concrete ground. His mind raced, desperately hoping to encounter anything that could be deemed a weapon. A half brick, a piece of wood, or even a sturdy beer bottle would suffice. There was no other reason for this urgency, save for the astonishing power emanating from this seemingly delicate, otherworldly being before him. It was a force of sheer intensity, one that only a non-human could wield, making him feel akin to a small boat battered by relentless waves, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. He could distinctly sense the fabric's friction against his skin. Apart from the minuscule area he was fervently defending, the waistband was visibly slipping downward at an alarming rate. The air caressed his midsection, sending shivers coursing through him. As a man of stature, he found himself utterly vulnerable before this delicate yet formidable creature. Thoughts of his sister, waiting at home for his return to dinner, and the childhood friend who had so cruelly toyed with him, flooded his mind. He had yet to witness their entrance into matrimony, to bestow upon them his heartfelt blessings. Instead, he faced the prospect of being humiliated in the most degrading manner by an enigmatic, pastel-haired entity in this desolate alley. As this realization gripped him, an overwhelming wave of indignation surged within him, and a solitary tear of humiliation escaped from the corner of Wei Lihan's eye. In stark contrast to his despair was the slender, black tail of the pastel-haired girl, which swayed joyfully from side to side with remarkable frequency, akin to a high-speed engine, exuding more enthusiasm than any dog greeting its master. The rhythmic sound of the tail striking the wall echoed her inner delight, anticipation, and determination. Just as Wei Lihan's defenses were on the brink of collapse, his frantic hand, groping on the ground, unexpectedly encountered an unusual object. It was something remarkably soft, possessing a plastic-like elasticity. In that instant, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. With no time to discern what it was, his instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He seized the object, denying it a moment to come into view, and with every ounce of remaining strength, he swung it fiercely towards the pastel-haired girl, who was engrossed in her own world, fervently tugging at his waistband. With a resounding thud, an explosive sound reverberated through the narrow alley, unexpected and thunderous. It was not the clang of metal nor the shatter of glass, but rather akin to a colossal, overinflated balloon being punctured by a sharp object. Accompanying this deafening noise, the weapon in Wei Lihan's hand burst apart, disintegrating into a heap of deflated, soft rubber, slipping helplessly from his grasp like a lifeless serpent. The echoes of the explosion ricocheted off the alley walls, leaving both individuals momentarily stunned. Wei Lihan remained frozen in his swinging stance, stiffly turning his head to glimpse the now discarded inflatable toy hammer on the ground. Meanwhile, the pastel-haired girl halted her movements, staring blankly at Wei Lihan, then down at the remnants of the weapon, her mouth slightly agape, reflecting her bewilderment at the unfolding events. In the dim alley, only two figures remained, locked in a silent stare, accompanied by the faint, cheap scent of rubber emanating from a pile of discarded materials. Wei Lihan was the first to react. Seizing the moment while the pink-haired succubus was still in a daze, he delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, seemingly caught off guard by the earlier fright, and therefore unprepared for this sudden assault. With a short, adorable grunt, she involuntarily stumbled back several paces. Ignoring her, Wei Lihan sprang to his feet and dashed away, swiftly reaching the small electric scooter that had been idling for quite some time. With a rough yet fluid motion, he righted it, the actions flowing seamlessly as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Fortunately, the scooter remained intact, and without a backward glance at the shadowy alley, he practically threw himself onto the vehicle, twisting the throttle to its limit, propelling himself like an arrow into the bustling world outside, leaving no trace behind. The pink-haired girl rubbed her abdomen where Wei Lihan had struck. Instead of the expected stinging pain, she felt an odd, warm, tingling sensation. Looking down, she noticed a faint, dreamlike lavender glow piercing through her clothing, outlining an intricate and mysterious pattern on her abdomen. This was a resonance, a phenomenon that occurred after the contract with her chosen master was established, resulting in the emergence of the contract marks that only appeared during the succubus's maturity. It represented a physical yearning for her master, as well as a manifestation of their bond. If the light were brighter and one observed closely, they would discover that the ears hidden beneath her hair and cap had transformed into sharp, triangular shapes extending backward. Could it be that the inflatable hammer was punctured by this? Those ears, which had been sharply defined, were now visibly softening and rounding, ultimately morphing into delicate, human-like ears. This almost perfect ability to mimic would undoubtedly attract the attention of the lunatics at the American Academy of Sciences, who would go to great lengths to capture her, dissecting and studying her for days on end in a sterile laboratory. If my master has signed a contract with me, there shall be no escape, she whispered softly, her voice carrying an alluring echo through the empty alley. She then raised her hand and slowly removed her iconic sunglasses. Beneath them lay a face so pure it could make anyone's heart flutter, with fair skin and exquisite features, particularly her violet eyes, which, while still radiating fervor, now glimmered with a confident smile. If Li Daniu were present, he would be utterly astonished. For this strangely attired girl in a trench coat bore an uncanny resemblance to his goddess, Lin Xinhua. No, it seemed she was indeed her. Chapter 58. Pink hair with a sharp creak, the old security door was forcefully pushed open by Wei Lihan. In a frantic bid to escape the potential pursuit of a monster, he hastily rode his small electric scooter into the hallway, then dashed up the stairs in a few swift strides, each footfall seemingly intent on shattering the steps beneath him. As he slammed the door to his home behind him and leaned against the cold surface, he resembled a fish out of water, gasping for breath. His heart pounded violently within his chest, threatening to burst forth. "Brother, what's wrong?" A crisp yet indifferent voice emerged from the kitchen, tinged with concern. Kanai Ruri appeared, adorned in a whimsical apron featuring a bear pattern that starkly contrasted her usual demeanor. Her meticulously arranged long straight hair was now slightly disheveled, tied back into a casual high ponytail, with a few playful strands framing her face. The soft lines of her loungewear showcased a gentler side, starkly different from her usual icy disposition. Upon seeing his sister in this state, the tension that had gripped Wei Lihan's nerves seemed to dissipate, as if he had been administered a potent tranquilizer. The sight of his sister, still normal and beautiful, reassured him that the bizarre pink-haired creature from the alley and the absurdity of it all were merely figments of a surreal nightmare, born from a day of exhaustion spent wandering with Shin Liqiu. Yes, it must have been a dream. This thought anchored him, and he quickly steadied his breath, bent down to change his shoes, and endeavored to make his voice sound calm and relaxed. "It's nothing, really. Just encountered a rabid dog on the way back that clung to my pant leg. I kicked it away and rode home." "A rabid dog?" Kanai Ruri's cerulean eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting chill passing beneath her pristine blue surface, unnoticed by others. Her gaze, sharp and discerning, focused intently on Wei Lihan's pant leg. "Any creature daring to harm my brother, be it a rabid dog or otherwise, deserves to be eradicated from this world. I could devise 100 methods to make it regret its actions. Brother, you weren't bitten or scratched, were you?" As she spoke, she approached him and naturally crouched down. Her movements were gentle yet methodical, her fair fingers delicately gliding over his pant leg, meticulously inspecting from top to bottom. She was not merely going through the motions. She was earnestly searching for any signs of injury, a trace of blood, or even a drop of potential rabbit saliva. "Rest assured, Ruri, you know my skills well. I'm unscathed, you see. No injuries, understand?" Wei Lihan chuckled, playfully patting her head in an attempt to divert the conversation away from the humiliating experience of being pinned down and having his pants tugged by the pink-haired girl. "All right." Kanai Ruri continued her examination for quite some time, ultimately confirming that there were no abnormalities to be found. The trouser legs remained immaculate, not even a hint of creasing, let alone any bite marks or saliva. She then slowly rose, her face once again adorned with the rigid smile she had secretly practiced for many long hours at home. "That's good. Dinner will be ready shortly. Please wash your hands, dear brother," she said, turning back toward the kitchen. However, the moment she turned, the lifeless smile vanished from her eyes, replaced by a cold, calculating demeanor more befitting her station. To ensure that her brother's gaze would forever rest solely upon her, she knew she must commence from the very foundation. If he were to consume only the meals I prepare for him, his palate would be thoroughly tamed, and his culinary instincts would regress, rendering him unable to savor the food prepared by anyone else. This was merely the first step. Next would be the laundry. imbuing his garments with my scent, along with the cleaning, leaving my mark in every corner of his life. As for earning money, that was a concern easily set aside. I would entwine him softly, silently, and completely, like a vine, ensnaring him within the love nest I wove for him. Once he grew accustomed to all this, becoming irretrievably dependent, he would transform into someone wholly mine, unable to survive independently. At that juncture, I could sweetly guide him with tender words, coaxing him into believing that marrying me was a natural and inevitable course of events. Kanari Ruri picked up the spatula and gently stirred the dishes in the pan, a satisfied yet dangerous smile curling her lips, far more genuine than the one she had feigned earlier. Truly, it was a perfect plan that balanced all interests. The kitchen was suffused with the aroma of the meal, a scent of home, and a uniquely crafted slow-acting poison of tenderness prepared for Wei Lihan. She carefully plated the last golden omelet onto a pristine white dish, her movements as delicate as if handling a work of art. After admiring it for a moment, she turned to place the frying pan back on the stove. At that instant, her peripheral vision caught an unusual sight. A strikingly out-of-place pink strand lay quietly at the edge of the pristine plate, resembling an untimely blemish. "What's this?" Kanari Ruri's movements froze instantly. She set down the pan and slowly turned around, her azure eyes devoid of the satisfaction previously brought forth by her flawless plan, now replaced by a frigid scrutiny. She extended two long, pale fingers, deftly pinching the unwelcome intruder with a precision akin to tweezers. The long hair glimmered unnaturally under the bright kitchen lights, exuding an almost lifelike sheen. Kanari Ruri raised it to her eyes, scrutinizing it closely. "When did I acquire a pink hair?" This thought flashed through her mind, but was immediately dismissed. It is utterly absurd. The Kanagawa family upholds a strict set of rules, demanding that all members maintain the most proper and impeccable image when in public. Actions such as dyeing one's hair or getting tattoos, which could tarnish the family's reputation, are absolutely forbidden. She is acutely aware of every inch of her body, and it is inconceivable that a hair so incongruous could sprout from her. So, where did it originate? A daring and terrifying conjecture surged to the forefront of her mind. She brought the hair closer to her exquisitely shaped nose and inhaled gently. An indescribable fragrance invaded her consciousness with an insistent audacity, weaving its way through her breath. It was not the scent of any perfume she recognized, but rather a peculiar aroma that seemed to directly affect her senses. It was sweet and ambiguous, laced with a hint of tantalizing seduction, ensnaring her thoughts like a vine, momentarily disrupting her typically unwavering composure. The scent of an unfamiliar woman. Kanagawa Ruri abruptly returned to her senses, her eyes flashing with a glimmer of offended coldness. She immediately discarded the hair as though it were a vile poison. Where had it come from? Her mind raced with astonishing speed, retracing the events of the evening. Only she and her elder brother were at home. This hair could not have appeared out of thin air. Thus, the only possibility was that it had been brought in from outside. Furthermore, none of the individuals present during her business discussions today bore any distinctive pink hair, and she had been diligent in maintaining her own image, making it impossible for her to have brought it back herself. The only person who had just returned from outside was one individual. She vividly recalled crouching by the entrance and having close contact with Wei Lihan just moments ago. After returning from outside and following her interaction with her brother, an inexplicable hair belonging to an unknown woman had suddenly appeared. The corners of Kanagawa Ruri's mouth slowly curled upward. Yet the arc bore no trace of amusement, only a chilling murderous intent emanating from the very marrow of her being after having crossed a line. If it did not belong to her elder brother, whose could it be? The warm aroma of the dishes in the kitchen now seemed tinged with a metallic scent. Deep within Kanagawa Ruri's azure pupils, a haze tinted with crimson began to form. Chapter 59. The sisters trapped. Today, Wei Lihan had accompanied Shinlichio on a 5-kilometer stroll, followed by a fierce struggle with that otherworldly creature, nearly exhausting his last vestiges of energy and strength. Now, slumped at the dining table, he gazed at the array of sumptuous dishes before him, feeling as though his hollowed body had finally found a semblance of support. The feast prepared by Kanagawa Ruri was emanating an enticing aroma, beckoning Wei Lihan to hasten and partake. "Elder brother, please eat. If you don't hurry, it will grow cold," Kanagawa Ruri urged, having undergone a series of internal deliberations to confirm her suspicions and to avoid misunderstanding her brother. Her voice at that moment rang clear as a silver bell, imbued with just the right amount of concern devoid of any discordant notes. She naturally nestled beside Wei Lihan, almost leaning against his shoulder in an affectionate manner. The pangs of hunger swiftly vanquished any lingering fatigue. Wei Lihan picked up a piece of the omelet, and as he bit into it, the crispy exterior crumbled between his teeth, delivering an almost primal sense of satisfaction. He devoured the food ravenously, as if attempting to swallow the heart-stopping moments of earlier, using the delectable morsels to wash away those surreal and terrifying memories. Amidst this indulgent feast, a thought inadvertently surfaced in his mind. How long had it been since he last cooked for himself? It seemed that ever since his sister moved in, the breakfast table had been perpetually adorned with warm meals. Kanagawa Ruri's culinary skills appeared to exceed his expectations. Perhaps it was due to his penchant for all things edible that her cooking always left him wanting more. Being catered to by his sister seemed quite pleasant. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Wei Lihan found himself momentarily taken aback, swiftly engulfed by a wave of intense embarrassment. He shook his head vigorously, as if to cast away such an absurd notion. No. As a healthy, rational adult male, how could he spend his days waiting idly for his sister to feed him, even without considering their sibling bond? The idea of being nurtured by a young girl felt somewhat strange. Immersed in his own reflections, he felt a twinge of guilt for his perceived decline, entirely oblivious to the fact that beside him, his sister was elegantly consuming her rice in small bites, her seemingly pure and flawless eyes concealing a brewing silent storm. Kanagawa Ruri pretended to choke slightly on her rice, leaning subtly to the side, and coughed delicately twice. This movement allowed her to naturally recline, exposing her fair and graceful neck. Seemingly casual, yet precisely timed, she captured the moment when Wei Lihan was engrossed in his meal. In that fleeting instant, she tilted her head with barely perceptible speed, drawing closer to his neck and inhaling deeply and greedily. In that moment, it was as if a thunderclap erupted within her mind. This was the scent, unmistakably so. It was the aroma emanating from the pink strands of hair that she had inadvertently acquired from her brother, a fragrance not belonging to Su Limo. But unlike the faint lingering scent on Su Limo, the essence seeping from her brother's skin at that moment was intensified 100-fold, 1,000-fold. It was an indescribable, alluring fragrance, imbued with an enchanting quality that sent her senses into a whirl, tempting her to surrender to its embrace. This scent struck directly at her nerves, awakening an uncontrollable instinct within her. How could it be that Kanagawa Ruri's pupils abruptly constricted, a tempest rising within her heart? She had not detected it the moment her brother entered. Was it because, upon hearing her brother's account of being attacked by a mad dog, her heart was consumed with worry and fury, causing her to overlook all the subtle scent clues? Wait, a mad dog? Kanagawa Ruri's gaze instantaneously turned frigid and sharp, akin to a blade laced with venom. She narrowed her eyes, an unsettling aura emanating from her, as she regarded Wei Lihan with a hint of scrutiny. Could a mad dog possess such a femininely alluring, sweet scent that was almost offensive? Moreover, did it truly have long, pink fur? Any reasonable person would conclude that all of this was a fabrication, and Ruri was no exception. Her brother had clandestinely engaged with another woman today, and that woman was neither Su Limo nor anyone familiar, but an entirely unknown entity radiating an enchanting fragrance. As for why she had not detected the faint, fresh scent on Shun Lichio, it could be that Lin Xinyue's overpowering aroma had completely masked any other scents on Wei Lihan. She slowly straightened her posture and picked up her chopsticks once more. However, within the depths of her lowered gaze lay a frigid ocean, roiling with overwhelming jealousy and murderous intent. Observing her brother, who was engrossed in his meal, the corners of her mouth curled into a barely perceptible smirk. Brother, what kind of trouble have you entangled yourself in outside? Dear brother, her voice flowed like a feather, landing precisely in Wei Lihan's ear. What color is the fur of that mad dog pursuing you? She set down her chopsticks, her fingertips gracefully resting on the edge of the table, her clear eyes fixed intently on Wei Lihan. This was her final act of mercy, the last opportunity granted to her brother. She desperately wished for him to meet her gaze, his expression faltering as he stumbled to confess that it was a peculiar woman, allowing her to pursue the matter further and unearth the audacity of one who dared covet her brother. After all, the beloved katana resting in her room had not felt its master's warmth for several days. The blade seemed to yearn for blood. While her own hands had grown somewhat unpracticed, she required a modest warm-up to stretch her limbs. Of course, If her brother truly dared to insist that it was a mad dog with long, pink fur and a fragrant scent, the corners of Kanazawa Ruri's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Well, she could be entirely open to that notion. After all, this world is vast, and the probability of a pink, fragrant dog that delights in chasing and biting people is not absolutely zero. She was willing to entertain that 1% chance for the sake of her brother, whose fabrications were riddled with inconsistencies. Wei Lihan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, his mouth filled with rice. And he mumbled a response as his mind raced. Why was his sister concerned about this? Had she uncovered something? No, it is impossible. He believed he had disguised himself impeccably. In order to completely conceal the existence of that supernatural being and protect the mundane lives of himself and his sister, he resolved to carry this benevolent deception through to the end. He forced a natural expression, swallowed his food, and pretended to reminisce as he scratched his head. It should have been black, right? It was too dark, and the streetlights were dim. I hardly had the presence of mind to observe the dog's fur color. It was fortunate it managed to escape. A sudden crack echoed in Kanazawa Ruri's mind, a phantom sound signifying the breaking of a thread named trust, which had long been pulled to its limit. Black? Did he truly claim it was black? A chilling torrent, infused with immense disappointment and towering fury, surged through her limbs. In his heart, did he perceive her as merely a little girl to be trifled with at will? Very well, then, since her brother was so disobedient. Like a mischievous child eager to frolic outside and court trouble, he would remain confined at home for the next few days, nowhere else to go. A brilliant plan began to take shape in her mind, like a toxic flower quietly blooming in the darkness. She resolved to set it in motion tonight. With the gentlest of methods, she would construct the most formidable of cages, ensuring her brother remained firmly within her sight. As for the woman named Sulimo, she had other means to restrain her, so there was no need for concern about any mischief in the coming days. With her mind made up, the shadows on Kanazawa Ruri's face dissipated instantly, replaced by an exquisitely serene expression akin to that of a porcelain doll. "Brother, I am full now," she announced, rising with the grace of a cat. "After you finish your bath, please remember to come to my room and call for me." Her words were as casual as any typical sibling exchange. "Oh, all right, you may rest for now," Wei Lihan replied nonchalantly. He observed Kanazawa Ruri's retreating figure and then glanced down at her bowl, which was impeccably clean, not a grain of rice left behind, stirring within him a profound sense of admiration. Kanazawa Ruri was truly perfect. Her beauty rivaled that of the most exquisite, her culinary skills comparable to a master chef, and her demeanor was as elegant as that of a noblewoman. Their household boasted some modest wealth. Although her personality was somewhat frosty, she treated him, her brother, with unparalleled kindness, far surpassing their previous intimacy. She was entirely the archetype of a heroine sprung from the pages of a light novel. Whoever could marry Kanazawa Ruri in the future would undoubtedly have saved the galaxy in a past life, or perhaps endured 8 lifetimes of misfortune, triggering a cosmic mechanism of balance to earn such a fortune in this life. Wei Lihan sighed contentedly, blissfully unaware that the flawless sister he spoke of was in her room preparing for him the most exquisite surprise, one of confinement. Chapter 60, Ambushed After Dinner. Wei Lihan found himself bombarded by a flurry of messages from Shen Liqiu, only managing to extricate himself after a considerable time. He meticulously washed the mountain of pots and pans piled in the sink, the icy water cascading over his arms, seemingly washing away the remnants of his dwindling energy. "I am utterly exhausted," he murmured to himself, dragging his leaden legs, longing for nothing more than a hot shower before collapsing into bed, hoping to sleep until the end of the world. He even began to absurdly anticipate the return to school, where his only concerns would be exams and essays, rather than the myriad of peculiar girls. The warm water washed away the fatigue of the day, temporarily numbing his taut nerves. Clad in a loose cotton tank top and beach shorts, he casually dried his damp hair with a towel and made his way to Kanai Lioli's room. Remembering his sister's admonition, he obediently rapped on the elegant door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed clearly in the silent, somewhat dim corridor. However, there was no response from within. Wei Lihan found it strange and listened intently, but the room remained eerily silent. Could she have fallen asleep after waiting too long? He pondered, increasing the force of his knocks by 2. Just as he was about to turn away, a voice finally emerged from behind the door. It was Kanai Lioli's signature tone, devoid of any emotional inflection, Yet in the suffocating silence, it seemed to drift like a whisper from the abyss. Please come in. Dear brother, the light in my room is broken. What? The light is broken? Upon hearing this, Wei Lihan promptly cast aside his initial doubts, replaced instead by a brotherly concern. Why didn't you say so earlier? It must be quite inconvenient to be alone in a dark room. What if you bump into something? Without a second thought, almost instinctively, he turned the doorknob and stepped inside without hesitation. The moment the door swung open, a thick darkness engulfed him like a tidal wave. Transitioning from the corridor into this completely enclosed space, his vision was instantly deprived, leaving him surrounded by an endless, disconcerting blackness. The sole source of light was a sliver of cold moonlight seeping through the gaps in the curtains, casting a pale and solitary line on the floor, barely outlining the vague contours of the room's furniture. Yoli, where are you? Wei Lihan extended his hand, futilely groping in the air, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of panic from the sudden blindness. It's too dark. I can't see anything. Dear brother. Kanai Liuli's voice resonated once more, this time seeming closer, like a chill breath brushing against his ear. Please step in a bit further. That ethereal tone, at this moment, felt like a needle sharply piercing Wei Lihan's spine. An inexplicable chill shot from his tailbone to the crown of his head, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. He sensed an unsettling disquiet, an instinctual warning reverberating through his mind. Yet the command from his sister seemed to possess an irresistible enchantment, compelling him to take step after step into the depths of darkness. As he ventured further, his eyes gradually adjusted to the gloom, allowing him to discern the vague outlines of a desk and a wardrobe. Just as he contemplated a sigh of relief, his left foot unexpectedly landed upon something soft yet resilient, ensnared as if by an invisible tether. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Instinctively, he sought to withdraw, but it was already too late. A tremendous, precise force surged from his ankle, accompanied by a faint, teeth-grating crack, as excruciating pain coursed through his entire left leg. He scarcely had time to utter a cry of agony before a chilling gust, akin to a lightning strike, sliced through the air behind his neck. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Wei Lihan felt darkness envelop him, the world spinning as consciousness was abruptly siphoned away. His body weakened, on the verge of collapsing forward. However, the anticipated impact with the cold ground never came. In that fleeting moment before he fell, a pair of slender arms, imbued with astonishing strength, caught his descending form with a grip as firm as iron. These arms deftly adjusted their hold, cradling him in a classic princess carry. In the shadows, Kanai Ruri's visage remained obscured, her expression indiscernible, yet her eyes glimmered with an almost fervent, satisfied light under the moon's glow. As she embraced her unconscious brother, her movements were tender, akin to cradling a rare treasure, as she steadily made her way out of her room and toward Wei Lihan's chamber. In the corridor, only the sound of her bare feet whispering against the floor broke the silence, a barely audible, ethereal cadence. Though Wei Lihan's room lay in darkness, the ample illumination from outside cast a generous glow within. Amidst this tranquil silver light, a black-haired girl clad in a pure white nightgown knelt reverently by Wei Lihan's bedside, her posture almost divine. This was Kanai Ruri. She sat upright, her hands delicately folded upon her knees, resembling an exquisite jade sculpture unmarred by flaw. Yet, her usually serene azure eyes now burned with an enigmatic fervor, obsessively fixed upon the peaceful face of her sleeping brother. Onaikin, a barely audible whisper escaped her lips, laced with a tremor of suppressed emotion, resonating with startling clarity in the stillness of the room. It is all your fault. You were the one who betrayed me first. Her voice was soft, akin to a lover's murmur, or perhaps a silent adjudication. I truly had no choice. I loved you so deeply. I could not bear the thought of your world harboring so many other girls apart from me. Thus, I inadvertently caused you harm. She leaned forward slightly, extending her delicate fingers, their tips carrying a hint of coolness as they gently brushed against Wei Lihan's pale cheek. Her gaze was filled with a distant pain, as if she were the greatest victim in this tale. I am willing to accept any punishment, Onii-chan, as long as you promise me that in this lifetime, your eyes, your heart, and your side will belong solely to me. If you promise me that, I shall never harm you, all right? Her tone transitioned from accusation to pleading, imbued with a heart-wrenching fragility. Without waiting for a response, knowing there would be none tonight, she pressed her unusually flushed cheek tightly against Wei Lihan's slightly cool face. Like a kitten seeking solace, she nuzzled against him, greedily absorbing the comforting essence that was uniquely his. After what felt like an eternity of tenderness, Kanagawa Ruri reluctantly lifted her gaze. Her eyes, drawn magnetically, settled upon Wei Lihan's lips, which appeared slightly parched from slumber. This was an untouched realm that belonged to her alone. Instinctively, she swiftly licked her own dry lips, the dreamy blue of her eyes transforming into a resolute determination. Oniai-chan, she whispered softly, her voice laced with a peculiar sweetness. As compensation for the hurt I caused you, I shall punish myself by giving you my first kiss. With that, she stretched out her arms, effortlessly adjusting Wei Lihan's upper body from the bed, as if maneuvering a delicate, lifelike doll. She embraced his unresponsive form tightly, feeling the rhythm of his breaths. Her movements were devoid of hesitation, yet at the final moment, they bore a trace of youthful shyness and solemnity. She closed her beautiful eyes, long lashes casting gentle shadows, then tilted her head back slightly, one hand cradling the back of Wei Lihan's head. With an irresistible force, she pressed her warm, soft lips deeply against his. The kiss of the young girl was both inexperienced and fervent. She pried open his tightly clenched jaw with sheer will, her pink lips crashing into his territory like a reckless pirate ship. Time lost its meaning as Kanagawa Ruri felt a sharpness at her lips, as if they had been grazed, prompting her to reluctantly withdraw from this ocean, leaving behind a delicate string of pearls that connected them like a translucent thread. Treasuring this connection, she playfully lifted the string with her fingers and brought it to her mouth, savoring the moment as she absent-mindedly chewed, seemingly forgetting the strict lessons of the Kanagawa family, simply reveling in the joy of the present. After suppressing the urge to steer her pirate ship once more, she prepared to set her plan into motion. After meticulously applying the specialized ointment, delivered by a servant, to the injured foot of Wei Lihan and carefully bandaging it, several robust iron chains were procured. These chains were then used to secure one ankle and both wrists of Wei Lihan. Having completed this task, Kanaluli gently placed a kiss upon Wei Lihan's forehead before quietly departing the room. Chapter 61. Departing peacefully, a suppressed groan of pain escaped from the depths of Wei Lihan's throat, as his consciousness was abruptly yanked back from an unfathomable abyss, pulled into the realm of reality by an unseen hand. The first sensation to register was an overwhelming dizziness, as if the entire world was spinning uncontrollably. His temples throbbed violently, each heartbeat akin to a hammer striking against his skull. Following this, a sharp, aching pain radiated from his neck, as though his head had transformed into a heavy concrete block, with his fragile cervical spine groaning under the tremendous strain. Instinctively, he attempted to turn his head, only to be met with an intensified stab of pain that drew a sharp intake of breath. Where am I? With great effort, he managed to lift his heavy eyelids, revealing an exceedingly familiar ceiling. After shaking his head, he recognized the wallpaper, the outline of the wardrobe. Indeed, this was his room. A flicker of reassurance blossomed within him, only to be swiftly extinguished by an unsettling sensation. From his left ankle came a persistent, dull ache, far more intricate than a mere sprain, as if his bones had been misaligned and forcibly reset, with surrounding tissues inflamed and burning. He instinctively sought to curl his toes to gauge the injury, only to discover he could not accomplish even this simple motion. My phone, he thought, reaching out for the device on the bedside table. Yet, at the moment his arm exerted force, a cold, hard sensation accompanied by a sharp, jarring clank shattered all remnants of hope. This was no illusion. His wrist was firmly bound by some metallic object. A wave of icy terror washed over Wei Lihan, causing his blood to run cold, dispelling any lingering drowsiness and dizziness. He opened his eyes wide, summoning all his strength to struggle against his restraints. His arms pushed outward, his legs kicked upwards, his entire body thrashed violently upon the bed, resembling a fish flung ashore. Clank, clank, clank. The metallic chains clashed and scraped against one another, producing a series of heart-pounding sounds. Yet, all of this was in vain, for steel chains, each as thick as 2 fingers, were securely fastened to his wrists and ankles, their other ends deeply embedded in the 4 corners of the bed frame, effectively imprisoning Wei Lihan. All his struggles only served to tighten the chains further, leaving angry red marks upon his skin, until he could do nothing but lie helplessly upon the bed, akin to a specimen pinned to an autopsy table, even the act of turning over becoming an unattainable luxury. His labored breaths caused his chest to rise and fall dramatically, cold sweat dampening his forehead. He finally comprehended his current predicament. His limbs were bound, rendering him utterly immobile. Wrapped around his left ankle was a thick, pristine bandage, meticulously applied. Yet, against that expanse of pure white, there lay an incongruous embellishment, a delicate, pink ribbon fashioned into a charming bow. It rested quietly atop the bandage, resembling a cruel piece of art, proclaiming a morbid possession. Liuli. Oh, Liuli. An overwhelming dread obliterated all rational thought, and Wei Lihan summoned every ounce of strength to scream. His voice, laden with panic and helplessness, reverberated through the silent room on that tranquil morning, echoing with an eerie desolation. The sole entity capable of rescuing him was his sister, who shared the same dwelling. As if in response to his desperate call, or perhaps alerted by his earlier struggles, a faint click resounded as the door was pushed open from the outside. Against the corridor's light, a slender figure stood quietly at the threshold. Clad in a white nightgown, her long, raven hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her exquisitely doll-like face bore not a trace of emotion. It was Kanagawa Liuli, who at that moment held a bowl of steaming rice porridge in her hands. She glided into the room, her movements as light as a cat. Her gaze fell upon Wei Lihan, her usually cold and tranquil eyes now flickering with a hint of unnoticed pride and delight. "Brother," she began, her voice as consistently frigid as ever yet tinged with just the right amount of concern. "Did you sleep well?" Her tone suggested that this brother, bound by chains and engulfed in terror, was merely experiencing a restless slumber. Seizing upon what felt like a lifeline, Wei Lihan's voice cracked with urgency. "Please, release me. What on earth is happening? How did I wake up bound to this bed?" He pressed, desperately searching his sister's face for any hint of mischief, but found none. Her expression was strikingly earnest, utterly sincere. Kanagawa Liuli approached the bedside, leaning slightly forward to align her gaze with Wei Lihan's. She placed the bowl on the nightstand, then extended her fair fingers to gently brush away the beads of sweat from his brow, her touch tender enough to make one's heart race. "Brother, have you forgotten? Last night, you mentioned that the bulb in my room was faulty and offered to replace it. Unfortunately, while standing on the chair, you accidentally slipped and fell." Her eyes were sincere and focused, each word articulated with remarkable clarity. "Not only did you severely sprain your left ankle, but you also struck the back of your head against the corner of the table, losing consciousness on the spot. I was exceedingly worried about you and exerted considerable effort to help you back to bed." She paused, her gaze falling upon the bandage and bow adorning his ankle, a barely perceptible yet satisfied smile gracing her lips. "I feared that you might inadvertently harm your foot and head while you slept, which is why I temporarily secured you with chains. It is all for your own good, dear brother." Her reasoning was impeccable, her expression flawless, and her tone suffused with the utmost care. Wei Lihan furrowed his brow in contemplation. He vaguely recalled not having seen any light bulbs. Upon entering his sister's room, he had been struck by a sudden pain, and before he could utter a sound, darkness enveloped him. Could you perhaps loosen these chains first? Lying here is rather uncomfortable," Wei Lihan meekly inquired, finding the current predicament akin to a fish on a chopping board, utterly at the mercy of another. Furthermore, who in their right mind would bind a sprained ankle with heavy chains and claim it was to prevent pressure on the injury? "No," Kanaruri decisively rejected Wei Lihan's request, her hand gently cradling the back of his head, lifting it with care. She then scooped a spoonful of porridge and brought it to his lips. "Dear brother, please open your mouth." Can you at least loosen the—" Before Wei Lihan could finish his sentence, Kanaruri seized the opportunity, deftly inserting the spoon into his mouth. The warm rice porridge slid down his throat, intended to be a comforting warmth, yet it bore a chilling sense of humiliation. He was compelled to swallow, watching helplessly as Kanaruri withdrew the spoon, only for her to scoop up a second helping without pause, again forcing it into his mouth. Then came the third and fourth spoonfuls, continuing until the bowl was nearly empty, at which point Kanaruri finally relented. "Dear brother, you may call for me when you need to use the restroom. I will loosen your bindings." She gently laid his head back down before exiting his room with the now empty bowl in hand. Meanwhile, Wei Lihan lay on the bed, rolling his eyes, mouth slightly agape as if in serene resignation. Chapter 62. Is this your home? For Wei Lihan, this period of convalescence at home had transformed into the most leisurely and peculiar time of his life. Leisurely, for he was living a life akin to that of royalty. Each morning, upon awakening, warm milk and an exquisite breakfast would be delivered promptly to his bedside, even presented in a considerate, feeding style. He felt as though he was becoming a helpless being, entirely reliant on others. Meals were served to him without effort. And even his soiled garments were whisked away by Kanaruri, who insisted that dear brother only needs to focus on healing. Each item was meticulously cleaned and folded. Even his bitter tea was mysteriously taken away and washed without him noticing. Wei Lihan found himself deprived of the very right to refuse. Yet, despite the comfort of these days, an underlying discomfort lingers. Those robust iron chains have long been beseeched away by Wei Lihan, yet every night, as slumber beckons, Kanai Ruri produces several soft yet remarkably sturdy silk bindings, gently but inexorably securing his wrists and ankles to the headboard under the pretext of protecting him from inadvertently rolling onto his injuries. Wei Lihan, weary of being tethered to the bed, implores Kanai Ruri to remove these restraints, yearning for the freedom to sleep undisturbed. However, his sister merely gazes at him with her crystalline eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving all truths, remaining silent until he concedes defeat. Gradually, he grows disinclined to struggle. After all, compared to the initial confinement of cold, heavy iron chains that rendered him immobile, this lenient form of captivity feels like a boon. At least he can shift his position, engage with his phone, and maintain a semblance of the last, pitiful vestiges of freedom within this confined space. Yet, this discomfort is merely a fraction of his woes. What truly diminishes his dignity is the necessity of using the restroom. On the first occasion, Kanai Ruri insisted on assisting him, even inquiring if he required support. Wei Lihan's face flushed crimson as he vehemently declined, nearly shouting in protest. As a grown man, even with a sprained ankle, he should not be reduced to such a state. Kanai Ruri seemed taken aback by his vehement reaction, pausing momentarily before stepping back and offering him a crutch. Nevertheless, she remained vigilantly stationed outside the door, akin to a protective lioness guarding her helpless cub. As for what transpired that day, Wei Lihan has inquired more than once. But Kanai Ruri's response has been unwavering, insisting that after his fall, he sprained his ankle and inadvertently struck his head, thus losing some memory. A perfectly plausible explanation. All evidence points to this logical conclusion, leaving Wei Lihan with no choice but to accept it. He cannot allow himself to entertain absurd notions, suspecting that his gentle, caring sister might have orchestrated some nefarious plot to harm him merely to revel in the act of caring for him. Such thoughts are so ludicrous that even he finds them laughable. What could Kanai Ruri possibly gain from her brother, lounging at home during the holidays? Or does she harbor some obscure, pathological desire for control akin to the unnerving heroines found in novels and anime? Shaking his head, Wei Lihan dismisses these ridiculous ideas. He prefers to believe it is merely an expression of his sister's excessive protectiveness. After all, his ankle is indeed improving. The excruciating pain that initially felt as though his bones had been cruelly twisted has subsided into a dull, bearable ache. In a few more days, he shall no longer be confined at home, subjected to Kanai Ruri's overbearing care. Until that day arrives, an unexpected visitor arrives at the door. The steady, powerful knocks resonate, distinctly not those of a courier or a neighbor, for no one resides next door. As Wei Lihan sat on the sofa, engrossed in short videos on his mobile phone, he instinctively prepared to rise. He steadied himself against the sofa, reaching for the cane resting beside him. Though his movements were slow, they had considerably improved compared to just a few days prior. However, as his hand brushed against the cold metal of the cane, a cool hand gently pressed down on his shoulder. "Brother, don't move. I will get it." Kanagawa Ruri's voice resonated from behind him, calm and unwavering, yet imbued with an authoritative command that brooked no dissent. Unbeknownst to him, she had emerged from the kitchen, still adorned in her apron decorated with playful bear motifs. A stark contrast to her currently serious demeanor. Her indifferent eyes, devoid of reproach, silently bore into him, conveying a sense of pressure more profound than any criticism. Wei Lihan's movements froze. With a resigned sigh, he sank back into the softness of the sofa, resembling a chastised child, watching his sister's silhouette as she approached the entrance. An inexplicable irritation surged within him. He felt as though he were drowning in her excessive affection. The injury to his foot was a physical constraint, while Kanagawa Ruri had become a mental shackle. He yearned for freedom, for independence, for the ability to walk to the door himself, rather than feeling like a domesticated pet. Stripped of the right to open the door. At the entrance, Kanagawa Ruri peered through the peephole, her gaze sharpening slightly. Standing outside was a robust young man, blocking the doorway like a towering iron statue. His dark skin and earnest features bore an expression of innocent bewilderment, a naivety that seemed out of place in the city's shrewdness. As she scrutinized him with a frown, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. He appeared rather dim-witted. Nevertheless, her vigilance did not wane in the least. Years of combat experience had taught her that a seemingly simple exterior often conceals primal strength. She quickly assessed him in her mind. He had a significant size advantage, yet his movements were unsteady, his foundation weak, and his joints exposed, lacking any combat technique. The conclusion was clear. His martial prowess was less than 1/10 of hers. Confirming he posed no threat, she twisted the doorknob and opened the door slightly. Her cold expression revealed no emotion, and her voice flowed like a winter stream, devoid of warmth. "Who are you looking for?" Before Li Daniu arrived, he had rehearsed countless scenarios of their reunion in his mind. The moment the door opened, he would see his brother Wei Lihan's familiar face, and he would rush forward to give his brother, who had been cooped up at home due to his foot injury, a hearty embrace filled with brotherly affection. Yet now, as the door creaked open, the anticipated brother was absent, replaced instead by a girl with long black hair, seemingly stepped out from an anime. She exuded a chilling grace, her indifferent gaze emanating an aura that discouraged any approach. Li Daniu's robust arms, poised for an embrace, remained suspended in midair, resembling a comical statue caught in a moment of pause. His mind was a blank slate, save for the anguished cry resonating deep within his soul. "No. Who on earth has come here? Is this still my brother Wei Lihan's den? Why is the one opening the door a character from an anime?" Faced with Kanagawa Ruri's serene gaze, which seemed capable of piercing through one's very heart, Li Daniu, a man typically unafraid of anything, suddenly wilted, stammering and flushed with embarrassment. He fidgeted like a bashful bride meeting her in-laws, scarcely daring to meet her eyes. Evidently, Kanagawa Ruri's patience was finite. Noticing his prolonged silence, she slightly furrowed her brow and flatly announced, "If there is nothing of importance, I shall close the door." "Wait, don't close it." As he realized he was about to be cast aside, Li Daniu disregarded the possibility of having gone to the wrong place and hastily shouted his intentions. In his urgency, his voice involuntarily rose several octaves, his characteristic booming tone unmistakably penetrating the crack of the door and reaching Wei Lihan, who sat on the sofa in the living room. "Is that you, Li Daniu? Come in." Wei Lihan's voice was tinged with delight at the sound of a long-lost friend, instantly dissolving the tension at the threshold. Kanagawa Ruri's hand, which was poised to close the door, halted the instant she heard Wei Lihan's voice. Her movements were devoid of hesitation, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Yet, the once placid depths of her eyes darkened in the shadow of the doorway. Like a predator locking onto its prey, she scrutinized Li Daniu with an icy gaze, as if attempting to see through him from head to toe. Her stare transformed from indifferent assessment to one laced with curiosity and caution. Without uttering another word, she maintained the door in a slightly ajar state and turned, making her way directly to the kitchen. As she passed through the living room, her frigid gaze brushed over him, akin to an invisible blade, sending a shiver down Wei Lihan's spine. He instinctively hugged his arms, attributing the chill to the air conditioning being set too low. After a few more seconds of waiting outside, Li Daniu confirmed that there were no further sounds within and cautiously pushed open the ajar door. He first poked his head in, his eyes darting around the living room like a thief scouting for danger. And only when he felt assured did he step inside and close the door behind him. "Brother Han," he whispered, leaning towards the sofa. His expression tinged with skepticism as he scrutinized Wei Lihan, casting a furtive glance towards the kitchen. "Is this really your home? I haven't gone to the wrong place, have I?" Wei Lihan was amused by his demeanor and rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Are you out of your mind? You must have been here at least 8 times. I'm sprawled on the sofa. Are your eyes on your head? Don't you recognize me? If it weren't for my sprained ankle, I would stand up and give you a good whack." Chapter 63 Jealousy Brother Han, Li Daniu whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, as if divulging an earth-shattering secret. He gestured subtly toward the kitchen with his chin, his eyes brimming with curiosity and a hint of reverence. "Is that your sister?" "Indeed," Wei Lihan replied, his tone laced with an imperceptible pride. Following Li Daniu's gaze, he glanced into the kitchen and noticed Kanai Ruri facing away from them. He puffed out his chest, as if her beauty were an extension of his own allure. What? Are you taken aback? I told you, my sister, even if not by blood, is nothing short of extraordinary. Li Daniu abruptly turned his head, interrupting Wei Lihan's boastfulness with utmost sincerity. Brother Han, I had imagined your sister might tutor me in Nihongo for my pilgrimage to the sacred sites. But now, having seen her in person, I can hardly muster the courage. I feel she would surely disapprove of me. As he spoke, he cast another wary glance toward the kitchen. Kanai Ruri seemed to sense his gaze. Her hands paused momentarily. Although she did not turn around, Li Daniu distinctly felt a cold, piercing gaze sweep over him, one that seemed capable of penetrating all FA-aids. It was akin to a gentle feline revealing its concealed claws when one is least prepared, silently asserting dominion over its territory. And you, Li Daniu, are the unwelcome intruder. A chill surged from Li Daniu's tailbone to the crown of his head, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. Brother Han, your sister is indeed breathtakingly beautiful, he stammered, his voice quavering. However, I can't shake the feeling that she is no ordinary person. I genuinely believe she could raise me effortlessly with a single hand. Wei Lihan's momentary pride froze, replaced by a shared understanding of trepidation. He recalled the seemingly delicate hand that had once gripped his throat like a vice. That sensation of suffocation, that overwhelming power akin to an eagle seizing a chick, haunted him still. Leaning closer to Li Daniu, he whispered in agreement, "You know, I feel she could easily dispatch us both with a single punch." The air seemed to crystallize in that moment. They tacitly reached a consensus. The topic of Kanai Ruri was best left unspoken. A brief, eerie silence enveloped the living room. Clearing his throat, Li Daniu recalled the purpose of his visit. "Oh right, Brother Han. My phone inexplicably refused to turn on last night. It's just a black screen. Unresponsive no matter how I pressed it." He shook his phone, revealing its inky darkness. "I intended to remind you last night not to forget that Lin Xinyue's concert is tonight. You must take me along." He paused, thinking. "I figured it would be inconsiderate to disturb you, the injured one, in the middle of the night. So, I decided to check on you this morning. The sprained ankle patient, and also to see about fixing my phone." As he spoke, he placed the enormous red gift box, which he had been holding, onto the coffee table with a thud, the 8 walnuts adorning the box prominently displayed. "Brother Han, did you not mention that you had suffered a blow to your head?" Li Daniu remarked, patting the box with a weighty sincerity. "I've been rather strapped for cash lately and had little to buy, so I thought to get you some walnuts. Specifically meant for nourishing the brain. Remember, consume 2 cans every morning and evening without fail. The more you drink, the more your mind will rejuvenate." Wei Lihan gazed at the box of walnuts and then at Li Daniu's face, which was brimming with eager anticipation for praise, his lips twitching slightly. He felt as if he had been scolded, and quite adeptly at that, yet he could find no evidence to substantiate it. "I nearly forgot. I've been so preoccupied with recovering these past few days." Wei Lihan chose to disregard the box of walnuts, suddenly recalling that this evening was Lin Xinyue's concert. And it was right in the capital. "Rest assured, my dear brother, I must accompany you. Otherwise, the money I spent on those 2 hard-to-get tickets would be in vain." Upon hearing Wei Lihan's words, Li Daniu immediately embraced him tightly. "Oh, Brother Han, you truly are like a father to me. If I manage to snag a limited edition of Lin Xinyue's album, I shall definitely gift it to you." Wei Lihan could only smile and accept the enthusiastic hug from his dear friend. In the living room, the laughter of Wei Lihan and Li Daniu reverberated in the air, filled with a carefree joy typical of male camaraderie. However, unbeknownst to them, this fleeting happiness had already been observed by a pair of frigid eyes. A narrow crack in the kitchen door revealed Kanai Ruri's emotionless gaze, resembling 2 bottomless icy pools, fixated on the 2 figures on the sofa, their shoulders entwined. She held a freshly sharpened kitchen knife in her hand. Over the past few days, the ability to care for her brother without leaving his side, combined with the clandestine satisfaction of sneaking into his room at night to nibble on snacks, had seemingly calmed the storm within her, transforming it into a seemingly tranquil lake. Yet, that tranquility was now in jeopardy. "Oniai-chan, how could you be so intimate with someone else before me?" Her eyes glued to the hand of Wei Lihan resting on Li Daniu's shoulder. It felt as if she were witnessing her possessions being defiled by another, and a man, no less. A surge of absurd and furious rage erupted from the depths of her heart, instantly incinerating all rational thought. She felt as if an invisible, emerald-hued cap had been thrust upon her head, and the object of her humiliation was a man. This revelation filled her with a deeper disgust and fury than anything else could. The sound of metal distorting in a way that sent shivers through the silence of the kitchen echoed as Kanai Ruri's seemingly delicate, pale fingers gripped the handle of the stainless steel knife with an unearthly strength. The rigid metal twisted in her hand like soft clay, groaning under the unbearable pressure. Everything transformed into a tempest of irritation, jealousy, and murderous intent, a deluge of negative emotions that engulfed her in an instant. Unable to endure any longer, a thunderous crash resonated through the air, shattering the laughter that once filled the living room. Kanagawa Ruri could no longer suppress the tempest within her soul. With a fierce sweep of her arm, she brought down the kitchen knife with tremendous force. The blade embedded itself precisely into the center of the thick wooden chopping board. Without the slightest hesitation, that sturdy board, struck by her overwhelming fury, shattered as easily as a fragile cookie, splitting into two. The laughter in the living room ceased abruptly. Wei Lihan and Li Daniu appeared as though they had been hit with a pause button, instinctively turning to investigate the source of the thunderous sound. The kitchen door creaked open, revealing a delicate hand that pushed it aside. Kanagawa Ruri emerged, her face devoid of any expression, embodying a calm more terrifying than rage, reminiscent of the suffocating stillness that precedes a storm. Her gaze transcended the fearful Li Daniu, landing squarely on Wei Lihan, her eyes devoid of warmth, radiating an undeniable possessiveness. She strode directly to the sofa, and much to Li Daniu's astonished gaze, she bent down, one hand slipping beneath Wei Lihan's knee, the other supporting his back, effortlessly lifting him as if he were a weightless child. "Brother," she spoke, her voice still clear, yet each syllable resonated with a chilling sharpness. Laden with a sense of grim determination, "It's time for a change of bandages." "No, Ruri, what are you doing? Put me down." Wei Lihan was utterly bewildered, suspended in midair, feeling utterly helpless. Though he was accustomed to his sister's extraordinary strength, this sudden, unreasonable princess carry made him feel like a helpless chick being lifted. His dignity shattered into pieces. Moreover, how could a change of bandages necessitate such a carry? This was nothing short of abduction. Meanwhile, Li Daniu's expression had transcended mere astonishment. His jaw nearly dropped to the floor, his eyes wide as saucers, his mind blank. He witnessed firsthand the seemingly harmless, delicate beauty lifting his 1-meter-80 friend with ease, her movements fluid, as if she were hoisting a plastic toy from a supermarket. The scene was imbued with a surreal absurdity, completely upending his worldview cultivated over more than 20 years. Kanagawa Ruri didn't spare a glance for Li Daniu. To her, he was merely an irritating fly buzzing about. Had it not been for her brother's presence, the knife she wielded would surely have found a different target. Hanji, you should rest for now. I'll fix my phone and contact you later this evening," Li Daniu stammered, his tongue nearly twisted in knots, instantly grasping the thickly veiled eviction notice hanging in the air. His best friend's home had been unilaterally declared a forbidden zone by this sister, and he was merely an unwelcome intruder. Survival was paramount. "I shall take my leave now, Brother Han. Do not dwell on me." Li Daniu uttered these words in a disjointed manner, almost tumbling off the sofa as he sprang up and dashed towards the door with unprecedented speed, flinging it open and swiftly shutting it behind him, as if pursued by some malevolent spirit. In the living room, only Kanai Lioli and her brother Wei Lihan remained, the latter bearing an expression of utter desolation. The sound of the door closing resonated like a signal. Kanai Lioli lowered her gaze to her brother, a pallid yet satisfied smile gracing her lips. "At last, it is just the two of us, dear Oni-chan." Chapter 64. Together to attend the concert. What did you say, Lioli? Wei Lihan's voice carried a hint of confusion and uncertainty. At that moment, he found himself securely cradled in Kanai Lioli's embrace, the sweet fragrance emanating from her mixed with the warmth of sun-kissed bedding enveloping him entirely. This should have been an exceedingly tender scene, yet moments earlier, he had distinctly caught her heart-stirring whisper by his ear. "Dear brother." Kanai Lioli seemed unfazed by the previous events, tilting her head slightly, her clear eyes brimming with just the right measure of perplexity, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. "Your friend has departed. Now it is merely the two of us. Is it not?" Her voice was bright and melodious, akin to the crystalline waters of a mountain spring, perfectly concealing the fleeting undercurrents of tension from earlier. "That is indeed true." Wei Lihan swallowed hard, his throat involuntarily tightening. He endeavored to savor the ephemeral tone that had just passed, one imbued with a sense of possessiveness and unassailable authority, as if declaring an undeniable claim. That sensation was akin to a docile cat suddenly revealing its sharp claws, awakening the realization that he had never truly been its master, but rather a mere plaything cradled within its grasp. A chill crept up his spine, instilling a sense of dread within him. Before he could articulate a response, Kanai Lioli had already embraced him and, with a delicate flick of her toes, gracefully opened the door to his room. She moved with such lightness, gently placing Wei Lihan onto the soft bed. At that moment, he felt an intense heat flush his cheeks, his sense of shame threatening to erupt from his chest. The sensation of being cradled and cared for instilled within him a profoundly absurd illusion, as if he had transformed into a cherished infant or a canary confined within a lavish cage. It appeared that Kanai Lioli had meticulously arranged everything for him. His needs for sustenance and comfort were attended to with utmost care, perhaps only missing a bedtime story each night to complete this childlike routine. Kanai Lioli knelt beside the bed, her posture elegant, reminiscent of a noble admiring a work of art. She extended her fair left hand, cautiously lifting Wei Lihan's bandaged foot, her touch gentle as though she were handling a rare treasure. As astute as she was, after consulting her private physician in detail, she swiftly mastered all the techniques for managing foot injuries. From cleansing the wound to changing the dressings and rewrapping, her movements were fluid and adept, each detail executed with impeccable precision, resembling not a novice, but rather a seasoned professional nurse. "My dear brother," she said, still not lifting her gaze, her focused eyes fixed on the gauze in her hands, her fingertips deftly dancing. Her tone bore an air of nonchalance. "Your friend came by just now." "What did he say?" "Oh, that," Wei Lihan responded, slightly unsettled by her intense demeanor. He diverted his gaze to the window, striving to make his voice sound casual. "I bought 2 concert tickets a few days ago. That guy, Li Daniu, has been my close friend since childhood. I thought I'd invite him to the concert as a small gesture of goodwill. He came over earlier, knowing about my injury, to check in on me and to finalize what time we'd head out tonight." He spoke without any reservations, believing it to be a perfectly ordinary interaction among friends. However, at the moment those words fell, Kanai Lioli's fingers paused ever so slightly. Though it lasted but a fleeting instant, Wei Lihan sensed it. She kept her head lowered, her raven-black hair cascading down to obscure her expression, rendering her current gaze inscrutable. A brief silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the occasional chirping of birds outside, which seemed particularly pronounced. She did not continue the conversation, remaining silent as she completed the final steps of the bandaging process. Then, she retrieved a new, soft pink ribbon from her pocket. Under Wei Lihan's watchful eyes, she wrapped the ribbon around his bandaged ankle twice, then skillfully tied it into a neat and lovely bow. The pink bow stood out vividly against the white, creating a striking contrast that seemed deliberately designed to catch the eye. Once she had finished, she slowly lifted her head. "Brother, would you take me along?" Kanai Lioli's voice suddenly broke the silence. Wei Lihan's heart sank, an ominous premonition creeping in. The last time he had taken her out, it had ended in an unpleasant quarrel with Su Limo. Surely this outing wouldn't lead to another altercation, would it? "You have difficulty moving about outside. I could support you or carry you." "No, that's unnecessary," Wei Lihan blurted out instinctively. The thought of being carried through a crowd by a young girl, especially in a concert filled with people, sent a chill down his spine. He feared that he would be trending on social media by that evening. He quickly waved his hand, attempting to refuse in the most casual manner. "I feel much better now. I can walk on my own without any issues." He eagerly sought his next excuse, his gaze sweeping over the pink bow adorning his foot, a sudden inspiration striking him. Moreover, the tickets had long since sold out. It was as if he had grasped a lifeline. His tone grew resolute, asserting that acquiring a ticket now would present considerable difficulties. After all, this was Lin Xinyue's concert, where tickets were snatched up the moment they became available, and now one could only procure them at exorbitant prices from scalpers. He spoke nothing but the truth. The official ticket prices for Lin Xinyue's concert were indeed quite reasonable, but the vast fanbase ensured that each sale was akin to a battle without gunfire. He had managed to secure 2 tickets only through a combination of speed and luck, and the thought of obtaining another now seemed utterly fanciful. He believed this reasoning sufficiently robust to dissuade her intentions. However, Kanai Lioli merely listened in silence, her face betraying no hint of disappointment or surprise. Her striking azure eyes blinked, as though the sold-out tickets were merely a trifling inconvenience, a hurdle easily circumvented. With a soft "oh," devoid of any discernible emotion, she leaned in slightly closer, allowing Wei Lihan to catch a glimpse of his own reflection in her pupils. "Oh, the tickets are a minor issue. Might I accompany you?" She casually tossed out this statement. Ultimately, Wei Lihan could not uphold his faltering defenses under the relentless persuasion and silent gaze of his sister Kanai. He capitulated and begrudgingly agreed to let her accompany him to the concert. He reiterated in a tone bordering on seriousness, "Remember, I am merely experiencing difficulty with my foot. I am not incapacitated. I do not require your assistance, nor do I need you to carry me. You may simply accompany me and enjoy the concert." Time passed swiftly, and after yet another lunch prepared by Kanai, Wei Lihan reclined on the plush sofa, his foot, wrapped in bandages, perched awkwardly on a chair in front of him. He languidly scrolled through his phone, his fingertips gliding over the cold glass, responding to messages from Shun Liqiu. Ever since that night when the girl had unexpectedly embraced him under the night sky, everything had changed. Shun Liqiu seemed to have unlocked some hidden channel of communication, her style transforming dramatically. No longer did she initiate conversations with trivial inquiries like "Are you there?" or "What are you up to?" Instead, she now engaged in a meticulously orchestrated, assertive sharing of her daily life. At this moment, the screen displayed a new photograph. In it, she sat on the edge of her bed, cradling the 537 plush toy he had previously gifted her. While it should have been an innocuous selfie, her composition was rife with intention. The focus of the lens seemed to intentionally, yet inadvertently, drift away, allowing her legs, gracefully elongated and adorned in white cotton socks, to appear exceptionally fair under the soft glow, even revealing the faint azure veins beneath her skin. The presence of the doll served merely as an innocent facade, accentuating the youthful and alluring skin. Before Wei Lihan could recover from this visual impact, a subsequent message arrived. It was a short video in which Shun Liqiu donned a newly purchased spaghetti strap dress, twirling before the camera. The hem of the dress fluttered, inadvertently exposing her slender waist. She occasionally twisted her waist, striking various seemingly casual poses. Her movements, though awkward, vividly showcased her curves. Following this, a single line of text appeared. "Is this new dress pretty?" Wei Lihan stared at the screen, feeling a rush of warmth ascend from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and silently recited the calming mantra 800 times in an attempt to quell the inexplicable heat and anxiety within him. Upon opening his eyes, his fingertips hovered above the screen, and ultimately, resigned, he typed a few words. "It's beautiful, it suits you well." After successfully sending the message, he felt as if he had expended all his energy, flipping his phone face down on the sofa and exhaling a long breath. He could only summarize the situation by concluding that, regardless of her intentions, the other party seemed to revel in his embarrassment. After all, what could a person like him offer to Shun Liqiu, the carefree young lady who wanted for nothing? Just as he rose, leaning on his cane and limping towards the dining table to pour himself a glass of water, hoping the cool liquid might extinguish the flicker of heat within his heart, a cacophony of sounds resonated clearly from the entrance. It was not an ordinary noise. Rather, it consisted of a series of dull scraping sounds, faint collisions, and the creaking of boxes being dragged. It sounded as though someone was transporting numerous large and heavy items. Chapter 65. A common adversary seizing the opportunity while Kanagawa Yuli was on the balcony collecting laundry, he steadied himself against the sofa and limped to the door, grasping the handle and flinging it open with force. The hallway was cluttered with boxes of various sizes and luggage, nearly blocking the passage entirely. In the midst of this chaos stood a figure with her back to him, effortlessly lifting a massive storage box with one hand and placing it inside. The silhouette, along with the meticulously styled purple hair that remained orderly even amidst the disarray, could only belong to one person. Sulimo? The astonishment in Wei Lihan's voice was unmistakable, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. "What are you doing here?" As if anticipating his arrival, Sulimo did not pause in her actions. With an almost graceful demeanor, she slowly turned to face him, a natural smile gracing her features. Her pale red eyes sparkled with mischief under the dim light of the hallway. "What's wrong, Xiaohan?" She tilted her head playfully, her tone lighthearted. "Are you unhappy that I've moved next door to you?" Before her words had fully escaped her lips, she advanced like a cat that had discovered a new toy. playfully pinching Wei Lihan's cheek with a mischievous tenderness that brooked no refusal. Wei Lihan's brow immediately furrowed in annoyance. He unceremoniously swatted Su Limo's hand away, his expression clearly conveying his displeasure at being interrupted. "Don't get handsy," he shot her a glare, his gaze drifting past her shoulder to the mountainous pile of luggage. He pointed at one of the largest suitcases, his tone laced with a hint of inquiry. "Without delving into why you've suddenly chosen to move next door, may I ask, are you really planning to transport all this by yourself?" At his words, Su Limo casually tossed her slightly disheveled purple hair, a gesture imbued with an innate confidence and arrogance. "What of it? This amount isn't even half the intensity of my usual workouts," she replied, carefully choosing her words to enhance their persuasiveness. "That brings me to my next question." Wei Lihan leaned forward. "I understand if you can't return home, but why not rent a better place?" Su Limo appeared taken aback by his inquiry, momentarily stunned, but her brief panic was swiftly masked by a more relaxed tone. She waved her hand dismissively, explaining, "I initially intended to stay at my best friend's place for a few days, but she has been completely engrossed with her romantic interest online, lost in their own little world. I felt it would be rude to intrude. I even offered her some tips to take more initiative in her conversations. I wonder how that's going now." She paused, then continued, "When I inquired, I found out your apartment across the hall was available for rent, and I thought it would be delightful to drop by and spend time with you. A win-win situation. Really." Observing her with an expression of someone who had just stumbled upon a tremendous bargain, Wei Lihan refrained from probing further. He glanced at the multitude of luggage and asked, "Need any assistance? I'm a bit injured, so I might not be of much help." As he prepared to set down his cane and bend to lift a small suitcase at his feet, Su Limo's gaze finally landed on the cane in his hand, which had been concealed behind the doorframe, evading her notice until now. As her eyes followed the cane down to the pristine white bandage encircling his ankle, particularly the brightly colored bow that seemed at odds with the overall ambience, the lightheartedness on her face abruptly froze. "Who did this?" Su Limo's voice dropped, now laced with ice. The rosy hue of her eyes, once filled with mirth, now surged with an unrestrained intensity, radiating pure, unmasked fury, a stark contrast to her usual carefree demeanor. Wei Lihan found himself momentarily taken aback by her sudden shift in presence and responded candidly, "I did it myself. I was changing a light bulb for Lu Li and accidentally fell from the chair, twisting my ankle." As he spoke, he carefully observed the near-horrific transformation of Su Limo's expression. "It must be that little Gui Zi's doing. It's truly revolting." Su Limo's heart raged in a frenzy, yet her exterior remained cloaked in a somber demeanor. Her mind raced, weaving together all the strands of evidence. "No wonder the miniature listening devices I placed around your house ceased to function after only a few days. I had assumed it was a malfunction." A cold, unnoticed smirk crept onto Su Limo's lips. "Fortunately, I had a backup plan and purchased this house under an anonymous identity. Little Gui Zi. Do you really believe this will deter me from approaching Xiaohan? How naive. From this day forth, every one of your actions will unfold beneath my watchful gaze." Su Limo's eyes turned frigid, the pent-up fury threatening to shatter the confines of reason. She gradually crouched down, her slender fingers bearing an irresistible command as they reached toward Wei Lihan's bandaged ankle. She sought to ascertain whether the injury was indeed the handiwork of Shun Na Lu Li. However, just as her fingertips were about to graze the pristine bandage, a petite foot clad in pink slippers deftly intercepted her intent, poised delicately before Wei Lihan's ankle. This dainty foot, with skin so fair it seemed almost translucent, stood as an insurmountable barrier in the dim corridor, emanating a silent warning. Su Limo's actions abruptly halted. Slowly, she raised her gaze. The wild impulse to dismantle her adversary's body like a toy momentarily quelled by her formidable willpower. Rising to her full height, she peered past the delicate foot to lock eyes with Shun Na Lu Li, who stood protectively in front of Wei Lihan. "Lu Li, it has been quite some time," Su Limo remarked, her lips curving into a flawless arc, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness, yet laced with the venom of poison honey. The insincere greeting bore a chilling undertone of murderous intent, as palpable as a razor's edge slicing through the air. "Sister Su, it has indeed been a while. I've missed you," Shun Na Lu Li replied with an equally impeccable salutation. Her gaze calmly traversed Su Limo before settling on the mountainous pile of luggage in the hallway. As if just now noticing it, she casually inquired, "Sister Su, are you moving?" "Of course," Su Limo replied, her violet hair swaying gently in the faint draft of the corridor. The rent here is affordable and offers great value. Why would I not reside here? Sister Sue, moving all this luggage by yourself must be quite arduous, Shin Na Luli said, her tone imbued with just the right amount of concern. As she spoke, she seamlessly positioned herself to shield Wei Li Han from Su Liemo, forming an unyielding boundary. Shall I assist you? Her words were calm, yet her actions conveyed an undeniable assertiveness. She slightly tilted her head, not glancing at Wei Li Han, but adopting a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. She said, "Dear brother, you should simply rest at home. Once I assist Sister Sue in settling her luggage, the time will be nearly upon us, and we shall depart together to attend the concert." No sooner had the words left her lips than she afforded Wei Li Han no opportunity for response or refusal. With a swift motion, she closed the heavy security door. The resounding click of the lock echoed through the air, as Kanagawa Liuli not only shut the door, but also secured it from within. He found himself entirely isolated, left standing in the vast emptiness of the living room, enveloped by the sudden silence that fell outside, his expression a portrait of bewilderment and helplessness. He attempted to twist the doorknob, but it remained unyielding, a profound sense of abandonment washing over him. In the corridor, the feigned politeness that had lingered moments before evaporated into thin air, leaving the atmosphere laden with tension and coldness. The carefully crafted smile upon Su Limo's face vanished abruptly, replaced by a chilling, almost tangible frost. Her gaze bore into Kanagawa Liuli, her pale red eyes swirling with an impending storm. Each word she uttered was laced with an icy edge. "Did you inflict the injury on Xiaohan's foot?" In the face of such a direct accusation, Kanagawa Liuli remained eerily calm. She did not spare Su Limo a glance. Her clear eyes merely skimmed over the pile of luggage on the floor, as if appraising something. Without hesitation, she strode toward a massive, weighty black metal box at the end of the corridor. Su Limo's eyes followed intently, her pupils constricting slightly. She recognized the box. It contained her specialized tools. Approaching the box, Kanagawa Liuli showed no signs of hesitation or solicitude for Su Limo's opinion. She knelt down, her delicate fingers deftly flicking the latch. With a series of crisp clicks, the seemingly impenetrable box was expertly opened. As the lid lifted, a frigid metallic aura surged forth. Without a hint of concern, Kanagawa Liuli cleared away the black foam padding inside, her hands plunging in to retrieve a dark blade. A sinister gleam sliced through the corridor's dim light. It was a cleaver, its blade entirely black, devoid of any superfluous ornamentation, exuding an unsettling heaviness. While the handle was wrapped in coarse, non-slip material, clearly designed for maximum destruction. Grasping the weapon in one hand, she twirled it effortlessly in the air. The weight of the blade rendered feather-light in her grasp. "And what if I did it? You must not be aware that my brother has been consorting with another woman just days ago, right? Had I not uncovered certain clues and employed some subtle means to keep him confined at home, do you truly believe we would be competing on equal footing?" Chapter 66. Two individuals with hidden intentions. As for why you have relocated these dangerous items next door to my home, I have no desire to delve into that matter. Kanagawa Liuli's voice was frigid, devoid of any tremor. In her delicate grasp, the heavy machete seemed to lose all its weight, carelessly tossed back into the specially designed box with a dull thud. "I only hope that these items are truly intended for the purpose of completing missions." Su Limo's expression darkened instantaneously. It was not the fear of Kanai Leary discovering her peculiar tools that troubled her, but rather the unsettling reality of a third party who could compel Kanai Leary to the extent of breaking Wei Li Han's ankle to imprison him. "Do you have any leads on this third party?" Su Limo's voice dropped to a low murmur, as if squeezed from the depths of her throat, tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Kanai Leary furrowed her brows, lost in brief contemplation. Her eyes, typically as clear as water, now bore a weighty gravity. "There are few clues. The individual in question should have long pink hair." She paused, seemingly reminiscing about the unsettling aura that had stirred her. "There is a distinct fragrance about her, not the scent of perfume, but rather a dangerously alluring natural body scent that, when inhaled for too long, induces a disquieting unease." "Very well, I shall take it upon myself to investigate this matter," Su Limo proclaimed, then hesitated before abruptly shifting her tone. Her phoenix eyes, usually laced with a hint of languor and mockery, now coldly fixed on Kanai Leary. "What did you mean by saying he went to see a concert?" Kanai Leary appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the sudden inquiry. After a moment's hesitation, she replied slowly, "My brother mentioned that he had arranged to see a concert by a singer named Lin Xinhua with friends. I worried for his safety, fearing he might become entangled with that pink-haired woman, so I purchased a ticket as well, intending to accompany him." Huh. Su Limo let out a brief scoff, her laughter dripping with unabashed derision and contempt. "I would expect you to be quite clever, yet when it comes to matters of romance, you become utterly foolish." Kanai Leary was left speechless, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and a flicker of offended ire. Su Limo stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them. "Are you not eager to capture that pink-haired vixen?" Su Limo's voice sank lower, imbued with a beguiling allure. After a moment's hesitation, Kanai Leary, thinking of the possibility of her brother being seduced by another woman, the image of that pink hair haunting her thoughts, finally nodded slightly. "If you wish so fervently to catch her, why do you cling to him like a stubborn adhesive?" Su Limo's questioning hit home. I want to be by his side to protect him." Kanai Leary's voice faltered, lacking conviction. "Protect?" Su Limo seemed to find the notion utterly ludicrous. "You seek to protect him in the guise of a sister? Have you considered that your constant presence beside him serves as the best cover for that vixen?" She gazed at Kanagawa Ruri's increasingly bewildered expression, realizing her words had taken effect, and thus pressed her advantage. "Consider this. Which cunning vixen would be foolish enough to seduce her target's brother in the presence of a beautiful sister? Their forte lies in seizing the moment, exploiting solitude and loneliness to orchestrate a chance encounter, does it not?" She pursed her lips, her complexion paling. Though Su Limo's words were harsh, they were irrefutably logical, leaving her unable to retort. "What should I do then?" Kanagawa Ruri's voice carried a hint of desperation. She was utterly adrift, instinctively grasping at what seemed to be a lifeline. A barely perceptible, victorious smile graced Su Limo's lips. After a moment's contemplation, she leaned closer to Kanagawa Ruri's ear, her warm breath brushing against the delicate skin, and whispered in a tone meant solely for the two of them. "It's quite simple. Do not accompany him. Shadow him from the shadows. Just think, when you are absent, that self-satisfied vixen will surely believe her chance has arrived, will she not? At that moment, we can catch them red-handed, a decisive blow." The plan sounded impeccably seamless, laden with temptation. Yet, a flicker of caution remained in Kanagawa Ruri's heart, prompting her to inquire. "And what about you? What will you specifically do?" Su Limo stepped back, her demeanor reverting to one of nonchalance, even tinged with impatience. "Did I not mention earlier? I shall investigate this third party. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for you to confront her alone. Two heads are better than one, are they not?" As she observed Kanagawa Ruri's retreating figure, the pretense on Su Limo's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant yet perilous smile, brimming with ambition. Her inner elation surged like a flood, overwhelming all reason. "A vixen? Humph, who cares about such trifles?" she murmured to herself, her fingers lightly brushing against the box containing the machete, the cold metallic sensation sharpening her clarity. "Since you so willingly vacated the only position near Xiaohan for me, I shall reluctantly accept. With a slight maneuver, casting you aside will be a trivial matter." Wei Lihan, locked out by Kanagawa Ruri, found himself unable to open the door. He presumed she had locked it out of fear that he might sneak out to assist with moving items and risk injury. The antiquated security door of the old complex lacked a peephole, leaving him helpless. Thus, he remained on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone to pass the time. This injury had rendered him a mere invalid at home, reliant on his sister's care. Once healed, he must arrange to run with Li Daniu again. It was unclear how much time had passed when Wei Lihan, leaning on his crutch and entering his room to charge his phone, suddenly heard the outdoor conversation grow louder before it abruptly ceased, followed by the unmistakable sound of his front door being pulled open. Wei Lihan understood that this was Kanayuri helping Su Limo settle into her new home. He couldn't help but wonder if the two had taken advantage of his absence to engage in a clandestine argument. At that moment, Kanayuri sat on the sofa, her arms wrapped around her knees, her chin resting on her arms. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath her eyes, rendering her a delicate porcelain doll devoid of spirit. Wei Lihan, leaning on his cane, limped out of the room and immediately sensed her incongruous and melancholic demeanor. Curiosity piqued. He settled beside her, causing the sofa to sink slightly under his weight. "What troubles you, dear Kanayuri?" His voice, imbued with habitual gentleness, inquired. "Could it be that assisting your sister Su with her move has exhausted you?" Kanayuri lifted her gaze, her clear eyes swirling with complex emotions that Wei Lihan could not decipher. She shook her head and, striving for composure, replied, "No, my esteemed brother. I may not be able to accompany you to the concert." Upon hearing this, Wei Lihan was momentarily taken aback, but then a knowing smile graced his lips. He thought to himself that the girl must have been disheartened upon seeing the exorbitant prices of the scalped tickets, which had cast a shadow over her spirits. He reached out, almost instinctively, and ruffled her hair. "I thought it was something grave. It's just a ticket, after all. I'll return shortly. Besides, with my friends around, this minor injury of mine is nothing to worry about." He waved his hand in an attempt to dispel the clouds of worry that loomed over her brow. Nevertheless, while Kanayuri relished the soothing touch of her brother, the unease and sorrow within her were far from dissipating. She gazed at him silently, her eyes deep as an ancient well, containing within them a mixture of concern, warning, and a hint of sorrow that Wei Lihan could not grasp. After a few moments of silence, she rose without uttering a word, casting a meaningful glance as if to engrave his image within her memory. Then she turned and walked directly into her room, gently closing the door behind her. The soft click of the lock marked the separation of two worlds. Wei Lihan scratched his head in mild disappointment, bewildered by the girl's peculiar behavior that day. Time flowed quietly in the stillness, and the evening bells were about to toll. Just then, the urgent and resounding chime of the doorbell pierced the silence of the house. Kanayuri's door swung open almost instantaneously. She appeared at the entrance with an expressionless face, her cold gaze like two unsheathed daggers, precisely aimed at the figure of Li Daniu outside. Startled by her sudden hostility, Li Daniu instinctively recoiled, his eyes darting about like a mouse that had encountered a cat. Kanayuri's stare transcended his terrified visage, landing on the closed door behind him that belonged to Su Limo. After lingering for 2 seconds, she withdrew her gaze. Without a word to spare, she turned and headed back to her room, leaving Li Daniu standing bewildered at the door, disheveled by the gusts of the wind. "Brother Han." Li Daniu let out a long breath, patting his chest as he entered the door, his voice lowered in trepidation. "Your sister is truly terrifying. Each time I visit your home, it feels akin to venturing into a den of dragons and tigers. I swear her gaze could unleash daggers." Wei Lihan had already donned his attire, struggling to rise from the sofa. The pain radiating from his injured ankle caused beads of sweat to form on his brow. Observing this, Li Daniu hurried to assist him, his cautious demeanor resembling that of a caretaker tending to an elderly gentleman rather than a friend. "Brother Han, given your condition, perhaps we should reconsider our plans?" Li Daniu remarked, unable to resist a jest to lighten the mood. "Why not sell your ticket at a premium to a scalper? You could stay home, order takeout, and watch the live stream instead, saving a pretty penny in the process. Get lost." Wei Lihan shot him an exasperated glance. Yet a smile betrayed his amusement. "If I sold it to a scalper, how would I accompany you, my rebellious offspring, to pay homage to your goddess, Lin Xinhua? Would your conscience not ache?" Just as the two prepared to depart, the cold, ethereal voice of Kamiyama Ruri unexpectedly pierced through the silence from behind the closed door, resonating clearly in their ears. "Elder brother, please take care." Wei Lihan instinctively turned towards the door and replied, "Understood." However, at that moment, an inexplicable chill crawled up his spine. He sensed that this seemingly innocuous admonition bore a deeper significance, one not of concern but rather a warning, a frigid caution imbued with the implication that any transgression would not go unchallenged. He shook his head and chuckled at himself, thinking perhaps he was overreacting, overly sensitive. Surely, she was merely concerned about his mobility issues. As Li Daniu supported Wei Lihan, they slowly descended the stairs, their figures fading around the corner of the street. Meanwhile, upstairs, two entirely disparate gazes, akin to the most sophisticated radar, pierced through the glass window, firmly locking onto the limping silhouette. Those eyes, reminiscent of a predator in the night, were filled with possession, scrutiny, and an undeniable declaration. In Kamiyama Ruri's room, the curtains were drawn tightly. She gazed at the direction in which Wei Lihan had vanished, the last trace of hesitation in her eyes crystallizing into resolute ice. Abruptly, she turned, striding to her wardrobe, her movements precise and swift as she rummaged through its contents. Soon, a form-fitting black outfit suitable for nocturnal escapades emerged. She held the fabric against herself, its material gleaming with a chilling luminosity in the dim light. Uncertain whether to trust Su Limu's words, she realized there was no alternative at this juncture. After all, her tracking abilities could eliminate any potential threats to her brother from dangerous outsiders. Elder brother, she murmured to herself, her voice soft as a dream yet tinged with a near-obsessive fervor. Do not let me witness you in intimate proximity with another woman, for I cannot predict the lengths to which I might go. Her gaze gradually shifted to the table beside her. The katana lay quietly within its ebony sheath, the hilt steady, while the scabbard glimmered with a subtle obsidian sheen, reminiscent of a lurking beast, poised to reveal its razor-sharp fangs at the slightest command from its master. Meanwhile, in the adjacent residence, Su Limo presented a contrasting scene. Unlike Kanayuri, who was impatient, she stood gracefully on the balcony, cradling a cup of exquisite Longjing tea. The fragrant aroma enveloped her delicate features, as she took a small sip with elegance, her eyes gazing through the glass, calmly observing the direction in which way Li Han had departed. Her expression was as tranquil as a still pond, betraying no ripples of emotion. She was unhurried, for she understood that the finest hunters are invariably the most patient. Xiao Han, she murmured to the air, a confident and playful smile curving her lips. It is still quite early. I am curious about the expression on your dear sister's invariably frigid face when she sees us together, side by side. Enjoying the performance she longs to share with you from the shadows. It is truly something to anticipate. Chapter 67. Lin's Grand Theater. As evening descended, the sun's fading light cast a languorous golden hue over the city. A blue and white bus gradually came to a halt at the Lin's Grand Theater stop, its doors creaking open as Li Daniu carefully assisted Wei Li Han down the steps, each step taken with caution. What greeted their eyes was the legendary Lin's Grand Theater. Rather than merely a building, it resembled a colossal work of art standing majestically in the heart of the city. Constructed entirely of ivory-white stone and deep blue glass facades, it reflected a dreamlike brilliance in the sunset. The theater's silhouette resembled a great bird poised for flight, its fluid lines imbued with modernity and strength. Above the entrance, a grand crystal chandelier, visible through the glass facade, emanated a subtle yet resplendent glow, silently proclaiming the extraordinary and noble essence of the place. The air was thick with an unmistakable aura of wealth and sophistication. My goodness, Brother Han, this place is simply extravagant, Li Daniu exclaimed, his mouth agape and eyes wide with wonder, reminiscent of a child untouched by the world. I've heard it cost the Lin family billions to construct this, just to provide a venue for their young lady to pursue her passion. Wei Li Han leaned on his cane, his injuries still not fully healed, each step sending jolts through his nerves. Yet he too was awestruck by the spectacle before him. He nodded, his voice tinged with a hint of reflection. Indeed, it is remarkable how the children of the affluent can elevate their hobbies to such heights, thereby escaping the stereotype of the wealthy indulging in hedonistic excess. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd at the theater's entrance. And considering Lin Xinyue's pristine reputation, unmarred by scandal or negative press, as pure as a blank canvas, those in the industry often claimed she had the Lin family's support, referring to her as the Lin family's young lady. I find the credibility of this assertion to be at least 80% convincing. As the two individuals lamented, they gradually drifted toward the grand entrance of the theater, swept along by the bustling crowd. The entrance was already a hive of activity, alive with a sea of eager fans, their supportive placards, flashing cameras, and excited chatter intertwining to create a vibrant tapestry of anticipation. Li Daniu, a devoted and passionate admirer of Lin Xinyue, found his eyes nearly overwhelmed as he assisted Wei Li Han, all the while scanning the surroundings, hoping to catch a glimpse of any trace of his goddess. Brother Han, Li Daniu suddenly lowered his voice, nudging Wei Li Han with his elbow, his gaze keenly fixated on a figure in the distance. Doesn't that person over there seem somewhat familiar? Following his gaze, Wei Li Han observed the crowd of impeccably dressed attendees, but one figure stood out in stark contrast. Clad in a voluminous black trench coat, with the collar turned high to obscure half of their face, the individual wore a low-brimmed cap and oversized sunglasses, shrouding their expressions in shadow. Yet, the most striking detail was a strand of hair inadvertently escaping from beneath the cap, which shimmered in the sunset with a soft and radiant pink hue. Upon merely a glance, Wei Li Han's pupils constricted sharply, and a sense of dread gripped his heart as if ensnared by an invisible hand. How could it be her, that otherworldly being? What was she doing here, amidst such a throng of people? A chill raced from his tailbone to the crown of his head, raising the hairs on his back. Could she be an infiltrator from another realm, sent to instigate chaos within the illustrious Lin Theater? He quickly averted his gaze, maintaining a facade of calm while a tempest brewed within him. He could not allow Li Daniu to sense his unease, nor could he let her become aware of his presence. Daniu, Wei Lihan swiftly adjusted his breathing, leaning closer to Li Daniu's ear, whispering in a tone meant solely for their ears. Let us avoid the main entrance. The crowd is overwhelming and it's exhausting to jostle through. Shall we wait by the side entrance instead? As he spoke, he subtly tugged at Li Daniu's arm, signaling a change in direction. His peripheral vision remained fixed on the dark-clad figure, noting that she was moving in the opposite direction of the side entrance, seemingly in search of something. Though uncertain of her intentions, Wei Lihan harbored a singular thought. The farther away from her, the better. Ideally, they would never cross paths again. All right, Brother Han. Though slightly perplexed, Li Daniu obediently followed Wei Lihan toward the side entrance. Nevertheless, his gaze lingered longingly on the mysterious figure, scratching his head in confusion. But don't you think that person bears a striking resemblance to Lin Xinhua? As a devoted fan, Li Daniu was intimately familiar with every aspect of his idol. That distinctive pink hair, even when partially concealed beneath the cap, held an undeniable allure that magnetically drew his attention. The hue of her hair and her figure bore an astonishing resemblance to Lin Xinhua on stage. Wei Lihan, upon hearing this, nearly burst into laughter from indignation. He shot a disapproving glance at Li Daniu and, lowering his voice with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Have you lost your senses? By your logic, if I donned a pink wig, slipped into a black trench coat, and sported sunglasses, I could pass for Lin Xinhua as well? Enough of your wild conjectures. Your goddess has legions of fans, many of whom are fervent zealots. Perhaps that is merely an overzealous superfan who insists on dressing like her goddess even for mundane outings. Let us not stir the pot and attract trouble." With that, Wei Lihan limped away, straining to pull along the reluctant Li Daniu, hastily retreating from the throngs and heading towards a quiet, secluded side entrance. With Li Daniu's assistance, Wei Lihan finally maneuvered, albeit laboriously, to the vicinity of the theater's side door. This area was far removed from the bustling crowd at the main entrance, and due to the concert, the side door was closed, creating an unusual stillness, broken only by the rustling of leaves as the wind swept through the greenery. Just as he contemplated relaxing and allowing his sore neck a moment of respite, his peripheral vision caught a sudden movement. What was that? He instinctively lifted his gaze towards the towering wall. At that precise moment, a dark figure flitted past the top of the wall like a wraith, and with a swift whoosh, it gracefully landed in the shadows beyond. It was so rapid that it felt almost illusory. Wei Lihan furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt passing through his mind. Yet the figure was too indistinct, vanishing in an instant. He rubbed his weary eyes and briefly entertained the notion that it might have been a stray cat or some other small creature, but soon dismissed it. After all, who would imagine that under the bright light of day, someone could traverse the walls like a ninja? Outside the wall, Shin Kanlu was crouched behind a dense thicket of wintergreen, her heart racing within her chest, as if it might shatter her ribs. Leaning against the cold wall, she gasped for breath, beads of cold sweat trickling down her delicate cheeks, dropping onto the grass below. She wiped the perspiration from her brow, her azure eyes reflecting a mix of lingering fear and annoyance. How could her brother be so perceptive? She marveled inwardly, surprised that Wei Lihan, appearing to be an ordinary college student, possessed an extraordinary awareness of counter-surveillance and remarkable observational skills. Just moments ago, she had reveled in her carefully chosen vantage point. This wall, elevated and with an unobstructed view, allowed her to survey the entire plaza in front of the theater, and once the entry commenced, she could stealthily infiltrate the theater itself along the wall to continue her observations. She, as usual while executing her mission in the Neon Nation, skillfully retrieved a compact folding telescope from her pocket, directing the cold lens towards the main square where Wei Lihan was sure to appear. However, an inexplicable chill surged from her spine to the crown of her head, rendering her body rigid, as if her heart were gripped by an invisible hand. This was an instinctive palpitating sensation, a signal that her endeavor was destined to falter. Abruptly, she lowered the telescope and, guided by intuition, cast her gaze downward. Catching sight of Wei Lihan pausing, seemingly tilting his head upward, his gaze fixed toward the direction of the wall she occupied. In reality, Wei Lihan merely adjusted his neck due to discomfort, casually surveying his surroundings. Yet, in Kanazawa Ruri's heightened state of alertness, this gesture was magnified, interpreted as a sign of her exposure. In a critical moment, her body's instincts surpassed her cognitive reasoning. She executed a swift rotation atop the narrow wall, performing a clean, almost elegant backflip, her figure tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing softly on the verdant lawn concealed by landscaping. Upon landing, she slightly bent her knees and placed her hands on the ground to absorb the impact, the entire process silent, akin to a feather descending. This place was no longer safe. Kanazawa Ruri quickly rose, brushing off the grass clippings clinging to her night gear. Like a startled yet swiftly composed cheetah, her sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Confirming that no one had noticed the disturbance, she promptly lowered her stance, melding into the shadow of the wall, moving swiftly and silently toward her next designated observation point. Chapter 68. Infiltration of a loungeham? Why does the air carry the scent of my master? Lin Xinyue unconsciously slowed her pace, slightly tilting her head, her delicate nostrils quivering like a butterfly seeking nectar among blossoms. That aroma was akin to an invisible brand, indelibly etched in the depths of her soul. Ever since she had forged a pact with Wei Lihan, her senses had developed an inexplicable and acute sensitivity toward him. She halted, her purple eyes, concealed beneath oversized sunglasses, glinting like meticulously polished amethysts, sharply scanning the bustling crowd. Every passerby, each indistinct face, and the numerous individuals clad in "I love you" Lin Xinyue uniforms were swiftly filtered out of her awareness. Yet, that scent was tantalizingly close. Yet she could not discern the figure she yearned for day and night. "Ah, master, have you come to see Xinyue? The moment I caught a whiff of your scent, I felt so hungry, so very hungry. I can hardly wait to devour you," Lin Xinyue murmured to herself, cradling her stomach in a corner. Although she detected a faint trace of Wei Lihan's scent, she could not precisely pinpoint his whereabouts. If he bore any minute wounds, she could swiftly locate Wei Lihan based on the scent of blood. "Miss, it's time to prepare for your entrance," came a calm and respectful male voice through her earpiece, her butler. The voice, transmitted through the static, carried a subtle urgency that jolted Lin Xinyue back to reality from her momentary distraction. "Understood," Lin Xinyue replied, her tone icy and discordant amidst the surrounding clamor. With a discreet tilt of her head, she allowed her long hair and the shadow of her cap to obscure her mouth, whispering, "Make sure to distribute some small gifts to my fans once we begin. Be swift." "Understood, miss," came the succinct reply from the other end of the earpiece. Lin Xinyue lowered the brim of her cap further, the shadow nearly enveloping her face, revealing only the delicate contour of her jawline. Like a nimble cat, she blended into the vibrant throng, her steps somewhat furtive, yet resolutely aimed towards the staff entrance of the Lin Theater, guarded by numerous bodyguards. As one of the most sought-after superstars in the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed the world, each public appearance of Lin Xinyue was capable of stirring a tempest. She was acutely aware of the repercussions of a grand entrance. Once, during a concert tour in Haicheng, she had donned a stunning custom gown, gracefully waving to fans on either side of the red carpet, her smile poised, and her steps measured. However, that tranquility was abruptly shattered. A dozen fervent fans surged forth like a torrent, breaking through the towering wall of bodyguards with astonishing speed, racing towards her like arrows released from a bow. "Xinyue, I am yours. Please give me an autograph," a young man shouted, his gaze wild with obsession. "Lady Xinyue, I want a photo with you. I beg you," pleaded another voice, tinged with desperation. Most astonishing was a petite female fan, who, summoning every ounce of strength, unleashed a scream that rivaled a battle cry. "Ah, Miss Lin. I will protect the best Miss Lin." That desperate wail seemed to pierce through all, instantly drowning out the cheers and camera clicks, shattering the elegant atmosphere of the red carpet. In that moment, Lin Xinyue's smile froze, her graceful demeanor fracturing as she was taken aback by the sudden fervor, gazing in surprise at the throng of fans charging towards her. Seeing that each of these individuals was solely focused on Lin Xinyue, the Lin family's bodyguards swiftly formed a human barrier, shielding her securely in the center. Yet, the passion and resolve of the fans were far more intense than anticipated. Through the gaps in the wall, hands erupted from shoulders, armpits, and even the absurdity of between legs, all wildly flailing in a frenzy. In the midst of a fervent crowd clutching an array of business cards, albums, and notebooks, much like leaves clinging for survival, There existed a palpable yearning for her autograph. The scene, if shrouded in a dim filter and accompanied by a haunting score, could easily rival a post-apocalyptic thriller, with Lin Xinyue cast as the sole living bait captivating the throngs. Yet, despite the chaos, Lin Xinyue adeptly recalibrated her mindset. She inhaled deeply, compelling herself to remain composed, gently advising, "Please do not crowd, be cautious of injuries. Take your time, I will sign for everyone." With poise, she gestured for a pen from her butler. Amidst the bodyguard's strenuous efforts to maintain order, she dutifully inscribed her name on every item thrust before her. When the fervent fans finally received their coveted signatures, most erupted in ecstatic declarations of Lin Xinyue. "I love you," before being contentedly escorted away by the guards. A few, overwhelmed by the sheer joy, fainted, only to be carried off by medical personnel. Perhaps the elation from acquiring their idol's autograph was overwhelmingly potent, or perhaps they were acutely aware that this slender piece of paper could usher them into untold wealth. After all, in the black market, a signed album by Lin Xinyue had been inflated to a staggering price of 3 million yuan, swiftly snatched up by mysterious affluent buyers within mere seconds of listing. With her fanbase expanding exponentially and countless bystanders and detractors converting after witnessing her live performances, the value of her autograph was destined to soar, akin to a rocket, with no end in sight. It was this sobering experience that led Lin Xinyue to resolve that this concert must be conducted with utmost discretion. Presently, the exterior of the Lin Theater overflowed with throngs of admirers, creating an impenetrable sea of humanity. Apart from the tightly closed side doors and heavily guarded staff entrances, every entry was encircled by a multitude of fans and astute paparazzi. Even if she donned a mask and hat, wrapping herself like a dumpling, the moment she became visible, she would undoubtedly be recognized within a fraction of a second, only to be engulfed by the crowd. The heavy metallic door to her exclusive lounge clicked shut behind her, severing all external clamor and prying eyes. After hours of heightened tension, Lin Xinyue finally allowed herself to relax in that moment. She exhaled deeply, shedding any lingering reservations with a near-violent decisiveness. Her thick overcoat was carelessly tossed onto the luxurious leather sofa with a dull thud, while her sunglasses, which obscured half her face, the low-brimmed cap that limited her line of sight, and the suffocating mask were all hastily discarded, as if they were mere refuse, carelessly cast aside onto the carpet. At last, she unveiled a visage so stunning it could eclipse all else. With exquisitely refined features, skin so pale it borders on translucence, and those purple eyes that, upon removing her sunglasses, appear even more profound and enigmatic, she now bore a hint of weariness. Like a cat drained of energy, she languidly nestled into the expansive sofa, her body sinking deeply into the plush cushions. Her long, slender legs, exposed to the air and clad in an effortless elegance, were carelessly crossed at the edge of the brass coffee table before her, resting her head languidly against the velvet pillow. Her silky pink hair cascaded like blossoms over the cushion, while her delicate eyelashes fluttered gently, poised to seize this fleeting moment of tranquility as she closed her eyes to rejuvenate. Yet, this relaxation also unleashed the instincts she had deliberately suppressed. A slender, lustrous tail stealthily emerged from behind her, animated and mischievous, as if possessing a life of its own, with its tip shaped like a unique spade, glimmering with an enigmatic sheen under the light. As Lin Xinyue's thoughts stirred, it coiled around a porcelain cup brimming with crimson liquid on the coffee table, deftly bringing the rim to her tender lips. Without needing to open her eyes, she instinctively parted her lips slightly, but as the coppery sweetness filled her mouth, she couldn't help but grimace. The sustenance within these blood bags felt far less fresh and delectable than her master's offerings. Previously unnoticed, now it seemed to irritate her throat. In that peculiar moment, a robust and deep voice, accompanied by a steady and forceful knock, shattered the tranquility of the room. "Miss, there is a distinguished guest in the ordinary section at the back." Lin Xinyue continued drinking without missing a beat, her eyelids remaining unlifted. From that familiar voice, she felt only a reassuring steadiness. It was Uncle Chun, the loyal steward of her family, who had watched her grow, akin to a guardian. "Come in, Uncle Chun." Her voice, tinged with languor and allure, slipped through the blood's essence. The door opened gently, revealing Uncle Chun, impeccably attired in a tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled. Upon seeing Lin Xinyue, A fleeting look of customary affection crossed his face, but as his gaze fell upon the tail that was feeding her blood, his brow instinctively furrowed. "Miss," Uncle Chin's voice carried a tone of helpless concern. "Even though this is your private VIP room, such displays cannot be so ostentatious." As he spoke, he discreetly moved toward the window, drawing the heavy velvet curtains tighter to ensure not a sliver of light remained. "Your status is unique. Even the slightest hint could be magnified by those with ill intent, leading to calamity." He turned around, his gaze gentle yet imbued with an undeniable authority. As he regarded the languid girl lounging on the sofa, his tone was filled with the earnest admonitions of an elder towards a younger one. Chapter 69, Famished. I know, Uncle Chun," Lin Xingyue drawled, her voice tinged with a hint of weariness and resignation after being lectured by an elder. The slender, jet-black tail that seemed almost alive deftly coiled around a cup brimming with blood, placing it steadily on the rosewood coffee table. As the tail retracted, her legs, which had been lazily draped over the edge of the table, obediently came together, her delicate feet clad in pure white cotton socks gently pressing against the soft carpet. Emitting a barely audible muffled sound, she leaned slightly forward, resting her elbows on her knees, her hands intertwined beneath her chin. Her lips, recently kissed by blood, were now as crimson as rose petals bathed in the dawn's glow, exuding an otherworldly, beguiling sheen against her fair skin. In her clear, profound violet eyes, the languor faded, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. The back row? Her red lips parted slightly, her tone inquisitive. What notable figure would be seated in the back row to watch my concert? Beside her, Uncle Chin stood tall in a well-tailored black suit, his posture as erect as a pine tree. Upon hearing her, he cleared his throat, his expression remaining solemn and respectful, as if reporting a matter of utmost significance to the family's survival. "Miss, it is the Su family," he began slowly, each word resonating with weight. "The eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Limo, recently reached out to the family head through special channels. What she requested, however, was unexpectedly trivial." Lin Xinyue's elegant brows arched slightly, forming a graceful curve. The Su family? The one that rose from the shadows through unsavory enterprises, and even after cleansing its reputation, continues its old practices while maintaining a distance from other prominent families? She found it perplexing that the cunning and ruthless eldest daughter of the Su family would deign to approach the Lin family for such a trivial matter. "Miss Su wishes," Uncle Chun continued, his tone steady as he narrated, "that we arrange a designated seat for her in the back row of the concert. Specifically, any position adjacent to that seat." Lin Xinyue's fingertips unconsciously tapped her arm, a glint of amusement flickering in her eyes. The idea that Su Limo would covet a mere back row seat seemed utterly ludicrous. In exchange, Uncle Chin's voice remained unwavering, as if recounting an ordinary transaction. She proposed that the top 3 assassins under the Su family could execute a free assassination or escort mission of any level below the leadership tier for us. If we have no immediate need for such services, she is also willing to pay 5 million directly to secure the preferential choice for that seat. At this juncture, Uncle Chin paused, seemingly contemplating his next words. He slightly raised his head, allowing his gaze to traverse Lin Xinyue's contemplative profile, and added, "The master of the house is rather perplexed by this matter. He cannot fathom Su Limo's true intentions. Therefore, he has entrusted this matter entirely to you, the young lady, trusting in your judgment." Upon finishing, Uncle Chun prudently retreated a couple of steps, bowing his head as he stood in the shadows, relinquishing the space and the power of thought entirely to this young heir of the family. A brief silence enveloped the living room as Lin Xinyue's brows furrowed slightly, her exquisite countenance etched with surprise and confusion. Was Su Limo truly her admirer? This thought flashed through her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. To engage the services of a top assassin from the Su family, or to offer 5 million just to be closer to an idol? Why not simply purchase a seat in the front row? Such notions were utterly absurd. Su Limo had not descended into madness. Lin Xinyue's gaze suddenly sharpened. What she desired was not merely the seat itself, but the individual beside it. The fact that either side could suffice indicated the uncertainty of her target. Yet she had to ensure her proximity to this individual. To expend such a staggering cost merely to approach someone signified that this person was no ordinary figure. The true aim of Su Limo must undoubtedly be the unknown individual occupying the adjacent seat. Perhaps she sought to conduct a covert investigation. Or perhaps she intended to engage in some clandestine interaction or transaction. In light of this, how could Lin Xinhua permit Su Limo to seize the initiative? Since you have chosen to build this bridge through the Lin family, do not blame me for seizing the opportunity to glimpse the scenery on the other side. If you wish to take advantage, so be it, but the Lin family must have its share. With this thought, the flicker of displeasure and doubt within Lin Xinhua gradually dissipated, replaced by an exhilaration of encountering a worthy opponent and a calmness in controlling the situation. She slowly relaxed her brows, the corners of her lips curving into a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Her gaze becoming profound and serene once more. She raised her eyes towards Uncle Chun, who stood quietly to the side, her voice cold yet decisive. Imbued with an undeniable authority, Uncle Chun, grant her request. Arrange the seating as she desires. Moreover, she shifted her tone, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Utilize all our channels, sparing no effort, to ascertain the identity of the individual beside that seat. The person who could propose such extraordinary conditions merely to sit next to him is undoubtedly significant. As for the 5 million, let that be disregarded. Our Lin family is not so lacking in funds. We shall accept the assassination task she proposed. Having an additional card up our sleeve is always advantageous. As Lin Xinhua's icy command resonated, Uncle Chun exhibited no hesitation, swiftly and respectfully jotting down the key points in his notebook. His movements fluid and evidently accustomed to such an efficient rhythm. He closed the notebook, inclined his body slightly, and finally reminded her, "Young lady, please remember to prepare. The time for your performance is drawing near." Before he finished speaking, he turned and exited the room with steady, silent steps. The door was gently closed, isolating the room from all external sounds. In an instant, the entire space succumbed to profound silence. The calm and resolute demeanor that adorned Lin Xinhua's face, akin to the melting of spring's ice and snow, swiftly dissipated. She reclined languidly against the sofa, her once piercing eyes, sharp as an eagle's, now veiled by a soft and dreamy sheen. Tilting her head ever so slightly, her innate perceptiveness, a hallmark of the succubi, unfurled like an invisible net, sweeping across every corner of the room to confirm the absence of prying eyes and eavesdropping ears. With an impatient fervor, almost greedy, she licked her still crimson lips, an action imbued with palpable thirst and anticipation. Subsequently, her slender fingers delved into her pocket, cautiously retrieving a meticulously preserved photograph. It was an ordinary-sized print, its corners smoothed by repeated handling, yet it retained an air of freshness, evidently cherished and protected by its owner. Extending her porcelain-like hand, her fingertips trembled imperceptibly as they grazed the visage of the person captured in the photograph. Her touch was tender, akin to caressing a rare treasure or the warm cheek of a beloved, her gaze reflecting a devotion and longing that could render the world around her pale in comparison. Simultaneously, a sultry, intoxicating voice emerged from the depths of her throat, spiraling through the stillness of the room. "Master, you have come to see Xinhua, haven't you?" Her tone was sweet and soft, laced with a hint of playful affection, a stark contrast to the icy authority she had displayed while commanding Uncle Chin moments before. "If you truly are a fan of Xinhua, I can offer you a most unique reward, one that no one else can obtain." This murmured expression of adoration culminated in a prolonged sigh, gradually subsiding. She slowly closed her eyelids, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, then bowed her head with utmost reverence, pressing her lips against the photograph. It was a gentle and devout kiss, infused with the fervor of a pilgrim and the purest affection of a maiden. The person in the photograph was Wei Lihan. An otherwise unremarkable close-up had transformed into Lin Xinhua's sole deity, yet the features of Wei Lihan were now obscured by layers of crimson. Was it lipstick or dried blood? A distinct blood-red lip print now marred the image of Wei Lihan's face, adding an eerie quality. Relying on the faint traces left behind by Wei Lihan, Lin Xinhua employed the finest intelligence network of the Lin family, even seeking assistance from third-party organizations that operated within the gray areas of legality, yet ultimately unearthed only the most rudimentary information: name, Wei Lihan, identity, an ordinary student at Beijing University. Beyond that, there was a void. His family background, social connections, and past experiences seemed to have been forcefully erased by an invisible hand, leaving behind a smooth, mirror-like surface that was chillingly devoid of any trace. No matter how hard Lin Xinhua tried, She could not leave even the faintest mark in this information void. This was no ordinary phenomenon. The extent to which a person's information could be safeguarded suggested a power that could rival that of the Lin family or other prominent clans. She clutched the photograph tightly in her hand, her knuckles whitening with the pressure, and within the depths of her dreamy eyes, alongside love, flickered a flame of resolute determination. I do not care who you are or what lies hidden behind you. I, your master, shall certainly find you. For I am desperately hungry. Chapter 70. The mysterious small gift outside the Lin Theater. A throng of people surged like a colossal dragon composed of countless enthusiastic souls, slowly writhing toward the entrance. Brother Han, this line is utterly ridiculous. When will we ever reach the front? Li Daniu's voice boomed as usual, as he strained to support Wei Lihan, while tiptoeing and craning his neck to peer ahead. Yet, what met his gaze was still a sea of heads, shimmering under the night with a myriad of support light signs. Wei Lihan, aided by Li Daniu, cautiously scanned the area for that potentially ominous black figure, initially thinking how delightful it was to attend the concert, only to find himself entangled in strange occurrences at every turn. However, his face betrayed little anxiety. He merely smiled faintly and reassured. What's the rush? Now that we are here, perhaps the ticket checkers are understaffed or the security procedures are stricter than usual. Beneath this calm facade, he harbored some regret, but more so a sense of luck, for having lingered by the side entrance to evade that inhuman entity. He had emerged only to realize he had missed the optimal entry moment. Wei Lihan took a moment to observe the tight security measures and patrolling personnel, secretly hoping that the creature would not make any further disturbances. Just as Wei Lihan's thoughts wandered, a crisp and slightly excited voice called from behind, accompanied by a gentle pat on his shoulder. Hey buddy, you two really don't know what is happening right now? Goddess Lin has prepared an enormous surprise for us. Wei Lihan and Li Daniu turned simultaneously to see a young man clad in Lin Xinyue's classic support shirt, his face radiant with pride. Surprise? What surprise? Wei Lihan's brows furrowed, his eyes reflecting pure confusion. Beside him, Li Daniu, unable to check his phone due to supporting Wei Lihan, was equally curious about the young man. Having missed the news regarding Lin Xinyue. No way, bro. The young man's expression shifted instantly from pride to disdain, as if he had just heard something utterly incredulous, his tone taking on a sharp edge of inquiry. Are you truly fans of Goddess Lin? You didn't get your tickets from scalpers, did you? Upon witnessing the bewildered expressions of Wei Lihan and the other, he could only transform his disdain into an exuberant enthusiasm. Lowering his voice, yet struggling to conceal his excitement as he explained, the Goddess Lin just posted an update that has set our official fan group ablaze. She declared that today, every audience member entering the venue will have the chance to receive a mysterious gift personally selected by her at the entrance, simply by presenting their ticket. But that is not all. He paused, as if concocting an even grander revelation, his eyes shimmering with a dreamlike glow. The most monumental news is that during the intermission, the Goddess Lin will conduct a live lottery, randomly selecting one fortunate soul from the tens of thousands of attendees to come on stage and interact face-to-face with her. Face-to-face. He emphasized those three words, his voice trembling with fervor. Just imagine, it's Lin Xinyue. To stand before her and behold her beauty up close, perhaps even to shake hands and take a photograph. My heavens, this is something one wouldn't even dare to dream about. The young man seemed almost delirious, as if he had already been chosen, lost in a reverie of what it would be like to engage directly with Lin Xinyue, feeling that such a moment would be sheer bliss. This proclamation struck Li Daniu's heart like a massive stone thrown into a serene lake, sending forth tumultuous waves of excitement. Oh my, Hangul, did you hear that? On stage, interacting with Lin Xinyue, Li Daniu trembled with elation, suddenly gripping Wei Lihan's arm with such force that it felt as though he might crush his bones, causing Wei Lihan to gasp in pain, his features contorting. If I am chosen, I want nothing but Lin Xinyue's autograph. This is her first live lottery. I will frame that autograph and display it in the most prominent place in my living room for my grandchildren to cherish. Li Daniu was utterly lost in fantasy, his face flushed with excitement, murmuring as if that sacred piece of signed paper was already in his grasp. Just as Wei Lihan freed himself from Li Daniu's powerful embrace, still attempting to soothe his tingling arm, the earlier young man let out a thunderous scream filled with incredulous joy and envy, piercing through the surrounding clamor. I can't believe it. Someone in the fan group has just won a postcard signed by the goddess. This exclamation was like a bolt from the blue, erupting amidst the tense and anxious crowd. Those who had previously been engrossed in their phones or chatting with companions were suddenly jolted into focus, uniformly bowing their heads. Fingers racing across their screens, swiftly navigating to Lin Xinyue's official fan group. In almost the same breath, the group chat interface was inundated with a single message. A flood of identical posts cascading down like a waterfall, dominating everyone's view. I am Lindaren's. Image, no way, no way. Surely no one failed to draw the goddess's personally signed postcard from the entrance gift? How delightful. Beneath this text was a photograph brimming with immediacy, a hand proudly holding a beautifully designed postcard. On the postcard, Lin Xinyue's ethereal profile radiates a smile as enchanting as a blooming flower, accompanied by her unique, graceful signature. This signature seems imbued with a certain enchantment, exuding a captivating brilliance that transcends the confines of the screen. The poster, evidently a figure of prominence, is fervently engaged in copying and pasting, eager to ensure that the splendor of their wealth does not go unnoticed, reveling in the collective attention of the group. This message acted like a spark igniting an oil drum, instantly setting the entire fan community ablaze. The comments section erupted with fervor, dividing into distinct factions. The envious brigade. I am so envious. Why is there such a disparity among us mere mortals? Enough of the theatrics. Where are you now? I want to see for myself. This must be a scam. Lin's signature cannot be so easily obtained. The admirers. You are so fortunate. May your good fortune multiply. Congratulations. I envy you immensely. This is harder than winning the lottery. Hurry and buy a lottery ticket. Tonight your luck will be unparalleled. The skeptics. Why should it be you? The only thing I received was a plain fan, and I am utterly dismayed. I am worse off. I got a support stick that feels so flimsy it might break after 2 uses. Is there no guarantee mechanism? I will attend the next concert. I refuse to believe I cannot obtain a genuine signature. The clamor and excitement in the group resonated through the small screens of each fan, projecting the fervor into the real world. Within the lengthy queue, cries of despair, envy, and frustration echoed. Brother Han's voice, thick with emotion, intertwined with his frantic scrolling through the fan group. As he gazed at Wei Li Han with the eyes of a supplicant, I too wish to hold Lin's signed postcard. Brother Han, would you lend me 200 years of your lifespan? Once I achieve my aspirations and ascend to the heavens, I shall repay you in my next life. Before he could finish, his fingers abruptly halted, followed by another wail. What? Someone else has obtained Lin's customized water bottle. It even bears her cartoon avatar. Almost immediately, his eyes widened, and his tone shifted. Goodness. A watch. Someone has acquired a watch. It looks exquisite, undoubtedly a limited edition. Each announcement of a prize struck the hearts of every fervent fan like relentless drumbeats. Those customized water bottles, exquisite watches, and signed postcards appeared as mirages, beautiful yet unattainable. What awaited them was likely to be the consolation prizes scorned by the less fortunate. This intense psychological contrast ignited a fervor within everyone. The previously sluggish line seemed to be infused with a surge of adrenaline, quickening its pace dramatically. No longer did they grumble or engage in idle chatter. Every gaze was fixated on the ticket booth ahead, their eyes ablaze with an almost insatiable greed. They shared a singular thought. Faster. Let us hasten. Hasten through this door to seize the unknown surprise that rightfully belongs to you. Perhaps the next fortunate soul favored by Lady Luck is none other than yourself. A torrent of anticipation, envy, and desire surged forth, propelling the crowd toward the grand entrance of the Lin Theater with an overwhelming fervor. When Wei Lihan and Li Dainyu finally found themselves at the forefront of the throng, both felt as though they had transcended time itself. The illumination at the ticket checkpoint, in that moment, appeared to them as the divine light of paradise. Li Dainyu, taking the lead, reverently extended the electronic QR code displayed on his phone, his heart pounding like a drum within his chest. The staff, expressionless, operated the scanner with a crisp beep, efficient and decisive. Subsequently, a paper ticket was torn away, its seat number briefly scanned, and then a white tote bag embossed with gold lettering for the special concert of Lin Xinyue was handed to Li Dainyu. The entire process transpired so swiftly that there was scarcely a moment to react. Yet Li Dainyu understood that the moment defining his happiness for the evening had arrived. Like a miner plunging into a gold mine, he dove into the venue, eagerly seeking refuge in a corner. His eyes, ablaze with excitement, glimmered with an alarming red hue, and his hands trembled like leaves caught in an autumn breeze, nearly causing the bag that encapsulated all his hopes to slip from his grasp on several occasions. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned all his strength to quell the spasms in his fingers and tore open the seal of the bag with fervor. As his right hand quivered, retrieving the object within, it felt as though the world had suddenly lost its color. It was an utterly ordinary circular badge, devoid of any design, commonly referred to by fans as a baji. Apart from the elegant script proclaiming the special concert, there was nothing else. Not even Lin Xinyue's signature, nor a mere silhouette of her profile. In an instant, Li Danyu's heart plummeted from the heights of elation into an icy abyss. Yet, he remained undeterred, obsessively scrutinizing the small badge from every angle, his nails tracing each inch of its surface in a desperate attempt to uncover any trace of Lin Xinyue. Alas, the outcome was disheartening. It was abundantly clear that he had drawn the fabled consolation prize. A muffled cry of despair and indignation surged within Li Danyu's throat. Meanwhile, as Li Danyu experienced the tumultuous highs and lows of life within the venue, Wei Lihan approached the ticket checkpoint. He calmly presented his phone, bracing himself for a procedure akin to that of Li Danyu. However, when the staff member lifted the scanner and instinctively glanced at the seat information on the screen, their motion abruptly faltered. The eyes, once dulled by professional detachment, widened in disbelief, a flicker of astonishment flashing through their pupils. Rapidly, they raised their gaze, meticulously verifying Wei Lihan's face against the information on the phone. Upon confirming its accuracy, their expression morphed into a complex mlang of emotions, ultimately culminating in a profound and scrutinizing gaze. He gazed deeply at Wei Lihan, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating flesh and reaching the very soul. In the next moment, all the impatience and indifference etched upon his face melted away like snow under the sun, replaced instantaneously by a smile so impeccably respectful and humble that it was beyond reproach. "Sir, here is your ticket. Please keep it safe. Proceed inside and turn right. The entrance awaits." His tone transformed dramatically, shedding its mechanical delivery to embrace the warmth and courtesy reserved for esteemed guests. "Oh, and sir, please take this as well." As if recalling something suddenly, he retrieved a handbag from the drawer beneath him, presenting it with both hands. "Thank you." Wei Lihan instinctively accepted it, inquiring, "Is this the gift they mentioned?" "Yes, indeed, sir. I wish you a delightful evening." The staff member nodded slightly, his smile radiating genuine warmth. With a heart full of suspicion, Wei Lihan turned away. He distinctly remembered that this very staff member had exhibited a rather disdainful demeanor when interacting with the previous fans, as if urging them to leave quickly so he could end his shift. Why then, upon his arrival, did this individual appear transformed? This sudden elevation to VIP treatment left him feeling somewhat uneasy, as if an invisible label had been affixed to him, the nature of which he could not discern. "Young lady, he has entered." At the moment Wei Lihan turned, the staff member discreetly covered his mouth with his hand, whispering into the miniature earpiece at his collar, speaking in a volume only he could hear. As Wei Lihan rounded the corner, he spotted Li Danyu leaning against the wall, exuding a sense of hopelessness. He looked as though he had lost everything, having invested heavily in a gacha game, only to end up without the coveted character. Even missing the guaranteed prize, an unfortunate soul who had drawn 179 times without success, enveloped in an aura of abandonment. "What is wrong, Danyu? Did you at least get a consolation prize?" Wei Lihan immediately discerned the crux of the matter. Given Li Danyu's character, had he received any gift featuring Lin Xinyue, he would have been racing through the venue, clutching it and screaming with delight. The current despondency was a clear indication of the truth. "Hank, I refuse to accept this." Li Danyu weakly lifted his head, his voice as flat as still water. "You should open yours. I bet 5 dimes that yours is also a consolation prize. Today, we are kindred spirits, both cursed by fate." Wei Lihan rubbed his forehead and, leaning on his cane, approached him. To be honest, he had sensed something was amiss while carrying the bag. It felt surprisingly light, almost devoid of substance, leading him to suspect that the staff member might have forgotten to include something. Without further ado, he unceremoniously tore open the handbag in front of Li Danyu. Reaching in with his right hand, he pulled out an utterly white cotton sock. Wei Lihan froze, questioning whether he had succumbed to hallucinations from the prolonged anticipation. How could an idol concert possibly present fans with cotton socks? This was an exceedingly peculiar maneuver. Was it some trend he simply did not comprehend? Ha ha ha. Li Daniu was momentarily taken aback, but then erupted into a thunderous laugh, his earlier despondency vanishing, replaced by a sense of schadenfreude. Brother Han, your situation is even more dire than mine. At least I can use this to flaunt a semblance of style on my attire. But yours is clearly a size meant for a young girl. How do you intend to wear it? Just slip it over your head? Wei Lihan, with a furrowed brow, expressionless, shoved the cotton sock back into the bag and retorted with irritation. All right, consider it a consolation prize. Now help me to the restroom. I can barely hold it any longer. After standing outside for so long, his bladder had indeed issued its final ultimatum. The men's restroom was surprisingly empty, perhaps because everyone was eager to rush into the venue and catch a glimpse of Lin Xinyue's ethereal beauty. Lacking any urgent need, Li Daniu waited by the entrance. After Wei Lihan relieved himself, he approached the sink, turned on the tap, and let the cold water wash over his hands. His gaze, almost involuntarily, fell once more upon the handbag resting nearby. An intense instinct whispered to him that matters were far from straightforward. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he reopened the handbag. Extracting 2 identical pure white cotton socks, his fingertips again brushed against a soft object nestled at the bottom of the bag. The sensation was supple and silky, distinctly different from that of the cotton socks. His heart skipped a beat as he swiftly pulled it out. It was a black, high-quality stocking that emerged from the bag. Along with the stocking, a small card adorned with lace trim tumbled out. Wei Lihan's breath hitched as he beheld the card, which had landed face up on the pristine surface of the sink. In elegant yet slightly eerie script, it bore the words, "Master, I have come to find you. And this time I am quite hungry, so I intend to feast." Chapter 71. The frightened duo. I am but a glutinous rice. Instinctively, he flung the delicate yet weighty note from his grasp. The paper arced gracefully through the air before landing softly on the cold tiled floor. Wei Lihan staggered back 2 steps, his back colliding heavily against the chill of the wall, barely managing to steady himself. The sharp pain at his ankle was momentarily overshadowed by an overwhelming wave of terror, becoming distant and blurred. Shaken and breathless, he fixated on the handbag lying quietly on the sink. Yet, to Wei Lihan's eyes, it resembled a Pandora's box leading to an abyss, a cursed portal to another dimension. He could almost sense an unknown entity writhing within, greedily peering at him through the thin layer of wrapping, waiting for the opportune moment to burst forth and drain him of his last vestige of vitality. Brother Han, are you done? Have you fallen into the toilet pit? Outside, the boisterous and somewhat impatient voice of Li Daniu penetrated the door, distorted and lingering, urging them to hurry as the event was about to commence. His voice served as a lifeline, abruptly pulling Wei Lihan from a nightmarish reverie. Gasping for breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart, cold sweat soaking through his back. All right, I'll be out in a moment," he replied, feigning composure, though a subtle tremor betrayed his unease. Leaning on his cane, his gaze involuntarily drifted once more to the handbag and the cryptic note lying on the floor. If he left it here, what chaos might ensue if a cleaner or the next person stumbled upon it? This item was undeniably sinister. He sensed it was far from a mere prank. After a brief contemplation, he clenched his teeth and resolved to take the items with him, intending to find a secluded corner to dispose of them more safely and decisively. With utmost care, as if the handbag contained explosives, he lifted it and tucked it into his backpack before limping toward the door. Navigating through the bustling corridor filled with voices, Wei Lihan and Li Dani finally merged into the venue like 2 droplets of water converging in the vast ocean. The atmosphere within was already a surging sea of excitement. The stands were densely packed, leaving hardly any space. As thousands of glow sticks twinkled like stars in the night sky, pulsating rhythmically with the prelude to the music festival that had yet to officially begin, creating a magnificent tide of light. The air was thick with the mingled scents of chilled air, perfume, and the unique aroma of the glowing sticks, interwoven with the excited screams and chatter of fans, forming an exhilarating atmosphere that sent adrenaline coursing through their veins. Having secured seats in the back row, Wei Lihan found it nearly impossible to discern the minuscule figures on stage. The only solace lay in the massive screen directly ahead, or perhaps a pair of binoculars to catch a glimpse of the performance. Nevertheless, the back row had its advantages. The expansive view allowed him to fully absorb the overwhelming atmosphere akin to a tidal wave, feeling the stunning impact of collective enthusiasm. At this moment, the stage was still in its warm-up phase, with no sign of Lin Xinyue, only the unpredictable dance of multicolored laser beams slicing through the air, while deafening rock music surged like tangible sound waves, crashing against everyone's eardrums and hearts. Li Daniu, as if entranced, gazed longingly at the radiant stage, his eyes shimmering with a near-worshipful glow. Suddenly, he clapped Wei Lihan on the shoulder, his voice slightly altered by excitement. "Brother Han, having you as my friend in this lifetime is worth it. I thought you would hand this ticket off to some girl, but you actually brought me along. I'm so moved I could cry." Wei Lihan stumbled slightly from the force of the slap and shot him an exasperated glance, his tone laced with resignation. "Enough of that. Cut it out. How many girls do you think I know? Even if they were, do you think they would accompany me to this concert? Each of them is a remarkable individual." He turned his head, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the stage adorned with a kaleidoscope of vibrant lights, the bizarre interplay of colors dancing within his pupils, seemingly evoking certain long-buried memories. With a hint of self-mockery, he murmured, "Speaking of which, in all my years, the only time I was ever embroiled in rumors was back in elementary school, with my female deskmate." Upon hearing this, Li Daniu instantly perked up, bursting into laughter as if he had discovered a new continent. "Ha, Hangul. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Back then, you didn't just cherish her. You practically revered her like a little goddess, didn't you? Every day, you held her hand to teach her how to write, and your eraser was almost worn to a nub from her use. The most absurd part was that with your meager allowance of 50 cents, you wouldn't even buy yourself an ice pop, insisting instead on purchasing her a pack of snacks. And what was the result? The entire class was aware of your little affair, teasing you daily, calling out Wei Lihan, 'Little wife.' Except for Su Limo, who sat behind you." Li Daniu clumsily mimicked Su Limo's expression, exuding a naive ferocity. She glared at your desk mate daily as if she were witnessing a death, then turned around to seize your pocket money to buy snacks that she devoured loudly. At this, Wei Lihan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was not that he harbored any affection for that desk mate. The girl, demure and bespectacled, appeared gentle and frail. He merely felt a pang of compassion seeing her consume only 2 dry white buns each day for lunch, devoid of even a pickle, prompting him to scrape together some change from his meager earnings to buy her a treat to ease her hunger. Yet, Su Limo, he still vividly recalled her relentless array of schemes and pranks aimed at his desk mate, as well as the scrutinizing and inexplicably hostile gaze she cast upon her. Ultimately, his desk mate transferred schools unexpectedly, her reasons shrouded in ambiguity. As for Su Limo, the very next day, she naturally approached the homeroom teacher, insisting in an unassailable tone, "Teacher, I want to sit with Wei Lihan." Everything unfolded so seamlessly, as if orchestrated by her meticulous calculations and control. The sensation of being toyed with by an invisible hand still sends shivers down Wei Lihan's spine upon recollection. The homeroom teacher, rather obligingly, assigned Su Limo to sit beside Wei Lihan without any hesitation. He even bowed and inquired if she needed a different desk or chair, all of which were freshly approved by the school. "Hey, Hangul, I'm not saying anything against Su Limo," Li Daniu, with his arm draped over Wei Lihan's shoulder, animatedly recounted the dark history of their past, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Just as he reached the peak of his storytelling, a sudden grip tightened around his wrist. It was no ordinary grasp, but a cold, slick confinement imbued with terrifying strength. The hand was small, even somewhat slender, yet Li Daniu felt as though his wrist bone was ensnared in a frigid iron vice, utterly immobile. A sharp alarm, born from the instinct of life, blared wildly in his mind, causing his blood to congeal in an instant. Li Daniu could only emit a brief muffled groan as he grasped Wei Lihan's arm, only to have that small hand effortlessly detach it from Wei Lihan's shoulder in an irresistible manner. Cold sweat poured down his back like a flood released from a dam. He could distinctly hear the chattering of his teeth. With rigid movements, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze traversing the unnaturally pale hand, ultimately locking onto a pair of eyes that were bottomless and currently glimmering with an eerie red light. Su Limo. She had quietly appeared beside them, like a specter emerging from the shadows. With her eyes slightly narrowed, those orbs, which should have been bright, now resembled 2 burning blood-red gemstones, emanating a fierce malevolence and murderous intent that pierced through Li Daniu like a tangible blade. This was not merely a glare. but a judgment from the apex of the food chain, looking down upon its prey. Li Daniu felt as if he were a frog ensnared by a venomous snake. Finding it immensely difficult to breathe, the air in his lungs seemed to be instantly siphoned away, his mind blank, enveloped in pure, suffocating terror. He forgot to resist, forgot to scream for help, even forgot to think, standing there like a puppet under a binding spell. His face contorted in horror as he gazed at this living embodiment of death gripping his wrist. Sulimo, what brings you here? Just as Li Daniu felt he was about to be executed by that terrifying gaze, as if his soul were to be crushed, a familiar voice resonated like celestial music, pulling him back from the abyss of despair. Upon hearing Wei Lihan's voice, the chilling aura surrounding Su Limo dissipated as swiftly as the ebbing tide. Her bloodshot eyes blinked, the eerie red light rapidly fading, restoring their clarity and brightness, even revealing a hint of endearing innocence toward Wei Lihan, as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of Li Daniu's imagination. She released her firm grip on Li Daniu's wrist and casually took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Freed from her grasp, Li Daniu slumped against the back of his seat, gasping for breath, a distinct, cold bruise marking his wrist. He gazed at Su Limo in shock, as if he were staring at a monster cloaked in human skin. However, Su Limo completely disregarded him, treating him as if he were an insignificant speck of dust. She turned away, her face instantly blossoming into a warm and friendly smile, radiant as the sun's most comforting rays in spring, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. Yet, beneath Su Limo's smile lingered an icy malevolence, leaving Wei Lihan with an unsettling suspicion that she might often engage in unspeakable deeds. With a sweet voice that could ooze honey, she looked at Wei Lihan and asked, "What's the matter, little Han? Do you not wish to see me?" Chapter 72. The arrival of Su Limo. I would rather not see you. You torment me all day long. With that, Wei Lihan curled his lip in disdain, as if shaking off an irritating presence, and turned his head away, finding the cacophony of the music on stage far more soothing than the girl beside him. A familiar, sweet floral fragrance approached quietly. Su Limo remained silent, standing still, her gaze akin to that of a languorous yet focused cat, meticulously tracing the contours of Wei Lihan, from the straight bridge of his nose to his subtly pressed lips, and finally to his sharply defined jawline. She extended her tongue, leisurely licking her full lips, an action imbued with a primal sense of possessiveness. Subsequently, as if it were a matter of course, she seated herself in the only empty chair beside Wei Lihan, her skirt brushing lightly against his trousers, leaving an almost imperceptible sensation. "Were you and he discussing me just now?" Su Limo's voice shattered the silence. Tilting her head, her slender fingers pointed unerringly at Li Daniu, who was awkwardly attempting to bury his head in his lap. His current posture was both comical and disheveled, resembling a startled ostrich desperate to hide beneath the earth. Wei Lihan withdrew his gaze from the stage, focusing on Li Daniu before returning to Su Limo's exquisitely made-up face, letting out a resigned sigh. "I suppose so. Li Daniu just mentioned our elementary school classmate who transferred, and coincidentally, you arrived just then." "Classmate," Su Limo softly echoed the word, lowering her eyelids, her long lashes casting a tiny shadow beneath her eyes as she began to dredge up that vague memory from the depths of her mind. It didn't take long for her to recall the incident, considering that during Wei Lihan's school years, any peer of the opposite sex who had come into contact with him and whom she could see or hear of would invariably be subjected to her torment or warnings, ensuring they vanished from his side in various ways. That classmate of Wei Lihan seemed to be the first she had dealt with, and her methods had been relatively gentle. She merely exerted familial pressure on the school under some fabricated pretext to facilitate a transfer, and that was the end of it. Oh, that matter. A sly and dangerous curve emerged at the corner of Su Limo's lips as she lifted her head again, her eyes glimmering with a shadowy light. "Xiaohan, didn't you realize I was quite concerned about you back then? After your classmate transferred, I came right over to keep you company." Before her words had fully settled, she leaned in closer to Wei Lihan, her form resembling a creeping vine, a mischievous smile gracing her features. Her warm breath brushed against his ear, and in a voice that was both sinister and laced with deadly allure, she whispered, as if the words were a seductive murmur from the depths of hell, yet sweetened with an angelic touch. "Having me by your side is more than enough." Wei Lihan, evidently already immune to this unique brand of intimacy exclusive to the Su family, was somewhat dulled by her advances. Almost reflexively, He extended his hand, palm resting on Su Limo's shoulder, gently yet firmly pushing her away, preventing her long, graceful leg from draping over his thigh. His movements were marked by an absence of hesitation, yet devoid of any trace of anger, resembling instead a resigned habit honed through the passage of time. He turned away, no longer regarding Su Limo's expression of a forsaken bride, filled with grievance. His gaze returned to the trembling figure of Li Daniu. He found himself perplexed as to why Li Daniu, who had moments ago been lively and jovial, now appeared as if he had seen a ghost upon Su Limo's arrival. "Daniu, what are you doing?" Wei Lihan gently nudged the dazed Li Daniu with his elbow, his tone laced with confusion. "Su Limo is here. Won't you greet her?" Li Daniu's body jolted as if struck by an electric current. He turned his head, quaking, to meet Su Limo's eyes, which sparkled with a seemingly harmless smile. Beneath her benign facade, he felt an icy dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head. For that smile seemed to him akin to the scythe of death hovering ominously above. "Hello, Sister Su." With every ounce of strength, Li Daniu managed to force those 3 words from his throat. Each syllable felt like a dance upon the edge of a blade, the fear radiating from his core threatening to engulf him entirely. Su Limo merely emitted a simple sound from her nasal cavity in response, not even sparing him a second of her peripheral vision. Her world was exceedingly small, accommodating only Wei Lihan, and she deemed it a waste of life to cast even a fleeting glance at any other male. However, beneath her calm exterior, a silent tempest was already brewing within her. Ugh, this person is rather bothersome. Su Limo's thoughts functioned like the most sophisticated of computers, processing rapidly. Throughout my life, he has stolen many glances that should have been directed at me by Xiaohan. Every moment of his should rightfully belong to me. Her gaze, seemingly indifferent, swept across Li Daniu's fear-distorted face, akin to assessing the value and potential threat of an object. Should I eliminate him? This notion took root within her heart like a seed, quietly germinating. The fact that Li Daniu had managed to know her, even possessing her contact information, was already the greatest favor she had granted him in deference to Wei Lihan. Should he engage in any actions that might disrupt her mood, it would not be out of the question to dispose of him. "Xiaohan," Su Limo's voice dripped with sweetness, akin to poison steeped in honey. As she completely disregarded the fidgeting Li Daniu, focusing all her senses on Wei Lihan. "Aren't you curious as to why I am here?" Wei Lihan let out a long, silent sigh. "I was thinking I asked that from the very beginning." He turned his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. "You don't say anything. Am I supposed to guess?" He simply could not comprehend how this girl, lauded as a genius since childhood, transformed into a child throwing a tantrum over an unattainable sweet whenever she was in his presence. "Of course, it's a ticket gifted to me by my dear best friend." Su Limo instantly donned an expression of innocent exuberance, as if the suffocating possessiveness that had just moments ago enveloped her had never existed. She explained that she had an unexpected engagement and generously gifted me the ticket. Pausing for a moment, her eyes arched into 2 cunning crescents. Her voice imbued with a delightful tremor, she added, "And guess what? It turns out we are seated right next to each other. Isn't that fate?" Before her words faded, she resembled a cat that had found its owner, tender yet assertively wrapping her arm around Wei Lihan's shoulder, leaning her head against him, her fragrant hair enveloping him in an instant. Chapter 73. Locking in the target, Wei Lihan's body stiffened instantly. He contemplated resisting, but countless painful experiences had taught him that any attempt to defy Su Limo's formidable strength would be futile and might even lead to more severe confinement. He surrendered, like a statue ensnared by vines, allowing Su Limo to cling to him like an octopus, feeling the heat of her body and her undeniable claim over him. "Su Limo." He spoke helplessly, his voice low and tinged with caution. "We're no longer children. Acting this way will only ensure that no one will dare pursue you in the future. Just wait until you find yourself unmarried. Then I would like to see how you cope." This was his customary excuse, an attempt to confine this untamed woman within the bounds of societal expectations. In response to Wei Lihan's gentle admonition, Su Limo merely pouted, her innocent smile fading in an instant, replaced by a nearly obsessive seriousness. "Why not just marry me?" Her voice was soft, yet it detonated in Wei Lihan's ears like a bombshell. Upon hearing this, Wei Lihan reacted as if scalded, hastily waving his hands in denial, his tone becoming somewhat frantic. No. Living with me would only bring you misery. I cannot provide the life you desire. Moreover, a stunning beauty like you with such a slender waist and long legs, could attract any man in the world. Why would you choose to hang yourself on this crooked tree? A shadow as deep as a whirlpool flashed in Su Limo's eyes, but she refrained from responding. Instead, she forced a smile that was almost slipping away. Retrieving a support cap from her bag that was distributed at the concert entrance and playfully placing it on Wei Lihan's head, her actions imbued with a familiar intimacy. Then, she adeptly tied her cascading purple locks into a high ponytail and donned a matching cap. In an instant, they appeared as a typical couple, blissfully in love. There to revel in the music. Why didn't you wear a cap to the concert? She provocatively shifted the topic, her tone regaining its previous vivacity. It sets the mood. With that, she rummaged through her seemingly bottomless bag and produced 2 pairs of elegantly designed, yet understated sunglasses, offering one to Wei Lihan. What's this? Wei Lihan was utterly bewildered. Why would anyone need sunglasses at a concert? He wasn't even nearsighted, and would they even be useful? Just try them on. In Su Limo's smile, there lingered a hint of enigmatic satisfaction, reminiscent of a child eagerly awaiting the unwrapping of a gift. Wei Lihan cast her a couple of skeptical glances, but ultimately accepted the offering, slowly placing the sunglasses upon the bridge of his nose. Upon opening his eyes once more, it was as if the entire world had been rendered in high definition. The sweat on the brows of the industrious staff on the distant stage, the brands emblazoned on their garments, and even the minute scratches on the sound equipment were all rendered with startling clarity, as if they were but an arm's length away. His entire field of vision was magnified without any distortion or chromatic aberration. What on earth is this? Wei Lihan widened his eyes in disbelief, hastily removing the glasses and donning them again, repeatedly confirming, binoculars? Such diminutive binoculars? Su Limo regarded him with a smirk of almost affectionate pride, observing the astonished expression that adorned his face. She had no intention of revealing that this was the latest technological marvel developed by her family's intelligence division, codenamed Eagle Eye. Currently in a highly confidential experimental phase, many of its features were yet to be refined. Originally intended to be crafted into a more discreet contact lens design, technological limitations had yet to be overcome, necessitating the use of this stylish eyeglass frame as a facade. As the young lady of the Su family, acquiring 2 completed prototypes was a trivial endeavor. It's merely a minor invention, she dismissed with a casual wave of her hand, as if it were nothing but an inconsequential toy. With these, attending a concert would undeniably be an enhanced experience, wouldn't it? She certainly would not divulge to Wei Lihan the chilling calculations hidden behind this enhanced experience. In the midst of the throngs of people, where fluorescent sticks merged into an ocean of light at the concert venue, the attire and adornments of the attendees bore striking similarities. To accurately pinpoint a target among tens of thousands was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Shinaluli, your desperate search for your brother in that corner is truly amusing, Su Limo thought to herself, lifting her gaze toward the pitch-black dome overhead. Resembling the gullet of a colossal beast, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her lips. She began to anticipate the moment when Shinaluli, through the binoculars or a telephoto lens, would finally recognize the woman nestled closely beside Wei Lihan as herself. And the expression that would grace her eternally stoic face would be nothing short of spectacular. Would it be shock, anger, or despair? As this thought crossed her mind, Su Limo's heart raced with exhilaration. Above, the dome concealed another world. The distance to the surging sea of humanity below was a staggering 50 meters. The air thin and frigid, imbued with the distinctive scent of rust and dust typical of steel. Shinaluli resembled a black cat perched upon the immense steel framework, her form obscured within the shadows of intersecting beams. Her breath was nearly inaudible, yet a pair of cerulean eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness. Calmly scanning the audience below through the expensive multifunctional night vision binoculars she held. "Where's my brother?" she murmured, her voice completely swallowed by the thunderous waves of sound resonating from below. Within the binoculars' view, countless blurred and exhilarated faces emerged. They donned identical support outfits, brandishing the same glowing sticks, transforming under the unpredictable stage lights into a fluid mosaic of indistinguishable colors. With each flicker of illumination, it felt as if a visual reset occurred, causing the few suspicious targets she had just identified to vanish instantaneously into the throng. The deafening music ceased to be a melody. It morphed into an incessant, irksome white noise, akin to countless fine needles probing her nerves. Kanazawa Ruri furrowed her brow in impatience as a sharp headache assaulted her senses. In such an environment, relying solely on her eyesight and intuition to locate a specific individual was akin to chasing phantoms. Her brother had likely melded into the crowd, becoming just another ant among a multitude. The inefficiency was disheartening. She made a professional judgment and decisively stowed away her binoculars. The cold metallic barrel slipped from her grasp, emitting a faint click. She rose, preparing to relocate to a more advantageous observation point, perhaps a ventilation duct or a suspended platform above the VIP seats. Just as she was about to turn, withdrawing her gaze from the dizzying chaos, a glimpse from the corner of her eye inadvertently swept across the enormous screen at the center of the stage. Her movements froze instantaneously. Time seemed to be pressed into slow motion at that moment. Initially taken aback, her calm pupils abruptly constricted as a jolt of electric shock coursed from her spine to the crown of her head, rendering her already tense body as rigid as iron. Almost instinctively, she raised the binoculars once more, aligning the barrel precisely with the large screen. The promotional video for the concert and the dazzling subtitle effects that had been looping were now conspicuously absent. In their place stood a colossal, visually striking half-body poster. The girl in the image possessed a beautifully crafted visage, her eyes crescent-shaped, and her smile radiant. Yet, what captivated Kanazawa Ruri's attention was not her astonishing beauty, but rather her cascading, waterfall-like hair. It was a hue of pink, so pure and dreamy. It seemed to be a natural occurrence. This was not the garish tone achievable through cheap dye. To a discerning eye, this could not possibly be artificially created. It could either be a genetic mutation or some form of advanced biotechnology unbeknownst to her. Initially, Ruri had given little thought to the idol Lin Xinyue, whom Wei Lihan had come to see. To her, she was merely a singer, a name she recognized without ever having seen her photograph. After all, who would have expected a pink-haired idol to appear in the life of an ordinary person like Wei Lihan? Her sole purpose for being there was to capture the audacious interloper who dared to entice her brother and to discreetly observe whether Wei Lihan was involved with other women. Little did she anticipate that the mistress, whom she had painstakingly sought after like searching for a needle in the vast ocean, would appear in such a conspicuous and unashamed manner at the entire concert venue. A cold and perilous smile gradually graced the lips of Kanagawa Ruri. Regardless of whether you are that mistress or not, I am determined to confront you.